Communism in the -21st century. Shannon K. Brincat, editor. Marx and Communism. Marx is without doubt the most trenchant, unforgiving, scornful, and systematic critic of capitalism we have. Point 1. But let's keep him in perspective. There have been far more savage destroyers of the commercial relationships that we know as the economy. Indeed, Marx left a yawning gap in his writings, and even in his activism, between critique and power. Others moved in historically to fill this near vacuum in appalling ways. In his lifetime he wasn't famous, infamy set in later. Discussion of Marx and communism at the moment puts us in the middle ground. While people will create and join political movements small and large with any number of different things in mind, and indeed in that way engaging in any number of different activities peaceful and otherwise, it is worth pausing to consider how many people resisted, rather than embraced, the practices of capitalism for one reason or another. These practices were monetary exchange, private property in its more abstract and tradable forms, and wealth accumulation. As Marx often pointed out, and as many people knew already, capitalist practices were often aligned with domination, cruelty, and thuggery. However, this raises the question, who actually fought for this system? Who were the shock troops of capitalism? Capitalism didn't happen by accident, nor did it arrive from outer space. The perhaps surprising answer to this question is to look first to imperialism and colonialism, where there were actual shock troops. We can then project this inwards within the nation-state and its always violent history of formation to processes of enclosure, legal and intellectual reformations, expropriation, exploitation, and slavery. Marx did just this in his earliest journalism, and then jointly with Engels in their Communist Manifesto. Point 2. The latter text undermines rather than reinforces the Eurocentric mythologies that northern cultural and religious novelties in themselves produced the industrial revolutions that so occupied Marx and fascinated Engels. Point 3. While I am referring to only a sentence or two, it is clear in the manifesto that the bourgeois mode of production is kick-started by the expropriation of capital from the New World, and the subsequent trade in luxury products generated by the mines and plantations of chattel slavery or near equivalent use of labor. Point 4. And there is considerable testimony in Marx, who spent considerable time citing reliable testimony from others of the violence inherent in domestic processes of social change. Point 5. Marx's historically informed and logically sequential explication of how exactly capitalism got to where it was in his day evolves through the chapters of the Magisterial Capital, Volume I. It is remarkable how little distance there is in theoretical terms between his work there and our world of hedging, derivatives, even automated trading and the like. Capital for Marx is self-expanding value, heading toward an infinity because of its abstract limitlessness. Human greed might have its limits, but a world that has a life of its own, where numerical relationships are the only reality, has none at all. Point 6. Of course, Marx's book doesn't explain exactly how these things work, and it isn't a 101 account of the theory involved in the economics and mathematics that animates these practices today. But he offers a political and philosophical framing for the boom and bust capitalism of his time and ours that has appeal because, among other things, it exposes the vacuity of academic subjects that merely presume what needs to be justified. These are the properties and constraints of the intellectual, political, legal, moral, and religious common senses that must be in place for capitalism to make sense of itself as the only game in town. Common sense of this kind tells us that imperialism and colonialism were perhaps regrettable, but certainly over and done with, and in any case over there. Somewhere else, but not here, that is, within social and geographical spaces domesticated as homelands. These metropoles were of course very powered up as nation-states pursuing gross national product of their own in what were increasingly international markets. But common sense about capitalist development also tells us that democracy, an apparatus of self-legitimating, selectively representative, and highly disciplinary institutions, is a political, rather than economic framework, or where the economic system is relevant, it must of course promote freedom, famously conceived by Locke as life, liberty, and property. 8. Locke's ideas didn't come from nowhere, to be sure, but rather from the practicalities of making trading relationships work within or despite religious, communal, and cultural constraints. 11. Hostilities, and counter-revolutions. Marx's project was rather to insist that no political system makes sense as independent of an economic system, and more strongly, that economic systems generate political systems that secure them. 9. As Marx spotted, identifying freedom with commercialism and consumerism, but more importantly with the property, legal, and political systems that support these things, was the way to recruit adherents to the cause. He had hard work arguing that those who signed on for this earthly liberation were working against their own best interests, and that this promised land, in his view, was as illusory a vision as the religious ones, for which he had nothing but this worldly scorn. 10. For the few who could make it in the capitalist world, it was an undeserved success, falsely attributed to individual effort and hard work. For those who unsurprisingly didn't make it, it was but a lottery ticket with a very slim chance attached. Summing up so far, I see Marx as a thinker who blew off the conventions and boundary lines of his own time, and as a theorist stands opposed to their reinforcement in ours. This is on both the academic and the political side of things. Current disciplinary and subdisciplinary practices make it difficult to disentangle capitalism from democracy, and commercialism from freedom. For Marx, of course, this was easier to do intellectually, but professionally, other than as independent scholar, he had no life at all. Politically things looked hopeful to him in 1848-49, and again in the late 1850s and on into the 1860s, but he died more than a little embittered. On the political side of things, we are obviously in a world where huge resources are deployed to promote capitalism, co-opt contrary campaigns, erase any concept of class, and undertake violent and murderous projects of state building as exercises in freedom and democracy. As Marx and Engels succinctly put it, the power of the modern state is merely a device for administering the common affairs of the whole bourgeois class. 11. Or in other words, the partisan politics of democratic states conforms to what the late Gore Vidal called the property party. 12. Since Marx's time, things have got worse politically for those whose socialism and communism opposes capitalism in principle. If read politically, and in a certain framing, Marx's work is very good at describing how some things become thinkable, moral, and commonsensical, rather than controversial, immoral, or illegal. For example, profit-making, interest on money, making a person into a laborer, and such like, as these things often were before the fall into capitalism. One of the most interesting discussions in Capital, Volume I, is the passage in which Marx philosophizes as to what exactly one human must assume about another in order for commodity exchange to become thinkable and doable. 13. It is clear that his own political position is quite contrary to this, but meta-theoretical searches for his moral foundations have proved inconclusive. But then, as an activist, he didn't need these in making his rhetoric work. Only academics would be interested in recondite logics. 14. Marx's more academic yet still political interest was in attacking the economic intellectual establishment of his day, the political economists. Rather more specifically, his focus was on exposing their presuppositions and claims as politically charged, and indeed highly potent. As he said, merely exposing to the reading public their illogicalities and biases, even their omissions and falsehoods, was not enough. 15. A movement contrary to capitalism would have to capture the broad mass of people and of peoples, and would have to be a reverse or inverted way of remaking the world as sensible and sense-making. It is an interesting exercise to reread Marx's critique of capitalism, the society in which the capitalist mode of production prevails. 16. As a sardonic success story, but rather in a Nietzschean manner, exposing the human capacity for frailty, complicity, perversity, gullibility, hypocrisy, absurdity, and the like. What is difficult is reading his political activism as focused and effective in getting the many on board in order to resist a global social movement which, as he himself admitted in quite celebratory passages, was remaking the earth, the human forms of life all over the planet, and thus the intellectual, moral, and political common senses through which the world is intelligible to anyone. 17. Class struggle including class compromise is the engine through which this intelligibility is constructed, with huge effort, and at huge cost. On the counter-capitalist side of things at last we encounter Marx's communism. Marx and Engels's critique of previous socialisms laid out for the world in Part 3 of their Communist Manifesto built on Engels's previous critical exercises and surveys, more than on anything that Marx had done himself. 18 The polemical sections of the German ideology were a run-up to the snappier versions in the manifesto, where Engels's journalistic skills met Marx's sardonic wit and dismissive put-downs. 19 Recent scholarship has promoted the idea that Marx was not wholly hostile to the utopians among the socialists and communists. 20 And indeed this raises the wider perspective that overall and for political purposes he has himself been constructed biographically and interpreted academically as necessarily opposite to those whom he criticized. As intellectual biography, these constructions and interpretations are prone to drama, where strong characterization and clear contrasts drive the plot. Yet contrary to later dramatizations, Marx was aware that the communists, 13 and socialists he was criticizing were also his coalition partners. 21 And he was aware of his own identification with the tendency and movement, not least because of the original title and mission statement of the Manifesto of the Communist Party. While the biographers and academics both pro and con have concentrated on making Marx distinct from his confrere, closer readings reveal a mutual but critical imbrication. Still, it is possible to discern a particular shape to Marx's communism, or rather to the way he conceived of his role within this quite loose categorization. Marx was wholly against gurus, personality cultists with revelatory doctrines and worshipping adherents. He also had absolutely nothing to do with religious framings, Christian ones in particular. He was resolutely for large-scale transformation. He had no time for historical anachronism and returns to a golden age of simplicity. Nor was he sympathetic to top-down governance and leadership by enlightened intellects. And he presumed that the mass production of necessities, at least, would raise the quality of life and reduce working time. 22 Curiously, though, none of these movements, or attempted movements, resembles the social forces through which capitalism was establishing itself. I wonder if Marx gave some attention to the question, why was there no capitalist manifesto? Both the capitalist and the industrial revolutions were somewhat unself-conscious movements, or perhaps wealth creation for the few is such an age-old and obvious idea that it hardly needed to declare itself. Certainly collecting shock troops, whether conquistadors or buccaneers or regulars, wasn't all that difficult, given the development of loanable wealth, as historians have demonstrated. Perhaps if there had been a capitalist manifesto, certain nations and/or dynasties would have made more successful capital and capitalism from their wealth, for example, Spain and the Habsburgs. Yet other locales seem to generate the end result from few resources, other than a timely readiness with ideas and institutions, for example, the Low Countries. There were certainly any number of enlightened publications on the new thinking and bourgeois lifestyle in a growing literature, but this was not a self-conscious mass movement. Mass action was rather a last resort, as in France in 1789, and as Marx was at pains to point out, it acquired its shock troops through a democratic sleight of hand, promising equality and delivering inequality. 23. XIV It seems that with respect to socialism, the sum of Marx's shibboleths listed above and his stated conclusion arising from his critique was that a groundswell of mentalities, local movements and campaigns, revolts and uprisings would win the day for communism in the only way it could be won. The French Revolution is well known to have been his model, in some respects, because it was driven by democratic anger at ruling classes and outmoded privileges and constraints. It burst out into massive, rapid change, and spread the new ways abroad, picking up adherents as old institutions toppled and liberation spread. In simple terms, the result was the very striking and violent abolition of feudalism in France in 1789, and the triumph of commercial common sense that pressed on with revolutionizing social and political relationships, the continuance or restoration of feudal anachronisms notwithstanding. However harsh the counter-revolutions, in France or elsewhere, no post-Napoleonic regime restored feudalism exactly as it had been. Despite Marx's efforts, democracy and political liberation were the cover story for national liberation and commercial liberation in various guises, definitely not a democratic revolt that generalized the interests of the working class to all, a number of honorable exceptions notwithstanding. Point 24 as a means, albeit messy ones, of throwing off local feudalisms and colonial domination. Marx's political rhetoric was of course supportive. However, what he fought against came to pass, namely the one standing for the other, thus reinforcing the very disjunction in political thinking that he had long opposed. Understandably, his method of ideology critique 25 didn't expose the power encompassed by this disjunction, since doing that would work against his aim of overthrowing it. But the political effects of taking democracy to be a solution to inequalities of wealth and power, rather than a highly effective way of explaining these discrepancies away, have been profound. Evidently he had no idea how potent this displacement of earthly economic struggle by heavenly realms of supposed equality could be. Point 26 There are of course two ways to take up the task today. One is to formulate an alternative to capitalism. But this strategy easily falls into the logic of mass movements and enthusiasms, doctrinal prophets, and crazed leaders, that made the 20th century so violent and counterproductive to the cause. The other is to do as Marx and Engels did and locate the movement as ongoing already, just needing publicity and explication. This involved explaining the movement to itself, as well as to potential adherents. Point 27 Michael Hart has taken this line, though I have found Empire and Multitude rather less punchy and rousing than Marx and Engels's rhetorical constructions. Point 28 Hart's later essay, The Common in Communism, continues in this vein by taking the common to be a vaguely defined area, probably knowledge production and artistic creativity that is already produced in processes that are external to capital. He describes it as a realm of autonomous human production and common because it is characterized by open access and sharing. Point 29 Perhaps as a metaphor for the elusive concepts of communism that Marx on famously few occasions allowed himself to hint at, there is indeed some connection, or possibly of independent value. However, Hart's approach is decidedly un-Marxian in both ignoring the heavy processes of infrastructure creation and maintenance, and the productive processes through which his disclaimer notwithstanding shareable knowledges and stimulating artworks can conceivably be created for sharing and open access at all. Marx's realm of necessity 30 underspecified as it is, or indeed anyone's realm of necessity, ought to be making an appearance, or its absence explained away. Marx may have put too much weight on the proletariat as a political subject, and on trade unions as a way forward, but at least these are phenomena that inspire some credibility in their relationship to physical universals and social basics broadly conceived. Or if Hart is arguing that communism should be going down the road of mutualism through individual autonomy and personal veto, then he should say so. Cooperation is no doubt a powerful social force, and in truth it incentivizes more than a few individuals, and possibly more than self-interest in many circumstances. But compared with Marx's theorization, which links class politics with visible productive forces, it suffers the flaw that Marx himself was always swift to focus on: there is no consumption without production. Methodologically, this argues that Marx distinguishes himself and his communism from both capitalism and cooperative or welfare socialisms by focusing on social production in the first instance, and thus its organization as the very basis from which law, politics, morality, and all else must proceed. The upshot of this, of course, is that consumption-based theories, whether of liberal democracy or market economics, never achieve a real commonality at all, however equally they share out goods and services, or however open their access to goods that have already been produced and aren't apparently scarce. Planned economies, as they were known in the communist world, generally proceeded without much buy-in from the workers involved. The mystery, of course, is why capitalist economies, regulated and state-driven as they are, generate the buy-in that they do, and from workers in particular. It may be that the buy-in is unraveling now, given the decline in real wages, huge growth in inequality, hypervisibility of undeserved wealth, casualization of employment, and withdrawal of pensions and social services. Perhaps in some instances the magic of patriotic warfare is ceasing to work, given the obvious opportunity costs, not to mention lives? In an age of volunteer armies, most powerful states have returned to a cannon fodder mentality, by which economic necessities and ambitions drive poorer citizens into the military. These forces are then deployed in ways that have left legislative declarations of war, and lately the Geneva Convention laws of war, far behind, often using humanitarian intervention as a cover for what might be geostrategic ambitions. In some cases, such as the invasion of Iraq in 2003, the tenuousness of the reasoning involved, and the almost insane character of military operations, leaves one quite breathless. 31 The Communist Manifesto left us a list of specificities quite remarkably coincident with visions of social democracy. 32 Indeed, in their highly various ways, the contributions to these volumes on discuss concepts and views related to the question, what is to be done? My task here has been to ponder the question, how did capitalism win over hearts and minds, mobilize large-scale social forces, and produce its own list of specificities? 33 In those terms, ideologies of the nation-state, and of its democratic institutions, were clear winners, notwithstanding the vast numbers of people who fought and still fight tooth and nail for religious universalisms and authoritarian systems that run counter to these now venerable institutions. As I have argued, the more fundamental economic arguments about the requirements of the production process and access to the goods and services produced were largely displaced by being naturalized, or dressed up, or mystified as market relations of consumption, driven by avoidance of the need to labor. While there may be global enthusiasms for saving the environment, or making poverty history, or otherwise promoting a critical focus on capitalism, there is little sense in those theoretical formations of the precise social relationships that would revolutionize the present ones in real life. These are, of course, capital-labor, employer-worker, investor-rentier wage-earner, propertied homeowner-homeless person, and so on, the familiar categories of the news media, and general common sense. Marx's genius was to alert us to these and make them seem strange. Marx was right to contrast earlier forms of production with each other in legal and social terms, as he did with pre-classical and ancient slavery, feudal systems of vassalage, and tenure. 34 He was then able to identify precisely and in exact detail where the conceptual, moral, legal, and allied areas of the specific subjectivity of capitalism creep in, or storm in, as the case may be. But he didn't work out the opposing fundamentals. 2 of communism at that level. The chapters in the present volumes are contributions to ongoing efforts to overcome a human system that generates but offloads all kinds of negative externalities, as they are known in capitalism speak. These are much harder on some than on others, but then escape from the other is yet another fantasy trope of capitalism with wide appeal. We are all in it together is a notorious piece of cant, but also an inescapable truism. As a way of thinking about this, communism is much better than most. Terrell Carver Marx's importance as a leading political theorist, economist, and philosopher and his legacy as the leading figure in communist thought is beyond doubt. Indeed, it is reported that Marx and Engels' Communist Manifesto has been read so widely that it is eclipsed only by the readership of the Bible. Marx's influence cuts across all disciplines in the social sciences and humanities, and there continues to be an ever-increasing number of books, articles, and essays that explore all dimensions of his expansive work. In the wake of the ongoing global financial crisis since 2007, there has been a resurgence of interest in Marx's thought even within the mainstream of the academy that attests to the ongoing relevance of both his critique of capitalism and his vision of a free, communist association. Nevertheless, despite this array of scholarly engagement, Marx's vision of communism has remained under-theorized and has rarely been systematically investigated, with a few notable exceptions being the work of Oilman and Lebowitz, both of whom contributed to this project. This volume arose specifically to overcome this significant gap in the literature by providing a holistic engagement with Marx's ideas on communism from a variety of theoretical and normative viewpoints that could both give content to how Marx envisioned future communist society and to explore the relevance and potential developments of this ideal in the context of the early 21st century. The difficulty was in locating scholars who could add to the diversity of perspectives on this topic, without which the volume would soon become repetitive. With this purpose in firm view, the volume was organized around 10 distinctly themed interpretations of Marx's vision of communism, including cultural, socialist, individualist, dialectical, humanist, cosmopolitan, utopian, feminist, environmental, and romantic perspectives. Each chapter offers a unique assessment of the legacy and potential within Marx's vision of communism in contemporary political life. The chapters were then rearranged and organized into two halves in a way that emerged organically from the set as a whole. The first half focus on reconstructions of Marx's work specifically related to communism. Here, Eagleton, Sayers, Chattopadhyay, Oilman, and Lebowitz, despite their sometimes radically different interpretations, all give primary consideration to passages in which Marx discussed, in however fragmented form, his approach to communism. The second half, while still premised as critical explorations of Marx's vision of communism, attempt to develop these ideas from a variety of perspectives. These contributions, including Patton, Federici, Brincat, Lowy, and myself, all constructively engage with the ideal of communism, serving to highlight areas for the future development of this concept in both theory and practice. The analytical depth of each separately themed chapter on Marx's vision of communism via a variegated interpretive group of scholars from diverse backgrounds, theoretical orientations, and normative positions offers a comprehensive and thorough re-examination of the father of communist ideas at the start of the 21st century. One particular problem faced in such a diverse volume is uniformity of sources on Marx and, to a lesser degree, Engels. Marx's writings comprise a vast amount of literature, including numerous collections, anthologies, and commentaries. While a number of these collections are present in this volume, by far the most cited is the English translation Marx-Engels Collected Works, abbreviated elsewhere as MECW. This collection comprises 50 volumes in all and was compiled and printed by Progress Publishers of the Soviet Union in collaboration with Lawrence and Wishart and international publishers, starting in 1975 and completed in 2005. This collection was chosen for this volume as the most complete publication of the works of Marx and Engels in English and because it is regarded as one of the best translations of Marx and Engels's work in any language. Indeed, this collection has been the source of much of the material for the entire series of and particularly so for Volume 1. However, authors were encouraged to source other translations and reference materials of Marx and Engels's work as they saw fit. Some used materials in other languages and some from their own translations. As such, the volume does not profess to offer an authoritative account of Marx and Engels's work, an issue that raises concerns of non-uniformity of sources but which, at the same time, offers a rich vibrancy in interpretations and ensures reflexivity. Diversity in interpretation was considered the greater prize for forming a collusive relationship between Marx's texts, translator, and the reader, over uniformity, which in many respects remains an unrealizable ideal. From this, there does emerge the problem regarding occasional differences between the use of terms and also differences in translations of passages between authors and chapters that could not be overcome. On behalf of Praeger, I would like to acknowledge, with sincere gratitude, permissions to reproduce texts, in part, or in full, including, Paul Bacquet's Marx's Vision of Sustainable Human Development from the Monthly Review, Terry Eagleton's In Praise of Marx from the Chronicle of Higher Education, and Roger Patton's Marxism, Utopianism and Modem Urban Planning, and Marx's Critique of the Utopian Socialists from Utopian Studies. We would also like to thank Palgrave and Macmillan for permission to cite passages and materials from Sean Sayers' Marx and Alienation, Essays on Hegelian Themes. I would like to acknowledge the copy editing work of Caitlin Sparks for her careful diligence and attention to detail in the final preparation of this volume. All errors and inconsistencies are, of course, my own. This volume would not have been possible without the work of a group of anonymous reviewers and fellow contributors who assisted greatly with strengthening each of the chapters. This series has formed part of my University of Queensland postdoctoral research fellowship, and I would like to thank the School of Political Science and International Studies for its support for this type of critical scholarship. Vision and sublation. Shannon. Brincat. The world is undergoing a profound period of crises and transformation. The ongoing global financial crisis has spiraled, forcing austerity measures across communities and states, pushing the neoliberal project into sharp contradictions. If not immediate collapse, the Arab Spring has swept forward calls for democratic process and related freedoms across, and beyond, the Middle East and North Africa. In cities all around the world, the Occupy movement has ushered in a new era of radical politics, one that seeks to build an emancipated future, free of domination and hierarchy, within a profoundly new public sphere. This civil discord and radical potential has brought forward a proliferation of protest movements within communities and states, anti-war, anti-globalization, anti-austerity, that exist alongside ongoing political struggles for the recognition and rights of women, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, indigenous, and post-colonial peoples, and environmental campaigns that seek to promote sustainability, biodiversity, and climate stability. Clearly, politics in the early stages of the 21st century is marked by dissent, tumult, and calls for radical change. And behind all these crises and transformative processes is the specter of communism, as ubiquitous as it was in 1848 when Marx and Engels wrote these opening lines of the Communist Manifesto. The title of this series may at first seem circumspect, given we are only in the century's second decade. It is far too early to offer any definitive statements regarding the potentials and the perils facing communism in this new millennium, let alone offer conclusions about its direction. Nevertheless, both the theory and practice of communism are undergoing a veritable resurgence. This resurgence has been given impetus by the financial crisis of the last few years, but it has also been motivated by the ever-apparent limitations of the state as political community, including its inability to steer the economy, remedy the dissolution of social and cultural bonds under the weight of callous cash payment, or address fundamental environmental threats to human existence and all complex biological life. The title was chosen specifically to locate the study of communist thought and practice as it attempts to mediate these challenges, with the underlying assumption that communism has not diminished in its potential reach or radicalism. Yet despite the radical potential of the communist project, the global economy remains transfixed in an economic morass. Under the ongoing strictures of the GFC, academics in the social sciences and humanities, and activists the world over have been looking for viable alternatives to the neoliberal orthodoxy, its indelible contradictions now visible to even the most foolhardy Reaganite, Thatcherite, or Haykian. The urgency of this search has been compounded by the worsening conditions of global politics, where the many facets of neo-imperialism threaten to overwhelm collective social moral learning in international society, creating the conditions for hyper-exploitation of the peripheries and heightening the possibility of international conflict. Underlying this geopolitical rivalry is the impending environmental catastrophe associated with climate change, which has made the question of political alternatives no longer one of ideology but of human survival. This intersection between financial collapse, increasing international tensions, and environmental pressures seems to demand a re-envisioning of the political, expanding the notion of community and embracing political possibility beyond capital and the state. These tendencies have directly contributed toward the reimagination of communism as a meaningful alternative to the stultifying conditions of world capitalism, the aggressive and ossifying doctrines of realpolitik, and the predation of our natural world. This series is written in the spirit of revival, animating the contemporary theory and practice of communism. But these volumes do not aim to restate the ghosts of communism's past. Gone is the scientific certitude and dogmatism of diamat ideology, which believed that the formation of communism was a determined outcome, reliant only on the development of productive forces. Gone also is the acceptance of political authoritarianism that tainted earlier and still existing forms of communist practice, the litany of failed projects and the crimes committed in the name of communism, the horrors of the Gulag, Stalinization, the Cultural Revolution, and the killing fields, among others. Replacing such totalizing projects is a healthy suspicion of revolutionary vanguards and a reassertion of humanist ethics. Like emancipation, participation, and co-creation, which were so pronounced in Marx's earlier works. What we see here is not a narrowing of the aspirational dimensions of communist thought but a firming of its commitment to struggle. Determinism and authoritarianism have been rejected and we have regained the most fundamental tenet of revolutionary thought, that change is up to us. History does not unfold along some predetermined path, led by a metaphysical dialectic. Our future, as our history, is made by our hands. Emancipation can only ever be the confluence of our choices and actions. About the series structure in recent years there has been a veritable explosion of scholarship on the theory and practice of communism. Alain Badiou's The Communist Hypothesis was a clear turning point in the literature. It revivified the idea of communism as the logic that class subordination was not something inevitable, that it could be overcome through the collective reorganization of society based on a free association of producers that would eliminate the division of labor and the coercive state. Though Badiou contended that we are far from realizing this community of equals, it was in formulating and testing the communist hypothesis that Badiou has since inspired myriad explorations on this idea. One of the most significant and ongoing collaborations on this theme has been Kostas Douzinas and Slava Zizek's edited volume. The idea of communism, which followed the London conference inspired by Badiou's call to arms. Emphasizing emancipation and the commons, these works have offered explorations of how to carry the communist idea forward in a world of financial and social turmoil, claiming nothing less than that the long night of the left is, finally, coming to an end. The contributors to these volumes each share the view that we need to distinguish the state from communism and expand the politics of inclusion, with the underlying belief that communism remains an abundant resource for radical politics oriented toward emancipation. 2 In this context, works of particular note by Jody Dean, Bruno Bostiels, and Michael Lebowitz have sought to make the communist vision a reality. Dean has argued for the need to organize as a party on the basis of our common and collective desires. Bostiels has sought to move beyond lofty abstractions to thoroughly rethink communism through a dialogue with a number of key thinkers on the left, and Lebowitz has offered a model of the socialist alternative through the socialist triangle of social production, democratic organization, and new social relations beyond self-interest. 3 Others, while not associating with communist ideology directly. 13 Have, like Guy Standing's conception of the precariat. 4 Or David Graeber's history of debt. 5 Focused on various facets of contemporary capitalist socio-economic relations and their deformation. In Distinction, Hart, and Negri's trilogy Empire, Multitude and Commonwealth has been one of the most influential attempts at understanding the interrelations, at the global level, between war, class, and the commons, in which communism is to be once again associated with the sociality that defines human relations. 6 Re-engagements with particular aspects of Marx's extensive corpus have proliferated in an expansive literature. 7 That has only been surpassed by a growing number of examinations. Inspired by a communist point of view, of the various aspects of the financial and environmental crises, a list too exhaustive to engage here. What is notable in each of these accounts is the shared belief in the possibilities immanent within the idea of communism, something reflected equally throughout the 3 volumes of. However, what distinguishes the series from the plethora of recent works in this subject area is the 3 aims that frame the project as a whole and which are reflected in each individual volume: a re-engagement with the ideas of Marx, an assessment of the challenges, past and present, facing communist movements, parties, and states, and perspectives on the future possibilities of communist theory and practice. While each volume is standalone, together they offer a fluid account of the past, present, and future of communism located in the conditions of the early 21st century. The periodic crises of capitalism seem, almost as a logical necessity, to bring with them a resurgence of interest in viable alternatives. The GFC was no exception. Marx's work has undergone nothing less than a revival, being read by all concerned parties, from German bankers to the radicals in Zuccotti Park, not only as a means to explain the phenomena of recurrent economic crises but to fill the void left by the fall of this dominant ideology. 8 Volume 1, The Father of Communism, Rediscovering Marx's Ideas, situates the series within this rehabilitation of communist theory. It engages with the ongoing importance of Marx's vision of communism for contemporary radical, emancipatory politics. Despite the centrality of communism to Marx's philosophy and political economy, a detailed engagement with his ideal has been curiously absent in the literature, such that communism has remained one of the most under-theorized aspects of Marx's work within both political science and philosophy. 9 Without such an explication, Marx's ideal has been left to unnecessary obfuscation that, when coupled with the oppressive regimes associated with its name and the collapse of the Soviet project, have served only to further mystify what could be a potentially liberating force in contemporary politics. This volume attempts to overcome this oversight. The volume is organized around 10 themed interpretations of Marx's concept of communism: cultural, socialist, individualist, dialectical, humanist, cosmopolitan, utopian, feminist, environmental, and romantic. Through this diverse interpretive group of scholars, theoretical orientations, and normative positions, the volume offers a unique, contrasting, and variegated assessment of Marx's communist vision and its relevance for contemporary politics in both theory and practice. Turning toward more practical engagements. Volume 2, Whither Communism? The Challenges of the Past and the Present focuses on the litany of challenges facing existing communist movements, parties, and states. These challenges are shown to be many and considerable. From the bitter losses of past revolutionary moments to the horrors of failed experiments that continue to resonate, the communist tradition remains mired in a damning, bloody past. The two great bastions of the radical left, anarchism and communism, remain divided into two hostile camps, as they have been since the demise of the First International. Added to this historical fracturing of the left, repression of working class and radical movements has intensified across the globe. Many of the reformist gains of Western social democratic struggle have been lost under the tide of reactionary neoliberalism, or as it is so non-obtrusively labeled under the jargon of economic rationalism, rolled back. For many peoples in the developing world, these gains were never achieved. These defeats have exposed the intractable limits of reformism, trade unionism, and emancipation through the ballot of the capitalist state. Added to this has been the accretion of crises in finance, production, and employment, alongside the accelerating processes of environmental degradation as late capitalism reaches what is perhaps its terminal phase. Against this tumultuous background, the question of whither communism takes on a significance that is not purely historical. For in the context of today's mounting crises, the question is no longer, as Rosa Luxemburg once asked, socialism or barbarism. Instead, one might say socialism or extinction. Volume 2 begins by examining the continuing significance of key historical events and debates within communism. The tensions between communism and anarchism, the splits within leftist parties and groups within the internationals, and the capitalist restoration after the demise of the Soviet system, illustrate that communism's past continues to frame the possibilities of the present. But this volume also offers a contemporary analysis of actually existing states that identify as communist, including the economic form of Chinese communism and its rise as the next global superpower, the paradox of North Korea as a communist, dynastic, and pariah state, the changes underway in Vietnamese socialism as it mediates modernity and development, and the likely direction of change in Cuba with the passing of the Castro era. Alongside these statist communist projects, the volume also examines past and ongoing communist experiments that indicate a certain transcendence of the traditional communist mantra about the capture of state power. Here, novel developments in the Mexican Commune, Venezuela's transition to socialism, and a global accounting of radical working-class socialism in the early 21st century all indicate an open horizon for the forms of communist struggle and organization to meet the challenges of the present and near future. Building upon and extending the contemporary focus of Volume 2, Volume 3, The Future of Communism, Social Movements, Economic Crises, and the Reimagination of Communism, analyzes the trajectory of communist struggles, theoretical developments, and organizational praxis into the 21st century. Its theoretical and empirical content offers an indication of the direction communist ideas and practices are taking in shaping the century. The opening chapters examine existing revolutionary and protest movements and their global implications for revivifying communism as a lived social struggle. The World Social Forum, the Arab Spring, and Occupy, that have all attempted to build alternative futures. These recent movements are set against the background of the unique challenges facing communism in the present, including globalization, digital and communicative technologies, and the problem of value and the commons. This is paralleled with ongoing theoretical developments in communist thought, such as the rapprochement between feminism and communism and the question of the means and ends of revolution in critical theory. Turning to the dimensions of communist praxis, the volume offers insights pertaining to organization in contemporary radical movements. It engages with the militant, the assembly, and communizing, where communism, at least for John Holloway, becomes a process with many points of intersections that exist in the possibilities of the NASV. Across all these chapters, it seems promotes participatory social, economic, and political organization against centralization, calls for harmony through the commons in opposition to commodification, embraces philosophical critique rather than certainty or determinism, and deploys new methods of organization and resistance opposed to the methods of vanguardism and political power, particularly through the state. These examples suggest that the communist horizon, to borrow from Jody Dean, has expanded considerably from its early manifestations, that the long night of communism is coming to an end, and that the dawn is indeed bright for human emancipation in this century. Themes. The choice of authors for the series was based on the notion that diversity would lead to a fuller and more dynamic engagement with the question of. As such, it is a difficult task to draw out thematic commonalities, and even more difficult to draw these with analytical precision. Yet while the plurality of interpretations does not graft neatly onto some shared viewpoint on communism, nevertheless convergences are evident, one in particular being the importance XXXI attached to social relations or intersubjectivity as the key dimension of communism's emancipatory project, as we shall see. In this part, my primary aim is to draw out the key arguments from each chapter and, as a secondary goal, where possible, to observe any commonalities that emerge within the series taken as a whole. With this in mind, I actively deploy the words of each author in an attempt to weave, as closely as possible, some of these common themes without distorting willfully or unaware the unique meaning of each theorist. Point 10. Needless to say, the contributors to the series do not agree on the idea of communism, their interpretation of Marx's vision of communism, or of the history, present and future trajectory of. The following discussion does not therefore claim agreement in its absence, nor is it intended to foist a synthesis or closure when there is none. The confines of a series such as this, is that it cannot present these many distinct approaches and subject areas as a debate. It is but one step in a task that can only be collective, involving real exchanges, something that requires time and the political will. As such, my intention is limited to illuminating the primary arguments and some of the common themes that emerge even within the diverse array of interpretations, methods, and political commitments contained within. Volume 1, The Father of Communism, emphasizing the ongoing importance of Marx's vision of communism for radical and emancipatory politics. In the opening chapter of The Father of Communism, Rediscovering Marx's Ideas, Terry Eagleton does nothing less than praise Marx. He praises him as a profound moral thinker, a romantic humanist, whose key insight was the understanding that true self-fulfillment of the individual's powers and capacities could only take place socially, that is, in and through one another. Achieving these distinctive qualities at the interpersonal level is called, by Eagleton, love, and at the political level, socialism. Echoing these same humanistic dimensions, Sean Sayers affirms that Marx's ideal of communism is ontological. That is, human beings are endowed with universal capacities and powers, and yet to exercise and develop these fully requires replacing the notion of wealth derived from classical political economy with communism's notion concerning the wealth of human need. 11. Under communism, the development of needs is value, the true definition of wealth, because it expands human productive and creative powers. Point 12. For Sayers, this ideal of communism is essential not only to Marx's appeal as a philosopher but also to the socialist movement. Communism is a theory of how society will develop, and how it is actually moving, but it is also an ideal social, economic, and political vision. XXXII. The radical humanism in Marx's vision identified by Eagleton and Sayers is also emphasized by Chattopadhyay, who regards communism as the reunion of humanity. Chattopadhyay focuses on the place of the human individual in Marx's vision of the future society, particularly the laboring individual within what he calls the association mode of production. Through the movement towards socialism, human beings are no longer personally or materially dependent, so they no longer exist as fragmented individuals. Alienation is overcome through this reunion, providing the conditions in which all human beings can become totally developed, integral individuals. Indeed, for Chattopadhyay, societies can be judged on the extent to which the individual is free within it, that is, suffering neither personal nor objective dependence. Along these lines, Chattopadhyay extols Marx's vision of communism because of the free individuality that can be brought about through its socio-economic form, something which he considers is nothing less than a restoration of humanity to its essence, the real appropriation of the human essence by the human for the human. In my own chapter, I also explore some of these humanistic themes in the emancipatory dimensions of Marx's vision of communism. In broad agreement with Eagleton, Sayers, and Chattopadhyay, I view communism as Marx's ideal form of socio-economic organization necessary for the flourishing of humankind's creative powers. However, I develop this through the concepts of species being and the notion of the unalienated or total man of the Paris manuscripts. Point 13. Here, human emancipation and the movement to full communism can be seen as the historical movement that removes all restrictions on the potential development of humanity, something that overcomes the limitations of bourgeois political emancipation and reunites the private and public essences of humanity. Point 14. So, against those who foist upon Marx the oppression and crimes of communist states and who conveniently forget the genocidal crimes of capitalism, Eagleton shows that it was the question of achieving justice and prosperity for all that was the guiding leitmotif of Marx's vision of communism. Nevertheless, as Chattopadhyay makes painfully clear, Marx's original idea of a socialist society underwent a total inversion by those who in the name of Marx called their regime socialist. Along similar lines, Michael Lebowitz rejects the juridical forms of state socialism of the 20th century, particularly the Leninist model that rendered unto law the socialist principle in which the individual was cast as a worker, not a human being, a move that, in the words of Chattopadhyay, negated the laboring individual and by which socialism was reduced to a mere question of distribution. Lebowitz's rejection of the state form of socialism forms part of his wider reconceptualization of Marx's vision of communism as a just, people-based alternative. He sees it as a form of socio-economic organization that removes all obstacles to the full development of human beings, or what he calls real human development, in a similar refrain to the humanism identified by Eagleton, Sayers, Chattopadhyay, and me. This rejection of state socialist models is also expressed by Bertel Oilman, who posits that the Soviet Union and China were not evidence of how communism works in practice, not just because of their underdevelopment and constant threat of foreign invasion, but because the regimes of actually existing socialism were nothing less than Orwellian constructions. The crucial step in re-establishing Marx's approach to communism, Oilman argues, is to break its connection with these very systems. And yet, in some perverse twist of historical irony, despite the glaring contradictions of these regimes when compared to Marx's express humanistic ideals of communism, they remain the most difficult distortions to correct. In this context, Silvia Federici takes issue with the long-assumed nexus between capitalist development and the eventual liberation of humankind. Federici highlights a number of indelible weaknesses in Marx's reliance on capitalism as somehow necessary for the transition to communism. Such justifications, Federici claims, underestimate the knowledge and wealth produced by non-capitalist societies, just as they underestimate the extent to which capitalism has built its power through their appropriation. They also fail to see how capitalism, far from inventing social cooperation or large-scale intercourse, destroyed societies that had been tied by communal property relations and cooperative forms of work. Moreover, the assumption that capitalism has been inevitable overlooks those in the past who struggled against its imposition, just as it forgets those resisting its machinations in the present. Federici reveals how illusory automation and mechanization have been for human liberation, having not only failed to ease the burden of labor in any meaningful sense but having become parasitic on the earth. Ultimately, such accounts fail to see capitalism as an historical and ongoing process of violent appropriation. Federici claims that capitalism is neither necessary nor progressive in regards to the development of human capacities, but in fact furthers unequal power relations, hierarchies, and divisions and generates ideologies, interests, and subjectivities that constitute a destructive social force. Those accounts that extol a deterministic link between capitalism and communism led away from the real question of reconstituting a collective interest in favor of a productivist and consumerist logic. Ultimately, Federici offers a clear revision of Marxist analysis that contests the notion of capitalism as the necessary precondition for communism, calling for us to instead focus on those social relations that are conducive of human emancipation and the reclamation of the commons rather than a myopic gaze on production, industrialism, and consumption. It is not that capitalism has achieved nothing, however. Indeed, Marx praised capitalism as generously as Eagleton praises Marx. Capitalism has developed human powers of production and furthered a litany of cultural freedoms such as the emancipation of slaves, the invention of human rights, and the dismantling of empires. But the point for Federici, and in distinction to Eagleton's conciliatory, if not optimistic appraisal of capitalism, is to highlight the epistemological narrowing of what social relations are seen as necessary for the emergence of communist association, against the competitive, asocial logics of capitalism. In other words, what is in contention is how Marx's insistence on the necessity of developing productive forces for human freedom has been subsequently interpreted by Marxists in a one-sided fashion, overlooking the importance of genuine relations of association presupposed in communism. As we shall see, I make similar findings in regards to Marx's attachment to internationalism, which restricts the relations of association under nationalism and the juridical form of the state. For Eagleton, however, the question was something different. Why, under capitalism, where we have accumulated more resources than throughout preceding human history and where we labor harder than our ancestors ever did, do we yet remain unable to overcome poverty, exploitation, and inequality? For Eagleton, the answer lies in the way we organize production. Capitalism has not, indeed, cannot free us from toil. And it is on this point that Eagleton praises Marx as authentically prophetic. He did not give us blueprints of the future, but made it clear that unless we change our unjust ways, the future is likely to be deeply unpleasant or not at all. This warning is echoed by Lebowitz, who claims that we now risk a new barbarism, a capitalist endgame, that includes the domination of impoverished peoples and an ecological nightmare. So what are we to take as the appropriate linkage between capitalism and communism today? For Oilman, the all too popular separation of Marx's vision of communism from its historical roots in capitalism must be overcome. That is, communism must be linked, as it was for Marx, to the unrealized potential in capitalism. Oilman here makes a major revision of his famous work Marx's Vision of Communism, claiming that this was based on the wrong question. Point 15. While utopian speculation can be liberating, Oilman argues that it is no substitute for an analysis of capitalism and the dialectical method of exposition focused on the ways in which Marx looked for evidence of communism inside capitalism, the future concealed in the present. There are several of these approaches evident within Marx's work, which Oilman offers textual support for throughout his chapter. These include projecting capitalism's major contradictions to the point of their resolution, or, projecting the end of alienation through what life would look like under full communism, a device which Marx often used. One of the most important devices, however, is the analysis of what Oilman calls the sprouts of communism that already exhibit socialist characteristics. Within the current order. Point 16 for Oilman, the new communist world that capitalism has made possible is staring us right in the face. Re-establishing the necessary links between capitalism and communism does not make revolution inevitable, nor render Marx a deterministic thinker. Rather, it makes communism a realistic possibility in the present, regardless of how likely or unlikely this tendency is believed to be. Through these examples, the end of alienation can be shown to be not just a normative description of life in full communism, but something actually possible and something already existing in nascent form. For Oilman, focusing on the sprouts that can, and do, emerge out of the conditions of the present can convincingly re-establish the imminent link through which the oppressed can leap into revolutionary practice. In ways very similar to Oilman's idea of the sprouts of communism, Sayers observes that even in late capitalism the communal and cooperative social arrangements, which are the progenitor of communism, are common throughout the existing order and are experienced not just in primary relations of family and friends, but also in those social relations marked by generosity rather than the ideology of self-interest, such as with teachers, nurses, and so on. As such, for both Sayers and Oilman, the alternative forms of social and economic organization, the initial stage in the two-step transition from socialism to communism, already exist in embryo in our society. What is perhaps most interesting here is the convergence between Oilman, Sayers, Federici, and myself on the importance of the type of social relations of cooperation and association within communism, which are routinely downplayed in many orthodox Marxist accounts that emphasize, in a one-sided manner, the importance of productive forces. The question of the link between capitalism and communism usually inheres around interpretations of Marx's statements in the Critique of the Gotha Program and the utility or adequacy of the two-stage thesis about the transition from socialism to true communism. Point 17 in Volume 1, Sayers, Chattopadhyay, and Lebowitz offer contending readings of this passage. For example, Sayers argues that in the first stage, the capitalist state is replaced by one that will rule on behalf of working people, through which all private property in the means of production will be converted into common ownership and made operative for the common good. Yet even though ownership is to no longer based around private interests, or production attentive to profit, individuals are rewarded according to the work they do, so that the notion of wealth remains confined under its bourgeois trappings. This is a critical point that Lebowitz also engages with at length. Sayers reiterates that this is only to be a transitional phase on the way to full or true communism. However, the place that has transcended and overcome the free market and its notion of profit as value. Only here, under full communism, is productive life brought back under human control and organized for the human good to create a society in which capital and wage labor, money, and the market, classes, and the division of labor, are abolished. Chattopadhyay, while denying the centrality of the two-step process, nevertheless shares with Sayers the notion of the change in wealth under communism. Sayers, it should be recalled, expressed this as the development of needs, which expands human productive and creative powers as value. For Chattopadhyay, the mark of communist society is the change in wealth from capital accumulation to the expansion of free time for all. Offering a significant departure from orthodox Marxism, Lebowitz contests the standard interpretation of the Gotha program, finding that not only does each stage contain strikingly different relations of distribution, but that Marx was not necessarily consistent regarding his depiction of communist society. This reading has profound political implications as to whether the socialist principle later identified by Lenin actually corresponded to Marx's conception of the new society, and ultimately explains Lebowitz's rejection of any state socialist models of communism. Point 18 for Lebowitz, the question hinges on how we are to understand Marx's account of historical development as a process of becoming. Capitalism, as an organic system, spontaneously reproduces capitalist conditions and relations of production, that is, it reproduces its necessary premises and creates its own presuppositions as a connected whole, constantly in the process of renewal. 19 Yet no new system can ever produce all its premises, so that when a new system emerges it necessarily inherits premises from the old before it can produce its own. Consequently, as socialism emerges from capitalist society, it is, as Marx so famously expressed it, stamped with the birthmarks of the old. It is decidedly not communism as developed from its own foundations. Lebowitz highlights a manifestation of what socialism inherits from capitalism in how it conforms to a particular distribution of property. That is, while the material conditions of production have been transformed into common property in this stage, the personal condition of production remains the property of workers. The new system is therefore defective in the sense that it retains explicitly the private ownership of labor power. Fair exchange is the exchange of equivalents, and socialism comes to be defined by the principle of distribution. The result is that rather than relating to others as a member of society, the individual producer enters relations as the owner of his or her own capacity. They are seen as a worker, not a human being. 20 It is a one-sided relation. The type of individual produced under such conditions is, of necessity, deformed by these continuing defects that will enter all social relations. Lebowitz makes clear that this inherited defect of the self-interest of owners in socialism is the opposite of solidarity, community, and association envisaged by Marx, and must be actively subordinated if the new society of communism is to develop as an organic system. Yet rather than calling for a struggle to subordinate this defect, Lebowitz finds those whom he calls two-stagers like Lenin seek to transform it into a socialist principle to be enforced by the state. As Lebowitz warns, not struggling against these inherited defects risks reverting to them. The result is pernicious not just for the deformation of individuals, but also for the very ideal of communism, which is reduced to merely overcoming scarcity and creating consumption without limits, a far cry from the true realm of freedom and real human development promised by communism, where the development of human powers is to be an end in itself. 21 These relational deficiencies are also reflected in the restrictions Marx placed on human emancipation through his emphasis on material production over genuine social relations, and his reliance on internationalism over wider forms of solidarity required in communist association. In my chapter, I argue that a focus on material production risks subsuming human emancipation under the interests of industrialism, distribution, and consumption, which unwittingly reproduce capitalist relationalities. Under the productivist dogma of Diamat at the turn of the 20th century, Marxists would forget entirely that the emancipatory promise of communism is not strictly reducible to material production, that the individual under full communism is not to be considered rich because they have much, but because they are much. 22 Marx's focus on internationalism, I contend, was equally restrictive of the types of social relations necessitated by communist association that he suggested, in the Communist Manifesto and in the organizational structure of the First International, were to have global reach. That is, internationalism served to contract the boundaries of ethical community under the state and limit the expression of solidarity in ways that were seemingly at odds with the wider cosmopolitan ethic implied by Marx's concept of human emancipation. Internationalism is logically dependent on the juridical form of the nation-state and some prior ethic of nationalism that limits the potential for universal, collective action. As such, principles of socialist internationalism as expressed in the internationals or notions of world communism, while professing incredibly strong cosmopolitan norms, remain ethically insufficient because of their explicit acceptance of methodological nationalism, the belief that human community is determined by the nation-state. The problem inheres not just with the capture of state power by the vanguard, which threatens the subversion of emancipation under a new ruling class or bureaucracy. It is also bound up with the reliance on the spirit of internationalism that is limited by an underlying commitment to the particularism of the state that may override the type of universal association required by communism. Along similar lines, Federici calls for us to go beyond Marx, 23 not just because of the vast social economic transformations since the time of his analysis of capitalism, but also because of the limits in his understanding. of capitalist relations that ignored or marginalized subjects from the historical world stage. Marx's focus on wage labor assumed the vanguard role to the proletariat, downplaying the role of the enslaved, the colonized, and the unwaged, not only in the process of accumulation, extraction of surplus value, and system reproduction, but also in anti-capitalist struggles. The absence in Marx's analysis of capitalism of domestic labor, family, and gender relations and the interest of capital and the state in women's reproductive capacity is striking. Yet by shifting focus from wage labor to labor power, Federici hopes to widen Marxist analysis to include gender and the colonial dimensions of late capitalism, which she considers most important for a feminist program and for the politics of the commons. The commons are defined in the plural by Federici, and because they do not depend for their existence on a supporting state, they do not risk becoming the dictatorship of the white/male sector of the working class within the concretized state form presupposed in the dictatorship of the proletariat. Moreover, Federici finds that struggles in defense of our natural commons and the creation of commoning activities are multiplying in contemporary society. 24 more indications of the embryonic forms of communism sprouting within the present identified by Oilman and Sayers, and it is through these actually existing processes that Federici identifies how we can rid ourselves of all the muck of ages and liberate ourselves from external constraints and capitalist ideologies. 25 The primacy given to the commons across the radical left in recent decades, and articulated clearly in Federici's chapter, interconnects with Lebowitz's theorization of the social changes necessary to realize our communal nature. Recalling that Lebowitz and Federici both problematize, in their own ways, the supposed necessity between capitalism and communism, for Lebowitz what was necessary to overcome the fixation on distribution as the exchange of equivalents under socialism is a set of institutions and practices through which all members of society can share the fruits of social labor and are able to satisfy their own need for development. For him these must include workers, neighbor, and communal councils that extend upward to transcend the local and achieve solidarity within society as a whole, a call that echoes the cosmopolitan sentiments articulated in my own chapter. Here, Lebowitz cites the socialist triangle of the late Chavez of Venezuela as a means to move toward associated producers as an organic system of production, consumption, and distribution. 26 And many of these communal system processes are documented by Dario Atzelani in Volume 2. Lore Lebowitz, the socialist triangle offers nothing less than a tripartite expression of our communal nature. Through the social ownership of the means of production comes real social property. Through social production for social needs comes worker decision-making oriented toward society's needs. Through social production organized by workers and worker decision-making comes the transformation of people and their very needs. In all of these ways, social relations are placed at the forefront of Marx's emancipatory project. These progressive elements of the communal nature of communism are also highlighted by Paul Brincat. Brincat interprets Marx's various outlines of communism as a vision of sustainable human development by sketching the developmental and environmental principles in communal property, production, and relations, that reflect, albeit with differences in terminology, the socialist triangle of production, consumption, and distribution identified by Lebowitz. Given the worsening crisis of poverty and the environment, Brincat rightly points out that the question of sustainable human development is crucial for the communist tradition, which has long been deemed ecologically unsustainable due to its alleged assumption of a limitless nature and human domination over it. In opposition to such interpretations, Brincat observes that, for Marx, communal property did not confer a right to overexploit land and other natural conditions for the needs of associated producers. 27 But rather was to instill, through communism, the unity of being of man with nature. 28. Brincat interprets Marx and Engels' references to continued growth of wealth under communism not as an anti-ecological belief in production for its own sake, but as something that can be properly understood only in relation to their vision of free, well-rounded human development, which we have already explored in the chapters of Eagleton, Sayers, and Chattopadhyay. Human development does not imply limitless growth or the full satiation of all conceivable needs, but rather the satiation of basic needs and a gradual extension of the satiation to secondary needs as they develop socially through expanded free time and cooperative worker community. The fact that production under communism is a broad social process in which wealth and use value is increasingly defined by free time or disposal time, then takes on tremendous ecological significance. As opposed to the use value of profit under capitalism that licenses the destructive exploitation of the environment, Brincat highlights the environmental dimensions of communism that tends toward the deepening or enrichment of human-nature relations. In particular, against those who equate the expansion of free time under communism with the overcoming of all natural constraints, Brincat shows how communism allows for the responsible management of the use of natural conditions, and, through the expansion of free time as a measure of wealth, has the potential to reduce pressures on limited natural conditions. These progressive dimensions of communism are taken further by Roger Patton, who re-examines the relation between utopian thinking, communism, and the normativity of urban planning. Patton examines 5 different strands of Marx and Engels' criticism of inadequate forms of utopianism: tactical, strategic, materialist, humanist, and historicist, finding that their professed anti-utopian utopianism was not paradoxical but directed specifically against static utopias, that is, those utopian forms that sought to arrest historical development by restricting the right of future generations to adopt principles different from those that shaped their social institutions. In fact, far from being opposed to utopianism, Patton finds Marx and Engels to be utopians of a very special sort, whom counted the utopian socialists among the most significant minds of all time. 29. Patton assures us that a utopianism that emphasizes the importance of human development, egalitarian dialogue, and urban forms that facilitate processes of association would be approved of by Marx and Engels. This is because, in distinction to the static utopian projects of Saint-Simon, Owen, and Fourier, Marx and Engels advanced a form of utopianism justified on the human need for conscious self-development and the need for the discursive development of moral categories. For Patton, these justifications point toward what he identifies as a developmentalist utopia and a procedural dialectic utopia, respectively, within Marx's vision of communism. Yet more than any other chapter of Volume 1, Patton extends Marx's vision by using these humanist and historicist justifications of utopianism for a constructive contribution to the types of social processes a Marxist urban planner should facilitate. While Patton admits that the best urban design cannot in the absence of social revolution produce the utopian society of Marx's vision, they can nevertheless contribute to human progress and improve the lives of the living. Indeed, such processes could mirror what urban planning in communist society could be, that is, the science and art of catalyzing and nourishing the close-grained working relationships 30 required for human emancipation. In ways that complement Patton's account of the utopian dimensions of Marx's thought, Michael Lowy contends that there are substantial affinities between Marxism and Romanticism, which are too often neglected in deference to their association with French socialism, German philosophy, and British political economy. Lowy demonstrates how Romanticism is fundamental to 2 of the most fundamental aspects of Marx's thought, namely, his critique of capitalism and his conception of communism. Yet Lowy does not characterize Marx as a romantic, but rather posits that he accepted the romantic viewpoint of the plenitude of the pre-capitalist past and its critique of the bourgeois world, while rejecting both Romanticism's illusion of a return to the past and the bourgeois apology of the present. So while the reactionary pole of Romanticism dreamt of utopias of return, and the revolutionary pole attempted to detour the past toward an emancipated future, Lowy shows that Marx and Engels recognized the value of the social critique that the Romantic tradition contributed, namely, their denunciation of the bourgeois destruction of all human qualities, transformed into commodities, and the ruthless exploitation of the workers. Yet, Marx and Engels' debt to Romanticism goes deeper than the critique of modern bourgeois civilization. Lowy goes on to show how Marx and Engels' conception of a communism that sought to re-establish the role of the human and natural qualities of life, a reference to pre-capitalist forms of production and of life, is a clear link to the Romantic tradition. Simultaneously, however, Communism was also a new way of life in the process and relations of production, a new social culture. Communism was therefore neither romantic nor modernist but an attempt at a dialectical aufhebung between the two, in a new critical and revolutionary worldview. One that would incorporate the technological advances of modern society along with some of the human qualities of pre-capitalist communities. In this way, communism did not commit the same follies as reactionary dreams of return but was to be a detour by the past towards the communist future. Volume 2, Whither Communism. Moving on from Marx's projections of the communist future and the theoretical concerns of Volume 1, Volume 2 Whither Communism? The Challenges of the Past and the Present explores the challenges of communism, both past and present. This involves engaging with a number of historical ruptures in the radical left that continue to resonate in the communist present. This is followed by accounts of the many ongoing state socialist projects, China, North Korea, Vietnam, Cuba, more recent developments in Mexico and Venezuela, and an assessment of the existent potentialities of radical working-class socialism at the start of the 21st century. Given the vast differences that arise from the distinct historical content or country-specific analysis of each chapter in Volume 2, it is impossible to draw out any commonalities, though it remains pertinent to offer an account of the main arguments of each chapter. A significant caveat needs to be given here. No definition of communism is presented across the series, other than the general notion that combines both the ideals or theoretical aspirations of the communist emancipatory project, and concrete historical experiences of movements, parties, states, and models of communism. For Volume 2, this approach permitted the analysis of the gaps between promises and realities of each communist project in question despite their vast difference and possible changes in name, official ideology, or political direction of each example. Many socialist parties have abandoned significant dimensions of the socialist project, and their connection to communism may be considered dubious. At the same time, the different periods and conditions of each example are not distinguished or compared as against wider changes in the global context, ideological shifts, or concrete reforms. It is impossible due to space restrictions for this volume to offer consistent comparative analysis of each historic period, the general contradictory features of past experiments of real socialism, or the nuances and unique conditions of each movement in question. Specific analysis of the historical contexts of each example is, of course, much needed but must await further research and more appropriate forums. The volume opens with Robert Graham's re-engagement with the historical disagreements between the anarchists and Marxists, with a particular focus on the debates between Marx and Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, and Marx and Mikhail Bakunin. Despite the divergence on the questions of historical materialism, state power, and the role of the proletariat, all of which continue today, Graham finds that there was broad agreement between Marx and Proudhon on the foundational question of the abolishing the state along with the abolition of capitalism. Nevertheless, what was keenly disputed was the best method and organization to bring about these social, economic, and political transformations. Anarchists argued that the organization of the workers into a class need not result in the creation of a workers' party, nor that a single political party could ever claim to speak for the entire working class. Moreover, anarchists contested Marx's belief that state ownership and control of the means of production would abolish class antagonism and advocated instead for self-management, an idea of collectivity that was to be operated and managed directly by those involved, which became a dominant theme in anarchist proposals for social change. On the other hand, Marx contended with Proudhon's mutualism, arguing that any socialist economic system that retained individual exchange would be a class system. 31 On this point, Graham finds that some anarchists moved toward the communist position, particularly within the First International, but not on the basis of Marx's theory of historical materialism but through the rejection of Proudhon's mutualist economics, his insufficiently revolutionarily program, and his waning commitment to anarchism. Bakunin, on the other hand, advocated a collectivist position. He disagreed with those revolutionaries who, like Marx, favored a centralized revolutionary state, arguing that no dictatorship can have any other objective than to perpetuate itself and that it would inevitably result in military dictatorship and a new master. 32. As opposed to the Marxian currents in the International, which sought the revolutionary overthrow and capture of state power, Bakunin's proto-syndicalism looked for its replacement through councils of trade bodies and a committee of delegates. These would take the place of politics to create the Free Federation of Free Producers. 33. For Bakunin, it was only through the self-activity of the masses that an anarchist society could be achieved. The tragedy of the Paris Commune brought these issues to a head. The tide of reaction that swept across Europe strengthened Marx's resolve regarding the need for distinct working-class political parties. For the anarchists, it affirmed the need for militant trade union organization. Yet from the mid-1870s to the early 1880s, there was a convergence between some anarchist and Marxist currents toward libertarian or anarchist communism that resulted from an internal critique of its earlier expressions of anarchist socialism. For Graham, there are now more similarities between these so-called class struggle anarchists and council communists than there are between those anarchist currents that emphasize process, assembly forms of organization and the creation of a decentralized ecological society. At the same time, it seems that some rapprochement between these two revolutionary strands of socialism is now possible given the failures of state socialism, the increasingly authoritarian tendencies of the modern state, and the need for direct forms of self-organization at local and cosmopolitan levels. One can hear echoed in Graham's account the slogan that the revolution will be free, or not at all. Paul Blackledge continues the historical examination of communism by interrogating the failings of the internationals in promoting working-class solidarity, leading to the outbreak of World War I premised around the limitations of the Second International. Blackledge outlines Lenin's condemnation of its opportunism, which betrayed the working class. 34 and argues that Lenin's approach to politics has lost none of its pertinence. For Blackledge, the revolutionary left's lack of proposals to stop World War I can be explained by the way it had become enmeshed within what were de facto reformist organizations and revisionist ideas. The Second International had largely forgotten Marx's focus on human society, or social humanity. 35 Instead, as Rosa Luxemburg had already observed, tending to view socialism as the inevitable outcome of the contradictions of capitalism. 36 Yet Lenin's reading of Hegel offered a powerful alternative to positivist, neo-Kantian and Hegelian theorists of the Second International, by suggesting that humankind's consciousness did not merely reflect the world but created it. 37 By renewing the sublation of materialism and idealism that Marx articulated in the 1840s, Lenin was able to raise a devastating criticism of the Second International and the tendency of socialist parties to cover political passivity beneath radical rhetoric. In distinction to Koski and Bernstein's fatalistic reification of Marxism, Blackledge claims that Lenin understood that subjective practical activity lay at the center of the objective world, holding that social scientific laws should not be fetishized as things distinct from conscious human activity, but instead be recognized as necessarily narrow, incomplete. Approximate attempts to frame political intervention. 38 It was the specific historical form of capitalism, for Lenin, that created the potential for political action toward the concrete possibility for workers' power in the metropolis, in alliance with national liberation movements in the colonies. For Blackledge, Lenin's use of the terms betrayal and helplessness to describe international socialism's inability to stop war is best regarded as a call to maximize the effectiveness of the left, to focus on those things that it could achieve, with a view to building its influence before challenging power. Yet, Lenin's ideas were to be rejected within the Communist International in favor of a return to a variant of Second International orthodoxy. The Stalinist deformation of the Soviet Union disassociated the leadership and bureaucracy from the interests of the proletariat in favor of the interests of the Soviet ruling class. These were the specific tyrannies the anarchists foresaw in the attempt to capture state power by representatives or vanguards of the working class, as identified in Graham's chapter. Building from these antecedents to the Soviet experiment, Catherine Samari presents both an historical and contemporary account of the capitalist restoration throughout Eastern Europe, following the demise of the Soviet Union. Despite the many promises of economic development and civil freedoms that were to follow the of Western capitalism, this process has been attended by a loss of social and economic protections for these subject populations. According to the World Bank and UNICEF, Russia now ranks among one of the most unequal countries in the world, its poverty levels rising from 125th in 1988 to 1/5 in 1998, and its life expectancy declining sharply. 39 Summary demonstrates how the histories of Eastern Europe have suffered ongoing conflicting national and ideological distortions, including the official history after the Stalinization of Soviet Union, but also the relations of domination between the Western European core and the semi-peripheralization of Eastern European states that continues today. Most disconcerting, however, has been the loss or deliberate ambiguation of the 1989 movement's anti-bureaucratic dimensions in favor of portraying them solely as anti-communist. Samari views the post-1989 changes throughout Eastern Europe as re/Alyoshan, 40, that is, changes combining features of revolutions and reforms. Yet, whereas much has been made of those aspects that introduced political pluralism, elections, and new laws that radically transformed the economy and the state, the other tendency in the spirit of 1989 has been neglected, namely, the desire to hold onto the social contract of the Soviet system, that assured employment, access to basic goods and services, and living conditions. For Samari, any consistent interpretation of 1989 must include both the anti-communist and the anti-bureaucratic dimensions of this XLV movement, the latter of which had long-standing precedents within the conflicting logics of real socialism, such as the reforms in Czechoslovakia or in Yugoslavia. One must go behind the ideological discourses of the 1989 democratic revolution, Samari argues, to see how the United States was able to win Solidarnosc to a liberal as opposed to pro-workerist ideology, or how a broad part of the former state apparatus was transformed through the invention of privatizations, into an emergent bourgeoisie to become the oligarchs of today's Russia and elsewhere. The of neoliberalism and its benchmarks of elections and privatization was presented as an answer to the former Soviet dictatorship, but without full knowledge of the economic program that would remove the fundamental aspects of the social contract inherent to state socialism. What the peoples of Eastern Europe really sought, claims Samari, was the retention of the social contract and the obtainment of civil freedom, while getting rid of the bureaucratic and parasitic class. The rise of the People's Republic of China runs in complete contradistinction to the collapse of the Soviet Union as described by Samari. While the question of whether China equates to a communist state, a question that could be asked about any of the statist projects of the last century, as Lebowitz, Chattopadhyay and others noted in Volume 1, Alexander Viewing affirms that China will most likely be the new superpower. Viewing claims that Chinese communism was born of the dream that China would one day regain its lost power and status. Yet largely foregoing engagement with such normative political and social commentary, Viewing offers an economically driven analysis of the developments contributing to the rise of the Red Dragon. In terms of the main indicators of power, gross domestic product and military expenditure, China is second only to the United States. 41 Furthermore, China has been experiencing super high growth due to its ability to maintain super high investment and super low consumption. Yet alongside these persuasive indicators of China becoming a peer competitor to the United States, Viewing identifies a curious dialectic in Chinese development, claiming that its success also bears the seeds of its failure. The problem is that the same growth model that has catapulted Chinese development will likely collapse rather than be restructured to become sustainable. Viewing demonstrates that China's rise has been premised on sources that will not last forever. Firstly, its ability to save and invest, the so-called cult of investment, has been pursued at the expense of personal consumption, and secondly, its massive allocations of labor from agriculture to manufacturing and services, and from the state to the non-state sector, relies on a pool of surplus labor from rural areas that is likely to dry up, causing a rise in wages and increasing costs of labor. This will ultimately make the country's products less price competitive. Added to these issues are the social pressures attending the growing gulf between rich and poor, which, in Viewing's estimation, portend the eventual outburst of social and economic turmoil. China's growth model is, in a word, unsustainable. When these sources of cheap labor, capital, and technology are exhausted, China will experience the natural end of its high-growth phase. Here, the ability to innovate will be key, yet viewing suggests that the same structures that have allowed China to rise may render it resistant to moving toward a more sustainable form of growth. In stark contrast to the rise of China that many now see as inevitable, the longevity of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has continued to confound the many observers who persistently suggest the likelihood of its imminent collapse. Yet for Bruce Cummings, history has consistently failed to bear out these predictions because observers fail to engage with the nature of a North Korean political system that has survived because it has diverged so fundamentally from Marxism-Leninism, turning to an older political culture of corporatism, a philosophy of Neo-Confucianism, and a modem form of dynastic monarchism. Cummings contends with the typical view that the DPRK has survived only because of China's diplomatic and trade assistance, suggesting that what distinguishes North Korean survival is the commitment of its octogenarian officers of the Civil War to prevent their place in history from being erased, which might well be the case if the North were to ever capitulate to the South. In a culture that treats history and genealogy with the utmost seriousness, being consigned to historical irrelevance or, even worse, erasure, is tantamount to losing connection with one's ancestors and progeny. This is an outcome to be resisted at all costs. In addition to these cultural resources, the political form of the DPRK possesses a number of stabilizing features, albeit peculiar and even abhorrent to Western sentiment. Cummings likens the ideology of Kim Il-sung to a form of socialist corporatism, one in which the nation substituted the proletarian class as the unit of historical conflict and in which organic and familial metaphors, of blood, of the fatherly leader were emphasized. Cummings gives significance to the real meaning of clinchy that he argues is best translated as to put things Korean first, always. The term is far more than self-reliance and independence, however, for when coupled with the word for nation kukchi it evokes an incredibly strong form of nationalism and national dignity. While JICH began as a form of anti-colonial nationalism, it has slowly evolved into an idealist metaphysic that has more in common with the exaltations of Neo-Confucianism than Marxism. With an understanding of these politico-cultural norms, Cummings finds that the North Korean system has its own logic, however idiosyncratic it may appear, through which it becomes easier to understand the regime's behavior as an unusual but predictable combination of monarchy, anti-imperial nationalism, and Korean political culture. On this basis, Cummings contends that North Korea is unlikely to collapse precisely because of its modem monarchical form, which has already progressed through two stable successions. The proof was manifested in the symbolism of Kim Jong-il's funeral procession that confirmed 3 generations of rulership. Here, the appearance of Jong-un was as a spitting image of his grandfather, Kim Il-sung, when he came to power in the late 1940s, even to the detail of having the same iconic sideburns shaved up high. Amid such ritualism, it is little wonder that ordinary Koreans often call their leaders Evang. While Marx would shudder to hear this monarchy being associated with communism, Cummings points out that DPRK is a modern form of monarchy bomb of the resistance to Japanese imperialism and the historical narrative that the regime has chosen to engineer around this, a monarchy realized in a highly nationalist and post-colonial state, and one likely to be around well into the 21st century. The changes within Vietnam as it grapples with the challenges of modernity and development contrast sharply with the dynastic monarchy in North Korea. Thaviporn Vasavakul provides an analysis of the transformations within Vietnamese socialism since 1975, highlighting not only how the state was redefined but how intrastate and state-citizen relations were also reconfigured. Attempting to adopt good practices of development, the Leninist regime has amended its basic principles of state socialism, including property rights, state ownership of the means of production, central planning, and one-party rule. Economically, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam originally followed a mixed model drawn from the Soviet Union and China, and while there was a considerable degree of institutional adaptation, central planning and state control of the means of production were predominant. Politically, the socialist state system consisted of four basic components: the party, the state, the National Assembly, and mass organizations. Yet between 1979 and 1988 a number of policies amended these significantly. The Sixth Plenum of the Fourth Congress in 1979 endorsed a free market to operate within the planned economy, and while subsequent reforms were partial toward a multi-sector commodity economy, they were confirmed in 1986 by the official launch of Doi Moi, the decollectivization of rural Vietnam, and the abolishment of the two-price system in 1989.42. Doi Moi also institutionalized the reconfiguration of the one-party state, redefining party control over the government and strengthening state management capacities. For Vaisavakul, this has brought about a related set of political changes: the rise of a strong executive, a state role in business and service delivery, and the enhancement of democratic space. At the same time, however, the state has become a large marketplace where exploitation takes place. Moreover, under the new market system, the working class has become socially fragmented. The peasantry has gained economically but has been weakened politically, and the system has turned cooperative members into individual and independent producers. The question for Vietnam is how to institutionalize socialist ideals within this new order. Vaisavakul speculates on a number of possibilities. Firstly, Vietnam's current governance reforms, post-central planning, offer distinct possibilities for addressing the interests of increasingly marginalized groups over the power of enterprise managers in order to contribute to balancing growth with equality. Secondly, socialist ideals could be made concrete through the reform of state institutions and the improvement of public services. Thirdly, Vaisavakul looks to the development of socialist democratic spaces, particularly increased roles for popular organizations and the development of grassroots democracy, which may bring about better quality in governance. Finally, socialist ideals may re-emerge as Vietnam rethinks post-central planning ideological and cultural values that turned away from the egalitarianism and anti-exploitation ideology of the DRV during the War of National Liberation, to one of political patronage networks under Doi Moi. Vaisavakul contends that while the ideology of the Doi Moi has birthed many exploitative practices, it does not rule out the emergence of alternative political values that could emphasize the rule of law, meritocracy, and transparency, among others, all of which would offer innovative contributions to the history of Marxism-Leninism and an affirmation of the socialist ideals of Vietnam's revolutionary past. Moving from Asia to Central America, Bruno Bastils follows the Mexican Commune across the revolutionary history of this country in Mexico City, Morelos, Chiapas, and Oaxaca, observing that from generation to generation, this utopian ideal returns again and again, claiming that even the divergent paths of anarchism and socialism have found common ground in the many resurrections of the Commune in Mexico. Bastils observes that it is the politically open, or what Marx called the expansive, form of the Commune 43 that could create a temporary zone of indistinction between socialism and anarchism, even today. The Morelos Commune of 1914, when Zapata and his troops retreated from Mexico City, was an experiment in self-government and created an egalitarian society with communal roots in their home territory that combined military and administrative control of the villages with radical agrarian reforms. This potential for local self-rule and autonomy continued in what Bastils describes as a creative attempt at local self-government based on long-standing traditions of communal decision-making and consultation from below that started with the indigenous revolts of the 1970s and 1980s, culminating in 1994 with what many describe as the Commune in Chiapas. 44 In addition, in 2006, the brutal repression of the annual teachers' strike sparked the creation of a democratic structure for self-governance, the Popular Assembly of the Oaxacan Peoples, a nascent commune that challenged the clientelism and corruption of the Mexican state. These examples demonstrate, for Bastils, that the potential for local self-rule through the commune is not lost. Nevertheless, there have been deep transformations of the commune throughout this history, and Bastiles identifies two major inflections of the Mexican Commune: on the one hand, the Marxist-Leninist form, derived from the 1871 Paris Commune, and on the other, an indigenous subaltermist form, focused on the originary community that has tendencies toward horizontal, non-hierarchical, and autonomous forms of self-organization, and which Bastiles claims has restored the Commune to its traditional peasant and agrarian roots. There are clear overlaps here with Graham's description of the processual currents in contemporary anarchism that emphasize assembly, decentralization, and ecologism in the opening chapter of Volume 2, and which also resonate with the discussions in Volume 3 by Keir Milbaum and Rodrigo Nunes. Yet despite the seeming bifurcation between the Marxist-Leninist and indigenous subaltermist forms of the Commune, Bastiles argues that it still offers a tenuous common ground in which resides the possibility for other resurrections of the Commune in Mexico. This optimistic reading of the future possibilities for the left continues in Sandra Rain's analysis of the future potentially open to Cuban society in the post-Castro era. Rain examines the foundations of the 1959 revolution, finding that the ongoing strength of Cuban social solidarity is based around the nationalist sentiment of the early revolutionary regime, containing both Che Guevara's call for the new socialist man and Castro's construction of the nationalist project. This has generated what she calls strong communities within Cuba, where the success of one is dependent on the success of all, and which, she hopes, may challenge the path dependency of neoliberal capitalism and enter Cuba into its most revolutionary phase. It is important to note here that Rain's account places social relations as the strength of communist Cuba in ways that reflect some of the themes drawn out in Lebowitz, Federici, and my own chapter in Volume 1. Based on the three important features of the Cuban state consolidated after the Bay of Pigs invasion: the state capitalist economy, the concentration of political power in the revolutionary armed forces, and the realization of socialist consciencia amongst the population, Rain's analysis traces three possibilities for Cuba after the Castros. The first envisages a managed transition which the Cuban regime is already engaged given the transfer of power from Fidel to Raúl. The Cuban regime is already engaged with this process, given the transfer of power from Fidel to Raúl. However, this transition will have to deal with a set of related crises, not just economic but also concerning political participation, civil freedoms, the aging demographic, growing inequality, and unemployment. Here, the centralized control of the FARC, whose leadership is increasingly vested with private interests, and the looming economic power of the United States, exists alongside the tendency for foreign capital to reintegrate Cuba into global capitalist networks where the old revolutionary values are unlikely to survive. The second possibility is a forced and sudden transition following the death of the Castros and the likely succession of FARC officers. Here, the inefficiency of the economy and inability of the state to ensure a basic standard of living may result in the obtainment of International Monetary Fund loans and externally mandated restructuring. Ultimately, this scenario portends massive social dislocation, the loss of core social services, and an unclear political structure. The final scenario sees Cuba seizing its most revolutionary moment, forcing the revolution to live up to its initial promise, far beyond the scope of its nationalist trappings of 1959. This, Rain believes, could open the possibility for rethinking what a socialist revolution can mean in the 21st century. The contemporary transformations of the aging revolutionary regime in Cuba are vastly different from the novel experiments with socialism currently underway in Venezuela. Based on his extensive field research, Dario Azzolini explores the practices of the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela with a particular account of the construction of communal production and consumption under the control of workers and communities. 45 Here, the transition to socialism is envisioned as combining local self-administration and workers' control of the means of production, elements that Azzolini suggests may lead to a communal state by unleashing the creative capacities that reside collectively. The question is whether the state can overcome or suppress its structurally inherent logic of control to accept such movements from below. On this point, Azzolini finds that on a number of fundamental levels the Bolivarian process is acting as a permanent creative collective force of the people that is effectively imposing itself on constituted power. This bottom-up approach of local self-administration of communal councils, communes, and communal cities has expanded direct and participatory democratic forms considerably. In addition, many initiatives including Empresas de Propiedad Social Directa Comunal, Socialist Workers' Councils, Movimiento de Pobladores, Red Nacional de Comuneros y Comuneras, and Comites de Tierra Urbana have sought to democratize crucial aspects of property, work, and production. Indeed, the latter two groups, while initiated by the state, are now autonomous. Such movements of self-government through the organization of councils have made huge advances throughout Venezuela. And give credence to Azzolini's argument that such communal councils, communes, and communal cities may gradually supplant the bourgeois state. At the very least, they confirm Azzolini's assertion that, following Antonio Negri, the Bolivarian process is not about taking state power but about creation and invention. 46 An active process fostering the capacities of the community and workers to analyze, decide, implement, and evaluate what is relevant to their lives. David Camfield closes Volume 2 with a historically contextualized account of radical working-class socialist parties and movements in the early 21st century. The seeming weakness of these groups contrasts sharply with the strength of the radical left in the previous 2 centuries, which Graham and Blackledge emphasized at the beginning of the volume. Camfield focuses on one distinct political current of communist lineage, radical working-class socialism, defined by its identification of mass working-class struggle and revolution, as the path to communism, the belief in taking political power by reformism or small radical minorities. The bulk of the chapter documents these radical working-class socialist organizations as they currently exist in Asia, South America, Europe, and elsewhere. Significantly, Camfield finds that radical working-class socialist groups and parties are relatively weak, despite the GFC and the rise of anti-capitalist movements since the mid-1990s. Camfield explains that a combination of factors has led to this relative weakness, including how neoliberalism has produced a general crisis of politics, the collapse of USSR and its impact on the ideological basis of these groups, the decline of the political force of the working class since the mid-1970s, and specific characteristics of radical working-class socialism including the marginal status and size of its existing forces, its fragmentation, and its seeming inability to engage in practical collaboration. The global resistance movements against neoliberal orthodoxy including the international anti-alter globalization movements and formation of the WSF, all of which are anti-capitalist, 47 have not brought with them any resurgence in radical working-class socialism. For Camfield, if there is some resurgence in radical working-class socialism, which on the basis of his evidence seems highly unlikely, its language and political culture will be dramatically different from those of today. Volume 3, The Future of Communism, the final volume. Volume 3, The Future of Communism, Social Movements, Economic Crises, and the Reimagination of Communism, follows the trajectory of communist ideas and the possibilities for emancipatory change into the 21st century. Yet, like the previous volume, it is difficult to account for any thematic commonalities given the vast differences in subject matter that each chapter addresses. From the GFC, the Arab Spring, Occupy, and the WSF, to the problems of value, the commons, and digital technology, from theoretical engagements with feminism and critical theory, to new forms of organization, assembly, militancy, and communizing. Volume 3 offers an array of engagements that cannot be meshed together as one coherent narrative. As with Volume 2, comparative analysis must await further debates elsewhere. Despite this, what emerges is an openness to, and construction of, new theoretical and practical dimensions of communism that accord with the humanistic and relational vision of communism at the heart of Marx's thought, combined with the sublation of orthodox Marxist practice that was focused on the state and economism, toward open and participatory methods. Given the ongoing financial stagnation since the 2007 GFC, and the lack of any substantive changes in banking and finance markets, Massimo De Angelis offers a timely examination of the causes of recurrent capitalist crisis. Outlining the dynamics of the last 30 years, De Angelis demonstrates the rise of neoliberalism and its responsibility for this crisis, a crisis which he claims should be seen not as purely economic but a crisis of social stability in which capitalism has reached an impasse. The question is whether capitalism can renew itself, breaking the impasse on its own terms, or whether another social force can bring about social cooperation and create a new world. De Angelis discusses 4 plans that could be deployed to meet this crisis. The first, Neoliberalism Plus, seeks to coagulate social cooperation around the need of capital accumulation, with society functioning to support and promote markets. The second, Keynesianism Plus, seeks to coagulate social cooperation around the need of capital accumulation through the triple attractors of markets, states, and civil society. The third, Exclusion/Emergency and Fascism, seeks to coagulate social cooperation around the greatness of a nation, ethnic group, or a community in close organic connection to a hierarchical state that uses force against any form of otherness. The final plan, Commons and Democracy, seeks to coagulate social cooperation around the expansion and integration of alternative modes of social cooperation based on shared resources and what De Angelis calls horizontal government, where communities themselves pursue the explicit goals of social justice, freedom, and emancipation. This last plan, clearly favored by De Angelis, combines direct democratic processes that make possible the communalization of property and the actualization of particular resources as a commons. That is, both democracy and the commons are mutually related, or as De Angelis explains, 2 sides of the same coin, for it is only deep democratic forms, the institutions of the commons, that can ensure the sustainability of reproduction, both socially and ecologically, upon which all forms of social organization ultimately depend. Continuing with the creation of viable futures for human society, Teivo Teivainen explores the WSF as an avenue for global, post-capitalist alternatives as reflected in its pioneering slogan, "Another world is possible." However, Teivainen prefers the term communism to describe these potentialities that connect with historical socialist and communist ideals but which are distinguished by the WSF's global scope and are opposed to the state socialist projects of the past. The aim here is to remove the WSF's non-state-centric attempts at commons-based democratic alternatives from any connotations with Soviet-style authoritarianism. Teivainen describes the main forums and myriad local and thematic events that have developed since the first forum in Porto Alegre, Brazil, 2001, but his primary concern is in detailing the various historical processes, particularly the transnational connectivity of Brazilian social movements that led to the emergence of the WSF. For Teivainen, the role of the Brazilian Workers' Party PT was crucial, specifically its anti-vanguardist inclinations and its ideological justification for a broad, inclusive coalitions of Marxist and social democratic elements, which inspired the construction of the WSF as a coming together of diverse groups. 48. These ideological and organizational boundaries were codified in a charter of principles that combine the notion of the WSF as a space and as movement-oriented. 49. Nevertheless, it is not open to all movements, restricting the direct participation of political parties, which, it is widely believed, may cause undesirable struggles for representation. It also prohibits military organizations. Both exclusions have been criticized as hypocritical, the former because of PT's foundational involvement in the WSF and the latter that has excluded armed civil society but whose relation to armed states has been far more ambiguous. Nevertheless, Teivainen argues that the WSF's opposition to neoliberalism, the domination of capital or imperialism, and, most of all, its commitment to the idea of open space can be defined as a radically democratic ideology, a move towards global democratization. Here, the avoidance of statist strategies and logics of representation, of giving more strategic weight to a struggle or identity over others, does not mean the total absence of structure. For the open space method of the forums and autonomous non-state conceptions of the commons, while germane to local settings, is difficult to mobilize transnationally. The WSF is then caught in a tension between non-state communist leanings and state-centric realities. For this reason, Tavanan sees the WSF as an important example of the attempts to create a democratic world through democratic means while creating the conditions for learning, networking, and organizing between social movements in relatively transnational and global contexts. Against the dynamism and optimism of the WSF, the crisis in Syria is a stark reminder of the failures, confusion, and ineptitude of the Live International left in confronting tyranny. Firas Massour interrogates why the Syrian revolution is yet to receive effective support, despite the youth of Syria's call for social change, equality, dignity, and freedom, which was expected to rally the left, who had supported the Tunisian and Egyptian revolutions on similar grounds. The case is tragic and farcical, yet symptomatic of an influential current in international leftist politics, which Massour believes clings to anti-imperialism and thereby lends support to despotic regimes on the pretext of giving priority to the national question. Massour finds that the Assad regime has exploited left parties internally, while painting events in Syria as an imperialistic plot externally. This narrative is accepted by segments of the international left Assad's useful idiots, as Hill derides them. 50 The nature of the conflict is also misconstrued by the mainstream media as sectarian, Islamic, and serving terrorism, which serves only to confirm the regime's narrative that there was never a genuine revolution, but merely a sectarian insurgency of Sunni Islamist militants aiming to destabilize Syrian sovereignty. At the same time, the left's commitment to the narrative of geopolitical conspiracies about U.S.-led interventions misses out on the bigger picture that the conflict is a revolt against injustice, repression, and censorship. 51. Taken together, these issues have the undesirable consequence of rendering political Islam a far more coherent opposition to the Assad regime, allowing it to usurp the revolutionary leadership. Yet as Massour questions, along with Slavoj Zizek, Islamofascism is primarily the result of the left's failure, but simultaneously proved that there was a revolutionary potential, a dissatisfaction, which the left was not able to mobilize. 52. There is a tendency to reduce the debate around Syria to the question of minorities, the Sunni Muslims against the rest, something Massour avoids by showing that Sunnis are not exclusively anti-regime. Indeed, the Sunni merchant class continues to work hand in hand with the regime. Nevertheless, through an engagement with the nuances of Syrian society, Massour demonstrates how the Sunni contention under the Assad regime represent a distinctive expression of a broader pattern of state society as well as class relations in modern Syria. For Massour, Assad has been able to propagate the idea that the most threatening force is the Sunnis, who are depicted or constructed as rural, uneducated, backward, outside, the unhomely, the street persons. In all of these ways, society's discontents in Assad Syria have been projected on the Sunnis. Massour argues that the left needs to see how the regime's discrimination and exploitation of the peasantry and working classes represented mainly by Sunnis is in essence a biopolitical endgame, articulated in sectarian terms, that preys on the secular left's fear of Islamofascism. In these ways, classic notions of class struggle and anti-imperialism are insufficient for understanding the Syrian revolution, or helping it. The theme of contemporary revolutionary struggle is also taken up by David Eden, who posits that the question informing our historical juncture and one that echoes radical debates of the past is whether or not to make demands, that is, whether we can win victories in the context of capitalism or whether this sacrifices communization. For some, the very absence of demands is a mark of a struggle's radicalism, proof of the creation of radical subjectivities moving beyond the boundaries of capitalist social relations. Yet another option is also identified by Eden, Italian post-workerism, based on a politics of the common. In this tradition, demands of the here and now are deemed possible, valuable, and able to lead to radical social transformation. Core demands relate to general social income and participatory democracy, global citizenship, and open access to the common. 53 It is not a statist project. Rather, it is about increasing power to win profound changes in how society is organized. Here, the formation of assemblies in recent protests and revolutionary moments, and the demand of maintaining a decent life with dignity, point toward the possibility of the post-workerist vision. Yet as Eden demonstrates, the question of whether or not to make demands is actually a manifestation of the contradictory nature of the working class as variable capital and as the proletariat. And on this basis, Eden claims, the post-workerists misunderstand what is radical in the condition of labor and thus how we get from this society to another one. For them, labor is seen as autonomous, and capital as a form of capture and command that imposes itself on this autonomous project. There is just the common for, or beyond, capital. Yet Eden claims that value is the social existence that wealth takes in capitalism, due to the commodification of human creativity, the organization of social cooperation through monetary exchange, and the split between producers and between labor and capital. 54 Eden turns to Marx's distinction between concrete labor and abstract labor, in a similar refrain to John Holloway at the end of volume 3,55, which reveals the real antagonism between creativity as a living potential and capital as the endless accumulation of value. The limitation of the post-workerist position is that their notion of struggles remains the struggle of abstract labor, that is, struggles of the working class as struggles within capitalism, so that their call for demands remain firmly within capitalist logics. This recalls, in certain respects, Lebowitz's claims in Volume 1 regarding the limits of the socialist principle that would reduce communism to distribution. The point for Eden is to go beyond the reformist expression of social struggle, to move from these moments that are largely contained and normalized, into the creation of a force, a movement, and the production of a different world. And to develop forms of organization and commons that arise from these moments. Eden sees a world full of proletarian possibilities. The point here is not to merely contest the conditions of sale or reproduction of capital, but to question the existence of this relation itself, something that speaks directly to the importance of social relations of, as has been highlighted previously in many of the chapters of volumes 1 and 2. Also addressing the theme of the commons pronounced in Eden's chapter, Jody Dean illuminates how the common and the commons involves processes of exploitation and expropriation specific to what she calls communicative capitalism, the convergence of capitalism and democracy through networked media, offering both new experiences of collectivity and barriers to their politicization. For Dean, network media and communications technologies result in contradiction, they produce collective information and a communication mesh of ideas, and they entrench individualism in which widely shared ideas are conceived less in terms of a self-conscious collective than they are as viruses, mobs, trends, moments, and swarms. Division is common to this form of communication, as is its partialness, inseparability from power, and reliance on exclusion. For Dean, whatever could be available for thinking and relating to others, is always already distanced. Moreover, as we go about enthusiastically participating in these networks, we end up building the very trap that captures us, for as communication is subsumed by capitalism, it no longer provides a critical outside but instead serves capital by deskyling, surveillance, and the intensification of work, the tether of 24/7 availability. For Dean, the common is seen as a dynamic process, a global network of social relations that is infinite and characterized by surplus. 56 Here, expropriation does not leave many with little, for there is abundance. Nevertheless, Dean details how networked communications provide multiple instances of expropriation and exploitation of the common through data, metadata, networks, attention, capacity, and spectacle, that form the interconnected exploitation of the social substance. Communicative capitalism is shown by Dean to seize excess, surplus, and abundance, and ultimately privative the social substance that constitutes us and its potential. As each person is productive as a communicative being, any ownership or profit thereof is clearly theft. As Dean concludes, to persist in the practices through which communicative capitalism exploits the social substance, is to fail to use division as a weapon on behalf of a communist project. The challenge is to break with current practices by insisting on and intensifying the division of, and in, the common. Turning to inter-theoretical debates, Nina Power engages with the complex and often vexed history of Marxism and feminism. Power raises the question of what it could mean to think of Marxism and feminism without subsuming or postponing demands of women in socialist struggle. Power reinterrogates the famous Unhappy Marriage collection of 198,157 and more recent attempts to bring Marxism and feminism IVE together in the work of Sylvia Federici, Arlie Russell Hochschild, and Nancy Fraser, among others. Beginning with the question of domestic labor, feminists such as Federici have made the foundational connection between every economic and political system and reproduction, finding this to be the site where the contradictions inherent to alienated labor are the most explosive. 58. Domestic labor creates surplus value, in both direct and indirect ways, but the claim for the recognition of this value does not call for a demand for wages for this work, nor its continuance, but rather precisely the opposite. 59. In contemporary capitalism, work is rebranded as flexible, but in reality this corresponds to less pay and fewer hours, especially for women. Labor is dominated by precarity, and while this conceptualization is now popular in contemporary theorizations of work, such as in Standing's often cited text, Powers finds that this is merely catching up with feminist insights from 40 years ago. Similarly, Hochschild and others have identified key aspects of the feminization of labor, that is, how work now often takes on attributes normally associated with women: communication, service, care work. 60. That is coupled with how elements typically associated with the private sphere, love, leisure, personality, have increasingly become attributes exploited by employers to give their customers the best service. Yet despite these radical insights into the fundamentality of domestic labor and reproduction necessary to sustain capitalism, Power finds that feminism, particularly second-wave feminism, has, in some ways, been co-opted by capitalism for what she calls deeply reactionary aims, including the justification of imperial wars and the pushing of consumerism. Power points to Fraser, who notes the relative failure of second-wave feminism to transform institutions. This has legitimate structural transformations that contradict feminist visions of a just society and has effectively neutralized feminism's demands. Power reiterates the confronting question of whether there is some elective affinity between second-wave feminism and neoliberalism. 61. Here, capitalism's absolute benefit from the mass entry of women into the workforce suggests the need for the reconnection of feminism and class to the critique of capitalism, one that takes into account the economic reliance of capitalism on the labor of women and the international dimensions of struggle against this global form of exploitation. Power emphasizes the urgency of reuniting these approaches, which remain incomplete without each other, toward the reassertion of the social totality, or what she describes as a total critique of the existing world: work, family structure, and patriarchy combined. Continuing with the development of theoretical connectivities between Marxism and other radical approaches, Werner Bonefeld engages with critical theory and the question of the means and ends of revolution in relation to contemporary socialist responses to austerity. Basing his account on Walter Benjamin's theses on history. 62. Bonefeld posits that revolution is a struggle to stop the progress of historical time, riddled as it is with the muck of the ages, in order to achieve liberation in the here and now, rather than in some tomorrow that never comes. For Bonefeld, as for Benjamin, a class-ridden society requires that the history of class struggle, rulers and ruled, comes to a standstill. That is, as communism seeks universal human emancipation within the commune of communist individuals. 63. It can only find positive resolution in a classless society. Viewed in this light, Bonefeld claims that traditional communist forms of organization and the fetishization of labor, which is itself a concept of bourgeois society, belong to the world whose progress of historical time needs to be stopped, for they presuppose the working class as a productive social force that deserves a better deal. The notion that history is on the side of the oppressed, in turn, fortifies the view that progress is just around the corner. For Benjamin, this is nothing but corrosive and delusional. Pauperization, poverty, and alienation are part of the deplorable conditions of capitalism, they are not avoidable situations that can be made good for the laborer, but require a revolutionary change in social relations of production to overcome. As Bonefled makes clear, for critical theory, communism is not a labor economy, it does not derive itself from capitalism. It is its negation. Communism entails fundamentally different conceptions of social wealth, the idea of a society of the free and equal, or the autonomy of the social individual in her own social world. 64. Communism and human emancipation, then, are recast as the. Milburn concurs with Dean that the radical inclusivity of Occupy's General Assembly ultimately obscured decision-making, leading to its usurpation by unaccountable groups. 67, and that its emphasis on expression came at the expense of efficient decision-making, which risked unexamined common sense assumptions and dogma. To overcome this, Milburn proposes to supplement horizontal structures not just with the vertical and diagonal structures proposed by Dean, but also with Guattari's transversal structures. 68, designed to facilitate transformations in group desire, to push beyond the limits of a group's common sense assumptions, and thereby allow new foci of meaning to develop and new political problems to emerge. In terms of contemporary organization, this may help shift the consensus of the movement, of introducing new political problems, new repertoires and new frames of reference, or put simply, ensuring the Jeffersonian call for periodic reopening of the revolutionary event. For Milburn, the communist project must be a processual one, transforming our institutions and ourselves. Its organizational form must be subject to change, involving collective self-analysis, where transversally allows for the emergence of new foci of sense and enabling the movement to move from one problematic to the next. Continuing with the theme of communist praxis, and offering a fitting conclusion for as a whole, John Holloway states that the noun, communism, cannot adequately express the self-determining type of social organization that we desire. Rather, it suggests a notion of fixity incompatible with collective self-creating. In distinction, Holloway moves to a conception of communising, defined as the moving against that which stands in the way of our social determination of our own lives. Whereas a noun closes on identity, communising gestures toward the overflowing of identity, a bursting beyond, constant moving, and subverting. This sets up the self-determining movement of communising against the alien determinations of social forms that, as Marx shows in Capital, entrap the potentially unlimited force of human creation within the commodity form. 69 But the essential task for Holloway is to understand these social forms as capitalist. That is, in order to know how and why our activity produces a society that denies our activity, we must understand our dual character, which results from the bifurcation of concrete and abstract labor. Echoing the discussion from Eden's chapter, Holloway gives the example of a table made through concrete labor, whose existence speaks directly of the act of making. There is no separation. Yet in abstract labor, the same activity is now seen from the perspective of producing commodities. The table is reduced to market value. It becomes a thing outside of its maker, alienated, independent of the act of creation. For Holloway, it is this reduction of our activity to abstract labor that leads to rigidification or the coagulation of social relations into social forms, into alien determinations that entrap the endless potential and creativity of concrete labor, that is, of human doing. Both concrete and abstract labor are social. The point is that abstract labor dominates concrete labor, capitalism dominates the communal. For Holloway then, communising, wealth, doing, all continue to exist under capitalism but remain the hidden substratum of a social form, so that the common doing within capitalist society is hidden from view by its capitalist form. Yet while communality and concrete labor remain trapped within this capitalist form, they also push against and beyond them. The fact that the notion of revolt exists means that subordination is not total within the capitalist form. There is a dynamism and potentiality to these social relations, which, for Holloway, must be understood as processes of forming, not as established fact. Under the private determinations and apparent solidity of money lies mere appearance. Beneath that lies struggle and enforcement. The surface of commodities, abstract labor, capitalism is nothing without wealth, concrete labor, and communality. This leads Holloway to a stark conclusion: it is we who are the crisis of capital, the latency of another world. In these relations reside the possibility for the unchangeding of our doing, the reclaiming of the world. But communising is for Holloway inherently plural. The task is of constant communising, of recognizing, creating, expanding, and multiplying the communisings that exist in the here and now. Concluding remarks: today's world is replete with crises and transformations. It holds both immense potentialities for human tragedy and immense possibilities for human emancipation. The point for Marx, as for us, is to change it. Point 70. As David Harvey has observed, the global conditions of the working classes at the beginning of the 21st century suggests that the grand goal in the final exhortation of the Manifesto for all workers of the world to unite is more important now than ever. Point 71. The question is whether the specter of communism can be exorcised from its bloody past, captured as its ideal was by the ruthless domination of tyrants and madmen, and whether we can reanimate its spirit of equality, freedom, and community for human emancipation today. While a definitive conclusion is impossible given the vast differences in subject areas and the political, theoretical, and normative commitments of each author, what emanates from this series taken as a whole is the ongoing salience of the communist vision, however ambiguously expressed by Marx and others, and the sublation of the content of this vision in, and for, the distinct social conditions of the 21st century. There seem to be two aspects in this movement. The first is the deliberate withdrawal from a focus on state power and statist politics toward what can be best described as a politics of relationalism. The second is a retreat from economism and determinism, toward a new, or rather an old, conception of the common. Both typify a movement to an increased awareness of the centrality of intersubjectivity in communist theory and practice. It is no longer the capture of state power but the co-creation of genuine social relations in a vast association. It is no longer productivism but an economic commons in which participation and creativity are to secure substantive equality for all that illuminates the communist horizon of today. This renewed emphasis in the communist project on intersubjectivity, relationalism, and the common is detectable across the. In Volume 1, Marx's vision of communism was uniformly seen to be the actualization of individual capacities and powers made in association with all others. The conditions for this all-sided development of the individual, including the expansion of ethical community and forms of solidarity, were sharply opposed to the narrowness of bourgeois freedom and the shallowness of its content that deformed human relations under capitalist appropriation and exploitation. The frequent use of terms to describe communism like collectivity, communal nature, recognition, cooperation, worker communities, and genuine social relations of association, juxtaposed sharply against the asociality, competitiveness, fragmentation, alienation, and ideology of self-interest inherent to capitalist order. Similarly, in Volume 2, calls for direct, autonomous, horizontal, spontaneous, and non-hierarchical forms of self-organization, or of viewing revolution as conscious, social creation, and collective human activity, and even the recognition of the unique type of relations within the commune are all examples of this renewed focus on social relations to meet the challenges of contemporary capitalism, imperialism, and the state. Even within existing state forms of socialism and projects associated with real existing socialism, this renewed emphasis on the importance of social relations was evident in the possible future direction of China to stave off potential instability of its growth model, for channeling reforms in Vietnam back to socialism, for the resilience of the Cuban Revolution against path dependency of neoliberal capitalism, and in the novel practices of communization from below underway in Venezuela. Indeed, the decline of traditional forms of radical working-class socialism, as found by Camfield, is arguably directly attributable to its neglect of genuine social relations in the political commitments of orthodox Marxism in favor of socialism from above, a problem that implied the need to return to genuine relations of intersubjectivity for any viable communist project of the future. Evidence of the fundamentality of social relations to the future of communism also proliferated in Volume 3. Capitalism was resoundingly portrayed foremost as a social relation in which the relations of production that make possible the reproduction of labor were to be interrogated and challenged. Calls to reclaim the commons as a network of social relations or for the reassertion of the social totality for the purposes of critique and social regeneration illustrated the fundamentality of relationalism to the future of communist thought and practice. These were paralleled with the emphasis placed on attaining forms of organization aimed at transforming subjectivities, for providing the conditions of democracy through relations under communalization, and of opening human interactions against the rigidities of the capitalist social form. From this litany of examples, what emanates from the series taken as a whole are explorations of new forms of communist organization that are open and participatory, subject to constant change and revision, that foster the generation of radical subjectivities and mesh diversity within a dynamic politics of movement, all of which indicate a transcendence of traditional forms of communist struggle beyond the state toward a growing appreciation of the radicalism present within a genuine politics of intersubjectivity. It takes little effort to see the connection here with Marx's description of life in communism in the Grundrisse as the absolute movement of becoming 72. In the context of today, this dynamism seems to offer a means to confront widespread depoliticization and the seeming directionlessness of many neo-materialist social movements, whether Occupy or recent events in Brazil, coalescing around a fluid idea of self-determination that is unbounded and ongoing, revolution in permanence. All of the chapters echo this notion of the radical humanization of social relations as the purpose or aim of communism today in the 21st century. This is not so much a revision of communism or of Marx, however, but a reclamation of the humanist essence that was tragically lost to real socialism. Chapter 1 in praise of Marx. Terry Eagleton praising Karl Marx might seem as perverse as putting in a good word for the Boston Strangler. Were not Marx's ideas responsible for despotism, mass murder, labor camps, economic catastrophe, and the loss of liberty for millions of men and women? Was not one of his devoted disciples a paranoid Georgian peasant by the name of Stalin, and another a brutal Chinese dictator who may well have had the blood of some 30 million of his people on his hands? The truth is that Marx was no more responsible for the monstrous oppression of the communist world than Jesus was responsible for the Inquisition. For one thing, Marx would have scorned the idea that socialism could take root in desperately impoverished, chronically backward societies like Russia and China. If it did, then the result would simply be what he called generalized scarcity, by which he means that everyone would now be deprived, not just the poor. It would mean a recycling of the old filthy business or, in less tasteful translation, the same old crap. Marxism is a theory of how well-heeled capitalist nations might use their immense resources to achieve justice and prosperity for their people. It is not a program by which nations bereft of material resources, a flourishing civic culture, a democratic heritage, a well-evolved technology, enlightened liberal traditions, and a skilled, educated workforce might catapult themselves into the modern age. Marx certainly wanted to see justice and prosperity thrive in such forsaken spots. He wrote angrily and eloquently about several of Britain's downtrodden colonies, not least Ireland and India. And the political movement that his work set in motion has done more to help small nations throw off their imperialist masters than any other political current. Yet Marx was not foolish enough to imagine that socialism could be built in such countries without more advanced nations flying to their aid. And that meant that the common people of those advanced nations had to wrest the means of production from their rulers and place them at the service of the wretched of the earth. If this had happened in 19th century Ireland, there would have been no famine to send 1 million men and women to their graves and another 2 or 3 million to the far corners of the earth. There is a sense in which the whole of Marx's writing boils down to several embarrassing questions. Why is it that the capitalist West has accumulated more resources than human history has ever witnessed, yet appears powerless to overcome poverty, starvation, exploitation, and inequality? What are the mechanisms by which affluence for a minority seems to breed hardship and indignity for the many? Why does private wealth seem to go hand in hand with public squalor? Is it, as the good-hearted liberal reformist suggests, that we have simply not got around to mopping up these pockets of human misery, but shall do so in the fullness of time? Or is it more plausible to maintain that there is something in the nature of capitalism itself that generates deprivation and inequality, as surely as Charlie Sheen generates gossip? Marx was the first thinker to talk in those terms. This down-at-heel émigré Jew, a man who once remarked that nobody else had written so much about money and had so little, bequeathed us the language in which the system under which we live could be grasped as a whole. Its contradictions were analyzed, its inner dynamics laid bare, its historical origins examined, and its potential demise foreshadowed. This is not to suggest for a moment that Marx considered capitalism as simply a bad thing, like admiring Sarah Palin or blowing tobacco smoke in your children's faces. On the contrary, he was extravagant in his praise for the class that created it, a fact that both his critics and his disciples have conveniently suppressed. No other social system in history, he wrote, had proved so revolutionary. In a mere handful of centuries, the capitalist middle classes had erased almost every trace of their feudal foes from the face of the earth. They had piled up cultural and material treasures, invented human rights, emancipated slaves, toppled autocrats, dismantled empires, fought and died for human freedom, and laid the basis for a truly global civilization. No document lavishes such florid compliments on this mighty historical achievement as the Communist Manifesto, not even the Wall Street Journal. That, however, was only part of the story. There are those who see modern history as an enthralling tale of progress, and those who view it as one long nightmare. Marx, with his usual perversity, thought it was both. Every advance in civilization had brought with it new possibilities of barbarism. The great slogans of the middle-class revolution, liberty, equality, fraternity, were his watchwords, too. He simply inquired why those ideas could never be put into practice without violence, poverty, and exploitation. Capitalism had developed human powers and capacities. In praise of Marx III beyond all previous measure. Yet it had not used those capacities to set men and women free of fruitless toil. On the contrary, it had forced them to labor harder than ever. The richest civilizations on earth sweated every bit as hard as their Neolithic ancestors. This, Marx considered, was not because of natural scarcity. It was because of the peculiarly contradictory way in which the capitalist system generated its fabulous wealth. Equality for some meant inequality for others, and freedom for some brought oppression and unhappiness for many. The system's voracious pursuit of power and profit had turned foreign nations into enslaved colonies, and human beings into the playthings of economic forces beyond their control. It had blighted the planet with pollution and mass starvation, and scarred it with atrocious wars. Some critics of Marx point with proper outrage to the mass murders in communist Russia and China. They do not usually recall with equal indignation the genocidal crimes of capitalism, the late 19th century famines in Asia and Africa in which untold millions perished, the carnage of World War I, in which imperialist nations massacred one another's working men in the struggle for global resources, and the horrors of fascism, a regime to which capitalism tends to resort when its back is to the wall. Without the self-sacrifice of the Soviet Union, among other nations, the Nazi regime might still be in place. Marxists were warning of the perils of fascism while the politicians of the so-called free world were still wondering aloud whether Hitler was quite such a nasty guy as he was painted. Almost all followers of Marx today reject the villainies of Stalin and Mao, while many non-Marxists would still vigorously defend the destruction of Dresden or Hiroshima. Modern capitalist nations are for the most part the fruit of a history of genocide, violence, and extermination every bit as abhorrent as the crimes of communism. Capitalism, too, was forged in blood and tears, and Marx was around to witness it. It is just that the system has been in business long enough for most of us to be oblivious of that fact. The selectiveness of political memory takes some curious forms. Take, for example, 9/11. One mean the first 9/11, not the second. I am referring to the 9/11 that took place exactly 30 years before the fall of the World Trade Center, when the United States helped to violently overthrow the democratically elected government of Salvador Allende of Chile, and installed in its place an odious dictator who went on to murder far more people than died on that dreadful day in New York and Washington. How many Americans are aware of that? How many times has it been mentioned on Fox News? Marx was not some dreamy utopianist. On the contrary, he began his political career in fierce contention with the dreamy utopianists who surrounded him. He has about as much interest in a perfect human society as a Clint Eastwood character would, and never once speaks in such absurd terms. He did not believe that men and women could surpass the Archangel Gabriel in sanctity. Rather, he believed that the world could feasibly be made a considerably better place. In this he was a realist, not an idealist. Those truly with their heads stuck in the sand, the moral ostriches of this world, are those who deny that there can be any radical change. They behave as though Family Guy and multicolored toothpaste will still be around in the year 4000. The whole of human history disproves this viewpoint. Radical change, to be sure, may not be for the better. Perhaps the only socialism we shall ever witness is one forced upon the handful of human beings who might crawl out the other side of some nuclear holocaust or ecological disaster. Marx even speaks dourly of the possible mutual ruin of all parties. A man who witnessed the horrors of industrial capitalist England was unlikely to be starry-eyed about his fellow humans. All he meant was that there are more than enough resources on the planet to resolve most of our material problems, just as there was more than enough food in Britain in the 1840s to feed the famished Irish population several times over. It is the way we organize our production that is crucial. Notoriously, Marx did not provide us with blueprints for how we should do things differently. He has famously little to say about the future. The only image of the future is the failure of the present. He is not a prophet in the sense of peering into a crystal ball. He is a prophet in the authentic biblical sense of one who warns us that unless we change our unjust ways, the future is likely to be deeply unpleasant. Or that there will be no future at all. Socialism, then, does not depend on some miraculous change in human nature. Some of those who defended feudalism against capitalist values in the late Middle Ages preached that capitalism would never work because it was contrary to human nature. Some capitalists now say the same about socialism. No doubt there is a tribe somewhere in the Amazon basin that believes no social order can survive in which a man is allowed to marry his deceased brother's wife. We all tend to absolutize our own conditions. Socialism would not banish rivalry, envy, aggression, possessiveness, domination, and competition. The world would still have its share of bullies, cheats, freeloaders, free riders, and occasional psychopaths. It is just that rivalry, aggression, and competition would no longer take the form of some bankers complaining that their bonuses had been reduced to a miserly $5 million, while millions of others in the world struggled to survive on less than $2 a day. Marx was a profoundly moral thinker. He speaks in the Communist Manifesto of a world in which the free self-development of each would be the condition of the free self-development of all. This is an ideal to guide us, not a condition we could ever entirely achieve. But its language is nonetheless significant. As a good romantic humanist, Marx believed in the uniqueness of the individual. The idea permeates his writings from In Praise of Marx 5 end to end. He had a passion for the sensuously specific and a marked aversion to abstract ideas, however occasionally necessary he thought they might be. His so-called materialism is at root about the human body. Again and again, he speaks of the just society as one in which men and women will be able to realize their distinctive powers and capacities in their own distinctive ways. His moral goal is pleasurable self-fulfillment. In this he is at one with his great mentor Aristotle, who understood that morality is about how to flourish most richly and enjoyably, not in the first place about laws, duties, obligations, and responsibilities. How does this moral goal differ from liberal individualism? The difference is that to achieve true self-fulfillment, human beings for Marx must find it in and through one another. It is not just a question of each doing his or her own thing in grand isolation from others. That would not even be possible. The other must become the ground of one's own self-realization, at the same time as he or she provides the condition for one's own. At the interpersonal level, this is known as love. At the political level, it is known as socialism. Socialism for Marx would be simply whatever set of institutions would allow this reciprocity to happen to the greatest possible extent. Think of the difference between a capitalist company, in which the majority work for the benefit of the few, and a socialist cooperative, in which my own participation in the project augments the welfare of all the others, and vice versa. This is not a question of some saintly self-sacrifice. The process is built into the structure of the institution. Marx's goal is leisure, not labor. The best reason for being a socialist, apart from annoying people you happen to dislike, is that you detest having to work. Marx thought that capitalism had developed the forces of production to the point at which, under different social relations, they could be used to emancipate the majority of men and women from the most degrading forms of labor. What did he think we would do then? Whatever we wanted. If, like the great Irish socialist Oscar Wilde, we chose simply to lie around all day in loose crimson garments, sipping absinthe, and reading the odd page of Homer to each other, then so be it. The point, however, was that this kind of free activity had to be available to all. We would no longer tolerate a situation in which the minority had leisure because the majority had labor. What interested Marx, in other words, was what one might somewhat misleadingly call the spiritual, not the material. If material conditions had to be changed, it was to set us free from the tyranny of the economic. He himself was staggeringly well read in world literature, delighted in art, culture, and civilized conversation, reveled in wit, humor, and high spirits, and was once chased by a policeman for breaking a street lamp in the course of a pub crawl. He was, of course, an atheist, but you do not have to be religious to be spiritual. He was one of the many great Jewish heretics. 6. And his work is saturated with the great themes of Judaism: justice, emancipation, the day of reckoning, the reign of peace and plenty, the redemption of the poor. What, though, of the fearful day of reckoning? Would not Marx's vision for humanity require a bloody revolution? Not necessarily. He himself thought that some nations, like Britain, Holland, and the United States, might achieve socialism peacefully if he was a revolutionary. He was also a robust champion of reform. In any case, people who claim that they are opposed to revolution usually mean that they dislike certain revolutions and not others. Are anti-revolutionary Americans hostile to the American Revolution as well as the Cuban one? Are they wringing their hands over the recent insurrections in Egypt and Libya, or the ones that toppled colonial powers in Asia and Africa? We ourselves are products of revolutionary upheavals in the past. Some processes of reform have been far more blood-stained than some acts of revolution. There are velvet revolutions as well as violent ones. The Bolshevik Revolution itself took place with remarkably little loss of life. The Soviet Union, to which it gave birth, fell some 70 years later, with scarcely any bloodshed. Some critics of Marx reject a state-dominated society. But so did he. He detested the political state quite as much as the Tea Party does, if for rather less redneck reasons. Was he, feminists might ask, a Victorian patriarch? To be sure. But as some modern commentators have pointed out, it was men from the socialist and communist camps who, up to the resurgence of the women's movement, in the 1960s, regarded the issue of women's equality as vital to other forms of political liberation. The word proletarian means those who in ancient society were too poor to serve the state with anything but the fruit of their wombs. Proles means offspring. Today, in the sweatshops and on the small farms of the Third World, the typical proletarian is still a woman. Much the same goes for ethnic matters. In the 1920s and 1930s, practically the only men and women to be found preaching racial equality were communists. Most anti-colonial movements were inspired by Marxism. The anti-socialist thinker Ludwig von Mises described socialism as the most powerful reform movement that history has ever known, the first ideological trend not limited to a section of mankind but supported by people of all races, nations, religions, and civilizations. Marx, who knew his history rather better, might have reminded von Mises of Christianity, but the point remains forceful. As for the environment, Marx astonishingly prefigured our own green politics. Nature, and the need to regard it as an ally rather than an antagonist, was one of his constant preoccupations. Why might Marx be back on the agenda? The answer, ironically, is because of capitalism. Whenever you hear capitalists talking about capitalism, you know the system is in trouble. Usually they prefer a more anodyne term, like free enterprise. The recent financial crashes have forced, in praise of Marx, us once again to think of the setup under which we live as a whole, and it was Marx who first made it possible to do so. It was the Communist Manifesto that predicted capitalism would become global, and that its inequalities would severely sharpen. Has his work any defects? Hundreds of them. But he is too creative and original a thinker to be surrendered to the vulgar stereotypes of his enemies. Acknowledgement. This chapter first appeared as Terry Eagleton, in praise of Marx, The Chronicle Revive, April 10, 2011, http://chronicle.com/article/in-praise-of Marx/127027. It is reprinted with the express permission of the Chronicle of Higher Education. Please note that two pictures were not reproduced in this chapter from the original. Some slight editorial changes have been made. Chapter 2, Marx on Property, Needs, and Labor in Communist Society. Sean Sayers. Marx wrote little about communism, the great bulk of his work is focused on capitalism. That was deliberate. He insists that communism for him is not an ideal conception of how society ought to be, but rather a theoretical projection of how society will actually develop in the future, grounded on a historical understanding of the forces at work in present, capitalist, society. 1. Despite what he says, however, an ideal vision is also an essential part of the Marxist idea of communism, and in that sense there is what Marx would regard as a utopian aspect to it. It forms the basis for the Marxist critique of capitalism and provides ideas of a better alternative, ideas that have given inspiration to the socialist movement, and which have been and continue to be an essential part of the appeal of Marxism as a political philosophy. In other words, Marx's account of communism is both a historical theory about how society will develop and an ideal. Both aspects are essential to it. Whether these two aspects can be reconciled is often questioned, but I will not discuss that issue here. 2. 1 will focus on Marx's idea of communism itself, and I will concentrate on the social and economic aspects of Marx's account rather than on the political aspects of his thought. Early ideas in the Communist Manifesto. Communism is defined as the abolition of bourgeois property, that is, private property in the means of production. 10. The distinguishing feature of communism is not the abolition of property generally, but the abolition of bourgeois property. But modem bourgeois private property is the final and most complete expression of the system of producing and appropriating products that is based on class antagonisms, on the exploitation of the many by the few. In this sense, the theory of the communists may be summed up in the single sentence, abolition of private property. 3. This familiar formula runs through Marx's later work. His ideas about what it might mean in practice are developed and filled out in various ways as his thought matures and as his political experience accumulates. These developments are traced by Lenin in State and Revolution 4, which gives the classic account of the evolution of Marx's ideas about communism from 1847, when he wrote Poverty of Philosophy 5 onward. Lenin was unaware of what are now usually classified as Marx's early works. One of these, the 1844 manuscripts, contains Marx's earliest and longest account of communism in the section entitled, Private Property and Communism 7. Marx had only recently come to regard himself as a communist and his ideas are still in the process of formation. He had only just begun to study political economy and his understanding of the workings of capitalism was sketchy and vague. In particular, at this time, he has no detailed conception of the processes within capitalism leading toward its supersession. Hence his historical understanding of communism is minimal and his conception of communism as an ideal is particularly pronounced. In this section of the 1844 manuscripts, Marx's focus is on property. As in his later works, he regards communism as requiring the overcoming of private property. However, he conceives of property in ways that seem very different from the familiar juridical idea that he uses later. He treats it as an ethical phenomenon. He describes private property as human self-estrangement and maintains that communism will lead to the true appropriation of the human essence. Indeed, in the 1844 manuscripts, Marx dismisses the idea that communism can be achieved simply by abolishing bourgeois private property in the narrow legal sense as crude communism. Communism, he insists, will involve a far deeper social and human transformation. For Marx at this time, as Arthur says, communism is no narrowly political and juridical adjustment of existing powers and privileges. It has fundamental ontological significance. 9. It involves the creation of what he calls truly human and social property. 10 and a true form of appropriation. 11 through which man will be completely restored to himself as a social human being and alienation overcome. 12 Although there are some major changes in Marx's conception of communism as his thought develops, not least in the language he employs. Needs and labor in communist society. 11 There are also significant continuities. Important aspects of Marx's early conceptions of private property and communism are retained in the later work. So far from expressing views that he later comes to abandon, Marx's early writings on private property and communism give expression to radical and visionary themes that run right through Marx's work and thus help to illuminate aspects of Marx's work that are often overlooked. In the 1844 manuscripts, Marx explains his conception of communism by contrasting it with what he calls crude communism. Some aspects of crude communism are similar to features of what he later comes to believe will be a necessary transitional stage between capitalism and full communism. 13 This has led a number of writers to identify this early notion of crude communism with the later idea of a transitional stage. 14 That is clearly wrong. In 1844, Marx appears to believe that communism can be achieved immediately after the overthrow of capitalism. The idea that a transitional stage between capitalism and communism might be needed is not yet a part of his thought. By crude communism, Marx is referring to what he regards as mistaken ideas of communism held by his contemporaries. 15 There is considerable disagreement about whom specifically Marx has in mind. 16 From his criticisms, it is clear that crude communism is supposed to be a poorer and simpler type of society than capitalism. In this respect, it differs from what he later regards as the transitional first stage of communism. However, there are other features that are in common between these ideas. In crude communism, as with the later idea of a transitional stage, private capital is abolished in the sense that it is taken over by the state. The community becomes the universal capitalist. The community is simply a community of labor and equality of wages, which are paid out by the communal capital, the community as universal capitalist. 17. Moreover, no individual can live by mere ownership, everyone must work for wages, hence the category of Zeitvorker is not abolished but extended to all men. 18. Marx makes two basic criticisms of this crude notion of communism. First, it does not understand the human nature of need. It envisages a simple ascetic community that negates wealth and levels down. 19. It does not see that the growth of production and of needs for which capitalism has been responsible means also the growth of human powers and capacities. This is a familiar theme in Marx's work from first to last. He rejects the romantic desire for the simple life. 20 The growth of needs is a positive development, it means the growth of production, the growth of human powers and capacities. But crude communism does not comprehend this. It does not understand the alienated form that industry takes under capitalism. Marx's second criticism of crude communism is that by taking private property into common ownership, it achieves only a partial and abstract 12 negation of it. Crude communism has not yet comprehended the positive essence of private property, and hence it is still held captive and contaminated by private property. 21. The very idea that there is a positive essence of private property is itself striking. Many on the left at that time, and still today, regard private property as an entirely detrimental phenomenon. Marx takes a different view. Great development has taken place within the economic and social framework of private property, but under capitalism this development has occurred in an estranged or alienated form. Communism should not simply negate this development, rather it must build upon it and transform it. Communism must be the dialectical supersession of capitalism, not the abstract negation of it. Hence capitalist private property should not be repudiated absolutely, or in an abstract way. Rather, its alienated form must be overcome and its positive aspects appropriated in an unalienated fashion. Similarly, as Marx goes on to say, in capitalist conditions, modern industry and its products seem often to have only detrimental effects, but they should not be repudiated entirely, for they constitute the realization of human powers, but in an alienated form. In everyday, material industry, we find ourselves confronted with objectified powers of the human essence, in the form of sensuous, alien, useful objects, in the form of estrangement. 22. The economy, likewise, confronts us as an independent system that rules over our lives. In fact, however, the market is nothing but our own social activities and relations in an estranged form. Exchange is the social species activity, the community, social commerce, and integration of men within private property, and for that reason it is the external, alienated species activity. 23. True communism recognizes the real character of these alienated powers, activities, and relations. It does not simply repudiate or abstractly negate them, rather, it seeks to overcome them dialectically and to reappropriate them in an unalienated form. This will not happen as the result of superior theoretical understanding. Even in these early writings, communism for Marx is not simply a better theory or set of ideals to be counterposed to the mistaken ideas of crude communism. As in his later work, he sees communism as the projected culmination of real historical processes that are actually occurring. 24. It is the complete restoration of man to himself as a social, i.e., human being, a restoration which has become conscious and which takes place within the entire wealth of previous periods of development. 25. In some of his early writings, Marx gives visionary glimpses of what these new forms of appropriation and production will mean in human terms. He talks of the emancipation of all human senses and attributes that will occur when they are freed from their instrumental domination by private property. 26. And he gives a remarkable description of what unalienated production will be like. If we produced in this way, as social and needs and labor in communist society 13 truly human beings, our individuality would be developed and realized. Marx writes, each of us would have affirmed himself and his neighbor in his production. Our productions would be as many mirrors from which our natures would shine forth. This relationship would be mutual, what applies to me would also apply to you, my labor would be the free expression and hence the enjoyment of life. Moreover, in my labor the specific character of my individuality would be affirmed because it would be my individual life. 27 Later ideas. The first stage of communism in 1844. Marx appears to believe that genuine communism can be achieved immediately after the overthrow of capitalism. By the time of writing the Communist Manifesto in 1847, however, he has abandoned that view. He comes to realize that an initial transitional stage between capitalism and communism, as he later puts it, 2S will be needed, because the new society will have just emerged from capitalism and will still embody many of its features. What we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but, on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally, and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. 29 Following Lenin, This first phase is sometimes referred to as socialism. 30 The idea of stages of communism is criticized by Lebowitz on the grounds that Marx described a single organic system that necessarily emerges initially from capitalism with defects, is in the process of becoming 31. That is true. However, it is no objection to the idea of stages. There is no reason why a single organic system cannot develop through distinct stages. In any case, the new society needs time to be consolidated and to create the conditions for a new social and economic order, but as these are formed, it will develop into the second phase of full communism. In the first stage, the capitalist state, which rules in the interests of capital, will be overthrown, but the state will not be completely abolished. Instead, a state that will rule on behalf of working people, a workers' state, will be created, a state in which the working class is the ruling class. This is what Marx later calls the dictatorship of the proletariat, 32, and it supersedes what he sees as the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie that 14 exists in capitalist society. Nor will all forms of private property be abolished, but only bourgeois private property, capital, private property in the means of production. This will be taken into common ownership, and operated for the common good rather than for private profit. Payment for work and private ownership in the sphere of consumption will continue. Everyone who is able will have to work for wages. In some significant respects, as we have seen, this program is similar to the crude communism denounced by Marx in 1844, in that capital is taken over by the state, and everyone works for wages. Now, and in subsequent works, Marx does not reject such a program outright, he sees it as a necessary stage toward the creation of full communism. 33 Nevertheless, this first, transitional phase is not Marx's ideal of communism, nor its final form, as Marx makes clear in the Critique of the Gotha program. In this work, Marx goes into some detail about the economic principles that operate in this transitional stage. He criticizes the idea that the undiminished proceeds of labor should be distributed equally to all members of society. 34. Some deductions, he insists, must first be made centrally to cover the replacement of means of production, for the development of production and to ensure against accidents and other contingencies. In addition, provision must be made for administration, for the common satisfaction of needs, such as schools, health services, etc., and to provide for those unable to work. 35 According to Marx, in the first phase of communism, after such deductions have been made for social expenditure by the state, individuals will be paid according to the amount of work they perform. Distribution is to be governed by the principle, to each according to their work. As Marx observes, this is a principle of exchange of equal values. In this respect it is similar to the economic principle governing capitalism, except for one important difference: in communism it is no longer possible to gain an income merely by owning capital. Everyone is a worker, everyone who is capable of doing so must work in order to earn a living. Hence, Marx says, there is an advance in equality. 36 Equality. Many recent writers have tried to maintain that Marx advocates communism on the basis of principles of equality and justice. In Critique of the Gotha program, in particular, it is often argued, he justifies first phase communism as an advance in equality compared with capitalism, with the supposed implication that full communism will involve an even more equalitarian distribution of wealth. 37 This is a fundamental misunderstanding. It should not be interpreted as an endorsement by Marx of first needs and labor in communist society 15-stage communism for its greater equality. Its main purpose, rather, is to point out the defects, the inequalities that exist in this form of communism. Marx's point is that the principle of equal exchange leads inevitably to inequalities that are an inescapable effect of the principle of equal right itself. This equal right is still constantly encumbered by a bourgeois limitation. The right of the producers is proportional to the labor they supply. The equality consists in the fact that measurement is made with an equal standard, labor. But one man is superior to another physically or mentally and supplies more labor in the same time, or can work for a longer time. This equal right is an unequal right for unequal labor. It recognizes no class differences, because everyone is only a worker like everyone else, but it tacitly recognizes unequal individual endowment, and thus productive capacity, as a natural privilege. It is, therefore, a right of inequality, in its content, like every right. Besides, one worker is married, another is not, one has more children than another, and so on etc., etc. Thus, with an equal amount of work done, and hence an equal share in the social consumption fund, one will in fact receive more than another, one will be richer than another, and so on. 38 Even from an egalitarian point of view, in other words, the principle of equal right that prevails in the first stage of communism is defective, it is not ideal. Rawls questions Marx's view that distribution according to work must inevitably lead to inequalities. Why, example, can't society impose various taxes etc. and adjust incentives so that the greater endowments of some work to the advantage of those with fewer endowments? 39. Of course, a socialist society can take steps to mitigate inequalities as, indeed, do virtually all capitalist societies through their tax and welfare systems. But Marx's argument is more radical than Rawls realizes. Marx's point is that any principle of distribution according to equal property rights will generate inequalities, since every right is a right to inequality in its content. 40. As Wood explains, equal rights, whatever their nature, are always in principle rights to unequal shares of need satisfaction or well-being. When I have a right to a certain share of means of consumption, I have a claim on this share against others which, within very broad limits, I may enforce irrespective of the consequences to others of my so doing. This is part of what it means to have a right. 41 Marx is not arguing for communism on egalitarian grounds. On the contrary, he criticizes the principle of equal right as bourgeois, even. 16 Though he believes it is necessary for the immediate post-capitalist stage of historical development. These defects are inevitable in the first phase of communist society as it is when it has just emerged after prolonged birth pangs from capitalist society. Right can never be higher than the economic structure of society and its cultural development conditioned thereby. 42. To do away with these defects, communism must wholly transcend the narrow horizon of bourgeois right. 43. Its ultimate aim is not to construct a more equal form of property distribution or a fairer system of wages. It is to abolish private property and wages altogether. This is what is also envisaged in the earlier idea of true appropriation. It remains Marx's ideal of communism right through to the end of his life. Full communism. So far I have been considering the first transitional phase of post-capitalist development. Full communism requires much deeper and more extensive economic, social, and human changes. It involves not only the abolition of private property in the means of production, that is, not only a partial and abstract negation of private property, as Marx put it in 1844, but its complete supersession, and, along with that, the elimination of the division of labor and all class divisions, the abolition of the state, the overcoming of alienation, and the creation of a free and consciously organized community. The radical and far-reaching character of this vision was not well understood in much of the mainstream Marxist literature of the Soviet period. The abolition of private property in the means of production by the Soviet regime had, it was supposed, removed the material basis for class differences and created the material conditions for communist society. The transition to full communism was then expected to occur more or less spontaneously with the passage of time, as old habits died out and were superseded. 44 The ending of all class distinctions and the withering away of the state, it was assumed, would occur automatically and relatively rapidly. 20 or 30 years was the optimistic estimate of an influential work published in the early years of the Soviet Union. 45 Unfortunately, there were no signs of this happening in the Soviet Union, quite the reverse indeed. Nor has there been any discernible movement in this direction in any other of the actually existing communist societies. It seems clear that more is involved in creating communism than the abolition of private property in the means of production. 46 Moreover, as I am arguing, it is clear that Marx also believed this. Communism, for him, means a far fuller and deeper transformation than can be achieved by a change in the property system in its narrow legal sense. This theme is central to his earliest communist writings, as we have seen. It is also present throughout his later work, as we will now see, even though Needs and Labor in Communist Society 17. The way he talks of communism changes, becoming less abstract and philosophical, more concrete, more specific both economically and socially. The essential features of this later account of full communism are outlined for the first time in The Poverty of Philosophy. The working class, in the course of its development, will substitute for the old civil society an association which will exclude classes and their antagonism, and there will be no more political power properly so called, since political power is precisely the official expression of antagonism in civil society. 47 Class distinctions will be eliminated. The state will lose its political character and it withers away. Although Marx's descriptions of full communism become somewhat more detailed as his thought develops, they always remain vague and sketchy. It is described in a well-known passage in the Critique of the Gotha program as follows: in a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and therewith also the antithesis between mental and physical labor, has vanished, after labor has become not only a means of life but life's prime want, after the productive forces have also increased with the all-around development of the individual, and all the springs of operative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. 49 Brief and sloganistic as this description is, it has given rise to an enormous amount of discussion and controversy. Although communism emerges out of capitalism, it is important to understand just how radical the break Marx envisages between them is. Communism is not simply an amelioration of the injustices and inefficiencies of capitalism but a completely different way of organizing economic and social life. This is not well understood by many recent writers in the analytic tradition, like Cohen 50, Rawls 51, Garras 52, who wish to regard Marxism as a form of liberal egalitarianism. Class divisions and the division of labor will be overcome. The economic development unleashed by the new social order will lead, in due course, to a situation of abundance. This will create the conditions for distribution according to need rather than via a system of private ownership and economic exchange. Wages will be abolished, people will work as they want to, rather than because 18 they must in order to earn a living. Private property will be eliminated, the market and the money economy will be entirely transcended. There will be no accounting of what is mine or thine and no attempt to abide by the principle of equal exchange. Let us consider the various elements of these ideas in turn. Abundance and distribution according to need. As Marx suggests, if distribution is to be according to need and the market is to be transcended, then conditions of abundance must be achieved. Need and abundance are notoriously problematic concepts, but what must be stressed in this context is that the kind of abundance Marx refers to is not an absolute superfluity, so that anything that anyone could possibly desire is on hand for them. Since desires are potentially unlimited, that is impractical. Rather, it means that whatever a person could reasonably be judged to need is available to them. Needs must be distinguished from mere arbitrary subjective desires or preferences. They are determined by what is objectively necessary for human flourishing. However, that varies socially and historically. Beyond the bare minimum for survival, our needs in contemporary society are different from those of people in other kinds of societies and in different historical periods. We are social beings and the character of our needs is, in some part, determined socially. Thus, what an individual needs is not a matter of subjective individual caprice, it is a matter of shared understandings about what requirements are reasonable in a specific context. If what we need by that standard is plentiful and freely available, then there is abundance in the relevant sense. In these circumstances, the distribution of resources can be achieved without serious conflict and without resort to allocation by price or mandatory means, such as rationing. Abundance is a function both of what is available and of the level of our needs. There are thus two different routes to attaining it. A society can either produce more or limit its needs. 53 Marx clearly advocates the first course. From his early writings on, as we have seen, he criticizes those who would restrict human needs and hence development. There is nothing ascetic about his vision of communism. He envisages it as an advanced industrial society with its abundance resting on high levels of production and consumption. This is not to deny that false needs are engendered in modern consumer society. However, such needs must be defined historically and relatively. 54 Nowadays, these ideas are often criticized on environmental grounds. Marx's view that abundance can be reached by developing the productive forces, it is said, ignores the existence of natural, objective, and inescapable environmentally determined limits to growth. The aim of continued growth is unsustainable. This raises large and complex issues that I cannot. Needs and labor in communist society 19 deal with here. 55 However, it is clear that growth must be achieved in a sustainable way, and Marx is fully aware of that. Marxism is a form of materialism. It is quite false to suggest that it is blind to the existence of environmental limits. 56 Indeed, communism should be well able to take them into account. For doing so requires the ability to plan and control the economy, and that will be possible only when the anarchy of the market is replaced with the conscious organization of economic life that will come with communism. People are skeptical that abundance can be achieved through economic growth for other reasons as well. Needs, it is often said, expand more rapidly than our ability to satisfy them, and they do so indefinitely. We will always want more than we have. Abundance, and hence distribution according to need, can never be attained by increasing production. Only a few moments' reflection are needed to see that this is a highly questionable argument. Abundance is not as inconceivable as it suggests. It is true that human needs have grown continually throughout history with the growth of the productive forces, and no doubt they will continue to do so. However, at any particular historical period, many, indeed, most of our needs are finite, and it is quite possible to satisfy them. Indeed, abundance and distribution according to need already exist in many areas. In Britain and many other similar countries, many social services and facilities are not directly charged for, but provided according to need, for example, state education, social welfare services, most roads, and some public transport. Many local services are also distributed according to need, such as street cleaning, rubbish collection, public libraries, and entry to museums and art galleries. In all these cases, distribution can be free because there are sufficient resources to satisfy such reasonable needs. Moreover, there are many other areas to which distribution according to need could undoubtedly be extended, since needs are not infinite and relative abundance is possible. 57 This is true, for example, of basic foods, and of many other basic goods and services. Perhaps the most significant example of provision according to need in Britain is the National Health Service, which provides an important example both of the possibilities of distribution according to need and also of some of its problems. In a private healthcare system, I can get pretty well whatever I want if I can pay for it. In the NHS, provision is according to need, and what constitute needs must ultimately be determined by the service itself. In many cases this is clear, but sometimes it raises controversial and difficult issues. To function satisfactorily, these decisions must be socially accepted, that is to say, shared understandings are required about what constitutes need. Moreover, the system can function satisfactorily only if there are relative abundance and adequate resources for such 20 needs to be met. Otherwise, the perception will be of generalized want and enforced rationing. Similar issues arise in other areas too, for example, the supply of domestic water. 58 No doubt, there are areas in which distribution according to need could not be introduced at present, for example with expensive and scarce items, such as cars and luxury goods. 59 Even in these cases, however, this is not because needs for these items are infinitely expandable. These needs, too, are inherently limited. Rather, it is because such goods cannot readily be produced in sufficient quantities to satisfy them and create a situation of abundance. However, there is no economic or philosophical reason to prevent distribution according to need being adopted much more widely than at present, and gradually extended as conditions allow. 60 Such creeping socialism has in fact steadily occurred over the years even in the most staunchly capitalist countries. In short, abundance and distribution according to need are not fantastic and utopian ideas but practical and feasible goals. To repeat, this is not to deny that our needs, even for the most basic items, grow and develop. It would be futile to try to curb them, and communism, as I have stressed, does not aim to do so. Marxism does not seek to limit economic development. Quite the contrary, it celebrates the development of the productive forces. Why does it do so? Greater production creates more goods to consume. That is what is valued in most mainstream economic thought. For Marx, however, neither production nor consumption is an end in itself, nor is economic wealth as such. It is not true wealth. Marx's conception of wealth is quite different. The wealth and poverty of political economy must be replaced by the idea of the rich man and the wealth of human needs. 61. The development of needs is of value because it goes together with the growth of human productive and creative powers. This is the true meaning of wealth. 62 Communism is of value because it will create the conditions for human development. It will lead to the absolute working out of creative potentialities, with no presupposition other than the previous historic development, which makes this totality of development, i.e. the development of all human powers as such, the end in itself, not as measured on a predetermined yardstick. 63 Unalienated labor. On the other side of the equation, in a communist society people will contribute according to their abilities. They will work because they want to, not just because they are paid to do so. Work will become life's prime want, alienated labor will be overcome. How can communism bring needs and labor in communist society? 21 This about. What are the causes of such alienation and how can it be overcome? Its primary cause, according to Marx, is the capitalist system, in which ownership of the means of production is concentrated in a few private hands and the direct producers have been dispossessed of everything but their power to labor, which they are forced to sell for wages to the owners of capital. As a result, workers have lost control of their work and its products. The whole process is owned and controlled by capital. In Marx's words, workers are alienated both from the object and the activity of labor. 64 The first step toward overcoming alienated labor is taken by communism when it abolishes capitalism and takes the means of production into common ownership. This constitutes the essential precondition for further transformations toward a communist society. However, it is not sufficient to overcome alienated labor. No doubt, in the right circumstances it can lead to increased motivation, but more is required for the overcoming of alienation. There is an instrumental aspect to all work, for work is undertaken to create a product, to achieve an end. Where this end is internally connected to the work itself, the achievement of the end can be satisfying and self-realizing. But insofar as work is done purely to earn a wage, work becomes a means to an end that is external to it. What it produces and how it is produced become arbitrary and irrelevant. In other words, wage labor as such is alienating. The overcoming of alienation requires its abolition. Is it really possible to organize society on this basis? The very idea, it is often said, is contrary to human nature. A common view is that we work only as a means of gaining a living and satisfying our needs. That is also what is implied by the hedonist theory of human nature that underlies much mainstream economics and utilitarian moral philosophy. This holds that we are driven solely by the search for pleasure and the avoidance of pain. Work means toil and pain, we do it only in order to meet our needs, and we would avoid it if we could. Common as these views are, there are compelling reasons for rejecting them. People's attitudes toward work are a great deal more complex and contradictory than they suggest. Human beings are not mere passive consumers. We are active and productive beings. Working to create and produce things can potentially be a fulfilling and self-realizing activity. This view forms the basis of Marx's conviction that the alienation in so much modern work can be overcome and that work can become a fulfilling activity that is undertaken not just as a means to an end but as an end in itself. 65 Even if it is true that people want to be active and productive, there are other aspects of work that appear to be responsible for alienation, and which even the abolition of both capital and wage labor, radical as these changes would be, would not alter, for there are alienating aspects of work that appear unrelated to the economic system within which it is 22 performed. A great deal of work, it seems, is intrinsically unsatisfying. The labor process itself is uncreative, unskilled, repetitive, monotonous, and soul-destroying. A change in the ownership system might perhaps give those who do such work a greater sense of involvement in it. It might increase their motivation, but it will not alter the inherently unsatisfying character of such work itself. Further changes are needed if work is to be made into a self-realizing activity. It is sometimes said that the root cause of alienation is modern industry. Nothing less than a return to handicraft forms of work is needed in order to overcome the alienation of modern forms of work. 66 This is not Marx's view. Alienation, he argues, can be overcome only with help of the most advanced industry. Handicraft work limits and constrains creative possibilities. It confines the worker to specific materials, activities, and skills. Machinery can and should have a liberating effect on work. It has the potential to lighten the burden of physical labor and make work more intelligent and attractive. It can take over routine and repetitive tasks. Automation can free people and allow work to become more rational, creative, and worthy of human nature. 67. But it does not usually have this effect. Why not? In handicraft work, the worker controls the tool and is in control of the work process. In industrial work in capitalist conditions, by contrast, the worker becomes subordinated to the machine and controlled by it. But this is not because of the industrial character of the work. Rather, it is because of the way work is organized under capitalism, in which the machinery is owned and controlled by capital and not by the producers. Under communism, the producers will reappropriate the means of production and subordinate them to their collective will. Then industry and science will no longer take the form of alien powers. They will become forces whose creative potentialities can be exercised by the producers themselves for the common good, and the benefits of automation will be realized. The division of labor automation is not the whole answer to the problem of alienation, however. Even with a high degree of it, much routine and repetitive work will inevitably still remain to be done. Indeed, even the most intelligent and creative kinds of work like painting, writing, or composing music 68 have repetitive aspects. Repetition in work is ineliminable. The problem of unsatisfying work concerns not just the nature of the tasks that work involves but also the way in which they are distributed socially. In the present division of labor, many workers are confined to doing routine and repetitive tasks that require little skill. They are treated as unskilled and paid correspondingly. A much smaller number of others are trained. Needs and labor in communist society 23 to do the creative and intelligent work of planners, managers, designers, scientists, artists, and philosophers. Overcoming alienation and class divisions in a communist society must also involve overcoming the present division of labor. No one will be forced to spend their whole working life doing mindless and routine tasks, not because such tasks will somehow have been eliminated but because they will be shared and distributed more equally. What Marx envisages is that people will no longer be confined to limited and specialized tasks but will be able to engage in a variety of activities and develop in an all-round way. In a communist society, Marx says, nobody has one exclusive sphere of activity but each can become accomplished in any branch he wishes. Society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as I have a mind, without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, herdsman, or critic. 69 There is a great deal of skepticism both about the feasibility and the desirability of this idea. Marx questions both of these views. The social organization of labor is not naturally determined, nor is it simply a matter for pragmatic choice. The division of labor is a fundamental aspect of the system of class divisions. At the present stage of economic development, such economic and social relations take on an alien and independent form. They cannot be altered merely at will. Their form corresponds to the level of development of the productive forces. As these develop, the division of labor changes. 70 It is destined ultimately to be overcome altogether and specialization eliminated when the stage of full communism is reached. These ideas are often questioned. The division of labor, in the sense of occupational specialization, it is argued, is necessary economically in a developed society. According to Adam Smith 71 it is the main means for increasing economic productivity. Conversely, when the same person performs many different tasks, expertise and productivity suffer. Arguments of this kind are familiar: jack of all trades, master of none. Up to a point, it is true that specialization leads to an increase of expertise and is necessary for the development of particular skills. Beyond that point, however, it also results in fatigue and boredom. Even the most specialized worker, scientist, or athlete needs other activities for a satisfactory and full life, and all their activities benefit from such diversity. The need for this is well recognized in the literature on work. 72 Many writers, including 24 Marx, maintain that diversity of work is not only economically feasible, it is inherently beneficial and desirable. The case is often made on empirical and psychological grounds. For example, Fourier maintains that human beings have an inherent psychological need for variety of activity. Excessive specialization makes for unhappiness and inefficiency. He maintains that activity and energy in labor are increased by brief periods of repose and by variation of work. 73 Marx's approach is different. His ideas have an ontological rather than a merely empirical or psychological basis. Human beings are universal beings, endowed with universal capacities and powers. To develop fully as human beings they must exercise these capacities and powers in an all-round way. Other animals, by contrast, are governed by particular drives and instincts. They have only limited powers and are capable of engaging only in limited activities for particular purposes. Animals produce only according to the standards and needs of the species to which they belong, while man is capable of producing according to the standards of every species. 74. All-round development for Marx, with the overcoming of the division of labor the full and free development of every individual. 75 will become a possibility. People will no longer be confined to a narrow range of activities but will be able to exercise and develop all their powers. What does Marx envisage by these words? Cohen takes Marx to mean that in the future people will engage in every possible activity. 76 This is not what Marx means. In the capitalist division of labor people are channeled into kinds of work and then confined to these for life. Marx, it seems, is particularly concerned about the larger divisions, between mental and manual labor, town and country occupations, and so on. The idea of overcoming the division of labor must be interpreted in this context. What is envisaged is that we would do both intellectual and manual kinds of work. The idea of human universality implies that virtually all people normally have the ability to do all kinds of work, at least with some level of skill. With the present division of labor, the opportunity to develop as hunter or a fisherman, an artist or philosopher, varies enormously according to background and upbringing, and, as Marx says, the exclusive concentration of artistic talent in particular individuals, and its suppression in the broad mass which is bound with this, is a consequence of the division of labor. 77. However, the idea of human universality does not necessarily imply that we all have equal natural abilities in all areas. In Critique of the Gotha program he refers to unequal individual endowment. 78. Nor does he suggest that everyone has equal artistic potential, but rather needs and labor in communist society. 25 That anyone in whom there is a potential Raphael should be able to develop without hindrance. 79. Marx's main concern is that people should not be confined to limited and specialized tasks but should be able to engage in a variety of different kinds of activity and develop as they choose. Freedom and specialization. The assumption Marx is making is that people have a universal range of abilities that they will normally want to exercise in an all-rounded way. Cohen 80 raises the question, why, ideally, should engage in richly various activities? What is so bad about a person dedicating himself to one or a small number of lines of activity only? What if a person prefers to specialize? Why should they not be able to do so? Marx does not argue that people should be forced to vary their activities. 81 On the contrary, Marx's view is that work should be freely chosen. One of his fundamental criticisms of the division of labor in capitalist society is that it takes the form of an alien and coercive imposition. In future communist society, people will, for the first time, be able to organize their work in a conscious and free fashion. And, given that freedom, the implication is that they will generally prefer an all-round variety of activities over specialization. Cohen questions this. What constitutes the free development of the individual is never his full development, he says, and Marx too casually juxtaposes the two. 82. As I have been arguing, the way Marx links these ideas is not casual, it comes out of a systematic philosophical theory, which is part of an established tradition of thought about human universality. 83 The idea that a free choice will be for a full variety of activities is based on the idea that human beings are universal beings. However, given that different individuals have different aptitudes for different kinds of activity, what this variety will consist of will no doubt vary from individual to individual. As where 84 says, some may even choose to be one-sided or restricted, but I think most will not and will immediately see better alternatives to the capitalist division of labor. As regards this freedom, in the passage about hunting and fishing, Marx says that in communist society it will be possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, just as I have a mind. At best this is carelessly phrased. Industrial work in modern society is intrinsically cooperative. It requires the simultaneous activity of many people acting in concert. A defect of the examples of hunting and fishing as they appear to be envisaged is that they are solitary. 85 In modern conditions at least, individuals cannot simply work as they have a mind. Coordination under the command of a directing authority is needed. This is not a feature only of capitalism or of class societies, it is 26 a technical necessity in all developed modes of production. Marx is well aware of this. As he writes, all directly social or communal labor on a large scale requires, to a greater or lesser degree, a directing authority in order to secure the harmonious cooperation of the activities of individual, and to perform the general functions that have their origin in the motion of the total productive organism, as distinguished from the motion of its separate organs. 86 For example, a single violin player is his own conductor, an orchestra requires a separate one. 87. Even though authority and direction are required, however, this does not necessarily mean that consent and freedom must be lacking, for work can be a matter for collective decision and deliberate social regulation. This is often the case with an orchestra or band, for example, which can be voluntary cooperative endeavors. Work as Marx ideally envisages it could be like this. At present it is not so, its forms are dictated by the alien requirements of capital and the market. When Marx says that it will be possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, just as I have a mind, he immediately goes on to say, society regulates the general production. The two thoughts appear to be in conflict. Marx is often interpreted to be suggesting that people will be able to exercise a purely individual choice over which particular tasks to perform and when to perform them. 88 This would imply, for example, that a fisherman could choose only to fish but not to help maintain the nets, or a teacher only to teach but not to do any marking or administration, or a manager opt not participate in the work being managed. Clearly this is not what Marx has in mind. These are the sorts of divisions that prevail at present. It is precisely the sort of division of fulfilling and unfulfilling work roles that eliminating the division of labor is supposed to overcome. If I can choose exactly what I will do purely individually, without regard to any wider considerations, then the social regulation of production is not possible. However, what Marx has in mind when he says that society regulates the general production may involve a social rather than the purely individual and negative conception of freedom. If individuals choose what to do not as atomic individuals but as members of the community, democratically, then perhaps a different way of organizing labor can be freely chosen and agreed upon. 89 The idea that work might be a free cooperative activity gives rise to some familiar objections. Some jobs are intrinsically unpleasant, it is said, and people will never do them willingly. Marcuse 90 argues that in a highly developed society in the future arduous and routine jobs will be automated and the issue of unpleasant work will no longer arise. This needs and labor in communist society 27 is unrealistic. Numerous routine, dirty, menial, and unpleasant tasks will inevitably continue to exist. If work is made a matter of choice, so the objection goes, these jobs will not get done. However, it is wrong to think that free adults will never do unpleasant tasks willingly. When such work needs to be done and is seen to be necessary, then people will do it willingly without needing to be externally coerced. 91 It is wrong to think that people are motivated solely by narrow self-interest. They can act cooperatively for the common good even when this means sacrificing their own selfish interests. This is common experience in the family and among friends. Arguments for the possibility of a free cooperative community frequently appeal to this end. It is often argued, such forms of organization could also function on the larger social scale. 92 These arguments go back a long way. In Plato's ideal republic, the family is abolished in the hope that family loyalties will no longer be socially divisive but will instead be transferred to the wider community. Aristotle criticizes this. He argues that the form of unity of a larger society is different from that of a family or small group, and greater diversity is essential to it. 93 Nevertheless, many on the left have followed Plato in wanting to look upon all fellow beings as comrades, as brothers and sisters, and they have insisted that universal fellowship is a valid aspiration. Marx's vision of communism, I am suggesting, is in this tradition. 94 Nevertheless, in a voluntary cooperative community there will be some who want to enjoy the benefits of communal productive activity without contributing their share to the common effort. These would-be free riders, it is often argued, present a problem, particularly for a fully cooperative community. It should first be noted that there are many free riders in all societies, though it takes a particular way of looking at things to see them as such. In present society, children, the sick, the elderly, the unemployed, for example, consume without contributing their share economically. If Marx's conditions are met, in a communist society, the voluntarily unemployed or underemployed will be added to the list. As we have seen, Marx envisages that there will be two stages in the development of post-capitalist society. In the first stage, individuals are rewarded according the work they do, and free riding by those capable of working is thus discouraged. If you do not work, you are not paid. 95 In the higher stage of full communism, however, people produce and consume as they want to. There are no direct economic sanctions to prevent them from consuming without contributing any work. As a precondition for such a society, as we have seen, Marx envisages that work must first have become a pleasure, not a chore, so that people will positively want to contribute without needing to be forced economically to do so. Marx also envisages a situation of material abundance in which people can consume as much as they wish without creating scarcities. Given these conditions, no doubt, free riders will not be an insuperable problem. 28 Marx rejects the assumption that runs through much of mainstream economics, that human beings are motivated solely by material self-interest. 96 He implicitly rejects the view that we all inevitably want to be free riders. People are capable of acting in a cooperative fashion for the common good when they can see that their own interests and the common good coincide. However, it is extraordinarily optimistic to believe that work can really become our prime want or that a situation of abundance can be achieved. As regards the less attractive and interesting tasks that will need to be performed, it is difficult to conceive that none will be tempted to relax their efforts. No matter how good the morale of the society and the enthusiasm of its members, there are bound to be some free riders. It is unrealistic to imagine otherwise. Free riding is bound to remain an issue, and it is doubtful that purely moral means are going to be enough to prevent it. 97 However, if a situation of abundance can indeed be achieved, and people will indeed work because they want to, then the problem may not be so serious and free riders can be tolerated. The current situation. I have been discussing some of the common objections to Marx's idea that the division of labor can be overcome in a future society, and I have presented some of the philosophical reasons for the view that this is both feasible and desirable. For Marx, however, it is not just that, it is the direction in which present society is actually moving. 98 His ultimate answer to skepticism about the possibility of overcoming the division of labor is that this is actually occurring. Accounts of the development of the division of labor sometimes suggest that it has steadily intensified as the forces of production have developed, and that this has led to a continuous increase in the fragmentation and descaling of work. 99 According to Marx, however, its development is more complex than this and goes through a series of different stages. 100 Handicraft labor requires specific skills and techniques applied to particular materials. Industrial labor with machinery involves increasingly universal forms. Instead of being tied for life to a specific trade or craft, workers can transfer from one area of production to another. Workers need to be more flexible, they must acquire transferable skills, which will equip them for a variety of different kinds of work. 101 When Marx was writing, these developments had barely begun. They are now quite evident. Some, like Hart and Negri 102, portray them in optimistic terms as if they were ushering in a new post-industrial era. That may be so, but it is clear that this is quite different from the ideal communist society imagined by Marx. Indeed, for the most part, these changes mean only greater alienation and exploitation for working people. 103 According to Marx's analysis, however, these effects are not caused by needs and labor in communist society. 29 Any essential features of the division of labor or of the labor process of post-industrial production. Indeed, these new forms of work could mean a liberation from narrow specializations. Rather, these effects arise because these forms of work have developed within the economic framework of capitalism that exercises an alien and coercive power over people's lives. In sum, Marx's account of the division of labor is not vulnerable to much of the skepticism so often directed against it. Actual developments, far from refuting Marx's analysis, will serve ultimately to confirm it. If the future that Marx envisages is still far from a reality, that is not so much because of errors in his account of the division of labor and its overcoming, but rather because of the continuing domination of capitalism and the free market. Only when these are overcome can human productive life be brought back under human control and organized for the human good. Is communism really possible? Is all this really possible? Is it really possible to create a society in which capital and wage labor, money, and the market, classes and the division of labor are all abolished? We are so often told that there is no alternative to capitalism and the free market that many will dismiss these ideas as completely fanciful and utopian. That would be a mistake. Of course, there are alternatives to capitalism. Indeed, communal and cooperative social arrangements not governed by private ownership and market exchange are common, and we have all experienced them. Family life, cooperative activities among friends, monastic communities, and socialist experiments such as the early kibbutzim in Israel are all familiar examples. Moreover, as Cohen rightly observes, people regularly participate in emergencies like flood or fire on camping trip principles. 104. It is important to remember that such non-market social arrangements actually exist because they refute the claim that there is no alternative to capitalism, and also because, ever since Plato, they have been used to suggest models of what the alternatives might be like. However, it is said that what may work on a small scale or in a limited way could not possibly work for a whole society, let alone on a global scale as Marxism requires. Families or groups of friends can function as they do because their members feel an immediate bond of fellowship, but this cannot be extended to the larger society. Most people are not sufficiently generous and self-denying for communism. Human beings are ultimately self-interested, this is what will ultimately prevail. This is questionable. The ideology of self-interest has become so prevalent that we are in danger of forgetting the extent to which fellow feeling exists in almost everyone. Much that gets done in society, for example, by parents, teachers, nurses, and many others, is not determined entirely by self-interest, it relies on cooperation and generosity. 105 The idea that 30 we are driven purely by self-interest is untenable as an account of the way in which many aspects of society actually function. However, so too is the view that with the advent of communism, people will set aside self-interest and be motivated solely by fellow feeling. It would be naive to deny that people are self-interested and argue for communism on the grounds that people are cooperative by nature. 106 Human nature is a good deal more complicated than either of these extremes suggest. The possibility of communism can neither be refuted nor proved by arguments about human nature. Cohen appears to think differently. One of his main reasons for doubting the feasibility of communism is that we do not know how, through appropriate rules and stimuli, to make generosity turn the wheels of the economy. 107. However, communism is not predicated on that. It does not require people to be especially generous. People tend to act on what they perceive to be their best interests. The question is, where do these lie? With abundance and distribution according to need, there will be nothing to be gained by amassing material possessions. Most people will get more from exercising their creative powers and in working with and for others. They are likely to behave accordingly. But if they do not want to be productive, they need not be so, and they will not suffer materially. As I have argued, however, everything we know about human behavior suggests that few will take this option, particularly when work is made more attractive not out of motives of generosity but because being unproductive and inactive is not what they will want for themselves. To return to Cohen's doubts about communism, his claim is that we supposedly know how to make an economy run on the basis of selfishness, but not in other ways. 108 Shorn of its dubious assumptions about human nature, Cohen assumes that the market provides the best mechanism for organizing production and distribution in a complex economy. Communism abolishes the market and replaces it with a system of production by freely associated men, consciously regulated by them in accordance with a settled plan. 109. Such planning and control, it is argued, is inefficient and will not work on a large scale, as the economic record of actually existing communist societies has shown. The problems with these centrally planned economies were evident, but that should not be taken as a reason to write off central planning altogether and think that there is no alternative to the market. The evidence of experience is far more mixed. In the first place, it is important to see that central planning is an essential feature of the internal organization of all large-scale enterprises, and of the attempts by governments to control the economy, even in capitalism. The idea of pure, free market capitalism is a myth. Moreover, the market has not shown itself to be the efficient, self-regulating mechanism that its advocates claim. Quite the contrary. As recent experience has shown all too clearly, it is dysfunctional and crisis. Needs and labor in communist society 31 prone, wasteful, and irrational, and it has brought the whole global economic system to the brink of catastrophe. There is no reason in principle to think that a better way of running things cannot be found. 110 That is what the experience of capitalism really shows. As I have gone out of my way to stress, many of the alternative forms of economic organization that communism advocates already exist in embryo in present society. Thus communism will not arrive as a sudden and completely unheralded transformation. As Marx says, if we did not find concealed in society as it is the material conditions of production and the corresponding relations of exchange prerequisite for a classless society, then all attempts to explode it would be quixotic. 111. Chapter 3 Socialism and the Human Individual in Marx's work Pareshchattopadhyay. Today there is a curious convergence of views between the right and the dominant left on the meaning of socialism. Put more concretely, for both the right and the dominant left, socialism refers to the system that came into being with the conquest of political power by the Bolsheviks in Russia in 1917, and signifies a society governed by a single political party, the Communist Party, where means of production are owned predominantly by the state, and the economy is directed by central planning. The two most important points stressed by both sides for this socialism are the existence of a single central authority exercising political power and the institution of public property, signifying the replacement of private property in the means of production predominantly by state property. Needless to say, the right looks at this socialism negatively, while the left considers it positively. Both these tendencies, again, find the origin of this socialism in the ideas of Marx. Now that this socialism has almost evaporated, two kinds of responsibility have been attributed to Marx, involving two kinds of criticism of Marx in regard to this socialism. First, it is held, since the inspiration for this system supposedly came from Marx and, consequently, since Marx is thought to be responsible for its creation, its disappearance only shows the failure of Marx's ideas. Similarly, under the same assumption that this socialism was Marx's brainchild, a contrary charge is directed against him. Here the point is stressed that the horrible reality of the system, as shown above all in its relation to human individuals, only demonstrates that 42 socialism by nature is repressive, that is, it is an inhuman regime. The second kind of responsibility attributed to Marx and, consequently, the second kind of criticism of Marx is very different. It involves Marx's prognostication of the future after capitalism. The affirmation is made that what Marx had envisaged for the future, that capitalism undermined by its own inner contradictions would disappear out of existence, yielding place to a new, infinitely more humane society, a socialist society, has been proved wrong. Capitalism continues to exist in spite of all its ups and downs, and socialism continues to elude us. Marx's vision has simply proved to be unrealizable. At best it is for the music of the future, to use Marx's iron-eagle term in relation to the great composer Richard Wagner. Point 1. In what follows I shall try to go back to Marx's original idea of a socialist society, which, as we shall see, experienced a total inversion in the hands of people who in the name of Marx called their regime socialist following the Bolshevik victory in Russia in 1917. Our discussion here is focused on the place of the human individual, particularly as the laboring individual, in Marx's vision of the future society. Readers of the Communist Manifesto 2 by Marx and Engels should be familiar with the remarkable affirmation at the end of its second section regarding the future society, where the free development of each is emphasized as the condition for the free development of all. A fundamental feature of what has passed for socialism after 1917 was precisely the negation of this affirmation. Indeed, Marx's focus throughout his adult life was on the condition of the human individual in society. In fact, his basic criterion for judging a society had been the extent to which the individual is free within it. Referring to the situation of the individual in society, Marx discerns broadly three stages in the evolution of the human society, which he calls subjective or personal dependence, personal independence but objective or material dependence, free individuality with neither personal nor objective dependence. Point 3. The first two stages refer to the situation of the individual in society concerning the period before socialism. The third stage concerns the situation of the individual in socialist society. The discussion of the third stage forms an integral part of our discussion on Marx's socialism and will be taken up within our discussion of the future, communist society. However, in order to fully appreciate what divides the pre-socialist or laboring individual from the socialist individual, let us see what happens to the individual in those societies that precede socialism and how they are ultimately transformed into the latter. Situation of the individual in what Marx calls his critique of political economy. He is not concerned with the unreal, isolated human individual a la Robinson Crusoe situation. 43, which Marx calls Robinsonade for the familiar image of 18th century classical political economy. His point of departure is, on the contrary, the individual producing, distributing, and consuming in association with other individuals in society as a socially determined individual. Let us first elaborate upon the situation of the individual in the human social evolution during the periods preceding socialism. Personal dependence, which characterizes the first stage of social evolution, refers to the situation where individuals relate to one another in their predetermined roles: patriarchy, slavery, feudal systems with vassals and serfs, and system of castes and clans. In such situations, individuals' personal dependence dominates society's relations of production as well as other relations in social life. As a materialist, Marx had absolutely no romantic, idyllic image of such ancient communities. Referring to the old, traditional communities of India, Marx underlined in one of his 1850s articles in New York Daily Tribune, "We must not forget that these idyllic little village communities were contaminated by distinctions of caste and slavery. They subjugated the man to external circumstances instead of elevating the man to be the sovereign of circumstances. They transformed a self-developing social state into a never-changing natural destiny and thus brought about a brutalizing worship of nature." 5. Such societies are characterized by relatively slow development of the productive forces taking place at isolated locations only. The next stage in social development is the stage of personal independence but material dependence of the individual. This occurs in a society where the products of human labor in general take the form of commodities. Here, the ties of personal dependence are broken and torn asunder, and the immediate relation between the producers and their own labor appears as a social relation not between the producers themselves but as social relations between things. 6 Since the producers do not come into social contact with one another until they exchange their products, the specific social character of each producer's labor does not show itself except in the act of exchange. By the very reciprocity of the process of exchange, it is necessary for human beings, by a tacit understanding, to treat one another as private owners of those exchangeable objects and, by implication, as independent individuals. The behavior of human beings in the process of production is purely atomic, in Marx's phrase. Hence the relations between individuals in production assume a material character independent of their control and conscious individual action. The atomic character of behavior as between individuals. 44 Generated by the exchange of products as commodities makes the individual appear as an independent, free being. However, as Marx observes, this freedom is an illusion. The independence in question is really reciprocal indifference. The freedom here is really the freedom to collide with one another freely. While the determining factor in the first situation of the individual, discussed earlier, is personal dependence and personal limitation of one individual by another, the determining factor in this second case seems to be a material limitation of the individual by objective circumstances that are independent of the individual and over which the individual has no control. 7 The image of the isolated hunter and fisher, the starting point of the classical political economy of Smith and Ricardo, arose in the 18th century as a kind of mirror image of bourgeois society, a society of free competition that had been developing since the 16th century. The individual appears here to be free from the bonds of nature and free from a definite, limited human conglomeration. Paradoxically, as Marx observes, the period which produces the standpoint of isolated individual, is the very period when the social relations have reached the highest state of development in society. 8. This is in the sense that the disintegration of all products and activities into exchange values presupposes both the dissolution of all rigid, personal relationships of dependence in production and, at the same time, a universal interdependence of the producers. As Marx observes, according to the economists, each person has the own interest in mind. As a consequence, he serves everyone's private interest, that is, general interest, without wishing or knowing that he is contributing to it. 9. As one can see, this is the famous invisible hand image of Adam Smith. Now, as Marx underlines, the private interest of the individual is already a socially determined interest, which has been achieved only within the conditions established by society. The content of private interest as well as the form and the means of realizing it are only given by the social conditions independently of the will or the knowledge of the individuals. The mutual and universal dependence of individuals who remain indifferent to one another constitutes the social network that binds them together. It is in exchange values that all individuality and particularity are negated and suppressed. It is abstract labor that produces commodities. Producing individuals are subordinated to social production that exists external to them as a kind of fatality. Social production is not subordinated to the producing individuals. In his Parisian excerpt notebooks, Marx wrote, "The individual's own power over the object appears as the power of the object over the individual. Master of one's own production, the individual appears as the slave of production." 10. In another passage of the same text we read, "As human beings you have no relation with my object because I myself have no relation with it." Our own product has taken a hostile 45 attitude towards us. It appears as our property whereas, in reality, we are its property. We ourselves are excluded from the true property because our property excludes other human beings. 11. This is what Marx calls alienated labor, where the concept of alienation is critically taken over from Hegel, who conceived of alienation in idealist terms, confusing objectification of labor with alienation of labor. Alienation simply signifies that the world of objects, the creation of human labor, becomes independent of and beyond the control of the subject, the producing individuals, and dominates the subject. The specific condition of the immediate producer under capitalism, generalized commodity production, corresponds to this alienation. In his Parisian manuscripts of 1844, Marx writes, "The laborer becomes poorer, the more wealth the laborer produces. The valorization of the material world is in direct proportion to the devalorization of the human world." 12. In a later manuscript, he wrote in the same vein, "The realization process of labor is exactly its derealization process. It posits itself objectively, but it posits its objectivity as its own non-being, or as the being of its non-being gas, the being of capital." 13. In his 1857-58 manuscripts, Marx observes that the concept of free laborer implies that he is a pauper, virtual pauper. Following his economic conditions, he is simple living labor power. It is only in the mode of production based on capital that pauperism appears as the result of labor itself, of the development of labor's productive power. 14. Continuing and sharpening this idea in an 1861-63 manuscript, Marx arrived at the notion of absolute poverty of the laboring individual in capitalism. Let us consider labor power itself in the form of commodity, which stands in opposition to money or in opposition to objectified labor, to the value which is personified in the possessor of money or capitalist. On one side appears labor power as the absolute poverty, inasmuch as the whole world of material wealth as well as its universal form, as exchange value, as alien commodity and alien wealth, stands opposed to it. This labor power itself, however, is simply the possibility to labor, embodied in the living body, a possibility which, however, is absolutely separated from all the objective conditions of realization and thus from its own reality, and in the face of these conditions existing independently, bereft of these conditions. As such, the laborer is a pauper. 15. In a different manuscript composed a few years later and published posthumously, the so-called sixth chapter of Capital, we find echoes of basically the same idea, with the capitalist mode of production. To the same extent as the social productivity of labor develops, grows the amassed wealth. 46. Confronting the laborer as the wealth dominating him, as capital, in opposition to him the world of wealth expands as the world alien to him and dominating him. His subjective poverty, destitution, and dependence increase in the same proportion in opposition. His emptiness and the correspondingfi11 in ESS on the other side march together. 16. The notion of absolute poverty, pauper, employed in this unusual sense, has a profound meaning, which follows logically from the situation of the laborer, the seller of manual and mental labor power in capitalism. Here, as Marx underlines, the labor power, separated from the means of labor is, by that very fact, also separated from the means of subsistence. As Marx affirms, the absolute poverty of the laborer signifies nothing but the fact that his labor power is the only commodity left for him to sell, that his bare labor power stands opposed to the objectified, real wealth. 17. In other words, the mere fact that a person's existence depends exclusively on the person's wage or salary irrespective of its amount or level automatically means the situation of absolute poverty for the person. Such a laboring individual is a pauper. Apparently paradoxically, Marx underlines in a later manuscript that both the laborer and the capitalist are equally the victims of alienation. However, there is a basic difference. As he observes, from the beginning laborer is superior to the capitalist is rooted in the process of alienation and finds there his absolute contentment, whereas the laborer who is his victim finds himself, from the beginning, in constant rebellion against the capitalist and feels the condition as an act of enslavement. The capitalist appears there in the same relation of servitude in relation to capital as the laborer, though at the opposite pole. 18 Marx's principal concern was, as already emphasized, the laboring individual. The individual in the third stage of social evolution is neither subjectively nor materially dependent but enjoys what Marx calls free individuality. In the same way as the laboring individual was the individual of the pre-capitalist society, this free individual is an integral part of the society which Marx envisioned to succeed capitalist socialist society. This requires further discussion after we have an idea about how Marx envisions society after capital. Socialism first, a word on the confusion about the term socialism. There is a widespread idea that socialism and communism are two successive societies, that socialism is the transition to communism, and hence precedes. 47 Communism. This idea has been widespread, particularly after the Bolshevik victory in 1917. For Marx this distinction is non-existent. Socialism is neither the transition to communism nor the lower phase of communism, it is communism tout court. In fact, Marx calls capitalism itself the transitional point or transitional phase to communism. 19 For him socialism and communism are simply equivalent and alternative terms for the same society that he envisages for the post-capitalist epoch, which he calls, in different texts, equivalently, communism, socialism. Republic of labor, society of free and associated producers or simply association, cooperative society, union of free individuals. Flint's what Marx says in one of his famous texts. Critique of the Gotha program, about the two stages of communism. 20 could as well apply to socialism having the same two stages. Traditionally, at least following the Bolshevik seizure of power, the rulers of the 20th century socialism following Lenin's lead but in ways contrary to Marx's own view affirmed that socialism forms the lower phase of communism, and that it is the transition to communism that forms the higher phase. The point, however, is that since for Marx communism and socialism are identical, what applies to communism applies to socialism as well. Socialism or communism appears in two different senses in Marx, first, as a theoretical expression, and second as a vision of a type of socialist society. As a theoretical expression, the term does not mean a state of things which should be established or an ideal to which reality should conform. It is rather the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. The movement arises from today's conditions. 21. Engels says of socialism/communism, to the extent that it is theoretical, it is the theoretical expression of the place of the proletariat in the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the resume of the conditions of the emancipation of the proletariat. 22. Again, the theoretical principles of the communists are only the general expressions of the real relations of the existing class struggle, of a historical movement that is going on before our eyes. 23. In the second sense, socialism/communism refers to the society that is envisaged as arising after the demise of capitalism. In this second sense, the latter is not a concept but the representation of a distinct kind of society, with a distinct kind of mode of production, which Marx envisions for humankind following capitalism, which, having completed its historical task of preparing the subjective and material conditions for the advent of the new society, departs. The conditions for the rise of socialism are not given by nature. Socialism is a product of history. Individuals build a new world from the historical acquisitions of their foundering world. They must themselves in course of their development first produce the material conditions of a new society, and no effort of spirit or will can free them from this destiny. 24. 48 is capital that creates the material or objective conditions and the subjective agents for transforming the present society into a society of free and associated producers. That is, the creation of the material conditions for socialism is certainly the work of labor. However, regarding the ideational or spiritual conditions for this transition, the matter is far more complex. Nevertheless, this much is clear following the materialist conception of history, that the spiritual conditions are not directly produced by labor, but they arise only on the basis of the material conditions created by labor itself. As Marx writes, the material and the spiritual conditions of the negation of wage labor and capital themselves, the negation of the earlier forms of unfree social production, are in turn the result of its process of production. 25. Even capital's extraction of surplus value from the laboring individual plays, paradoxically, a positive role in preparing the conditions of a much richer individuality of the future society. As restless striving for the general form of wealth, capital drives labor beyond the limits of its natural needs, and in this way, creates the material elements for the development of a rich individuality, which is all-sided in production as well as in consumption, and the labor of which appears no more as labor but as full development of activity itself, in which the natural necessity in its immediate form disappears because a historically created need takes the place of the natural need. This is why capital is productive. 26 Alienated labor under capital then contributes in contradictory ways to the creation of the material conditions for the rise of the communist society. In an 1857-58 manuscript we read, the extreme form of alienation in which the relation of capital and labor, the productive activity, to their own conditions and their own product is a necessary point of transition and thereby in itself already contains the dissolution of all the limited presuppositions of production, and rather creates the indispensable preconditions of production and therewith the full material conditions for the total, universal development of the productive powers of the individual. 27 By reducing the necessary labor time to its minimum, capital contributes to create, independently of its will, disposable time for society, though it tends to use it to its own exclusive advantage by converting it into surplus labor. The more it succeeds, the more it suffers from overproduction, which compels it to interrupt the necessary labor. The more this contradiction develops, the more it becomes clear that the growth of the forces of production cannot be made captive of the appropriation of alien surplus. 49 Labor, but that the laboring mass must appropriate its own surplus labor. When it succeeds in this endeavor, the disposable time ceases to have this contradictory existence. Then on the one hand the necessary labor time will have its measure in the needs of the social individual, and on the other hand the development of society's productive power will be so rapid that even though from now on production will be calculated for the wealth of everybody, disposable time also will increase for all, because the real wealth is the developed productive power for all individuals. 28. In brief, the material conditions are created by capital's inherent tendency toward universal development of the productive forces and by the socialization of labor and production. As regards the subjective conditions, these are provided by capital's grave diggers, the proletariat begotten by capital itself. Even with the strongest will and greatest subjective effort, if the material conditions of production and the corresponding relations of circulation for a classless society do not exist in a latent form, all attempts to explode the society would be done quixotism. 29. Or, as expressed in his 1859 preface to the Critique of Political Economy, no social order ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, and new, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society. More than 2 decades later, in his polemic with Bakunin, Marx wrote, A radical social revolution is bound up with certain historical conditions of economic development. The latter are its preconditions. It is therefore only possible where, with capitalist development, the industrial proletariat occupies at least a significant position. 30. It must be stressed, however, that capitalist relations are not revolutionized within capitalism automatically, even with all the requisite material conditions prepared by capital itself. It is the working class that is the active agent for eliminating capital and building the socialist society. The proletarian revolution is an act of self-emancipation. The emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. 31. Marx and Engels equally underline that consciousness of the necessity of a profound revolution arises from the working class itself. 32. The starting point of the proletarian revolution is the conquest of political power by the proletariat, the rule of the immense majority in the interest of the immense majority, the conquest of democracy. 33. Marx's principal target is exploitation in respect of the process of production. Hence, freedom from exploitation would mean that wage/salaried labor has disappeared and that producing individuals have been emancipated from capitalist bondage. Marx's specific framework here operated at the level of high abstraction of an advanced capitalist society divided basically into two classes, though Marx observes in his 1861-63 manuscripts that in reality there are more classes than two. But at the same time, Marx explicitly holds that the emancipation of the laboring class necessarily implies emancipation for the humanity as a whole. This emancipation also carries with it the emancipation of the human from other forms of domination associated with it, such as racism and sexism. This last aspect is explicit in Marx's last programmatic pronouncement in the preamble to the program of the French Workers' Party that begins with "The emancipation of the producing class is the emancipation of all human beings without distinction of sex or race." 34. After all, socialism being envisaged as a society of free individuals means the freedom of every individual by definition. This so-called seizure of power by the proletariat does not immediately signify the victory of the revolution. 35. It is only the first step in the worker revolution. 36. Which continues through a prolonged period of revolutionary transformation required for superseding the bourgeois social order. 37. A specific political rule corresponds to this transformation period, the absolute rule of the working class, the so-called dictatorship of the proletariat. It should be stressed that under Marx's supposition that the working class revolution takes place in a society that is advanced capitalism where the immense majority consists of workers as wage and salary earners, this proletarian rule during the transformation period is indeed at the same time the greatest democracy. However, until capital totally disappears, the workers remain proletarians by definition and the revolution continues, victorious though they are politically. The superseding of the economical conditions of the slavery of labor by the conditions of free and associated labor can only be the progressive work of time, and the working class will have to pass through long struggles, through a series of historic processes transforming circumstances and men, wrote Marx with reference to the Parisian Revolution of 1871.38. Later he reminded Bakunin that even with the installation of the proletarian rule, the classes and the old organization of society still do not disappear. 39. Only at the end of the process, with the disappearance of capital, the proletariat along with its dictatorship also naturally disappears, leaving individuals as simple producers as wage labor naturally vanishes also. Classes disappear along with the state in its last form as proletarian power, and the society of free and associated producers socialism is inaugurated. Since state has been inextricably associated with the 20th century really existing socialism, it is important to stress that in what Marx envisaged as socialism there is absolutely no state, no politics, since this socialism is a classless society. Thus in an 1844 polemic Marx writes, generally a revolution overthrow of the existing power and the dissolution of the old relations is a political act. Without revolution socialism cannot be viable. It needs this political act to the extent that it needs destruction and dissolution. However, where its organizing activity begins, where its aim and soul stand out, socialism throws away its political cover. 40. The message is basically the same in the two succeeding texts: Poverty of 51 Philosophy and the Communist Manifesto. In German ideology it is explicitly stated that the organization of communism is essentially economic. 41. There is absolutely no text in Marx's body of work that allows the state or, for that matter, politics, to have a place in the sort of classless society that socialism is precisely envisioned to be. In all hitherto existing societies based on class rule, the community has stood as an independent power against individuals and has subjugated them. Thus it has really been a false or illusory or apparent community. The outcome of the workers' self-emancipatory revolution is the socialist society, an association of free individuals, in which individuals are neither personally dependent as in pre-capitalism nor objectively dependent as in capitalism. Under these conditions there arises, for the first time, the true community where universally developed individuals dominate their own social relations. 42. This means that these universally developed humans take their social relations under their own collective control instead of resigning themselves to the exploitive relations as they find them. Correspondingly, the capitalist mode of production yields place to the associated mode of production. As mentioned earlier, with the disappearance of classes, there is also no state and hence no politics in the new society. In this regard I have already cited Marx's several texts earlier. Similarly, with the transformation of society's production relations, its exchange relations with nature, as well as among individuals, are also transformed. Capital, driven by the logic of accumulation, seriously damages the environment and undermines the natural powers of the earth together with those of the human producer, the twin fountains of all wealth. 43. In contrast, in the new society, freed from the mad drive for accumulation and with the unique goal of satisfying human needs, individuals rationally regulate their material exchanges with nature with the least expenditure of force and carry on these exchanges in the conditions most worthy of and in fullest conformity with their human nature. 44. As regards the exchange relations among individuals under capitalism, commodities, the vehicles of exchange, are the products of private labors, reciprocally independent, which only through alienation in the process of private exchanges are confirmed as social. That is, here individual labor is only indirectly social. In the new society, by contrast, collective production is presupposed, with collectivity as the basis of production from the very beginning. The community is posited before production, and the labor of the individual is directly social from the start. Hence products cease to have exchange value. Exchange of values is replaced by what Marx calls exchange of activities determined by collective needs. From the very inception of the new society as it has just emerged out of the womb of capital, Marx's first phase of socialism, producers do not exchange their products and as little does labor employed on these products. 52 appear as value. 45. Collective production of course immediately implies social appropriation of the conditions of production, replacing the private ownership. Finally, we come to the allocation/distribution of instruments of production, the material means of production and the living labor power, and the consequent distribution of products in the new society. The distribution of the instruments of production boils down really to the allocation of society's total labor time. This allocation, effected under capitalism through exchange-taking value form, is contrariwise performed in socialism by direct and conscious control of society over its labor time. At the same time, in conformity with the nature of the new society, free time beyond the labor time required for satisfying material needs must be provided by society to the associated individuals for their all-sided development. Hence the economy of time is the first economic law on the basis of communitarian production. 46. As regards the distribution of the total social product in socialism, it is first divided between the production needs and the consumption needs of society. Production needs here refer to needs of replacement and extension of society's productive apparatus as well as insurance and reserve funds against uncertainty. Consumption is both collective health care, education, provision for those unable to work and personal The principle governing personal consumption remains that of commodity exchange. The quantity of labor given to society by the individual is received back from society by the individual. However, the mediating labor coupons have no exchange value. In fact, in commodity production there is a contradiction between principle and practice. Equivalence is established only on average, since the individual share in total social labor is unknowable. Opposite is the case with socialism. 47 Similarly, in his famous discussion of the association of free individuals in Volume 1 of Capital, Marx posits that under socialized labor, diametrically opposed to commodity production, the mediating labor certificates are not money, they simply ascertain the share allocated to each laboring individual only for the sake of a parallel with commodity production according to the individual's labor time. 48 At the initial phase of the new society, this principle of equivalence, in parallel with the principle under commodity production but without having value form assumed by the product, cannot be avoided. This process is wholly overcome only at a higher phase of the society when all the springs of cooperative wealth open up, leading to the adoption of the principle from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's needs. 49. Labor of the individual in the new society. Having delineated the outlines of the socialist mode of production, let us have a closer look at how Marx viewed the laboring individual in the 53 Association. The starting point here is a very important distinction that Marx makes between the individual's labor as such and the individual's labor as self-activity, a distinction which most of the Marx readers generally leave aside. The neglect of this point by readers leads them to a wrong understanding of Marx's explicit emphasis in some texts on the abolition of division of labor and of labor itself in the coming society. This position of Marx appears most explicitly in the German ideology. At first sight this position looks strange. How could a society survive without labor and division of labor? Even many Marxists by and large are embarrassed in the face of this seemingly utopian idea. Let us see the matter more closely. Basically, Marx stresses that labor as it has been practiced by the human individuals in society so far across the ages, has been principally involuntary, at the service of others, commanded by others. This was palpably the case with individuals under personal dependence, as seen in slavery and serfdom. Under material dependence, with wage labor, this is less palpable, but here also an individual's labor is imposed on the laborer by forces external to the laborer. Here, the context is capitalism, where by supposition the laborer is no longer personally dependent. But they become objectively or materially dependent. The individual is not compelled to labor for a particular capitalist, and they freely and willingly sign the contract for a job. There is no direct dependence here. The person's dependence is indirect, occurs through the exchange of labor power against wage/salary arising from the person's non-ownership of the means of production. Herein lies the material dependence of the laboring individual. As we saw earlier, labor under capital is alienated from the laborer. In Marx's 1844 manuscripts, we learn that the alienation of labor's object is summed up in the alienation in the activity of laborer itself. The laborer finds himself in the same relation to his product as to an alienated object. In his labor the laborer does not affirm but negates himself. The laborer has the feeling of being himself only outside of labor and outside of himself in labor. His labor is not voluntarily given, it is imposed. It is forced labor. 50. 1 year later, in his polemic with Liszt, Marx remarks that the laborer's activity is not a free manifestation of his human life, it is rather an alienation of his powers to capital. Marx calls such activity labor and writes that labor by nature is unfree, in human activity, and calls for the abolition of labor. 51. Indeed, Marx cites Adam Smith's view that labor in history so far, including labor under capital, has been repulsive, appearing as sacrifice, as externally enforced labor, and that non-labor is freedom and luck. 52 Now, as regards the existing division of labor, Marx underlines that the activity of the individual here is not voluntary. The laborer's own act stands in opposition as an alien power that, instead of being mastered by them, enslaves them. As soon as the labor begins to be divided, Each laboring individual has a definite, exclusive circle of activity imposed on him and from which he cannot come out. 53 in the first version. 54 of Capital. Marx wrote, the product of living labor, the objectified labor with its own soul, stands opposed to it as an alien power. The realization process of labor is at the same time the derealization of labor. 54. Referring to the process of simple reproduction of capital, Marx underlines that inasmuch as before entering the labor process the labor of the laborer is already appropriated by the capitalist and incorporated by capital, this labor is objectified during the process constantly into alien product. 55 Referring to the division of labor in capitalism, Marx writes that this process seizes not only the economic sphere but also other special spheres, introducing everywhere the process of parcelization of the individual. Marx also calls such individuals fragmented individuals, or part individuals carrying on detail functions. Very pertinently, Marx cited what he called the outcry of Adam Smith's teacher Ferguson, "We make a nation of helots, we have no free citizens." 56. In other words, going back to an earlier text, we have here what Marx calls abstract individuals. Hence, it is a question of abolishing this labor and this division of labor as the task of the communist revolution. 57. It is in this spirit that Marx wrote in one of his 1861-63 manuscripts, as if division of labor was not just as well possible if its conditions appertained to the associated laborers, and the laborers related themselves to these conditions as their own products and the objective elements of their own activity which by their nature they are. 58. This is the sense we get in Marx's 1875 critique of the Gotha program. Discussing the lower and the higher phases of the communist society, Marx observed that the lower phase of the new society that has just come out of the capitalist society with all its birthmarks cannot completely get rid of the legacy of the mode of labor of the old society, including the division of labor, particularly that between mental and physical labor. Only the higher phase of the new society will completely transcend the narrow bourgeois horizon, when labor will not simply be a means of life but it will become life's first need, and not all division of labor will be abolished but only the division of labor which puts the individual under its enslaving subordination, along with the opposition between mental and physical labor. 59 There is another aspect of labor that concerns in a vital way the laboring individual in socialism. In all modes of production, at least after the most primitive stage, total labor time of society is divided into necessary labor time and surplus labor time. Necessary labor is what is required for preserving and reproducing the labor power, while surplus labor is labor beyond necessary labor whose product takes the form of surplus value in capitalism. As Marx wrote in Volume 1 of Capital, for the capitalist it has all the charms of creation out of nothing. 60. Once the capitalist form of production is suppressed, a part of the total human activity still remains necessary in the earlier sense of preserving and reproducing the labor. 55 Power of the individual laborer through the provisions for collective and individual consumption, including food, housing, health, and education. However, in contrast with capitalism, the domain of necessary labor is much further extended in conformity with the requirements of the total development of the individual, subject only to the limits set by society's productive powers. Labor beyond necessary labor, that is, surplus labor that under capitalism used to serve capital accumulation, disappears. On the other hand, a part of what is considered under capitalism as surplus labor, the part which today serves as reserve and accumulation funds would, in the absence of capital, be counted as necessary labor. That is, as requirements of growing social needs of the associated individuals, including provisions for those who are not in a position to work. All this falls in the domain of material production. So the whole labor devoted to material production is counted as necessary labor under socialism. The time beyond this necessary labor time required for material production is really free time, or disposable time, which is wealth itself. On the one hand, this allows time for enjoying the products of labor and, on the other hand, for free activity, activity that is not determined by the constraints of an external finality, natural necessity, or a social duty. In a justly famous passage Marx observes, the kingdom of freedom begins where the labor determined by necessity and external expediency ceases. It lies therefore by nature of things beyond the sphere of material production, really speaking. Just as the savage has to wrestle with nature in order to satisfy his needs, to preserve his life and to reproduce, the civilized person also must do the same in all social forms and under all possible modes of production. With his development increases this kingdom of natural necessity because his needs increase, but at the same time the productive powers increase to satisfy them. Beyond this begins the development of human powers as an end in itself, the true freedom, which, however, can bloom only on the basis of the other kingdom, that of necessity. 61 Even the non-disposable or necessary labor time in socialism has a qualitatively different character compared to the necessary labor time in a class society, inasmuch as this time is not imposed by an alien power but is willingly undertaken by the associated producers as self-activity, as self-affirmation. The time of labor of an individual who is at the same time an individual of disposable time must possess a quality much superior to that of a beast of labor. 62. It seems that when Marx was speaking of labor not only as means of life but as life's first need in the Gothe critique, and earlier in his inaugural address to the First International regarding the distinction between the previous 56 kind of labor and associated labor, plying its toil with a willing hand, a ready mind and a joyous heart, he was referring to the necessary labor in socialism in the sphere of material production. As regards the necessary labor time bestowed on material production itself in socialism, the continuous development of productive forces at a high rate spurred on by advancing science and technology, would allow continuous decrease of necessary labor time and corresponding increase of disposable, that is, free time for every individual. The true wealth is the developed productive power of all individuals. It is then no more the labor time but the disposable time which is the measure of wealth. The labor time as the measure of wealth posits wealth as founded on poverty. This is to posit the whole time of an individual as labor time, and thus to degrade the individual to the position of simple laborer, subsumed under labor. 63. Free time allows the individual the infinite possibility of development. Marx refers to the idea of the ancients that the aim of production is the human individual, and considers this as sublime compared to the modern world where the aim of humans is production and the aim of production is wealth. Marx adds, once the limited bourgeois form disappears, wealth appears as nothing but the universality of needs, of capacities, of enjoyments, productive powers of the individuals, the absolute elaboration of the individual's creative aptitudes with no other presupposition but the previous historical development, which makes an end in itself, the totality of development of all human powers as such, not measured by a standard, previously set, but where the individual is not reproduced according to a particular determinity, but creates his totality. In the bourgeois economy, and the corresponding epoch of production, this complete elaboration of the human interiority appears as complete emptiness. 64 In consonance with the three-stage analysis of the situation of the individual given above, Marx discusses the changing relation through time of what he calls the man of labor and the means of labor in his 1865 discourse to the workers of the International, the original Union, its decomposition, and finally the restoration of the original Union in a new historical form. 65. Here the last form refers to socialism, where through the appropriation of the means of labor by the collective body of the freely associated individuals the reunion takes place. An important point, hardly noticed, is that in the last section of the first chapter of Capital, Volume 1, where Marx offers a portrait the society after Capital, the latter is referred to in the standard more enabling English translation as a community of free individuals. True, community is a correct translation of Marx's original German term Verein. However, it could also 57 be translated as union or association. In the French version, the writing of which Marx actively participated, we find this term translated as reunion, which, more than any other term, exactly translates the spirit of the restoration of humankind that Marx advocates. 66 Once this reunion is established, the human ceases to be personally or materially dependent, and no more exists as an alienated, parcellized, fragmented individual and becomes a totally developed, integral individual. This free individuality signifies the real appropriation of the human essence by the human for the human, a conscious return to the human essence conserving all the wealth of previous development. 67 With this begins humanity's real history, leaving, in Marx's celebrated phrase, the prehistory of the human society behind. 68 Socialism is indeed the beginning, and not the end, of human history. Chapter 4 Communism, the utopian Marxist vision versus a dialectical and scientific Marxist approach. Bertel Oilman. What was Marx's vision of communism? This is the wrong question. Instead, we should be asking, how did Marx come to his views on communism and how did he usually present them to his readers? The answer to the vision question, whatever it is, cannot help but appear disconnected from, and externally related to, the analysis of capitalism to which Marx devoted the greater part of his life, and this holds true no matter how much one tries to qualify it with material taken from Marx's empirical studies. For it is not just a matter of such additions being too little, too late, but of the vantage point from which communism is approached in the first question, inclining both speaker and listener alike to treat it as a finished product, where the criteria used in judging whether communism is desirable or even possible can only be the ethical principles, or personal wishes and biases, of the parties involved. Approached in this way, Marx's views on communism, which have contributed so much to the spread of Marxism, could never have convinced anyone who was not already prepared to be convinced by them. With the popularity, particularly in recent years, of placing Marx's views on the communist future on an altogether different plane from his analysis of the capitalist present, it should be no surprise that Marx's opponents 64 make many of the same criticisms of his unsupported vision of the future that he himself voiced of the utopian socialists, who did exactly that. This is not to deny the important influence that several utopian writers had on Marx's early formation, or that Marx always recognized the many useful contributions of their school of thought to the progressive movement. Speculating about the future, for example, even when unchecked by any analysis of the present, can be a very liberating experience, helping some people emerge from the status quo, if only in their imaginations. Touching on hitherto unsuspected sources of pleasure, it can also pique people's desire for something better as well as trigger a more critical outlook. In more creative minds, like that of Fourier, Marx's and my own favorite utopian thinker, it can also lead to uncovering some possibilities that only later thinkers will be able to complete. Once an analysis of capitalism that showed how our society actually works and its real potential for becoming a home worthy of the human species. In short, once Marxism came along, all this changed. From then on, utopian thinking became an easy way of discrediting Marxism insofar as the latter could be misrepresented as just another form of wish fulfillment. Hence, the frequent equation of Marxism with communism, as if that and not capitalism were the main subject of Marx's studies, with the step that usually follows, as if by reflex, of taking the Soviet Union and China as evidence for how communism, and therefore Marxism, works in practice. Of all the distortions to which Marx's ideas have been subjected, probably none have been as difficult to correct as this one, for the problem lies not only in what happened in these two countries but in the all too popular separation of Marx's vision of communism from its historical roots in capitalism. Unaware of capitalism as the proper space in which to investigate what communism is and could be, it was easy to substitute what was happening in a few underdeveloped countries, subjected to the constant threat of foreign invasion, that called themselves communist, to determine the worth of all Marx's theories. It was to be expected, of course, that most of Marx's opponents would take this way out, if only to avoid having to deal with his critique of capitalism. Knowing too little of Marx's analysis of capitalism to suspect that it might have a role to play in his projection of communism, however, and operating with an ideological predisposition to treat past, present, and future as fully separate and largely independent stages of history, they are ill-equipped to do otherwise. The case is, or, at least, should be altogether different with those friends and allies who give Marx's views on communism a utopian form while denying that he is a utopian thinker. Unfortunately, in presenting communism from the vantage point of communism, it is not that different in its form, and this turns out to Communism 65 be decisive. The typical result is that most of those addressed find it very difficult to believe in the possibility of such a society, which only adds to their skepticism about all the other ideas associated with such an outlandish view of the future. While, given the internal relations between all of Marx's theories, winning people over to any one of them usually gains support for the others. This applies as much to the theories that explain capitalism in their relation to communism as it does to the latter in its relation to the former, and argues for an exposition that thoroughly integrates the two in the manner of Marx, who seldom misses a chance to point to one or another feature of communism in the midst of his analysis of capitalism, as something made possible by how it has developed and is developing, treating it, in effect, as a partly hidden extension of capitalism itself. It doesn't help matters that in recent years there has been a revival of utopian thinking on the non-communist left, drawing an ideal picture of the future from principles of one sort or another without any but the most superficial look at capitalism, with which this Marxist version of utopian thinking has often been confused, which only adds to the widespread belief that struggles for a better future can dispense with Marx's analysis of the present. Before leaving this topic, I should confess that I too have been at least partly guilty of the approach that I criticize above. Point 1. The changes in my thinking on this matter are due to a deeper study of Marx's dialectical method, and especially its use in inquiry and exposition. Looking for communism inside capitalism, how then did Marx derive his views on communism from his analysis of capitalism? Believing that the future would grow out of the present just as the present grew out of its own past, Marx extended the interpenetrating, overlapping, and interacting processes he found in the capitalist present to include their most important preconditions in the past as well as their most likely future developments, as evidenced by the main tendencies and potentials he found in this present, particularly though not solely in its mode of production. With capitalism recast as an internally related whole consisting of its actual past and present, and its most likely future, Marx used a variety of approaches to tease out what can be learned about what hasn't happened yet from what has. The crucial role of the notion of potential in dialectical thinking, of course, has been noted by a variety of Marxist thinkers. CLR. James refers to the internal relation between actuality and potentiality as the entire secret of Hegel's dialectics. Point 2. Marcuse claims to have found an insoluble bond between the present and the future in the very meanings of the concepts with which Marx analyzes the present. Point 3. Maximilian Rubel makes a similar point when he suggests, half seriously, 66, that Marx invented a new grammatical form, the anticipative indicative, where every effort to point to something in front of him foreshadows something that is not yet there. Point 4. But this still doesn't explain how Marx does it. Where exactly is the future concealed in the present? And how does Marx's dialectical method help him uncover it? There are, in fact, several different approaches that Marx uses to look for evidence of communism inside capitalism. The most important of these are the following: 1. Singling out the sprouts of communism that are visible inside capitalism and indicating how they would appear and function without the constraints of the current order. Sprouts of communism can be found in those developments like cooperatives, unions, and public education that already exhibit some socialist characteristics, even though they are severely limited in how they function by the larger capitalist context. Such sprouts are also visible in many of the conditions and operations that are distinctive of late capitalism, such as the progressive replacement of private capital with the banking system and the extensive planning that goes on in every corporation once we recognize that they are laying part of the necessary foundations for socialism at the same time. Even a major capitalist problem, such as unemployment, becomes a sprout of communism when viewed in terms of all the workers who would be available to share the work with those who are currently employed, expanding the amount of free time for everyone. Further, whenever any capitalist problem like the profit-driven destruction of the environment is shown to have only a communist solution, it can be added to the number of sprouts of communism inside capitalism, i.e. to the growing number of signs that communism is not only possible but necessary. One can find numerous examples of these sprouts throughout Marx's writings. This is also the simplest and probably the most convincing of Marx's approaches to this subject, which is why I have chosen to concentrate on it for this article. 2. Using capitalism's relation with its necessary presuppositions in the mode of production that preceded it to inform us about its new role in providing the necessary presuppositions for the kind of society that will follow it. 3. Projecting the development of capitalism's major contradictions such as those responsible for periodic crises to the point of their resolution and beyond into the new patterns assumed by what remains of their components. 4. Viewing the workers, once they come to power, as no less likely to build a society that serves their class interests than the capitalists and the aristocracy were when they had the chance do so. One can. Communism 67 deduce a good deal of what a workers' government benefiting from the advanced conditions inherited from capitalism would do. 5. As regards the character of the state again, given all the changes that will have taken place in other sectors of society, asking what functions of the modem state will remain in existence at that time. 6. Treating the separations at the core of alienated labor between workers and their productive activity, products, other people, and their potential as members of the human species as a major condition underlying capitalism, including its most distinctive forms and problems. Projecting what the opposite of alienation would look like provides a helpful, if very general, overview of communism. If the relations of alienation under capitalism are the result of the practical negation of the traditional ties between people and their work, product, and others that existed under feudalism, it is reasonable to expect that performing the same negation of these relations in capitalism can reveal a good deal about the society that is likely to succeed it. This negation of the negation recovers some of the social interconnectedness, suitably transformed, experienced in feudal society, while retaining and expanding many of the material accomplishments of capitalism, making spiral rather circular the appropriate metaphor for this type of movement. The same approach also makes the end of alienation one of the best descriptions of life in full communism, and is often used in that way by Marx. 5 These different approaches to studying communism inside capitalism overlap to a large extent. Even together, they do not and could not provide us with anything like the full or detailed picture that some would like, and there is no doubt that other approaches to this subject can be found in Marx's writings. But the ones listed here are all based on what Marx had come to understand about capitalism. They grow out of his dialectical analysis of this historically specific social formation and carry with them the stamp and heft of his life's work as the premier scholar of a capitalism bursting at its seams with potentials for communism. It is this distinctive combination of inductive and deductive research that allowed him to find the broad lines of our likely future in the emergence and unfolding of the present out of its own past, and to claim scientific standing for the totality of his work. It is also with this family of capitalist-centric approaches, that is, in this context and from this vantage point, that we today should study and present communism, now as ever one of the most appealing features of Marxism, to our contemporaries. 6 Sprouts of communism inside capitalism. Texts 1. The nature of the relationship between capitalism and communism, within bourgeois society, the society that rests on exchange value. There arise relations of circulation as well as of production which are so many mines to explode it. On the other hand, if we didn't find concealed in society as it is the material conditions of production and the corresponding relations of exchange prerequisite for a classless society, then all attempts to explode it would be quixotic. 7. Communism is not for us a stable state which is to be established, an ideal to which reality will have to adjust itself. We call communism the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. The conditions of this movement result from premises now in existence. 8. We do not anticipate the world dogmatically, but rather wish to find the new world through the criticism of the old. 9. 2. In our days everything seems pregnant with its contrary. There is one great fact, characteristic of this our 19th century, a fact which no party dares deny. On the one hand, there have started into life industrial and scientific forces, which no epoch of the former human history had ever suspected. On the other hand, there exist symptoms of decay, far surpassing the horrors recorded of the latter times of the Roman Empire. In our days everything seems pregnant with its contrary. Machinery, gifted with the wonderful power of shortening and fructifying human labor, we behold starving and overworking it. The newfangled sources of wealth, by some strange weird spell, are turned into sources of want. The victories of art seem to be bought by the loss of character. At the same pace that mankind masters nature, man seems to become enslaved to other men or to his own infamy. Even the pure light of science seems unable to shine but on the dark background of ignorance. All our invention and progress seem to result in endowing material forces with intellectual life. Communism 69 and in stultifying human life into a material force. This antagonism between modem industry and science on the one hand, modem misery and dissolution on the other hand, this antagonism between the productive powers and the social relations of our epoch is a fact, palpable, overwhelming, and not to be contract overt. Some parties may wail over it, others may wish to get rid of modern arts, in order to get rid of modem conflicts. Or they may imagine that so signal a progress in industry wants to be completed by as signal a regress in politics. On our part, we do not mistake the shape of the shrewd spirit that continues to work all these contradictions. We know that to work the newfangled forces of society, they only want to be mastered by newfangled men, and such are the working men. They are as much the invention of modern times as machinery itself. In the signs that bewilder the middle class, the aristocracy, and the poor prophets of regression, we do recognize our brave friend, Robin Goodfellow, the old mole that can work in the earth so fast, that worthy pioneer the revolution 10. 3. Workers' cooperatives are the first sprouts of communism inside capitalism. The cooperative factories of the laborers themselves represent within the old form the first sprouts of the new, although they naturally reproduce, everywhere in their actual organization, all the shortcomings of the prevailing system. But the antithesis between capital and labor is overcome within them, if at first only by making the associated laborers into their own capitalist, i.e., by enabling them to use the means of production for the employment of their own labor. They show how a new mode of production naturally grows out of an old one, when the development of the material forces of production and of the corresponding forms of social production have reached a particular stage. Without the factory system arising out of the capitalist mode of production, there could have been no cooperative factories. Nor could these have developed without the credit system arising out of the same mode of production. The credit system is not only the principal basis for gradual transformation of capitalist private enterprises into capitalist stock companies, but equally offers the means for the gradual extension of cooperative enterprises on a more or less national scale. The capitalist stock companies, as much as the cooperative factories, should be considered as transitional forms from the capitalist mode of production to the associated one, with the only distinction that the antagonism is resolved negatively in the one and positively in the other. 11. 74. Stock companies as the abolition of capital as private property within the framework of capitalist production itself, formation of stock companies. Thereby, an enormous expansion of the scale of production and of enterprises, that was impossible for individual capitals. At the time, enterprises that were formerly government enterprises become public. The capital, which in itself rests on a social mode of production and presupposes a social concentration of means of production and labor power, is here directly endowed with the form of social capital as distinct from private capital, and its undertakings assume the form of social undertakings as distinct from private undertakings. It is the abolition of capital as private property within the framework of capitalist production itself. Transformation of the actually functioning capitalist into a mere manager, administrator of other people's capital, and of the owner of capital into a mere owner, a mere money capitalist. Even if the dividends which they receive include the interest and the profit of enterprise, i.e., the total profit, this total profit is henceforth received only in the form of interest, i.e., as mere compensation for owning capital that now is entirely divorced from the function in the actual process of reproduction, just as this function in the person of the manager is divorced from ownership of capital. Profit thus appears as a mere appropriation of the surplus labor of others, arising from the conversion of means of production into capital, i.e., from their alienation vis-a-vis the actual producer, from their antithesis as another's property to every individual actually at work in production, from manager down to the last day laborer. In stock companies the function is divorced from capital ownership, hence also labor is entirely divorced from ownership of means of production and surplus labor. This result of the ultimate development of capitalist production is a necessary transitional phase towards the reconversion of capital into the property of producers, although no longer as the private property of the individual producers, but rather as the property of associated. Communism 71 producers, as outright social property. On the other hand, the stock company is a transition toward the conversion of all functions in the reproduction process which still remain linked with capitalist property, into mere functions of associated producers, into social functions. This is the abolition of the capitalist mode of production within the capitalist mode of production itself, and hence a self-dissolving contradiction, which prima facie represents a mere phase of transition to a new form of production. It manifests itself as such a contradiction in its effects. It establishes a monopoly in certain spheres and thereby requires state interference. It reproduces a new financial aristocracy, a new variety of parasites in the shape of promoters, speculators, and simply nominal directors, a whole system of swindling and cheating by means of corporation promotion, stock issuance, and stock speculation. It is private production without the control of private property. Conceptions which have some meaning on a less developed stage of capitalist production, become quite meaningless here. Success and failure both lead here to a centralization of capital, and thus to expropriation on the most enormous scale. Expropriation extends here from the direct producers to the smaller and medium-sized capitalists themselves. It is the point of departure for the capitalist mode of production, its accomplishment is the goal of this production. In the last instance, it aims at the expropriation of the means of production of all individuals. With the development of social production, the means of production cease to be the means of private production and products of private production, and can thereafter be only means of production in the hands of associated producers, i.e., the latter's social property, much as they are their social products. However, this expropriation appears within the capitalist system in a contradictory form, as appropriation of social property by a few, and credit lends the latter more and more the aspect of pure adventurers. Since property here exists in the form of stock, its movement and transfer becomes purely a result of gambling on the stock exchange, where little fish are swallowed by the sharks and the lambs by the stock exchange wolves. There is antagonism against the old form in the stock companies, in which the social means of production appear as private property, but the conversion to the form of stock still remains ensnared in the trammels of capitalism. Hence, instead of overcoming the antithesis between the character of wealth as social and as private wealth, the stock companies merely develop it in a new form. 72.5. The banking system as the abolition of the private character of capital within capitalism. The banking system, so far as its formal organization and centralization is concerned, is the most artificial and most developed product turned out by the capitalist mode of production, a fact already expressed in 1697 in some Thoughts on the Interests of England. This accounts for the immense power of an institution such as the Bank of England over commerce and industry, although their actual movements remain completely beyond its province and it is passive toward them. The banking system possesses indeed the form of universal bookkeeping and distribution of means of production on a social scale, but solely the form. We have seen that the average profit of the individual capitalist, or of every individual capital, is determined not by the surplus labor appropriated at first hand by each capital, but by the quantity of total surplus labor appropriated by the total capital, from which each individual capital receives its dividend only proportional to its aliquot part of the total capital. This social character of capital is first promoted and wholly realized through the full development of the credit and banking system. On the other hand, this goes farther. It places all the available and even potential capital of society that is not already actively employed at the disposal of the industrial and commercial capitalists, so that neither the lenders nor users of this capital are its real owners or producers. It thus does away with the private character of capital and thus contains in itself, but only in itself, the abolition of capital itself. By means of the banking system, the distribution of capital as a special business, a social function, is taken out of the hands of the private capitalists and usurers. But at the same time, banking and credit thus become the most potent means of driving capitalist production beyond its own limits, and one of the most effective vehicles of crisis and swindle. 6. Overproduction is an element of anarchy only within capitalist society. Surplus is not an evil in itself, but an advantage, however it is an evil under capitalist production. Once the capitalist form of reproduction is abolished, it is only a matter of the volume of the expiring portion expiring and therefore to be reproduced in kind of fixed capital, varying in various successive years. If it is very large in a certain year, then it is certainly so much smaller in the next year. The quantity of raw materials, semi-finished products, and auxiliary materials required for the annual production of the articles of Communism 73 consumption, provided other things remain equal, does not decrease in consequence. Hence the aggregate production of means of production would have to increase in the one case and decrease in the other. This can be remedied only by a continuous relative overproduction. There must be on the one hand a certain quantity of fixed capital produced in excess of that which is directly required, on the other hand, and particularly, there must be a supply of raw materials, etc., in excess of the direct annual requirements. This sort of overproduction is tantamount to control by society over the material means of its own reproduction. But within capitalist society it is an element of anarchy. 7. Increased productivity and the economy of labor. The more the productiveness of labor increases, the more can the working day be shortened, and the more the working day is shortened, the more can the intensity of labor increase. From a social point of view, the productiveness increases in the same ratio as the economy of labor, which, in its turn, includes not only economy of the means of production, but also the avoidance of all useless labor. The capitalist mode of production, while on the one hand, enforcing the economy in each individual business, on the other hand, begets, by its anarchical system of competition, the most outrageous squandering of labor power and the social means of production, not to mention the creation of a vast number of employments, at present indispensable, but in themselves superfluous. The intensity and productiveness of labor being given, the time which society is bound to devote to material production is shorter, and as a consequence, the time at its disposal for the free development, intellectual and social, of the individual is greater, in proportion as the work is more and more evenly divided among all the able-bodied members of society, and as a particular class is more and more deprived of the power to shift the natural burden of labor from its own shoulders to those of another layer of society. In this direction, the shortening of the working day finds at last a limit in the generalization of labor. In capitalist society, spare time is acquired for one class by converting the whole lifetime of the masses into labor time. 8. Capitalism's redundant workers are also evidence of the possibility of more free time for everyone with another organization of society, a development of productive forces which would diminish the absolute number of laborers, i.e., enable the entire nation to accomplish its total production in a shorter time span, would cause a revolution, because it would put the bulk of the population out. 74 of the running. This is another manifestation of the specific barrier of capitalist production, showing also that capitalist production is by no means an absolute form for the development of the productive forces and for the creation of wealth, but rather that at a certain point it comes into collision with this development. This collision appears partly in periodical crises, which arise from the circumstance that now this and now that portion of the laboring population becomes redundant under its old mode of employment. The limit of capitalist production is the excess time of the laborer. The absolute spare time gained by society does not concern it. The development of productivity concerns it only insofar as it increases the surplus labor time of the working class, not because it decreases the labor time for material production in general. It moves thus in a contradiction. 16. 9. The growing alienation of individual capitalists as well as workers from capital implies at the same time the transformation of the conditions of production into general, common, social conditions. We have seen that the growing accumulation of capital implies its growing concentration. Thus grows the power of capital, the alienation of the conditions of social production personified in the capitalist from the real producers. Capital comes more and more to the fore as a social power, whose agent is the capitalist. This social power no longer stands in any possible relation to that which the labor of a single individual can create. It becomes an alienated, independent, social power, which stands opposed to society as an object, and as an object that is the capitalist's source of power. The contradiction between the general social power into which capital develops, on the one hand, and the private power of the individual capitalist over these social conditions of production, on the other, becomes ever more irreconcilable, and yet contains the solution of the problem, because it implies at the same time the transformation of production into general, common, social conditions. This transformation stems from the development of the productive forces under capitalist production, and from the ways and means by which this development takes place. 17. 10. Projecting the effect of the rapid developments in science and technology, the exchange of living labor for objectified labor, i.e. the positing of social labor in the form of the contradiction of capital and communism. 75. Wage labor is the ultimate development of the value relation and of production resting on value. Its presupposition is and remains the mass of direct labor time, the quantity of labor employed, as the determining factor in the production of wealth. But to the degree that large industry develops, the creation of real wealth comes to depend less on labor time and on the amount of labor employed than on the power of the agencies set in motion during labor time, whose powerful effectiveness is itself in turn out of all proportion to the direct labor time spent on their production, but depends rather on the general state of science and on the progress of technology, or the application of this science to production. Agriculture, example, becomes merely the application of the science of material metabolism, its regulation for the greatest advantage of the entire body of society. Real wealth manifests itself, rather, and large industry reveals this in the monstrous disproportion between the labor time applied, and its product, as well as in the qualitative imbalance between labor, reduced to a pure abstraction, and the power of the production process itself. No longer does the worker insert a modified natural thing as middle link between the object and himself, rather, he inserts the process of nature, transformed into an industrial process, as a means between himself and inorganic nature, mastering it. He steps to the side of the production process instead of being its chief actor. In this transformation, it is neither the direct human labor he himself performs, nor the time during which he works, but rather the appropriation of his own general productive power, his understanding of nature and his mastery over it by virtue of his presence as a social body. It is, in a word, the development of the social individual which appears as the great foundation stone of production and of wealth. The theft of alien labor time, on which the present wealth is based, appears a miserable foundation in face of this new one, created by large-scale industry itself. As soon as labor in the direct form has ceased to be the great wellspring of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be its measure, and hence exchange value of use value. The surplus labor of the mass has ceased to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just the non-labor of the few, for the development of the general powers of the human head. With 76 that, production based on exchange value breaks down, and the direct, material production process is stripped of the form of penury and antithesis. The free development of individualities and hence not the reduction of necessary labor time so as to posit surplus value, but rather the general reduction of the necessary labor of society to a minimum, which then corresponds to the artistic, scientific, etc. development of the individuals in the time set free, and with the means created, For all of them 18. Conclusion: who can deny that the sprouts of communism are found throughout capitalism, or that they are more numerous and much more evident now than in Marx's time? Witness automation and robotization, the spread of globalization, the extensive economic planning done by every corporation, developments in transportation and communication, the sheer amount of waste of finished goods, means of production and labor power that accompanies capitalist production, the onward march of democracy and its worsening abuses everywhere, and all the material and intellectual means available to resolve the problems of rising unemployment, growing economic inequality, rapidly accelerating climate change, wars of all sorts, massive food shortages, the threat of new and the return of old plagues, and running through it all the rampant commodification of most forms of learning, making knowledge itself a growing part of the problem instead of an essential part of the solution. What makes all of these conditions and problems sprouts of communism is that the means for dealing with them are all available typically as byproducts of the very developments that have given rise to these problems, but they have no chance of being put to use in capitalism. Yet, almost everywhere we look, the new communist world that capitalism has made possible is staring us right in the face, though most people have great difficulty recognizing it behind all the capitalist forms in which it appears. Since my earliest writings on communism, the collapse of actually existing socialism has led those dissatisfied with capitalism to intensify their search for an alternative. Unfortunately and somewhat surprisingly, even socialists who never saw the Soviet Union as a model for anything seem to have drawn negative lessons from its demise for the possibility of communism. If communism was never before so possible materially, technologically, socially, indeed, in every way, but politically never before has it met with such widespread skepticism. What is the bearing of this changed situation on all of our efforts to present Marx's views on communism? While Communism 77, it is probably more difficult today to get this much maligned subject taken seriously, there has never been a time when it was more needed. For, as the Cheshire Cat tells Alice, if you don't know where you want to go, then any path will do. Why give priority, we are asked again and again, to any one reform over others? The first step in re-establishing Marx's approach to communism and providing the broad working class with a clear direction in which to carry on its struggles is to break the connection between communism and the former Soviet Union. Unfortunately, this is how most people continue to think about communism. Instead, communism must be linked, as it was for Marx, to capitalism. Viewed in relation to the Soviet Union, communism cannot help but be sullied by the distortions that disfigured even the modest successes that occurred under that regime. Also, and what is of equal importance, whenever communism is viewed in connection with the Soviet experience, it seems to be an alternative available to people anywhere, at any time, and under any conditions. What counts in this case are a variety of subjective factors ranging from the intelligence and commitments of the leadership to the type of party they create and the strategy it adopts. Viewing communism in and through its ties to capitalism, on the other hand, brings to the fore the objective conditions responsible for the particular problems from which people suffer, together with the related conditions, most of which were completely absent in the Soviet Union, that provide a basis for their solution. It is this approach that allowed Marx to treat communism as an unrealized potential within capitalism. But, if this is so, then like Marx we must give top priority to the analysis of capitalism, and not of market society, or industrial society, or the information society, or modem society, or postmodern society, or even American society. As part of this, we must stop avoiding the use of the word capitalism where we know it applies. For our worst problems, crisis, economic exploitation, alienation, unemployment, social and economic inequality, imperialism, and environmental degradation all arise from the natural workings of capitalism. Substituting another way of organizing society for capitalism, therefore, leaves the origins of these problems out of focus, or worse, and makes it very difficult to see where the solutions for them might come from. As our present economic crisis deepens, many non-Marxist writers have grudgingly admitted that Marx seems to have been right about capitalism, but they are quick to add wrong about communism. In the celebration of the 150th anniversary of the Communist Manifesto, the Canadian-American psychologist Bill Livent has identified this as coitus manifestus, subvariety, communistus interruptus. 4. If Marx was right about capitalism, given all he understands by capitalism, then he had 78 to be right about communism, for the latter resides inside the folds of the former. In which case, the only way to deny the possibility of communism is to reject the analysis of capitalism that portrays it as a realistic possibility. What is to be done, then, contra Lenin, at least in this grey interregnum through which the world left is now passing, is to re-establish the necessary links between capitalism and communism. This is not the same as maintaining that communism is inevitable. Even Marx saw barbarism, the common ruin of the contending classes, in his words, as a possible alternative to communism, though he considered it very unlikely and never gave it the attention that we now know it deserves. 19 Today, after fascism and the civil wars in Rwanda and Somalia and the breakdown of state authority in a half-dozen other countries, we have a better idea of what barbarism might bring, and how great a danger it poses. The steady erosion of the ecological conditions necessary for the reproduction of human life and the growing destructive power of modern weaponry have presented us with two more possible outcomes to human history. In presenting the choice before humanity in the coming period as between communism, barbarism, ecological suicide, and nuclear annihilation, I am trying to make two main points: that the continuation of democratic capitalism, whose necessary preconditions are even now disappearing, is not one of the alternatives, and that none of the real alternatives to communism are acceptable to anyone. For people to choose communism, however, still requires that they recognize it as a realistic possibility, no matter how unlikely they believe it to be. For whereas communism can be achieved only if the majority of workers, which includes practically everyone in the developed capitalist countries nowadays, set out on this path, the other possible outcomes to human history can come about without anyone actually choosing them. As capitalist decline turns into a full-scale rout, all that is required is that people put off choosing communism long enough. Close to half of Marx's writings are devoted to the critique of bourgeois ideology, in which the assumption of capitalism's natural and, therefore, permanent character serves as the central pivot. Against this, Marx sets out to show not only how capitalism works, where it has come from and how quickly it is changing, but as an essential part of his analysis what it is changing into. The theories that seek to capture this systemic and historical whole are all interrelated and support one another. Only with a substantial space within this whole accorded to a better future, however, one that is also believable because its first sprouts emerge out of conditions and developments that exist all around us. Only when Marxist theory and capitalist events convincingly establish this internal link can workers and other oppressed people be expected to take the leap from their class interests to revolutionary practice. In the midst of what may be Communism 79, its terminal economic crisis, capitalism can be counted on to do its part. Those of us who consider ourselves Marxists cannot do any less. Finally, after arguing that the crucial question to address is, did Marx come to his views on communism, I am ready to admit there may be occasions when it is useful to answer the question. What was Marx's vision of communism? The huge differences between what Marx called communism and what came to pass in the so-called communist countries require clarification whenever they come up, and the persistent student who insists on an answer to his or her question deserves one. However, given the destructive effect of separating capitalism from communism on any adequate understanding of either, I would simply urge those who are tempted to take this path to devote more quality time to how Marx came to his views on communism. As for myself, I shall continue to postpone any reconstruction of Marx's vision of communism until my audience has heard, with the help of the kind of examples found in this chapter, how and where these views originated. Chapter 5: Scarcity and the Realm of Freedom. Michael A. Lebowitz. Were Marx's ideas about socialism unrealizable, contradictory, and very seriously defective and misleading? That is the assessment of Alec Nove in his Economics of Feasible Socialism. In particular, Nov scoffed at the concept of a communist society characterized by abundance, a golden age where abundance removes conflict over resource allocation, since by definition there is enough for everyone, and so there are no mutually exclusive choices, no opportunities foregone, and therefore there is no opportunity cost won. On the contrary, he argued, there are always opportunity costs, resources being finite, everything has an opportunity cost. Something potentially useful is being foregone too. But not for the fundamentalist millenarians who believe in a stage of communist abundance. Because such naive souls cling to Marx's technological and resource availability optimism and assume out of existence the very possibility of problems associated with scarcity, they are saved a great deal of unnecessary thought. 3. Alas, Nov declared, this concept of abundance is an unacceptable assumption for. But that assumption of the world of plenty, he argued, is at the core of the concept of communism. The utopian aspects of Marx's ideas, especially the new man, the absence of conflict between individuals and groups, depend decisively on an unrealizable degree of plenty. 5. In this scenario, new human attitudes would develop, acquisitiveness would wither away. Because acquisitiveness would have lost all purpose. No doubt also the lion shall lie down with the lamb. We are back in the 84 realm of religious faith. 6. Is this picture a caricature and reductio ad absurdum, though, of Marx's concept of communism? The story of two stages for many people, Marx's concept of historical development, can be found in a few paragraphs of his 1859 preface to the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. Despite the wealth of his discussion in Capital of Production under capitalist relations and the development of a specifically capitalist mode of production. Unfortunately, several paragraphs from Marx's comments upon the Gotha program of 1875 similarly often serve as Marx's view of communist society, despite the fact that the concept of communism pervades Marx's thought. In particular, the standard interpretation of Marx's critique of the Gotha program 7 introduces a story of two stages, socialism and communism, with strikingly different relations of distribution. Whereas the higher stage of communism would be characterized by distribution in accordance with need, in the lower stage the principle of distribution was one in which each would receive in accordance with her contribution. Underlying the difference between the two principles of distribution in this conception is the extent of the development of the productive forces. Socialism is viewed as the stage in which society develops productive forces and thereby prepares the way for the higher stage. The Soviet Constitution of 19,368 offered a classic version of this vision of socialism. According to Article 11, socialism is a society in which economic life is determined and directed by the state national economic plan with the aim of increasing the public wealth, of steadily improving the material conditions of the working people and raising their cultural level. And, Article 12 reads, in the USSR work is a duty and a matter of honor for every able-bodied citizen, in accordance with the principle, he who does not work, neither shall he eat. The principle applied in the USSR is that of socialism, from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. 9. The immediate source of this concept of two stages and a specific socialist principle was Lenin. Reading Marx's distinction in Critique of the Gotha program between the new society as it initially emerges from capitalism and that society once it has produced its own foundations, Lenin labeled these as the stages of socialism and communism, respectively. And, he asked in State and Revolution 10 what would be the character of the state after capitalism? His answer was that a state would be unnecessary in the higher stage of communism. However, a state would clearly be required within socialism. Why? Because until such time as it was possible 85 to distribute products in accordance with needs, and until such time as it was possible to allow people to choose whatever activities they wished, a state was necessary. The state was necessary within socialism, Lenin argued, in order to apply the rule of law as regulator in the distribution of products and the allotment of labor among the members of society. Indeed, he insisted, until the higher stage, the strictest control by society and by the state over the measure of labor and the measure of consumption would be essential. He who does not work, neither he shall not eat was one principle that would be applied strictly as would the other socialist principle, an equal amount of products for an equal amount of labor. 11 Further, Lenin indicated that this need for the state to regulate the quantity of products to be received by each would continue until the socialist stage brought about an enormous development of productive forces. The latter would be the economic basis for the complete withering away of the state. It would create such a high stage of communism that the antithesis between mental and manual labor disappears. In this realm of abundance, society then could adopt the rule, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. No longer would it be necessary to ensure the strictest control by society and by the state of the measure of labor and the measure of consumption. 12. To each according to his needs, thus, would be possible for people once their labor becomes so productive that they will voluntarily work according to their ability. 13. There, in a nutshell, is the story of communism that challenges the society in which an enormous development of productive forces permits distribution in accordance with need, the society of abundance. Aside, though, from any skepticism about this unacceptable assumption, we need to ask if this conception of two stages and of the specific socialist principle actually corresponds to Marx's conception of the new society. The being and becoming of a new society. Certainly, the kernel of the two stages story is present in the critique of the Gotha program. There, Marx distinguished between a communist society as it has developed on its own foundations and one just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. 14. But what does it mean to speak of a society that has developed on its own foundations? You won't find the answer in the critique of the Gotha program. But you can find it very clearly elsewhere in Marx's work. A system which 86 has its own foundations is one which produces its own premises, that is, which is dependent upon results it itself has created. As Marx noted in the Grundrisse about capitalism, in the completed bourgeois system, every economic relation presupposes every other in its bourgeois economic form, and everything posited is thus also a presupposition. This is the case with every organic system. 15. Marx was describing there a system which is an organic whole, a structure in which all the elements coexist simultaneously and support one another, a structure in which those elements mutually interact and support the reproduction of the system. 16. A system that rests upon its own foundations is one that contains within it the conditions for its own reproduction. Whatever the social form of production process, Marx declared at the opening of chapter 23 of volume I of Capital, it has to be continuous, it must periodically repeat the same phases. A society can no more cease to produce than it can cease to consume. When viewed, therefore, as a connected whole, and in the constant flux of its incessant renewal, every social process of production is at the same time a process of reproduction. 17. And, that was what Marx demonstrated in this chapter, that his discussion in Capital had provided the basis for us to understand capitalism as a system of reproduction. He underlined this point by concluding chapter 23 as follows: the capitalist process of production, therefore, seen as a total, connected process, i.e. a process of reproduction, produces not only commodities, not only surplus value, but also produces and reproduces the capital relation itself, on one hand the capitalist, on the other the wage laborer. 18. Marx understood capitalism, in short, as a connected whole constantly in the process of renewal, one which produces and reproduces material products and social relations, and which are themselves presuppositions and premises of production. Those conditions, like these relations, are on the one hand the presuppositions of the capitalist production process, on the other its results and creations. They are both produced and reproduced by it. 19. Capitalism as an organic system spontaneously reproduces capitalist relations of production, that is, it reproduces its necessary premises. Of course, an organic system does not drop from the sky, the new forces of production and relations of production do not develop out of nothing, nor drop from the sky, nor from the womb of the self-positing idea, but from within and in antithesis to the existing development of production and the inherited, traditional relations of property. There is a process of development, a process of becoming, before the new system can produce its own premises. The process of becoming this totality forms a moment of its process, of its development. 20. If we are to understand Marx's brief comments in the critique of the Gotha program, it is essential to grasp his distinction between the 87 becoming of a system and its being, between the historical emergence of a particular form of society and the nature of that society once it has developed upon its own foundations. We need to understand his conception of communist society as it has developed on its own foundation if we are to recognize what is necessary for it to become. A system completes itself when it produces its own presuppositions, when its presuppositions and premises themselves are results. But when a new system first comes on the scene, it never produces its own premises. Rather, when a new system emerges, it necessarily inherits premises from the old. Its premises and presuppositions are historic ones, premises that are produced outside the system. This distinction between premises produced within a system and historic premises is crucial. If we want to understand an organic system, we can't focus upon those historic premises. If you want to understand the modem city, Marx noted, you don't do it by discussing the flight of serfs to the cities. That is one of the theoric conditions and presuppositions of urbanism. Not a condition, not a moment of the reality of developed cities. Similarly, let's not talk about things like how the earth made the transition from a liquid sea of fire and vapor to its present form. 21. If we want to understand the earth and capitalism, let's talk about them now, not focus upon those presuppositions of their becoming which are suspended in their being. The historic presuppositions of capitalism took many forms, among which were individual savings acquired from various sources. However, the dependence of capitalism upon original savings, Marx stressed, belongs to the history of its formation, but in no way to its contemporary history, i.e. not to the real system of the mode of production ruled by it. Once capitalism exists, capital itself, on the basis of its own reality, posits the conditions for its realization. In short, you have real capital when capital produces its own premises, when it no longer rests upon historic presuppositions. These presuppositions, which originally appeared as conditions of its becoming and hence could not spring from its action as capital, now appear as results of its own realization, reality, as posited by it not as conditions of its arising but as resids of its presence. Thus, to understand capitalism as a system, it is essential to look at how the system is reproduced, how it creates its own presuppositions, by means of its own production process. Marx focused upon how capital no longer proceeds from presuppositions in order to become, but rather is itself presupposed, and proceeds from itself to create the conditions of its maintenance and growth. 22. When we understand capitalism as an organic system, central to our analysis is the demonstration that capital is the result of the exploitation of workers, that is, it is the workers' own product turned against them. In contrast, it is a serious theoretical error to start from the conditions in which the new system is still stamped with the birthmarks of the old. 88. In such a case, you cannot understand the true nature of the system. See, Marx stressed, how bourgeois economists obscured the distinct nature of capital by formulating the conditions of its becoming as the conditions of its contemporary realization, i.e. presenting the moments in which the capitalist still appropriates as not capitalist because he is still becoming as the very conditions in which he appropriates as capitalist. 23. This completely distorts the nature of capitalism. By treating capital as if it remains based upon historic presuppositions like individual savings, the capitalist relation of production disappears. This is why Marx explicitly distinguished between the accumulation of capital within capitalism as a system and the original accumulation, and why the former must come first in our analysis. Theory, in short, guides the historical inquiry. Our method, Marx noted, indicates the points where historical investigation must enter in. Understanding the nature of capitalism as an organic system point towards a past lying behind the system. 24. Once we understand the nature of the organic system, then we can investigate the process by which it emerged. Once Marx had identified the essential elements in capitalist relations of production as capital and wage labor, then he could focus upon the preconditions for the initial emergence of each. And that approach is precisely what we need to follow if we are to grasp Marx's comments in the Critique of the Gotha program. The Society of Associated Producers. To understand capitalism as an organic system, it is essential to focus upon the nature of capitalist relations of production and to see how the elements in its particular combination of production, distribution, and consumption interact to ensure the reproduction of the system. Similarly, to understand the new society that Marx envisioned, we need to focus upon the relations of production of the Society of Associated Producers and to see how the elements in its particular combination of production, distribution, and consumption interact to ensure the reproduction of the system. Whereas the capitalist's conscious goal is the production and expansion of capital, the ought of productive activity for the associated producers is the production and expansion of what Marx called rich human beings, that is, the full development of human capacities. From the outset of his work in 1844, Marx rejected the preoccupations of the political economists of his time and envisioned instead a rich human being, one who has developed his capacities and capabilities to the point where he is able to take gratification in a many-sided way, the rich man profoundly endowed with all the senses. In place of the wealth and poverty of political economy, he proposed, come the rich human being and rich human need. The rich human being. 89 is simultaneously the human being in need of a totality of human manifestations of life, the man in whom his own realization exists as an inner necessity, as need. 25. In the Grundriss, Marx continued to stress the centrality of the concept of rich human beings. When the limited bourgeois form is stripped away, he asked, what is wealth other than the universality of individual needs, capacities, pleasures, productive forces, etc., created through universal exchange. 26. In continuing to envision a rich human being as rich as possible in needs, because rich in qualities and relations, as the most total and universal possible social product, Marx looked to the development of the rich individuality, which is as all-sided in its production as in its consumption. 27. This was Marx's conception of the new society, a society that removes all obstacles to the full development of human beings. He made the point explicitly in Capital, in contrast to the society where the worker exists to satisfy the need of capital for its growth. Marx envisioned the inverse situation, in which objective wealth is there to satisfy the worker's own need for development. 28. In that society of associated producers, each individual is able to develop his full potential, that is, the absolute working out of his creative potentialities, the complete working out of the human content, the development of all human powers as such, the end in itself. 29. In that society, the productive forces would have increased with the all-round development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly. 30. This all-round development of the individual, however, does not come as a gift from above. To understand the society of associated producers, we need to recognize that human development requires practice, continuous practice. Starting from his articulation of the concept of revolutionary practice, the coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity or self-change, Marx consistently stressed that, through their activity, people simultaneously change as they change circumstances. 31 We develop ourselves, in short, through our own practice, and are the products of all our activities, the products of our struggles, the products of all the relations in which we produce and interact. In every human activity, in short, there is a joint product, both the change in the object of labor and the change in the laborer herself. And, so it is in the society of associated producers. The particular productive activity that takes place within the productive relation of associated producers has as its result a particular kind of person. When we grasp the unity of human development and practice, Marx's key link, we understand that only where there is conscious cooperation among associated producers, where the goal of production is that of the workers themselves, are there the conditions for the full development of human capacities. 90 Characteristic, then, of productive relations in this society is worker management, which ends the division between thinking and doing. But this involves more than worker management in individual workplaces. The goals of production are those of workers in society, to workers in their communities and all social institutions. Implicit in this key link of human development and practice, accordingly, is democratic, participatory and protagonistic activity in every aspect of our lives. Through revolutionary practice in our communities, our workplaces, and in all our social institutions, we produce and reproduce ourselves as rich human beings rich in capacities and needs. Our practice produces us as people who recognize the need for and importance of solidarity in our workplaces, communities, and society. In short, social production organized by workers is essential for developing the capacities of producers and building new relations of cooperation and solidarity. But production for what purpose? Very simply, the new society starts from the recognition of the worker's own need for development. All workers. Unlike previous societies where the development of the human capacities on the one side is based on the restriction of development on the other, the Society of Associated Producers places upon its banner the words of the Communist Manifesto, the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. 32. And that means we base our productive activity upon the recognition of our common humanity and our needs as members of the human family. This is not a matter simply of helping others, rather, it has definite implications for our own development. Let us suppose we had carried out production as human beings, the young Marx imagined. In this case, producing as members of a human family, if I produce consciously for your need, I know my work is valuable, I know that I am satisfying your need, and I gain from this. In my individual activity, Marx commented, I would have directly confirmed and realized my true nature, my human nature, my communal nature. My work in this relationship is a free manifestation of life, hence an enjoyment of life. Such activity, to use a term Marx employed later, is indeed life's prime want. And, in this way, we not only produce ourselves, we also produce our relation, our connection as members of a human society. 33 What is so obvious here is the joint product characteristic of this association among the producers in producing directly and consciously for others. We not only satisfy the needs of others but we also produce ourselves as rich human beings. At its core, this is the concept of a gift economy, one in which those who give are rewarded not by the anticipation of what they may receive at some point in return but rather by the way in which they construct themselves as certain kinds of people, and build and maintain certain relationships of debt and care. 34. Acting within such a relation builds trust and solidarity among people, it produces the people fit for this society. 91 This theme of the realization of human potential by producing for others within a community permeates Marx's early writing. In this new society, he proposed, there is communal activity and communal enjoyment, i.e., activity and enjoyment which are manifested and affirmed in actual direct association with other men. Here, man's need has become a human need to the extent to which the other person as a person has become for him a need, the extent to which he in his individual existence is at the same time a social being. 35. This communal society, once developed, produces man in this entire richness of his being, produces the rich man profoundly endoived sie with all the senses as its enduring reality. 36. Again, this is not only the young Marx. Returning to the focus upon communality in the Grundrisse, Marx stressed that the condition for producing as social beings and thereby producing ourselves as rich human beings is community, the association of producers within society. Communal production, communality, is presupposed as the basis of production. The labor of the individual is posited from the outset as social labor. 37. Here, productive activity is consciously undertaken for the needs of others, and thus there is an exchange not of exchange values but of activities, determined by communal needs and communal purposes. 38. In short, social production for social needs is an essential aspect of the Society of Associated Producers. We are describing the society of associated producers as an organic system of production, consumption, and distribution. When we engage in cooperative production for social needs, the product of our activity is a communal, general product from the outset. Thus, the exchange of our activities would from the outset include the participation of the individual in the communal world of products. 39. That communal world of products, too, includes the means of production, the common property of all. Although this particular distribution may be a historic premise, one which is a condition of its arising, within this organic system it is a result of the system itself which proceeds from itself to create the conditions of its maintenance and growth. That distribution of the means of production is a premise of the system, a presupposition posited by the system. With the free exchange among individuals who are associated on the basis of common appropriation and control of the means of production, we see the production and reproduction of rich human beings. We grasp Marx's vision of free individuality, based on the universal development of individuals and on their subordination of their communal, social productivity as their social wealth. 40. Social ownership of the means of production, social production for social needs, social production organized by Z-forkers. These three sides of what President Chavez of Venezuela called the socialist triangle form members of a whole. 41. They are parts of a structure in which all the elements coexist. 92. Simultaneously and support one another, and they mutually interact. 42. Within this structure, social ownership of the means of production ensures that our communal, social productivity is directed to the free development of all rather than used to satisfy the private goals of capitalists, groups of producers, or state bureaucrats. Social production organized by workers, in turn, continuously builds relations of cooperation and solidarity among producers. And, satisfaction of communal needs and purposes as the goal of productive activity means that, instead of interacting as separate and indifferent individuals, we function as members of a community. The socialist triangle is a system of reproduction, one which produces its own premises. Within this particular combination of production, distribution, and consumption, the interdependence of these three specific elements suggests that realization of each element depends upon the existence of the other two. Without production for social needs, no real social property; without social property, no worker decision-making oriented toward society's needs; without worker decision-making, no transformation of people and their needs. In socialism as an organic system, every economic relation presupposes every other in its economic form, and everything posited is thus also a presupposition. This is the case with every organic system. 43. In particular, seen as a total, connected process, i.e., a process of reproduction, the system produces and reproduces the relation of associated producers as it has developed upon its own foundations rich human beings in a rich human community. The concept of the rich human being brings us logically to the place of abundance within such a society. Certainly, it is not the vision of abundance that appears in capitalism. In place of the abundance and scarcity of the political economy of capital come the rich human being and rich human need. Rather than a need for things, the need of people within this society is the need for community and the need to feel that their activity is useful indeed, that they matter. This society of associated producers is one in which the rich human being is simultaneously the human being in need of a totality of human manifestations of life, the man in whom his own realization exists as an inner necessity, as need. 44. To describe Marx's concept of the new society as one characterized by an abundance which removes conflict over resource allocation, since by definition there is enough for everyone, and so there are no mutually exclusive choices, reveals a profound ignorance. Of course, there are choices that must be made. Of course, there are opportunity costs and trade-offs. And, the associated producers make those choices through their communal institutions, including the choice to develop productive forces. They do. 93. So with the understanding that the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. The critique of the Gotha program and the socialist stage. How, though, does this organic system of associated producers become? In Hegel's words, while the new world is perfectly realized as little as the newborn child, it is able to realize its potential when those previous shapes and forms are developed anew again, but developed and shaped within this new medium, and with the meaning they have thereby acquired. 45. As Marx put it, its development to its totality consists precisely in subordinating all elements of society to itself, or in creating out of it the organs which it still lacks. This is historically how it becomes a totality. 46. So, how does this new society subordinate all elements of society to itself and create the organs that it still lacks in order to rest upon its own foundations? How does it go beyond the elements that are not part of the new organic system, that is, the defects it inherits? In the traditional story of two stages, the so-called socialist stage is the stage that removes the defects and prepares the way for the fully developed stage of communism, that is, socialism is the becoming. Consider Marx's critique of the Gotha program. Rather than elaborating upon all the probable defects in the new society as it emerges, Marx focused explicitly here on only one. And that is not at all surprising. This was, after all, simply his critical marginal notes on the unity program, limited by, among other things, his doctor's insistence upon the need to rest. We all know that marginal notes are definitely shaped by the text one is commenting upon. In this respect, it is essential to understand that the critique was not at all intended as a full treatise. Rather, its purpose was to signal specific differences with a thoroughly objectionable program in order to avoid misguiding friends by a diplomatic silence. 47. Marx's silences, then, are important, and the dog didn't bark with respect to the goal of a cooperative society based upon the common ownership of the means of production. Like Marx, the Gotha program explicitly advocated these. What Marx did assail, though, was the Lazzoline illusion that cooperatives in both industry and agriculture with democratic control by producers should be established with state aid. On the contrary, he stressed, workers want to establish the conditions for cooperative production on a national scale, and this has nothing to do with the foundation of cooperative societies with state aid. Indeed, the present cooperatives are of value only insofar as they are the independent creations of the workers. 48. 94. Besides the Gotha program's idea of relying upon the state to support cooperatives, Marx also dismissed its focus upon the demand that the state be free and democratic. For Marx, this demonstrated that the socialist ideas of the program with respect to the topic of the state are not even skin deep. Rather than treating the state as an entity independent of society, a government machine, a special organism separated from society through division of labor, Marx argued that it was essential that the state be understood as rooted in the existing society. Rather than the illusion that one advances to the new society by making a collection of democratic reforms, he stressed that the entire basis of the state needs to be changed. Freedom, Marx insisted, consists in converting the state from an organ superimposed upon society into one completely subordinate to it, and the process of building the new society requires a different kind of state, the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 19. Similarly, Marx rejected the abstract Lazzoline ideas in the Gotha program about distribution. He fumed at empty phrases about how the proceeds of labor belong undiminished with equal right to all members of society and about a fair distribution of the proceeds of labor. And so, Marx proceeded to point out that before the distribution of the proceeds among individuals which the program stressed, it was necessary to make allowance for deductions for replacement and expansion of the means of production as well for administration costs, provisions for common satisfaction of needs and support for those unable to work. Only then, with these diminished proceeds, could one consider the program's concern as to how the means of consumption were to be divided among the individual producers of the cooperative society. 50. But what did it mean to speak of equal right and a fair distribution? The characteristics of distribution of the means of consumption are not determined by abstract considerations and principles. Rather, it is essential to situate distribution in relation to the existing society. It was precisely Marx's challenge in the marginal notes to these unexplained phrases that become the source of Lenin's interpretation. Consider the new society, a cooperative society based upon the common ownership of the means of production just as it emerges from capitalist society. For Marx, in this situation the birthmarks of capitalism clearly affect the distribution of the means of consumption. The individual producer receives back from society after the deductions have been made exactly what he gives to it. He receives back from society the same amount of labor he has given to it. A given amount of labor in one form is exchanged for an equal amount in another form. 51. But why? This principle has been repeated endlessly but without explanation of its underlying basis. 95. Very simply, Marx was describing a process of exchange. Here obviously the same principle prevails as that which regulates the exchange of commodities. It is an exchange between the individual producer who provides his labor, on the one hand, and society which provides individual means of consumption, on the other hand. But, exchange implies something behind it, and this relationship of exchange implies ownership. There are here two owners of property, the owner of individual labor, and society as owner of articles of consumption. These owners face each other and engage in an exchange, a quid pro quo. And, the fair exchange between owners of property is the exchange of equivalents. In short, the principle of distribution of means of consumption here reflects the distribution of property. Marx's marginal notes make precisely this point. Any distribution whatever of the means of consumption is only a consequence of the distribution of the conditions of production themselves. The latter distribution, however, is a feature of the mode of production itself. The capitalist mode of production, for example, rests on the fact that the material conditions of production are in the hands of non-workers in the form of property in capital and land, while the masses are only owners of the personal condition of production, of labor power. 52. As the new society emerges from capitalism, we see a particular distribution of property, although the material conditions of production have been transformed into common property. The personal condition of production remains the property of workers. This point is critical. Not to acknowledge explicitly the private ownership of labor power is to lose sight of the underlying basis of the defect in the new society, the defect that takes the form of the orientation to the exchange of equivalents. That leaves the relation of distribution hanging in mid-air. Private ownership of labor power, the existence of this particular property right, means that bourgeois right has not yet been crossed in its entirety, and flowing from that bourgeois limitation is the logic of an exchange of equivalents between the individual owner and society. Distribution of the conditions of production is the premise of distribution of the means of consumption. Significantly, as Marx pointed out in his critique, it was in general a mistake to make a fuss about so-called distribution and put the principal stress upon it. What the Gotha program did was to take over from the bourgeois economists the consideration of distribution as independent of the mode of production and hence the presentation of socialism as turning principally on distribution. 53. Particular relations of distribution are 96. The product of particular relations of production. Change the relations of production, the economic structure of the society, and you change the relations of distribution. Here was the defect in this new society as it emerged: productive relations between private owners of labor power. Rather than relating to others as a member of society, characteristic of the relations of production is that the individual producer enters the relation as the owner of his own capacity. And, precisely for this reason, he considers unequal individual endowment and thus productive capacity as natural privileges. His claim as owner to an equivalent, Marx noted, was a right of inequality, one which entirely ignores workers as human beings. It should come as no surprise that Marx understood that this relation between the producers as owners, with its focus upon equivalence, is one-sided. As he had described quite early, the bourgeois economists who look at the producer only as a IV worker not consider him when he is not working, as a human being. Marx indicated in his critique that in the focus upon the right to equivalence the producers are considered from one definite side only, for instance, in the present case, are regarded only as Z-forkers and nothing more is seen in them, everything else being ignored. 54. Characteristic of the relation between individual producers as owners of labor power, the personal condition of production, is that we lose sight of and are indifferent to others as human beings in all their sides. There exists a connection of mutually indifferent persons. In this exchange between owners, there is the total isolation of their private interests from one another. 55. From capitalist society, in short, we inherit the self-interest of owners, the precise opposite of the solidarity and sense of community characteristic of the society of associated producers once it develops upon its own foundations. Accordingly, this inherited defect must be subordinated if the new society is to develop as an organic system. Rather than calling for a struggle to subordinate this defect, however, the two stagers transform the defect into a so-called socialist principle that must be enforced by the state. Indeed, quoting the critique, they insist that right can never be higher than the economic structure of society and the cultural development conditioned thereby, which for them means that there is no alternative to building upon the socialist principle. 56 By economic structure of society, though, they mean the level of productive forces rather than the relations of production. Indeed, they say nothing about relations of production at all. Rather, the mantra is, develop the productive forces and all defects disappear. This, as noted earlier, is the task assigned to the socialist stage, to create that enormous development of productive forces which makes possible the higher stage of communism, the society of abundance in which there can be distribution in accordance. 97 With need. Develop the productive forces. Develop the productive forces, that is Marx and the prophets. 57 Going backward. What happens if, rather than building upon and deepening social ownership of the means of production, social production organized by workers and production for communal needs and purposes, you try to build the new society by building upon an alien defect inherited from capitalism? 58 What happens, in short, if you embrace the one-sided perspective which ignores everything but the producers as owners of labor power? Consider the kinds of people produced within the relation of exchange characteristic of the stage of socialism. Insofar as they relate as owners of the personal condition of production, producers are alienated both from their laboring activity and from the products of their labor. Rather than their productive activity being an expression of themselves, it is a means to secure alien products. Accordingly, as the young Marx commented, in the relation of property owners, my activity is a forced activity and one imposed on me only through an external fortuitous need, not through an inner, essential one. Productive activity here is toil and trouble, a disutility, which each producer would like to minimize if possible. 59 And, as earlier noted, characteristic of the producers in this relation is indifference to the needs of others, that is, alienation from other producers and, indeed, from society. These are the joint products of production within these relations. Marx did not explore the implications of such alienation in the Critique or anywhere else explicitly. However, we can make some inferences from his theoretical work. Consider the implicit logic behind the application of the socialist principle. Given that each producer wishes to maximize the quantity of means of consumption she can receive and minimize the quantity of labor she performs, the strictest control by society and by the state of the measure of labor and the measure of consumption is required to ensure an equilibrium that safeguards equality in labor and equality in the distribution of products. By attempting to guarantee, too, that those workers who contribute more will receive more, enforcement of the socialist principle is intended to provide an incentive to contribute more. What happens, though, if some producers believe that they are not receiving the equivalent for their special skills, capacities, or efforts? Will they not attempt to reduce their efforts or to seek alternative uses of their capacities in order to secure the articles of consumption they seek? Similarly, if articles of consumption are available for free or are significantly subsidized for all workers or for those deemed to have special 98 needs, will this not be an opportunity for alienated workers to satisfy their needs without having to work? Insofar as alienated labor appears as toil and trouble, inherent in this relation is the tendency on the part of workers to reduce the length and intensity of the workday. It is a tendency for low productivity, but, rather than confronting their source in the existing relations of production, for the two stagers the explanation will be simple: in Gorbachev's words, they are the result of serious infractions of the socialist principle of distribution according to work. And, the logical solution from this perspective is to put an end to such subsidies and other manifestations of the psychology of leveling 60. The answer, in short, is more vigorous enforcement of the socialist principle, which is the means of coping with alienation rather than removing its source. For the two stagers, only that enormous development of productive forces can remove the defect. Only this can create the state of abundance in which there can be distribution in accordance with need. Presumably this occurs through additions to the means of production, that is, through deductions from the undiminished proceeds of labor. But how are those particular deductions to be made, and who decides? Consider a scenario in which society is recognized as the owner not only of the means of consumption that are to be distributed in accordance with the socialist principle, but as the owner of all the proceeds of labor. In the form of the state, it determines how much will be deducted from the undiminished proceeds for expansion of the means of production. Such deductions, while potentially permitting an increase of production in the future, mean that less is available immediately in the form of means of consumption. To the extent, though, that the producers are focused upon securing the maximum return from their labor and are alienated from other producers and society, this deduction will be perceived as an extraction by a state over and above the producers. From the perspective of alienated producers, the state here is owner, it determines the goal of production and how that goal will be achieved, and it owns the means of production as well as the means of consumption which it exchanges with the owners of labor power. From the perspective of alienated producers, the means of production are the property of another, and they accordingly may waste them. The worker actually treats the social character of his work, its combination with the work of others for a common goal, as a power alien to him. The conditions in which this combination are realized are for him the property of another, and he would be completely indifferent to the wastage of this property if he were not himself constrained to economize on it. 61. 99. Accordingly, the state also must direct, monitor, and discipline workers within the process of production. State direction and discipline in the workplace, state ownership of the means of production, a state over and above the producers. How far we move away from the starting point of social ownership and social production organized by workers when the focus is upon enforcing the socialist principle. 62. This trajectory, though, is not unique to the case of a state over and above all. There is a similar disintegration in an alternative scenario in which the deductions for the expansion of means of production are made directly by the private owners of the personal condition of production from the proceeds of their own labor. Even where the means of production are common property, given their orientation to increasing their consumption, the producers in individual cooperative or collective enterprises will deduct from their current consumption to invest in means of production under one condition, that they anticipate higher income/consumption in the future. For the individual groups of producers, the means of production are viewed as their property, and enforcement of the socialist principle from their perspective is the right of an equivalent exchange for their present and past labor regardless of any inequalities which result. Group property rather than social property prevails. Similarly, the organization of social production by workers is deformed by the emphasis upon the collective self-interest of particular producers. Given the orientation toward maximizing income/consumption within these groups, a decision to follow the wisdom of experts who can guide the producers to that goal is logical. In such a situation, the division between thinking and doing is reinforced. Rather than the all-round development of the producers to which Marx looked, the joint products within these enterprises are crippled and one-sided producers. Despite such unfortunate tendencies flowing from alienated production in both cases, is it nevertheless possible that the continuing expansion of the means of production can conquer all? That is, can the abundance of things ultimately be achieved through that enormous development of productive forces? There is no point in wasting a moment, though, to speculate on how much productive capability would be enough to allow for distribution in accordance with needs. There will never be enough based upon this productive relation, because there is a second side of the equation. Alienated labor constantly generates new needs for alien products. And, here we have the essential reason for skepticism about ever reaching the stage of communism. Nove's entire critique of the possibility of overcoming scarcity is based upon the implicit assumption of continuing alienated production. It projects the alienation characteristic of a capitalist. 100 Society: alienation from one's productive activity, alienation from the products of one's labor, and alienation from others within society as the natural condition of human beings. Assume alienation, and unlimited wants are always there to overwhelm scarce resources. So, were Marx's ideas unrealizable, contradictory, and very seriously defective and misleading? In fact, the entire conception of communism of Nove and others is infected by their starting point in the defect of the new society as it emerges, the defect it inherits from capitalism. Begin with a focus upon alienated workers who want to maximize their consumption of means of consumption and minimize the labor they expend, and your conception of the new society will inevitably be that of a society in which one can consume without limit and live in leisure like the lilies of the field who toil not neither do they spin. 63. In any event, it is all an illusion, and one would search in vain for any suggestion from Marx that it is possible to get to that future stage of abundance by trying to build upon a defect inherited from capitalism. On the contrary, relying upon the material self-interest of producers is a dead end. As Che indicated in his Man and Socialism in Cuba, reliance upon individual material interest as the lever is an unacceptable assumption. The pipe dream that socialism can be achieved with the help of the dull instruments left to us by capitalism can lead into a blind alley. And you wind up there after having traveled a long distance with many crossroads, and it is hard to figure out just where you took the wrong turn. 64 However, reliance upon the dull instruments left to us by capitalism does more than merely lead into a blind alley. To build upon material self-interest is to build upon an element from the old society, and, as we have seen, it tends to undermine both social ownership and social production organized by workers. Indeed, it is through the designation of a separate stage of socialism that an alien principle is smuggled into the concept of the Society of Associated Producers, a principle that points backward. Going forward, the development of an organic system, as noted, consists precisely in subordinating all elements of society to itself, or in creating out of it the organs which it still lacks. 65. The Society of Associated Producers must 101 therefore subordinate the defects it has inherited from capitalism and create the organs that it requires in order to rest upon its own foundations. But, what organs does this new society require in order to reproduce itself? The Society of Associated Producers has as its premises social ownership of the means of production, social production organized by workers, and a solidarian society in which there is production for communal needs and purposes. However, in the absence of an actual mechanism by which this particular combination of production, distribution, and consumption can be realized, this remains merely a vision. To produce and reproduce rich human beings in a society based upon solidarity requires a conscious attempt to ensure that the necessary conditions for full human development infuse all levels of society. Consequently, implicit in the concept of this society as an organic system is a set of institutions and practices through which all members of society can share the fruits of social labor and are able to satisfy their own need for development. Certainly, those necessary institutions include workers' councils that ensure that the collective workers in particular workplaces can determine democratically the goals of production and the process by which these are to be achieved. Similarly, neighbor and communal councils are essential to identify local needs and capabilities and to supervise the utilization of common property. But these are just cells of a much larger set of necessary organs in this society. Not only must there be a mechanism that brings together individual workers' councils in a larger body of collective workers in a particular area, but also a set of institutions and practices that directly link workers' councils to communal councils. Further, while these democratic and protagonistic institutions at the level of neighborhoods and workplaces are essential for producing and reproducing solidarity, a network of bodies extending upward to commune, city, state, and national levels is needed for solidarity which transcends the local, that is, Solidarity within society as a whole. 66 This combination and articulation of councils and delegates at different levels of society is necessary to ensure the reproduction of a society in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. And, this state, a particular state, a state from below, a state of the commune type, is an integral part of the society of associated producers as an organic system. How could this organic system be made real in the absence of institutions and practices such as these? Of course, some people may not wish to call this set of institutions a state because these are society's own living forces, that is, not an organ standing above society but one completely subordinate to it. 67. Taxonomy, though, should not trump content. So, if some people prefer to call these articulated councils a non-state or the unstate, this should not present a problem as long as they agree that the new 102 society as an organic system requires these institutions and practices in order to be real. Creating all those new organs, then, is an essential part of the process of becoming. And if these organs are a necessary part of a society characterized by social production organized by workers, social ownership of the means of production and production for communal needs and purposes, it points to what must be subordinated in the society as it emerges with all its defects from capitalism. Obviously, worker control must replace the despotism of a workplace in which some conduct and others are conducted. Similarly, private ownership of the means of production must be ended and replaced by social ownership democratically exercised by all members of society at all levels. Further, the focus upon individual or group self-interest must be subordinated and replaced by the development of a solidarian society in which the free development of all is the goal, that is, the relation in which producers interact as private owners of labor power must be subordinated. Finally, the old state must be replaced by the new, decentralized, democratic state from below. Subordination of all these defects is essential for developing the productive relations of a society of associated producers. We know that the elements of the new society can never drop from the sky in their pure, fully developed form. But not to struggle to subordinate the inevitable inherited defects is to rely upon foundations of the old society and to be in danger of reverting to it. You cannot decide to leave some defects until later. If there is a continued separation of thinking and doing in workplaces and society, if some have a privileged access to the use and fruits of particular products of past social labor, if self-interest and indifference to others prevails, if there is a state over and above society, the people produced within this society will be necessarily deformed by these continuing defects and enter into all their relations as such. We always, in short, have to keep in mind the joint product of our activity, the nature of people produced. By struggling on all fronts to create the new organs and to subordinate the inherited defects, we simultaneously develop our capacities and develop the rich individuality which is as all-sided in its production as in its consumption. 68. We struggle, for example, against the defect that Marx identified in the Critique by building the institutions of community and solidarity, that is, direct social relations among producers based upon the recognition of the needs of others and, in particular, the need for the free development of all, is the way to break down the one-sided perspective and indifference of the private owners of labor power. Of course, that's not easy. Of course, it requires much work and patience. But there is no alternative but to build the communal society that produces man in the entire richness of his being, produces the rich man. 103 Profoundly endowed with all the senses as its enduring reality. 69. That is a process of producing people with new, qualitatively different needs for others, needs for society, and, as noted earlier, an abundance of things is not at all a necessary condition. The realm of freedom does not have to wait until the realm of necessity has been ended. Rather, the true realm of freedom, the development of human powers as an end in itself, is built within the realm of necessity itself and redefines necessity. 70 And, it is built by developing the relations of production of the society of associated producers in all its sides. In short, after our productive activity has become the way we realize our communal nature, that is, has become life's prime want, After the productive forces have also increased with the all-round development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, then the society of rich human beings can inscribe upon its banner, to each according to her own need for development. Chapter 6 Emancipation and the Limits of Marx's Cosmopolitan Imaginary. Shannon, Brincat. Every emancipation is a restoration of the human world and of human relationships to man himself. Karl Marx, on the Jewish question, won the entire trajectory of Marx's thought, from his doctoral dissertation concerned with the tree development of humankind's self-consciousness to his critique of political economy that exposed the alienating conditions of capitalism, was committed to the goal of human emancipation. Point 2 Marx viewed human freedom as the positive power to assert one's true individuality, the active, self-directed unfolding of the totality of the individual's and humankind's capacities. As opposed to the liberal conception of emancipation defined purely negatively under the principle of non-interference, Marx extended the concept of freedom to include the development of individual powers and consequently devoted much of his work to conceptualizing the ideal form of community in which each individual had the means to cultivate their gifts in all directions. Point 3 The social and economic spheres were thus integral to his vision. Indeed, the movement to communist society was predicated on Marx's belief that this mode of socio-economic organization could best provide the conditions necessary for the individual to be self-actualizing with, and through, all others. Yet it was not just the development of productive forces that was to bring forth the realm of freedom. Equally important were the fundamental changes in social relations between subjects. 110 that would come about through the abolishment of private property across the globe. Marx's vision demanded nothing less than a new social world, one that replaced a political economy centered on the accumulation of capital and extraction of value with one concerned with the direct realization of all radical human needs, the fulfillment of the multifaceted individuality of all persons. It is this cosmopolitan aspiration underlying Marx's notion of emancipation, however, that has been routinely downplayed in Marxist literature and which this chapter intends to redress. This chapter explores Marx's vision of human emancipation through the concepts of species being, defined as the full self-actualization of one's individual capacities, and communism that Marx came to regard as the ideal socio-economic association to bring about the conditions for the creation of the all-rounded or rich individual. This places Marx's praxeological commitments for actualizing the potential of all human beings, the totality of human manifestations of life, as the key component of his vision of communist association that is a stage of historical development in the process of human emancipation. It is contended, however, that Marx's emancipatory vision remains inadequate because of the limited ethical sphere envisioned in communist society and the underdevelopment of intersubjectivity in cosmopolitan community that has become particularly pronounced in later Marxist accounts. If, as Marx suggests in the opening quote taken from On the Jewish Question, emancipation is the restoration of the human world and all human relationships to ourselves, then this totality must necessarily include social relations within the cosmopolitan sphere to make emancipation actual for all. I make two arguments in support of this thesis regarding the contraction of cosmopolitanism in Marx's thought: the relative underdevelopment of intersubjectivity as a result of the overemphasis on production rather than social relations in communist association, and the curtailment of universality through privileging statist and internationalist forms of political community in opposition to cosmopolitan association. Ultimately, it is argued that full, human emancipation requires a more radical cosmopolitan imaginary than provided by Marx, but which nevertheless remains latent in his thought. Human emancipation and species being in early Marx. The Kantian and Hegelian undertones in Marx's notion of human emancipation are palpable. Marx called for the end of fractured human existence and, in the Kantian refrain, intended to actualize the categorical imperative to overthrow all circumstances in which man is humiliated, enslaved, abandoned, and despised. Yet, similar to both Rousseau and Hegel, Marx considered attaining such freedom as a social achievement. 111 that hinged on whether the individual related to itself as a universal being with, and through, all others. 5 The variegated nature of an individual's unique potential could only be realized socially, that is, where the full development of each was made compatible and reliant on the development and freedom of all others. Whereas for Rousseau this social realm was to arise, somehow, from isolated individuals shackled together under the organicism of the general will, and whereas for Hegel sociality came about through the coercive institutions of the state working in concert with the cunning of reason above civil society, for Marx it was to come about through the self-determination of the species itself. This demanded a profoundly different philosophy than Kant or Hegel had hitherto provided, not one of a perpetual sundering of the is and the ought, nor of the post-reflective judgment of Minerva who only begins her flight at dusk, but a conscious being making its own history, creating the conditions of its own self-emancipation. Marx deployed emancipation both as an exhortative ideal for the immediate improvement of human conditions in which the working class, and the universal interest it represented, had a world to gain, and, as a tool of critique to condemn the alienation endemic to capitalist society. 6 The difficulty is that Marx's specific references to emancipation and communist society are tantalizing in their brevity and presented less systematically than most, if not all, of his other ideas. As many commentators have lamented, it is frustrating that Marx extrapolated so little on a concept so central to his entire thought. 7 Nevertheless, from those passages on species being, human emancipation and communism, we can infer Marx's ideal in its positive, albeit fragmentary form. Despite this definitional absence, and the fact that in his later years the term emancipation is not used as regularly as in his pre-1848 works, the writings of the so-called historic period and beyond continue to express emancipatory themes so that the concept cannot be sundered from the artistic whole. The unalienated or total man of the Paris manuscripts reappears in Capital, and the Grundrisse confirmed that the themes of 1843 to 1844 regarding human emancipation remain central for the Marx of 1858. As such, Marx's later writings assume rather than divorce themselves from the ideal of human emancipation and can be understood only in reference to this seminal theme, without which there would be no normative underpinning for his ideal of communist society or his critique of capitalism. This marked degree of continuity in Marx's thought, as the vast majority of Marxian scholars now agree, can be read as a systematic, unified attempt to ground human emancipation in a new form of society immanent to capitalism. 8 Marx's concept of human emancipation first emerged around 1843, well before his study of political economy, his turn to communism, or his discovery of the proletariat. Marx distinguished between various expressions. 112 of emancipation, from the political, to the emancipation of specific groups, and full or human emancipation that he favored. 9 In his famous polemic against Bruno Bauer, Marx deployed the normative idea of human emancipation to highlight the limitations of formal emancipation through the state. While he did not define the concept, textual analysis suggests that emancipation referred to the formation of social conditions in which a person is self-directing in their life, activities, and relationships. 10 What Marx designated as full, human emancipation connoted the restoration of the world and all relationships to humankind, the removal of all political, economic, and historical restrictions imposed on the potential development of humanity and every individual in it. 11 Emancipation through communism embodied the genuine resolution of a true community, and it is this substantive ideal that replaced Marx's earlier calls for the radicalizing of democracy that he had discovered could only ever be merely formal. 12 Where before 1842 to 1843 Marx had called for a new form of state that embodied freer popular consciousness, his later notion of human emancipation sought to move beyond the egoism of civil society and the institutions of even the most radical democratic polities. 13 In this conceptual movement, we can see that Marx effectively overcame his earlier romanticized notion of democracy as a means to promote freedom in abstraction from the social, economic, and political relations it required. Nevertheless, his account of human emancipation, at this stage, lacked a specific institutional system for its attainment. Indeed, while adumbrating his ideas of human emancipation and species being in the so-called transitional period, Marx remained critical of communist theory. It was only in the manuscripts of 1844 that Marx began to embrace communism as the ideal socio-economic form to realize human emancipation. How Marx distinguishes human emancipation from existing political forms is critical for understanding his eventual move to communism. Human emancipation is presented by Marx as the sublation of political emancipation as espoused in liberal constitutionalism and the doctrines of the rights of man. In this movement, human emancipation both exposes the limits of formal, political equality and rises above the notion of freedom as egoism to what Marx called social freedom. 14. Political emancipation confirmed the separation of state and civil society, the battle between egoistic self-interest and an ideal universality. It was neither a complete nor a consistent form of emancipation. The state could formally remove religious, property, or racial qualifications from the ambit of citizenship, but this did not mean that people were really freed from them, or that such differences disappeared from civil society to no longer affect private life. Rather, as the rights of man assumed atomized and mutually antagonistic civil relations, it could only serve to confirm the separation. 113 of persons and not their universal association under citizenship. 15 Freedom was reduced to a form of self-alienating individualism preoccupied with positive possession and negative rights, the ability to own and to contract, rather than a freedom of individual self-development expressed socially, in and through others. Yet Marx did not therefore denigrate the value of political emancipation, or the civil rights that accompanied it. 16 What he did was to reveal the fundamental limitations of this conception of freedom, constrained as it was by egoism, private property rights and free competition that, rather than being the embodiment of freedom, suspended its individual expression. In Marx's view, political emancipation constituted the highest form of emancipation possible within capitalism, and yet its bourgeois ontology actively precluded the expression of other higher forms of freedom, such as the freedom to develop one's full capacities. Political emancipation mired itself in the granting of civil rights and formal protections, yet these so-called rights of man merely expressed bourgeois values of individualism and had little social about them. As in Bentham's utilitarianism, these documents abstracted the modern shopkeeper as natura f man, effacing the diversity of humanity under an essentialized type of particularity characteristic of capitalist society and its competitive ethos in which everybody looks only to himself. It was bourgeois personhood and not public citizenship that was believed to characterize the true and authentic man. 17 In this way, political emancipation abstracted the real differences between the members of civil society and made them appear non-political. The myth that the state was somehow representative of the common interest was based on the fictive notion of the equality of citizenship. Yet formal equality did not abolish the material differences that divided them. The universality of citizenship was unactual or unreal because in their real existence, persons related to each other only negatively as competitors within civil society, so that each led a double life, whereas in the state the person considered themselves a communal being. In civil society they were a private individual that treated others as means and reduced themselves to a means. 18. The state was relegated to formal, negative activity that was impotent to combat the unsocial consequences springing from the asocial nature of civil society and the glaring material inequalities that rendered the equality of citizenship under bourgeois society a colossal illusion. 19. On its own, political emancipation could not overcome the egoism of civil society to draw all up to real equality promised by citizenship, but it also undermined positive freedoms in relations of community and was thereby a barrier to fuller forms emancipation that could emerge only through social power. 20 By reducing freedom to the right of property, contract, and the pursuit of self-interest, political emancipation inverted the idea of social 114 freedom so that relations with others were viewed not as realizations of, but as limitations to, one's individualized liberty. This was a one-sided understanding of emancipation precisely because it was not based on the association of persons but on their radical separation. As liberalism considered that the only force that brought human beings together was the gain and the private interest of each, all that was left for individuals in their relations with each other was to contract oneself out. 21. The ontological man assumed in this relationship was the unsocial man that could only ever reproduce the contradiction between the particular and the universal. Political emancipation was not final or absolute but could only ever be one step in the ongoing process of emancipation. It could not restore the world and human relations back to humankind, just as it could not redeem or make possible the full creative powers of each individual. For Marx, the limitations of political emancipation could only be sublated by actualizing social freedom, by organizing all the conditions of human existence on the basis of social freedom. 22. The bourgeoisie's push for political emancipation, particularly its opposition to the privileges of the nobility as the raison d'etre for its revolutionary zeal, had appeared as general emancipation for all classes. For this moment, its aims corresponded to a universalizable but narrow aspect of emancipation. 23 Yet while the mass were enthusiastic and interested in the bourgeois revolution for this reason, they did not find their actual interests but, in the end, only the exclusive power and the political recognition of the bourgeoisie's own special interest. 24. The rhetorical use of liberal ideals continued only so long as the bourgeoisie sought to erode the privileges of the nobility and ended soon after its capture of state power that it now wielded against the mass. The nature of bourgeois interest was unveiled in its unwillingness to overcome the forms of social injustice that resulted from unequal property rights that the bourgeoisie now used the state apparatus that it had wrested from the hands of the nobility to formally protect. Instead of furthering the ideals of liberté, fraternité, égalité, the now dominant class used political emancipation to capture and instrumentalize the state as the tool for the promotion of its own interests. In distinction, as would become clear in the 18th Brumaire, Marx sought to make such ideals realizable by stripping away the ideological veil of private property rights that hindered their full articulation. 25 Marx's critique of political emancipation was also inextricably linked to his break with Hegel. While Marx shared Hegel's deepest aspirations regarding transforming social reality into a rational order of freedom, this gave way when the harmony of Hegel's ideal Reichsstaat was revealed as sheer fantasy against the reality of bourgeois civil society. Marx subjected Hegel's conception of the state to a rigorous ontological interrogation, finding that Hegel had merely celebrated its abstract and 115 speculative idea rather than its empirical reality. 26 The problem centered on Hegel's idealist reification of the state that had subjectivized its ideal rather than its active forms. For Marx, not everyone could feel the independence and self-respect that Hegel assumed within civil society. This intrinsic defect in Hegel's political program arose from the arbitrariness and egoism lying at the heart of the system that, instead of instantiating the ideal of rational freedom, expressed only the interests of the most dominant sections within civil society. Hegel had provided the most complete expression of the philosophy and the state, but it lacked any analysis of the state in its concrete existence, including its imperfection, the degeneracy of its flesh, that yawning chasm between Hegel's ideal union of particular and universal in Sittlichkeit and what Nietzsche would call the atomizing swirl of egoisms in civil society. In Hegel, the state was deployed to subordinate the subjective freedom of individuals expressed in civil society to a higher authority in order to give concrete ethicality to the universal. Yet, Hegel's specific institutions of the corporation and polizei did not create the conditions for the flourishing of rational freedom he intended, but were limiting conditions imposed externally upon it. The fact that Hegel saw these institutions as necessary to subordinate civil society revealed that the state could not achieve the ideal reconciliation of the universal and particular assumed by his ideal notion of Sittlichkeit, but was instead a form of compulsion. 27 For Marx, the contradiction between Hegel's ideal state and the realities of civil society could be resolved only through the radical humanization of Sittlichkeit and the movement toward human emancipation in which each member of the ethical system possessed and exercised actual, rational freedom. In this sense, Marx offered not a rejection of the Hegelian ideal but a radicalization of its vision, an attempt to replace the illusory form of the Reichsstaat by realizing its essence through social power. 28. Here, the goal of establishing genuine, harmonious species life called for nothing less than for the revolution to be permanent, including overcoming all forms of domination and alienation, moving from mere political emancipation to human emancipation. 29 This did not mean fortifying the state, or shackling the egoism in civil society to some fanciful universal, but the sublation of this antagonism itself. Political emancipation had created the demand that it be consistent with its own principles and had armed the mass with the political freedoms necessary for the movement toward full emancipation. What remained to be done, as stated by Bloch, was to transform liberty, equality, and fraternity of the purely political citizen into the living energies of living men. 30. For Marx, this move to human emancipation could be advanced only when the individual drew back the abstract citizen into itself, when the private and public essences of humanity were reunited. 31 This required the conditions in which species being could thrive. 116 Marx's commitment to human emancipation through his critique of the rights of man, the bourgeois revolution, and the liberal state, can be seen as an attempt to sublate the contradictions inherent to political emancipation. Yet this is only the negative overcoming of the political form in Marx's dialectic of freedom. The positive movement, in contrast, stems from the human emancipation is a sublation of the contradictions in political emancipation. Yet this is only the negative overcoming of the political form in Marx's dialectic of freedom, the positivity of which stems from the idea of species being that Marx imputed with acute socio-political significance, something that could be attained only through human emancipation. The concept of species being, developed from Feuerbach, had two chief connotations: the social basis of human consciousness and the understanding of ourselves as members of a species, and the species' powers, capacities, and needs unique to humankind, including our potential as social beings. Species being is manifested in the sensuous characteristics of being human that establish the framework in which human existence takes place, and by the activities that can be achieved only by being human. It was in creating the social conditions in which species being could be fully actualized, in Marx's words, bringing out all our shared species powers, that formed the normative underpinning of human emancipation. 32 Both connotations of species being projected the necessity of a form of political community that had overcome the state/civil society duality and elevated life toward unified, social man. 33 Species being remained Marx's lifelong concern, prevalent in both Capital and the Grundrisse, and was made the aim of communist society, that was to provide the conditions in which the range of life activities were given the widest possible expression. Through social cooperation the individual strips off the fetters of his individuality, and develops the capabilities of his species. 34. This normative concept also underpinned Marx's critique of capitalism, given that capitalism's principal defect was how it alienated species being from humankind, precluding the full development of our unique capacities as individuals and the free expression of our life activity as a species. This nexus between species power and species being meant that free, conscious activity were expansive notions that expressed humankind's unique capacity for creativity and self-determination rather than simply labor. To be a species being was to be endowed with the capacities to be consciously self-transcending, to remake one's own conditions, both individually and collectively. Humanity carried within itself the tools of its self-emancipation, and Marx looked to how these potentialities could and ought to be manifested under conditions most worthy of their human nature. 35. As can be seen, species being and human emancipation formed the nexus between Marx's conception of freedom and his vision of communist society that was to realize them fully. The egalitarian liberty presupposed in the idea of species being was to be realized by securing the right of all 117 human beings to the social recognition of their individual abilities and potentialities, in a universal form of association that would bring about these conditions for all. Species being forms the fundamental driver behind Marx's account of the type of social relations within this new form of communist association. In the manuscripts, Marx identified species being on both an individual and universal level. Here, species being as a being for himself, represented both an individual person and humanity as a whole, and could be actualized only through human emancipation that would give rise to the conditions in which objective human relation could thrive. Expressed alternatively, through a process of reciprocal recognition in human emancipation, albeit one overdetermined by self-consciousness, the I could relate to all others humanly because all others now related humanly to it. 36 As Oilman has observed, this parallels similar accounts of recognition elsewhere. 37 Through this elevated form of consciousness arises an awareness of being part of humanity, the recognition of others as possessing needs and capacities similar to one's own and ultimately, the understanding of oneself and all humankind as free beings. 38 Here, the recognitive dimensions to the concept of species being regarding its inherent reciprocity and social awareness offer the primary resources for the revolutionary transformation of society toward a universal association. The question is whether the radicalism inherent to both human emancipation and species being could be adequately realized in Marx's projected ideal of international communism. The limits of Marx's vision of communist association. For Marx, the realization of species being and human emancipation was possible only through the collective effort of humankind and the full utilization of social power. Based on his notion of the interdependency of the individual in community, his vision was suggestive of the power of cooperation in enhancing the freedom of the individual, that is, as social beings, it was only in real community that the individual had the actual means to cultivate their gifts in all directions and obtain their personal freedom in and through their associations. Ultimately, it was only in the non-alienated sphere of communism where universal intercourse was controlled by all that individuals would be in a position to achieve such self-activity without restriction to develop all their capacities. 39 Marx considered communism a society in which the richest flourishing of human individuality could occur, because it affirmed the free unfolding of all unique capacities of the individual in genuine association with all others. It was for this reason that Marx committed himself to the complete abolition of private property, because only this, he believed, could open the space for a social realm of cooperative, free, and associated producers, a social system free from social oppression and worthy of man. 40. 118 Communism as a movement toward human emancipation can be seen as the dialectical sublation of the limits of emancipation that had both separated man's private and communal self, and had abstracted the social basis of human freedom by reducing it to the pursuit of self-interest as discussed in the Jewish question. Communism then did not refer solely to changes in the means of production but connoted the radical transformation of the totality of human existence. This view is typified in the manuscripts and the German ideology, where Marx described communist society as a place where each person felt at home, positioning notions of care, respect, self-worth, and recognition as central. What emerged was a vision of emancipation premised on two essential themes: a cooperative social sphere with the common ownership of the means of production, and a society where the tree development of all had become a tangible reality, a secular maxim. 41. Just as important as the freeing of labor time and the abrogation of private property was the association these changes would produce and the different forms of social relations they would foster. In this section, rather than explicating the content of the various models of communism, Marx presented something already addressed by Oilman and others. 42 I wish to explore the type of association that Marx envisioned and how far his notion of community extended. Here, I draw out two of the ways in which Marx's institutional account of communist association led to a restriction, rather than an enrichment, of social relations between all human beings, firstly by an overemphasis on production that contributed to the determinism of orthodox Marxism, and secondly, by neglecting cosmopolitan social relations in deference to the state and internationalism that served to contract the boundaries of ethical community. The contraction of community through the emphasis on production rather than social relations. For Marx and Engels, there is a fundamental nexus between freedom and the manner of relations in society, because it is only in real community that individuals can obtain their freedom in and through their association. As they affirm in the German ideology, NLY in community individual the means of cultivating his gifts in all directions, only in the community, therefore, is personal freedom possible. 43. This view was confirmed in the Grundrisse, where Marx stipulated that human emancipation and the rich individual was conditional on the form of association in society. 44 Communism was to be the means by which humankind not only brought exchange and production under their collective control but also the mode of their mutual relations. 45 The relational conditions through which the complete return of man to himself as a social being could arise. 46. The revolutionary dimension of communist society then lies not just in its potential to unfetter production but in its new form of 119 association that offers the recognition of all our unique needs and capacities and in making their full articulation the goal of social life. This reciprocity between individuals within real community reveals the presence of a specific recognitive dimension in communist society that is reminiscent of the ideal, if not the letter, of Hegel's master-slave dialectic in the phenomenology. As Marx writes, in communist society individual need has become a human need to the extent and on the condition that the other person as a person has become for a need. Here, each individual recognizes their existence, and the existence of the other, as a social being. 47. Only through the specific intersubjective relations unique to communist society can the all-rounded individual of Marx's earlier writings emerge, because only here are all persons affirmed in actual and direct association with each other. Indeed, man's consciousness of the necessity of associating with the individuals around him is the beginning of the consciousness that he is living in society at all. 48. The notion of association is therefore given transformative substance, gravitas, in Marx's account of communism, because it is not just in our workplace, productive activity, or free time, but throughout the ensemble of social relations that we recognize and produce ourselves, and each other, as rich human beings. The actualization of individual capacities within communism was paralleled with an increase in cooperative activities of humankind as a whole, and Marx used terms such as communal activity, communal consumption, real association with other men, and the direct expression of society as indicative of the enhancement of relations of mutuality that was to take place in communist society. These new social activities involved a heightened form of mutual recognition where one's own immediate activity confirmed, at the same time, his own existence for other men, and their existence for him. 49. This emphasis on social relations is not just part of Marx's political vision but fundamental to his ontology, from the concept of species being to his method of political economy. For example, whereas Feuerbach's conception of species being was built on the ontological separation of human agents rather than their relationality within community, 50, Marx transformed this into an individual within a particular society. Here, the essence of man was not to be located in the hypostatized, isolated individual, abstracted from history and community, but was to be found in its actuality, that is, within the ensemble of social relations. 51. Human beings, for Marx, exhibited their species being, their essence, in and through their social relations. 52 The centrality of social relations is equally present in the method of political economy that Marx outlined in the Grundriss. Here, Marx writes against the tendency to focus downwardly from the abstraction of macro-subjects to even thinner abstractions, for such approaches could only 120 ever arrive at the simplest determination of things because they do not consider how such phenomena ascend from simple relations. Only by the careful analysis of this ascendancy of relations can we move from a chaotic conception of a whole to a rich totality of many determinations and relations. 53. So while it appears that the real and concrete can be adequately grasped at the macro level, it is only by understanding the basic social relations that constitute them that the totality, in all its complexity, can be known. The centrality of social relations to Marx's thought is pervasive, extending to the cosmopolitan sphere, though, as we shall see in the last section, not forming a part of his political program. The key example is Marx's reference to the universal intercourse between all persons adumbrated in the German ideology. In this passage, Marx writes of the formation of global relations through the development of capitalism that overcome mere local attachments but which produces in all nations simultaneously the phenomenon of the propertyless mass, alienation and universal competition. These deformed social relations of universal intercourse under capitalism are to be sublated through communism, specifically, the universal development of productive forces and the world intercourse to bring forth world historical, empirically universal individuals in place of alienated, Local particularities under capitalism. Point 54. The totality of social relations that Marx implies in the concept of universal intercourse is an expansive one, and yet it is one that has since been typically misunderstood by those Marxist scholars who attach importance solely to overcoming the alienation of the propertyless mass and bringing an end to generalized want. Yet the conditions of propertylessness, want, and alienation denote a relational absence within global capitalism, an absence not strictly reducible to augmenting material production without corresponding changes to how we relate to property and each other. The German ideology reminds us that it is not just the mode or function of productive forces but the relational conditions between persons in production that is of key importance for understanding the machinations of global capitalism as well as for human emancipation. Indeed, they are two sides of the same dialectical coin. Point 55. World historical individuals are interested in their emancipation from the same, universally alienating conditions of global capitalism as experienced within the context of their unique cultural/local situation in the world economy. Moreover, their interest is not only negative but finds its positive affectation in overcoming existing forms of universal intercourse that are alienating conditions, and rendering them genuinely social. Yet, it is the fundamentality of such global social relations within communist association that has been significantly downplayed in favor of a deterministic account of productivism that came to dominate the Second International, dialectical materialism, and Stalinism. Point 56. Some, based on Part 2 of the 121 German ideology, believed communism to be solely reliant on the historical development of production. Others, on a myopic reading of Capital, believed that communism could emerge only beyond the realm of necessity, thereby equating emancipation with material abundance, and others still, lifting ideas out of the context of the Gotha program and adopting Engels's later portrayal of communism that neglected any mention of the conditions of full human emancipation, presented the dictatorship of the proletariat as communism. Point 57. Within all these models, full emphasis is placed on production, modernization, and industrialization to attain the place where springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, and in each account, freedom is therefore not only made contingent on the level of production necessary to achieve it but is to be actively subsumed at least initially under this goal of production. Against this tide, the philosophy of intersubjectivity in human emancipation that Marx outlined failed to develop in any meaningful sense within radical Marxist currents, until recently. Point 58. Instead of social relations, orthodox Marxists came to emphasize the necessity of productive forces as structurally determinative of the process of social transformation, subsuming emancipation under industrial reorganization and interests of consumption. Yet such forms of communism appear just as one-sided as crude communism that Marx so vehemently dismissed because both neglect the positive sublation of private property that would allow for the reappropriation of human essence through and for man. To focus on material abundance as the determination of communism is to fall prey to the same bourgeois reduction of freedom to property, of mistaking acquisition of material goods for actual social freedom. Like crude communism's ethic of absolute equality, wealth abstracted from the social goals of emancipation and species being is but an alienated expression derived from purely economic categories that reflect the narrow demands of bourgeois society and its notion of possessory rights. Point 59. Communism would not only remain constrained by bourgeois notions of property but would reproduce them. Such stages of development are not regarded by Marx as true communism, the form that has positively transcended private property relations and restored humankind to its social essence. Marx's ideal was a humanity that was rich not because it had much but because it was much. 60. A vision that is lost if emancipation is limited to wealth creation over the enhancement of social relations and the development of one's capacities in, and through, each other. From the perspective of human emancipation, the totality of capitalism must be understood not by abstracting its beneficial development of productive forces away from how these same processes restrict the expression of socialistic forms of ethical life. In this regard, orthodox Marxism's emphasis on production is analytically defunct in at least two respects. It lacks an account of relationalism that can unfetter productive forces in the socialistic manner it so desires, and its pre-commitment to the benefits 122 of development blinded to how capitalist relations are prohibitive of the emergence of social man. Marx is keenly aware of this, and indeed, as we have seen, his critique of Hegel's theory of the state was based on the premise that the class division of civil society precluded the functioning of Hegel's ideal Sittlichkeit. Because capitalism orients production to exchange value, it cannot create social relations of mutual freedom, but is a fetter upon the type and quality of social relations we can express. The pursuit of self-interest results in mutual indifference or direct exploitation of others that suspends any genuine association from emerging, and is the basis of capitalism's systemic tendency toward the deformation of social relations. In place of wider solidarities, capitalism compresses the social sphere to one of unequal relations that in turn foster ideologies, consciousness, and interests that are focused on self-aggrandizement rather than mutuality. The end, Marx states obliquely, is total isolation. 61. This contradiction inherent to capitalist modernity is discussed by Marx throughout his writings. In Capital he refers to how the division of labor subsumes not only economics but all social spheres, so that fragmented/alienated individuals emerge everywhere, evidence of a global relational deficiency throughout the entanglement of all peoples in the net of the world market. 62. Marx had praised the French socialists because they illustrated this process most clearly. Their critique revealed the contradictions and unnaturalness of modern life not only in the relationships of particular classes, but in all circles and forms of modern intercourse. 63. These global contradictions of capitalist modernity are presented in their fullness in the manifesto, between how capitalism spurs universal interdependence, intercourse in every direction, and gives a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption, while at the same time rendering developing countries dependent on civilized ones, exposing all workers to the vicissitudes of competition, and bringing uninterrupted disturbance to all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation, naked, shameless, direct, brutal exploitation. Here, there is nothing left of social relations other than naked self-interest, and the callous cash payment. 64. By fortifying these very social pathologies in order to reach material abundance, orthodox Marxism has had the unwanted side effect of distorting, if not entirely preventing, the formation of relations of solidarity that the turn to communism is predicated upon. If, as Marx claims in the Gotha program, we have to deal with communist society not as if it develops on its own foundations but as it emerges from capitalist society, that is, as something stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from Zveos vomit emerges, then we can discern why attempts at revolution through the production and abundance mantra of orthodox Marxism have been doomed. 65. For such movements cannot realize the socialistic presuppositions of community, solidarity, and association necessary to sustain the 123 turn to communism, because its emergent form of ethical life is dictated by, and unwittingly reproduces, capitalist relationalities. There is a long historical and geographical trajectory to the painful expansion of capitalism that is lost if we neglect social relations in favor of production. Far from being the harbinger of progress, the emergent capitalist society of the 18th century subverted new forms of communal relations from arising, just as it destroyed pre-existing forms of the commons within feudal society. Habermas speaks of violent onset of a competitive society in terms of the breakdown of the family, neighborhood, and guild relations that it prompted, the disappearance of which were experienced as a loss. 66. Yet the process effaced bonds of community not just in rural areas or the West, but on a global scale across colonial and indigenous peoples also. For Federici, in contradistinction to orthodox Marxism, capitalism arrested the rising tide of communalism and today requires ongoing infusions of requisitioned capital through, among others, the expropriation of women's unpaid labor, the resources, knowledge, labor, and lands of post-colonial states and indigenous peoples. 67. Failing to recognize these contradictions in the dialectic of history, orthodox Marxism condemns communities in the periphery and all future generations to some abstract template of historical development that compels the recreation of the horrors of capitalist industrialization in order to achieve emancipation. It also assumes that such peoples cannot be the agents of their own freedom, given their existent levels of economic development. Such beliefs mystify the nature of alienation in capitalism as a structural necessity and willfully ignore other forms of emancipatory relations that either pre-existed or have survived alongside it. Retrieving such forms of social relations amenable to human emancipation from the premodem and archaic periods became a noticeable concern in Marx's later studies. In particular, he focused on how, despite their lack of productive forces, pre-capitalist communities retained the kinds of relational resources necessary for communism which had been lost in Western modernity. In Marx's famous letter to Vera Zasulich, he affirmed the natural viability of the commune as a direct point of departure for the economic system towards which modern society tends. It can turn over a new leaf without passing through the capitalist regime. Within its type of social relations, he claimed, lay the fulcrum or element of social regeneration, which was singled out as its element of superiority over countries, which, despite their developed productive forces, were nevertheless enslaved by the capitalist system. 68 Similar themes are presented in his 1882 preface to the manifesto, where Marx theorized that the Russian obshchina, as a form of primeval common ownership of land, could complement the proletarian revolution in the West. Surprisingly here, it was not the economically developed proletariat that was given transformative agency but the relations of the common. 124 Ownership of land within the obshchina that could serve as the starting point for communist development. 69 The contraction of cosmopolitan community through the state and internationalism. So far we have seen how Marx's vision of emancipation and his critique of capitalism were far more relational than many of his orthodox disciples took account. There were clear intersubjective dimensions to communist society, and the way individual freedom was to unfold through the utilization of social power in genuine association. Conversely, it was the deformation of social relations that occurred under capitalism that were the focus of his contempt. However, one question that has been consistently overlooked in critiques of Marx's work concerns the adequacy of internationalism as a form of global political community for bringing about the conditions of species being and human emancipation for all. If, as we have seen from the Grundriss, the production of social beings and the rich individual is conditional on the form of association in community. 70 And if, as stated in the German ideology, only in a real community individuals obtain their freedom in and through their association. 71 This question is crucial to the actualization of human emancipation. As many have confirmed, Hobsbawm and Gilbert in particular, Marx's horizon was firmly international, established on the principles of a unity of the class struggle globally and the simple laws of morals and justice in international relations. 72 The point of institutional mediation between the individual and society was to be the nation-state. Beyond it, solidarity was to be outwardly expressed through internationalism. Yet binding association to a national particularity threatens to reproduce the systemic limitations of both the nation-state and the international system on the expression of human community. While many anarchists' critiques have been made of the problem of the state and the authoritarian use of political power that arises from Marx's political commitment to it, the issue I wish to interrogate is why Marx deemed internationalism a sufficient global form of ethical community for communist association, as opposed to a wider cosmopolitan ethic implied in the normative concept of human emancipation. Part of this question can be answered by understanding the role of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the process of emancipation, a stage that, returning to themes in the Holy Family and the Jewish question, equated to the political emancipation of the working class and the control of the state apparatus in, and by, its own interest. In the manifesto, this phase is said to be marked by the establishment of democracy and the centralization of the instruments of production in the state, elements 125 confirmed in Marx's address to the Communist League manuscripts, Gotha Programme, and the Grundriss. 73 On the one hand, Marx describes this notion of communal control as a form of social power that possessed the ability to transcend centralization and in its place develop an association. On the other, this stage embodied a strong centralization of state power in its own terms, with two key differences from the existing bourgeois state being that it was to be an active rather than parliamentary body and that all delegates were to be immediately revocable. These dimensions were believed to restore the legitimate functions of the state to responsible agents of society and, in the place of the state, create free and associated labor and cooperative production. 74. What prevents this phase from being emancipatory is that its despotic inroads against the right of property involve an instrumental use of state power in which the proletariat is ascendant. With the move to material abundance and social relations in which private property had not only been abrogated but forgotten. 75. Marx believed these coercive functions or political character of the state would no longer be necessary, the only tasks left being administrative, public functions that would be placed in the hands of the vast association. 76. Marx's commitment to the state was premised on raising it to the international level of interdependence and cooperation. As his comments on the cosmopolitan nature of the Paris Commune illustrate, Marx clearly expected the dictatorship of the proletariat to be worldwide phenomena, leading to what he elsewhere referred to as united cooperative societies. 77. With the abolition of private property, the basis of the divisions in capitalist society and in the society of states would cease to exist. Yet while there would no longer be a division between states, nations, and natural diversity of the species, this did not mean the creation of a world state or a Kantian federation of states. There was to be no world parliament or army, and as Oilman has observed, aside from the global coordination of production, no world executive. 78. Rather, communism sought to liberate from national/local barriers the connections between the material and intellectual production of the whole world so that all people were in a position to acquire the capacity to enjoy this all-sided production of the whole earth. Through communism, the world historical cooperation of individuals would achieve the control and conscious mastery of these powers. 79. Marx placed much emphasis and hope in this ever-expanding international union of workers and the reduction of national antagonisms that would go along with it. 80. The problem inheres not just with the capture of state power that threatens the subversion of emancipation under a new ruling class but equally the reliance on internationalism that is supposed to override the radical particularism of the state and render emancipation human and universal. This tension was played out in the First International. Its proclamations implored workers of the world to unite, for all citizens to be declared 126 free and equal, without reserve, and its insistence that the poor have no country. 81. Membership and fraternity were open to all because the emancipation of labor, it claimed, was neither a local nor a national, but a social problem, embracing all countries in which modern society exists. 82. Yet at the same time, it remained committed to nationalism, affirming in 1872 that true internationalism must necessarily be based upon a distinctly national organization and that the first duty of each member organization was to establish their own national independence. Only in this way, it was believed, could the workers of the world act together in harmony for their common emancipation. 83. There is a clear tension then between Marx's formal commitments to internationalism and a far more expansive cosmopolitan ethic operating within his notion of human emancipation. The problem has since been how to reconcile the national form of struggle with the totality implied in Marx's vision of human emancipation. The First International's rather limited goal of promoting fraternal bonds by acting as a medium of communication between member organizations meant that this contradiction did not arise sharply. As stated by Marx, the International gives the greatest play to local energy and independence. In fact, the International is not properly a government for the working class at all. It is a bond of union rather than a controlling force. 84. Of course, Marx implied a far stronger form of international solidarity than what we today understand by the term. Indeed, his views on the emancipatory character of nationalism reflected the populist movements of the time that juxtaposed the old Europe of the Holy Alliance and its aristocratic privilege to the new Europe born of national liberation. Even though he would deride the nationalism of Mazzini and others as nothing better than the old idea of a middle-class republic, 85 long before the nationalistic violence of the 20th century and the increasingly xenophobic nationalism of today, Marx could still consider socialistic internationalism consistent with, and as part of, the emancipation of subordinate classes. Similarly, Marx's belief that the simple laws or morals and justice could prevail in international relations 86 reflected, in part, the relative stability of Europe between the Vienna Congress and World War I. Nevertheless, his reliance on the nation-state and internationalism appears one of the most confused, if not contradictory, aspects of his entire political program, for if, as he so famously claimed in the manifesto, the executive of the modern state is nothing but a committee for the bourgeoisie, then why did he permit the national ethos that it deploys to cloak itself in legitimacy, to form the boundary of future communist association? The result is a political trap from which human emancipation cannot be extricated. On the one hand, subordinating human emancipation to national concerns made it prisoner to schemes of the national interest that are given a priori significance. Socialism is made to serve national 127 ends, rather than the converse. We see this dynamic being played out in many subsequent Marxist revolutions. Cuba's radical nationalism under Castro that was more Marxist than Marx, China's political program that firmly wedded socialism to Chinese characteristics, or the Soviet Union under Stalin came to increasingly rely on allusions to great patriotism that ended with the dismemberment of the spirit of internationalism and a foreign policy that mirrored capitalist America. 87 On the other hand, Marx's commitment to methodological nationalism also limited how international solidarity could be institutionally expressed. Internationalism is logically dependent on some conception of nationalism, so that its referent is always the nation-state. The limits of internationalism are the limits of the national ideology that underpins it, that is, the belief that struggles at the national level are sufficient to achieve political objectives, even those to be externalized beyond the state. Marx's prioritization of the national level of struggle was masked by rhetorical commitments to internationalism that hid this contradiction under the universal principles of solidarity, egalitarianism, and equality. Yet these same principles all gestured far beyond, and indeed required far more, than what even a socialist nation-state could offer. The International, committed to nationalism in its very name, was rendered largely impotent in such struggles because solidarity could arise only through national organs and be communicated outwardly. Yet individuals and groups, even the radical working class confined to the state apparatus, do not dispose of any instrument of political action beyond the national boundary. Beyond legislative influence on foreign policy or executive power that remains firmly in control of the state, they were forced to rely on mere communicative iterations of solidarity. This form of internationalism then made the mistake of viewing international politics in terms of the preeminence of domestic policy, 88 with the goal of merely leveling up liberated domestic conditions to the international sphere. Such a view does not attribute any autonomy to the international political system but assumes liberation as a necessary consequence of the transformation of the internal structures of states, the internal transformation of which is then given precedence over all international forms of emancipation. Yet because nationalism gives priority to the independence of the state, principles of international solidarity must be sacrificed in the service of this end. Herein lies the irremediable contradiction between the aspiration of the equality of nations in the doctrine of internationalism and their actual political division. Not until the tragedy of World War I would this contradiction come to a head in the Second International. But the roots of this split in the working class lay in the reliance on forms of international, rather than cosmopolitan, solidarity that informed the flawed voluntarist presuppositions of the international. When the working class of Western Europe began to enter progressively 128 into national political life through democratization and socialization between 1870 and 1914, international solidarity was undone. For these political changes gave the worker a material interest in the power of the nation-state and more problematically an interest in asserting these national particularities over workers in other countries. 89 As correctly observed by Levi, the impotence of the internationals in the face of war was not simply a casual episode, but the expression of a structural tendency. 90. Workers of the world could not unite because the form of solidarity they could express was bounded by a limited, juridical form of community that overrode universal, collective action. So while Marx clearly aspired to move beyond parochial, local attachments of ethical life toward the universality of human emancipation, at the same time he fortified the national institutionalization of particularism that was supposed to wither away. In so doing, he rejected a form of social relations that could retrieve human emancipation from its contraction between the state and capital, cosmopolitanism. Marx viewed cosmopolitanism in either of two ways: something in the service of bourgeois free trade, or, as abstract principles of justice or humanitarian sentiment. 91, both of which he dismissed. Whereas national emancipation was something concrete and practical, cosmopolitan appeals to universal brotherhood were disregarded as vain idealism, or worse, a mask for bourgeois interests. 92 In making this assessment, Marx made a crude reduction of this concept, foregoing analysis for ideology, and thus mistaking the expression of cosmopolitan social relations deformed under capitalism as the limits of human community. That is, he made the surprising mistake of ignoring completely an important sociological dimension to human life that he himself helped expose in his economic analysis of global capitalism. For cosmopolitanism embodies those social relations that exist in the global sphere across and above state borders, the power of which Marx attested to in Capital. Here, Marx had traced the expansion of capitalism across the globe, how it created new forms of intercourse across nations, adding relational dimensions hitherto unknown to older forms of society. In this context, he suggested that because of the expansion of global capitalist relations, emancipatory struggle could no longer be confined to national walls. 93 Viewed in this light, cosmopolitanism is not abstract but refers to the material relations of humankind across the globe. It appears sentimental or vague only when one does not understand the complexity of these material relations or loses sight of them with their deformation under capitalism. Yet it is exactly these types of social relations that Marx ignores in deference to national forms of intercourse, neglecting the political importance of the social conditions of human emancipation beyond the state. Focusing on the national dimensions of struggle without integrating them into an analysis of the rich totality of many determinations and relations was undialectical and led to a range of omissions in his political 129 program omissions that Marx was elsewhere wary of. 94 He wrote in Gotha program that the framework of the present-day national state exists within the economic framework of the world market, so that while the proletariat's own country is the immediate arena of its struggle, this struggle is national not in content but in form. 95 Yet he reversed this in his political program of the International, making the form of national struggles the content of internationalist solidarity. In this way, the long-term goal of human emancipation remained bound to a bypassed form of solidarity soon irrelevant and grossly ineffective to the changed nature of the state and capital. Even at the time of Marx's writing, the solidarity shown by the working class surpassed that of internationalism. For example, the act of workers in Manchester who organized in opposition to Lord Palmerston's attempts to intervene for the Confederacy in the American Civil War took the form of cosmopolitan solidarity, not an internationalist one. British workers blocked the intentions of their own state not in support of American nationalism or the interests of the North, nor to either promote or hinder the state-based protections of the British bourgeoisie, but to end slavery and promote the interests of universal labor. 96 Consequently, Marx's endorsement of internationalism, rather than cosmopolitanism, can be seen as an incorrect practical application of his political ethics. For the normative model of internationalism exists in the contradiction between the realpolitik that necessarily inheres between competing states and the cosmopolitan ethos it projects. As Burke has recently shown, by putting the statist ontology of internationalism into question, we can see that even socialist internationalism that professes incredibly strong cosmopolitan norms remains ethically insufficient because of its acceptance of the notion that human existence is determined by the nation-state. 97 For human emancipation, the realization of the values of solidarity, egalitarianism, and equality can only ever be partially and imperfectly expressed within the state. National liberation, like political emancipation, can only ever be a stage in an ongoing process of emancipation. This problem requires nothing less than the sublation of the state, a movement that overcomes the contradiction between its particularity and its bounded form and actualizes those principles of solidarity, egalitarianism, and equality it presupposes as universal. There can be no boundaries between members in the ethical system of human emancipation. Conclusion. In this chapter, we have seen that Marx's vision of communism was premised on attaining a universal ethical community of human emancipation in which the unique species being of each individual could flourish. This vision required at least two conditions: economic conditions in which self-activity corresponded with the development of individuals. 130 into complete individuals and social relations that brought forth the human essence of social power through the universal intercourse. 98. Much has been made of the first condition regarding how communism sought to overcome all forms of alienation and replace them with social conditions that confirmed the actual individual communal being, the rich individual that is total and all-sided. 99. Much less weight has been given to the requirements of the second condition and the type of social relations within full, human emancipation presupposed in Marx's notion of association. This chapter revealed a number of limitations that Marx placed on human community, firstly by an emphasis on production within Marxist thought and secondly, by a reliance on the state and internationalism. Just as capitalist relations were exposed by Marx as fetters on relations of production, so too are statism and internationalism fetters on the type of social relations that can be expressed across all humanity. By holding to this form, Marx unwittingly reproduced the same limitations he had criticized in the doctrines of political emancipation, because communism, bounded by both the juridical form of the state and the delimited ethical form of internationalism, would still, necessarily, involve a separation of social power from humankind in the shape of political power. 100. The aims of internationalism are then insufficient for the movement to the worldwide association of human emancipation. Moreover, the weight given to internationalism over cosmopolitanism clouded the intersubjective social relations necessary to sustain human emancipation in a truly global communist association. For internationalism restricts expressions of global solidarity, by prioritizing national forms of solidarity in which internationalism can only ever be a secondary ethic. What must be reclaimed in cosmopolitanism is the essence of the truly global nature of human social relations, of world community, of humanity, of genuine association. It is said that in the years prior to Marx and the slogan "Workers of the World Unite," the Communist League had inscribed upon its banners, "We are all brothers and sisters." The project of human emancipation is better represented, and would be better served, by this cosmopolitan foundation. For the spectre that haunts must be one far beyond Europe, any national particularity, or international solidarity. It must be a new cosmopolitanism, an emancipatory one. Chapter 7: Marx and Engels' Critique of the Utopian Socialists and its Implications for Urban Planning. Roger Patton: The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point, however, is to change it. Karl Marx, Theses on Feuerbach. 1. Despite Marx's intentions expressed in the preceding passage and despite the existence of a number of self-professed Marxist urban planners, many have claimed the very idea of an urban planning inspired by Marxist ideals is something of an oxymoron, as there is a necessary conflict between Marxist theory and the essentially normative reformist stance that must inform the practice of urban planning. Point 2. According to Peter Hall, Marxist urban planners are caught up in a dilemma. Either Marxist theory is about unraveling the historical logic of capitalism, or it is about prescriptions for action. Since the planner theorist could never hope to divert the course of capitalist evolution by more than a millimeter, the logic would seem to demand that he sticks firmly to the first and abjures the second. In other words, the Marxian logic is strangely quietistic. It suggests that the planner retreat from planning altogether into the academic ivory tower. 3. 140. Robert Fishman claims that the problem for Marxist planning theory lies in the structure of Marxist theory itself, in an important series of articles collected under the title "The Housing Question." Frederick Engels maintained that urban design was part of the superstructure of capitalist society and would necessarily reflect that society's inhumanities, at least until after the socialist revolution had succeeded in transforming the economic base. Phi concluded that any attempt to envision an ideal city without waiting for the revolution was futile and, indeed, that any attempt to improve the city significantly was doomed so long as capitalism endured. The working class must forget attractive visions of the future and concentrate on immediate revolution. Could planners begin to think about a better kind of city? Point 4. From this view, there is an essential tension between Marxist theories and the practice of urban planning, as these theories call into question the power of urban planners to effect significant and lasting positive social change independent of any revolution merely by redesigning the details of urban institutions and structures. More broadly, Marxist theory also calls into question all utopian thinking that imagines a substantially better or perfect society could be brought about in the absence of a complete social revolution. Not only could such a utopian society not be realized without a revolution, but, given that utopias must be founded on ideologically based moral theory, utopianism, as such, must be rejected. As urban planning seems to be based on utopian normative theory, it follows that Marxists must reject it. I disagree with this view. Far from being opposed to utopianism, Marx and Engels were themselves significant utopian theorists whose theories have important implications for urban planning. Not only can their criticisms of inadequate forms of utopianism be used to help understand the history of urban planning theory, but their construction of a utopian alternative to contemporary society can be used to guide urban planning practice. Flarin, I develop a Marxist theory of utopia by examining Marx and Engels' criticisms of the utopian socialism of Henry Saint-Simon, Charles Fourier, and Robert Owen. I then use this theory of utopianism to develop some ideas on Marxist urban planning. Due to their ambiguous and changing attitude toward utopianism, which Stephen Lukes once characterized as an anti-utopian utopianism, this critique is not entirely clear and is open to at least 5 readings. 51 argue that, while none of them is entirely satisfactory, a systematic examination that considers all of them together can provide some important insights into Marx's and Engels's ambiguous relationship both to the utopian socialists and to utopian thought more generally. An examination of these readings is central to the 141 project of applying Marxist theory to urban planning, as the utopian socialists were not just philosophers or social theorists, but they, along with Ebenezer Howard, thought by many to be the father of modern urban planning, were also planners who not only developed a number of town plans but who actually participated in the realization of some of them. Thus, an examination of Marx and Engels' criticisms of the utopian socialists should tell us a great deal about the relationship between Marxism and urban planning. The utopian socialists and Ebenezer Howard. One of the difficulties in understanding the Marxist critique of the utopian socialists is that the utopian socialists do not seem to form a unified group. Marx and Engels adopted the term utopian socialism from other writers who used it to refer indiscriminately to the ideas of Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Owen, despite the fact that these men held many mutually contradictory views. They further muddied the waters by placing the utopian socialists into a classification scheme which they developed to interpret the history of socialist thought so as to put their own theories in a favorable light. 6 According to this scheme, various socialists were grouped together on the basis of the class origins of their ideas. Thus, reactionary socialists reflected a feudal worldview, conservative socialists reflected the interests of the emerging bourgeoisie, while communists reflected the position of the proletariat. Unfortunately, the utopian socialists did not fit comfortably into this scheme. Like the communists, they were progressives who wrote in opposition to the bourgeois order. However, because they were writing too early in the modem period to understand the nature and role of the proletariat, the utopian socialists could, at best, only criticize the emerging bourgeois society on moral grounds. Consequently, they failed to reflect consistently the interests of any class, but wrote sometimes from a bourgeois perspective and other times from a feudal perspective. 7 As a result, it was difficult for Marx and Engels to apply just one of their standard criticisms to them, and, as a result, their critique was both complex and somewhat confused. Insofar as they shared anything in common, the utopian socialists combined a rationalist faith in science with a radical critique of individualism. In general, they proposed to redesign society on a cooperative basis, in order to promote the welfare of all. To do this, they proposed educational programs to strengthen various socializing influences and to weaken competitive and individualistic attitudes and beliefs. They did not emphasize political activity, but focused instead on plans to make production more efficient and distribution fairer by means of such things as the public ownership of land, the rationalization of industry, the end of class distinctions, and the redesign of cities and towns. 9 Their proposals were 142 based on a shared, humanistic approach to moral theory, which held that people are, by nature, cooperative and equal members of society. However, on this view, the individualism of modern society undermined this original social nature. Consequently, despite the increases in productivity brought about by the still incomplete processes of industrialization, modern society had not satisfied everyone's natural needs. Accordingly, society needed to be reorganized so as to complete the process of economic rationalization, while at the same time reversing the deleterious effects of modern individualism. As this would be in everyone's interest, the utopian socialists believed that such a program would meet little resistance. All that was needed to bring about these changes was a clear understanding of current society, together with small models of a socialist society to demonstrate the advantages of cooperation. The utopian socialists also agreed on a second point: their proposals must be based on a social science closely modeled on the natural sciences. Each of the utopian socialists claimed to have already developed the beginnings of such a science. Although occasionally drawn into flights of fantasy, the utopian socialists developed what many thought an admirable approach to social theory and political practice. Marx and Engels, in particular, repeatedly stated that they owed a great debt to the utopian socialists, each of whom, according to Engels, was to be reckoned among the most significant minds of all time. 10. Although the utopian socialists developed a number of proposals for the reform of society based on this common approach, due to the fact that they worked independently, these proposals differed in a number of ways. 11 For example, whereas Saint Simon emphasized large-scale plans to rationally transform the whole of society, Fourier and Owens focused on the design of small-scale utopian communities. Nevertheless, their proposals included a number of common elements, such as the principle of the public ownership of the land, the elimination of social distinctions based on economic classes, and the rationalization of industry. They also made a number of similar proposals concerning the proper design of cities and towns. Owen advocated the building of utopian communities based on the paternalistic social principles he developed while supervising the textile mills he owned in New Lanark. This prototypical utopian town took the form of a parallelogram, with residential buildings on all four sides, in which the town's 1,200 citizens would be housed according to their age and marital status. At one point, Fourier developed a plan for the city of Garantism, which envisioned a city composed of 3 concentric bands including a commercial zone surrounded by an industrial zone surrounded by an agricultural zone. However, he is best known for his phalansteres, small communities consisting of several large connected buildings that oddly resembled the Palace of Versailles. Fourier designed his community 143 for 2000, as that number would allow it to contain 2 adult representatives of each of the 810 personality types he described, thereby guaranteeing that each member could find at least one partner with a compatible passionate nature. Owens and Fourier's utopian ideas led to the construction of several utopian communities, including New Harmony and Brook Farm. In his book, originally published in 1898 under the title Tomorrow, A Peaceful Path to Real Reform, Howard proposed the construction of a small garden city of about 30,000 people zoned in such a way as to segregate different activities while at the same time ensuring that they were easily accessible. 12 The city, which resembled Fourier's city of Garantism, was to occupy 1,000 acres in the middle of a 5,000-acre tract reserved for farms, which would be large enough to provide the bulk of the food required by the city's citizens and to provide many of them with employment. Forest preserves located in the agricultural belt would ensure that each citizen had ready access to nature, while preventing suburban sprawl. Instead, future growth would require the construction of new garden cities surrounding a larger central city to form an integrated social city linked by rail lines. Just inside the green belt around each garden city would be an area dedicated to manufacturing in which factories would be joined together by a railroad used to transport goods efficiently. 6 large roads would extend from the periphery to the city's center, dividing the city into 6 pie-shaped wards, each with its own neighborhood center and neighborhood park to serve its 5,000 residents. According to Fishman, the utopian socialists were largely forgotten by the time Howard began work, so there was little direct influence from them. Search for a city whose design expressed the ideals of cooperation and social justice led him to revive many of the themes of his utopian socialist predecessors. 13. Although the utopian socialists had little direct influence on Howard, it is likely that they had a strong indirect influence on him through such intermediaries as Edward Bellamy, Peter Kropotkin, Henry George, William Morris, and John Ruskin. 14. The most important idea shared by these men was their shared humanistic approach to social reform. Like the utopian socialists, Howard's goal was to create a condition of life in which every endeavor is made by society, to satisfy from the bountiful reservoirs of nature the needs of society as a whole. We must therefore earnestly endeavor to ascertain the urgent needs of society before attempting to reform it. 15. Like the utopian socialists, Howard believed that his city would solve many of the problems created by the rapid anarchic development that characterized the Industrial Revolution. Not only would the Garden City overcome the separation between town and country, which many thought lay at the root of a variety of social and spiritual problems, but it would also contribute to a greater equality by raising wages and 144 allowing rents to be used to benefit all citizens. As Howard believed that these results could never be achieved through coercion, he, like the utopian socialists, advocated peaceful change. Unlike the utopian socialists, however, he had a detailed plan to achieve this end. 16. Howard's Garden City shared many features with the utopian socialists' ideal communities. Howard and the utopian socialists advocated the creation of small, self-sufficient, cooperative, pastoral communities, designed to create full employment and ensure social equality, and they did so for similar reasons. They were all formal humanists, that is, theorists who believed that all humans shared a common, unchanging, scientifically discoverable human nature or form implicit in each human being that determined their nature and defined their ends. As formal humanists, they believed that morality required the fair satisfaction of these common needs, and they looked to science to discover how they could be satisfied. 17. 5 interpretations of the Marxist critique. Despite their admiration for the utopian socialists, Marx and Engels repeatedly criticized their ideas on a variety of grounds. Their remarks are scattered throughout their work and suggest at least 5 different strands of criticisms. After explaining each criticism, I will evaluate them both as a criticism of the utopian socialists and of the utopian project generally. I will then use it to develop a unified interpretation of Marx and Engels' position. The tactical criticism. This interpretation of the Marxist critique of the utopian socialists was based on the idea that Marx addressed it primarily to other socialists. While Marx and Engels believed that there was nothing wrong in principle with the construction of theories of ideal societies, they considered utopianism to be a political trap insofar as it was a mistake to spend time on the development of such idle dreams and an even greater mistake to debate the relative merits of alternative societies in public. This was not because they thought it impossible to develop a well-grounded utopian theory, but rather because, politically, they believed it wasted valuable time and energy. 18. Despite its emancipatory potential, Marx and Engels believed, in practice, utopianism was a conservative trap. It is easy to see how the work of the utopian socialists might provoke such a criticism, for they were complete failures politically. 19. While a number of short-lived utopian communities were inspired by the work of Owen and Fourier, and while some of Saint Simon's followers were active in such projects as the Suez Canal, their work did not lead to any large-scale social change. Moreover, the utopian socialists endlessly criticized 145 each other's ideas, and the time they spent describing and defending their utopian visions took them away from more politically effective work. A number of passages support the claim that this is the correct interpretation of the Marxist criticism of the utopian socialists. For example, Marx and Engels argued that communism is for us not a state of affairs which is to be established, an ideal to which reality will have to adjust itself. We call communism the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. The conditions of this movement result from now existing premises. 20. In Capital, Marx argued that the construction of the future and its completion for all times is not our task. We do not anticipate the world dogmatically, but rather wish to find the new world through criticism of the old. 21. Marx and Engels developed three arguments to support the view that utopianism had no place in a revolutionary movement. First, utopian speculation was not needed as an organizational tool, as the problems of capitalism were so severe that they would, of themselves, lead to revolution. Marx and Engels' goal was to shorten and lessen the birth pangs of the new society, and this required both knowledge of the problems of capitalism and some organizational skills, but it did not require a detailed plan of the future society. Second, utopian speculation was an unnecessary diversion from the task at hand. Finally, utopian speculation tended to be divisive, as every detail in the description of an ideal society could be challenged in endless and unproductive arguments. It is clear, however, that it is a mistake to reject utopianism for these reasons, as utopian speculation can play an essential role in the revolutionary project. Moreover, the widespread rejection of utopianism has undermined Marxism in several ways. First, it has contributed to the abstract nature of Marxist theory and its inability to offer solutions to particular existing social problems. As Lukes put it, Marxism has failed to clarify its ends and to explore the institutional and political forms that could embody them. Totally failed to bring social and political imagination to bear upon problems. 22. Second, the failure to sketch out the details of an alternative society made the misuse of Marxism inevitable. Without an authoritative picture of the new society, virtually anyone can claim that he or she is building a Marxist society without fear of contradiction. As Joseph Schumpeter argued, in trying to distance himself, the socialist not only is being ungrateful to the wave that carries him, but he is also courting the danger that its forces might be harnessed into other service. 23. Finally, the failure to outline and defend a vision of an ideal society can contribute to what might be the greatest existing barrier to social change, namely, the belief that no alternatives are possible. 24. Fortunately, this seems to be a somewhat narrow interpretation of the Marxist criticism. Although some passages support it, the fact that Marx and Engels went on at great length to criticize 146 the details of the utopian socialists' theories makes it unlikely that this simple criticism was their main point. Moreover, the fact that Marx and Engels developed their own vision of an ideal society should, by itself, be enough to reject this interpretation. While Marx and Engels worried about the negative effects of utopian speculation and, as we shall see, sought to avoid overly detailed accounts of socialist society, they did not reject utopianism on these grounds. The strategic criticism on this interpretation, the Marxist criticism of the utopian socialists, was based on the idea that while Marx and Engels might have shared with the utopian socialists a vision of the general shape of the ideal society, they believed that the means the utopian socialists proposed to attain those ends were insufficient. Contrary to the utopian socialists, Marx and Engels thought that an ideal society could not be attained by peaceful means. Violent revolution alone can realize utopia. Evidence for this last claim can be found in the complete failure of the utopian socialists to realize their dreams. This is one of the most common interpretations of their critique. For example, Krishan Kumar has written that Marx and Engels distinguished themselves from the utopians principally in their understanding of how socialism would come about. 25. Karl Koski has argued that utopian socialism was utopian less on account of the impracticability of its aims than on account of the inadequacy of the means at its disposal for their achievement. 26. and George Lukács has claimed that every utopian scheme has failed to determine the mode and the means necessary for its realization and has therefore come to nothing. 27. This interpretation is based on several points. First, it assumes that Marx and Engels actually developed and championed a sophisticated picture of an ideal society. Oilman has argued this point in detail, pointing out that in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels developed detailed descriptions of, not one, but two stages of their utopia. 28. During the first short stage, the government will take the form of a dictatorship of the proletariat, which was modeled after the workers' government of the Paris Commune. 29. The second stage would be reached when the dictatorship of the proletariat successfully abolished the last vestiges of the class structure. 30. It is worth noting that many of the elements of both the first and second stages of the Marxist utopia were borrowed from the utopian socialists. For example, as Kumar noted, Marx adopted their slogan "From the government of men to the administration of things," their idea of the withering away of the state, and their idea that in any given society the degree of the emancipation of women is the natural measure of general emancipation, along with many of the details of 147. The Communist Society. 31. Leszek Kolakowski also listed numerous similarities between the two utopian visions. 32. Marx and Engels were aware of the origins of these ideas and repeatedly praised the utopian socialists for having first developed them. Engels, in particular, often praised the utopian socialists for their insight into the nature of socialist society, claiming that German theoretical socialism stands on the shoulders of Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Owen, three men who, despite their utopianism, anticipated with genius countless matters whose accuracy we now demonstrate scientifically. 33. Marx also acknowledged his debt to the utopian socialists, arguing that their work contains a critical element. They attack every principle of existing society. Hence they are full of the most valuable materials for the enlightenment of the working class. The practical measures proposed in them point solely to the disappearance of class antagonisms which were, at the time, only just cropping up. 34. However, according to this interpretation, Marx and Engels rejected the means by which the utopian socialists proposed to reach those ends. From the moment the working men's class movement became real, the fantastic utopias evanesced, not because the working class had given up the end aimed at by these utopians, but because they had found the real means to realize them. 35. Specifically, Marx and Engels rejected the idea that the ideal society could be achieved through gradual change driven by moral arguments and small demonstration projects, particularly when those moral arguments were aimed at the bourgeoisie. 36. Thus, according to this view, the utopian socialists were good socialists and good utopians, but they were bad revolutionaries. Their political programs would not only fail, but they would actually confuse the workers and dissipate their energies, thereby delaying the changes they championed. There are also good reasons to reject this reading as embodying the whole of Marx and Engels' views. Although, generally, they advocated violent revolution, there are a number of passages that hint at a different, more philosophical critique of the utopian socialists' theories. These passages suggest that Marx and Engels would reject their project even if the utopian socialists abandoned their pacifism and became advocates of revolutionary violence. These passages point in two different directions. Some 148 seem to be part of a critique of the utopian socialists' scientific methodology, others seem to be part of a critique of their ends. The materialist criticism according to this interpretation, the Marxist criticism of the utopian socialists focused on their methodology. It holds that, on Marx and Engels' view, the utopian socialists' central mistake was that they based their utopian visions on an epistemologically questionable moral position. Engels, in particular, criticized the utopian socialists for developing their utopias out of the human brain. Society presented nothing but wrongs, to remove these was the task of reason. It was necessary, then, to discover a new and more perfect system of social order and to impose this upon society from without. These new social systems were foredoomed as utopian. 37. Summarizing this view, Melvin Lasky wrote that, At the time they were writing, socialism was caught between the ethical projection of the ideal and the critical analysis of the real, and that Marx and Engels chose to reject the former and engage in the latter. 38 As a result, they declined to dream of distant utopias, criticized the utopian socialists for giving in to this temptation, and chose instead to focus on the scientific analysis of existing societies. This position, which emphasized the difficulties of knowing the details of the future ideal society and the morality appropriate to it, has been widely adopted by orthodox Marxists and can be easily traced back as far as Lenin, who believed that in Marx, you will find no trace of utopianism in the sense of inventing the new society and constructing it out of fantasies. Lenin believed himself to be following Marx on this point, arguing that we cannot outline socialism. Will look like when it takes on its final form we do not know and cannot say. 39. A number of passages support this point. For example, in Capital, Marx claimed that, unlike the utopian socialists, he confined himself to the critical analysis of actual facts, instead of writing recipes for the cookshops of the future. 40. In addition, Engels argued that one of the most pleasing differences between lies in the complete disappearance of utopian concepts, adding that as it is not our task to create utopian systems for the arrangement of the future society, it would be more than idle to. 41. This position reflected the fact that, according to Marx, the working class has no ready-made utopias to introduce. They have no ideals to realize, but to set free the elements of the new society with which the old collapsing society itself is pregnant. 42. This criticism can be understood in two ways. One interpretation focused on the fact that Marx and Engels believed that the utopian socialists wrote during the very early stages of industrial capitalism and so were 149 unaware of the vast social and technological changes that capitalism would soon bring about. As a result, their utopian visions were too disconnected from these emerging realities to serve as a blueprint for the future. As Engels put it, the historical situation of early capitalism dominated the founders of socialism. To the crude conditions of capitalistic production and the crude class conditions, correspond crude theories. The solution of the social problems, which as yet lay hidden in the undeveloped economic conditions, the utopians attempted to evolve out of the human brain. 43 Into Engels's criticism, Marx introduced an additional element. It is not just that the utopian socialists were only aware of an early underdeveloped stage of capitalist society, but they also lacked an adequate social science that could have allowed them to foresee the future. 44 This particular reading of this criticism, however, does not accord with the texts used to support it. Note that, as it stands, it was not a criticism of utopianism as such. Instead it was a critique only of what might be termed premature utopianism, that is, empirically and theoretically ungrounded utopianism. On this reading, the utopian socialists went wrong because they wrote too early in the history of capitalism and without the benefit of a sound scientific theory. It follows, however, that there should be nothing wrong with utopian constructions based on valid scientific theories or developed during the mature stages of a social system. Of course, as that Marx and Engels believed themselves to be in possession of a valid social science and to be writing during capitalism's final stages, they could not have thought that this criticism applied to their own utopian constructions. This reading, however, conflicts with the statements quoted earlier in which Marx and Engels disavow every attempt to develop a blueprint for the ideal society, for, given this reading, their position in history, and their knowledge of the science of historical materialism, Marx and Engels should be able to say what form socialism will finally take. There is, however, another way to understand this criticism, which is focused not on the historical period during which the utopian socialists wrote, nor on the fact that they lacked a predictive theory, but on the fact that the utopian socialists failed to understand the structure of society as it is revealed by the science of historical materialism. In particular, they failed to understand that the social function of morality is to accommodate people to the existing class structure. Existing moral categories, on this view, cannot be used to ground a radical critique of existing society. Unaware of this scientific principle and based on their formal humanism, the utopian socialists simply accepted as universally valid a variety of moral judgments concerning existing society and used them to project a better society. In doing this, they failed to realize that their moral critique and ethical projection were based on bourgeois moral concepts, that such a critique could never reveal the real problems of bourgeois society, and 150 that any ethical projection based on it could never provide a real alternative to the existing society. Marx and Engels tied this abstract analysis to a more detailed critique of the central moral principles accepted by the utopian socialists as a basis of their work, namely, justice, just distribution, and equality. They argued that these terms referred to inherently bourgeois values that find their place in the present social structure and cannot legitimately be abstracted from it. 45 In addition, Marx and Engels argued that the utopian socialists' notion of natural human needs was borrowed from an earlier, quasi-feudal, stage of bourgeois society, and if it were used to design a new set of social institutions, the resulting society would leave no room for the development of new but equally human needs. As a result, the utopian socialists' ideals are pastoral in nature and their project is essentially reactionary and oppressive. 46 Their utopias were, therefore, well-intended dystopias. According to this reading of this critique, the future society with its new economic and class relationships must necessarily embody a radically different morality, and if, as Hegel argued in his famous Owl of Minerva metaphor, philosophical understanding is always retrospective, it would be impossible to determine the shape of this future morality in advance. Because, on this interpretation, Marx and Engels accepted this idea, they were committed to the rejection of all moral critiques and ethical projections, including those of the utopian socialists. Hence, Marx and Engels were resolutely and without exception anti-utopians. As it is impossible to use existing moral categories to project a future utopian society, the successful revolutionary class must develop its own morality after it has radically transformed society, and no one, not the utopian socialists, not Marx and Engels, not even Lenin, can predict the nature of this morality. Although this might be a better reading of this criticism, it can be faulted on both external and internal grounds. Externally, it can be faulted on two grounds. First, it rested on very insecure foundations, namely, the unwarranted scientific pretensions of historical materialism with its discredited economic determinism. Second, this criticism implied a simplistic moral relativism which is not only philosophically objectionable, but which would undercut the moral force of Marxism. Internally, this criticism did not square with the fact that Marx and Engels developed a detailed description of the general shape of a utopian society. Finally, it contradicted the fact that Marx's utopia is based on moral principles derived from a coherent moral theory that Marx and Engels thought universally valid. The materialist criticism must be understood as a warning against naive speculation, not as a rejection of all forms of utopianism. The humanist criticism on this interpretation, Marx and Engels, like the utopian socialists, were utopian humanists who believed not only that utopian speculation must 151 play an important role in guiding political activity, but that utopian ideals must be based on moral principles derived from a well-grounded conception of human nature. Their disagreement with the utopian socialists, on this view, was based on their belief that the utopian socialists adopted a mistaken conception of human nature and derived from it a false set of moral principles and utopian ideals. To correct this error, Marx and Engels developed an alternative conception of human nature from which they derived a different set of principles and ideals. In this view, Marx and Engels were utopian humanists, but unlike the utopian socialists' formal humanism, which stressed the existence of a fixed set of natural quasi-biological human needs, Marx and Engels' dialectical humanism involved a conception of human nature that stressed the capacity of human beings to develop new abilities, new relationships, and new forms of life. These differing conceptions of human nature led to differing moral principles and to differing critiques of the existing society. While the utopian socialists criticized bourgeois society on the grounds that it created and maintained both inequality and poverty that kept these natural human needs from being satisfied, Marx and Engels also criticized bourgeois society for limiting human development and creating alienation. A number of writers have adopted this interpretation. For example, Kolakowski argued that Marx's starting point is not poverty but dehumanization. 47. According to Lukes, this position led Marx to develop a vision of utopia in which all people would be able to engage fully in the self-transforming and self-realizing process of emancipation. 48. Such a utopia, Oilman added, would allow its inhabitants to achieve a complete victory over the alienation that has characterized humanity's existence throughout class society. 49. This humanistic interpretation was based on the idea that, far from rejecting the ethical projection of utopia, Marx and Engels actually adopted a moral theory that informed both their utopian vision and their criticism of bourgeois society. This reading of the Marxist criticism, however, raises deep and contested questions concerning the existence of a Marxist moral theory. 50. As many writers have pointed out, the claim that such a theory exists was problematic for, as I argued in the last section, it seemed to follow from historical materialism that, since all ethical theories are mere ideological productions that reflect and support the interests of the ruling class, there can be no universally valid ethical theory. 51. However, there are a number of passages that directly conflict with this view. In perhaps the best example, Engels argued that a really human morality which stands above class antagonisms, possible only at a stage of society which has overcome class antagonisms. 52. Eugene Kamenka argued on the basis of these passages that Marx and Engels not only accepted the existence of a truly human morality, but that they developed a philosophical account and defense of it. According to Kamenka, their theory was based on the idea that 152 man, as an empirical being, has certain purposes, needs, and requirements which form part of the description of man and which must be recognized by any science that has man for its subject, to ground this humanistic ethic in logic by arguing that man as a class concept or universal necessarily involves criteria or principles by which we distinguish the human from the non-human. Man is thus a normative concept from the start. To describe or define man is already to recognize goals toward which man works or ends towards which he strives. 53. Evidence that Marx and Engels adopted this particular dialectical humanism takes three forms. First, they celebrated the uniquely human capacity for self-development and looked forward to the day when it would not be limited by oppressive social structures. Moreover, they repeatedly characterized their utopia as a society in which all people will be actively involved in, and in control of, the process of self-development. For example, they described the transition to a communist society as occurring when, in place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association in which the free development of each is a condition for the free development of all. 54. As the manuals point out, they described that society as a society that makes possible the free development of the individual, self-actualization of the individual, set in motion the many-sided development of men to become masters of their own socialization. 55. Second, they believed that the creation of such a society is morally required. Third, they connected their notion of freedom with the idea of self-development, each of which they described separately as being an end in itself. 56. In Alienated Labor, Marx argued that our species being our human nature is our ability to engage in self-conscious, self-transforming labor and that we are truly free only when we are so engaged. 57. Finally, Marx and Engels repeatedly condemned capitalism for alienating people from this human nature, arguing that it was alienation that made revolution a moral necessity as it dehumanizes people. According to this interpretation, humanistic moral theory was the foundation upon which Marx and Engels built their utopia. Specifically, they designed the institutions of their new society to enhance both freedom and self-development. They understood this to require the sweeping away of those institutions that prevent people from expressing their true humanity. Freedom, that is to say, can be achieved only through the destruction of the institutions of bourgeois society that cause alienation. Generally, they take this to be an essentially negative task, a matter of destroying old alienating institutions and allowing people the freedom to express their inner nature, rather than a matter of building new non-alienating institutions. 153 Oddly, despite the fact that Marx and Engels rejected the utopian socialists' conception of human nature and the moral principles and utopian ideals it supported, the institutional changes they proposed closely parallel those proposed by their utopian predecessors. However, while the utopian socialists supported these new utopian institutions on the claim that they would guarantee the equal satisfaction of basic human needs, Marx and Engels supported them on the claim that they would help overcome alienation and in so doing create new human capacities and needs. Given their virtually identical institutional arrangements, these differing expectations can be explained only by reference to another function, namely, the differing role that technology was to play in these two types of utopia. With the exception of Saint Simon, the utopian socialists were virtual Luddites whose static utopias were based on early, unchanging 19th-century technology. In these utopias, people would work the fields or engage in craft-based manufacture in order to supply the simple consumer goods needed to satisfy a limited set of basic needs. Because they only worked to satisfy these needs, their work would not be onerous, and because the product of their work was to be equally distributed, they would all lead pleasant lives. In the utopian society envisioned by Marx and Engels, however, people would make use of highly advanced and constantly developing technology to satisfy their continuously changing needs. Moreover, automated industrial technology would not just produce more and new consumer goods, it would also produce an abundance of free time. As a result, people in the Marxist utopia would be free to turn their attention to the task of self-development. As Marx put it, the realm of freedom actually begins only when labor, determined by necessity and by mundane consideration, ceases. Socialized men regulate their intercourse with nature and bring it under their common control, with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to their human nature. But this nonetheless remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins that development of human energy which is an end in itself, the true realm of freedom, which, however, can blossom forth only with this realm of necessity as its basis. 58 Given free time, people would naturally want to develop themselves, and the Marxist utopia will allow them to do so. Thus, this utopian society would be incredibly dynamic. In it the humanities, arts, crafts, and sciences would flourish. The Marxist utopia would thus incorporate the incredible dynamism of capitalism, but only after stripping it of its oppressive characteristics. Despite the attractions of this Marxist vision of utopia, it was not without its problems. Philosophically, these problems revolved around the basic concept that Marx and Engels used in its construction, namely, human nature. If this concept was flawed, then all forms of humanism 154 must be rejected. Unfortunately, it seems to have a number of problems. Historically, it was most at home in ancient philosophy and seems to conflict with more modern and presumably more well-grounded scientific and philosophical conceptions of humanity. Second, it was not clear how a thing's essential nature can be determined. As Marcuse implies, human nature is not a purely descriptive concept, but is also, at least in part, a moral concept. If so, it would not be possible to discover this underlying reality simply through observation, especially in those societies characterized by alienation. However, if humanistic moral theories cannot be based on observation alone, it would seem that there would be a great danger that these theories will be based on a type of circular reasoning in which a moral view is projected onto humanity as an essential nature from which a set of moral ideals is deduced. Third, as many philosophers have recently argued, regardless of its content, when this concept is used to shape social institutions, it becomes totalizing and the resulting institutions are necessarily oppressive and unjust. There are three problems with this reading as an interpretation of Marx and Engels' work. First, In a number of passages, Marx explicitly adopted some of the broad anti-humanist arguments mentioned earlier, for example, criticizing socialists who hunt everywhere for the words man and human and condemn when cannot find them as being necessarily a historical and idealistic. 59 These writers, he argued, transform the relations of particular individuals into relations of man. In doing so, they have abandoned the real historical basis and returned to that of ideology. 60. Second, Marx developed a peculiar conception of human nature, which is incompatible with moral theories based on formal humanism. In these theories, the concept of a human nature was supposed to name an unchanging reality lying outside of society from which social institutions and practices can be criticized. Marx, however, gave a definition of human nature according to which it is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its reality, it is the ensemble of social relations. 61. If this is the case, however, then human nature does not stand outside of society, but is instead its highly changeable social product. Marx explicitly drew this conclusion when he argued against Feuerbach that the sum of productive forces, capital funds, and social forms of intercourse, which every individual and every generation finds in existence as something given, is the real basis of what the philosophers have conceived as the substance and essence of man. 62 However, such a conception of human nature cannot be used to ground a humanistic moral theory, as it is insufficiently distant from society to provide the necessary perspective. Finally, there are a number of passages in which Marx and Engels criticized the utopian socialists for attempting to impose their morality on the future society. 63 These passages should not be understood as making 155 first-order, moral criticisms of the utopian socialists. Instead, they suggest that it is difficult or impossible to predict what form morality will take in the future society. They also suggest that morality will continue to evolve after the revolution, once it is freed from the demands imposed upon it by class-based societies. If this is the case, it is not simply difficult or paternalistic to attempt to specify a morality for the future society in advance, but such an attempt would conflict with the nature of morality itself. True human morality, in this view, cannot be fixed in detail because it is always evolving, and if it is always evolving, it cannot be based on some unchanging underlying reality. If this is true, however, then all humanistic moral theories, including the utopian socialists' needs-based morality and Marx and Engels' developmentalist morality, are fundamentally flawed and should be rejected not just on normative grounds, but on the deeper philosophical ground that they are based on the flawed concept of a fixed and independent human nature. This idea, however, points to the final interpretation. The historicist criticism. According to this interpretation, Marx came to accept the philosophical critique of humanism outlined earlier, and, consequently, was forced to abandon, not only the humanism of the utopian socialists, but his own dialectical humanist moral theory and the utopian ideal based on it as well. 64 On this interpretation, Marx's central criticism of the utopian socialists was not based on the fact that they were utopians. Instead, it was based on the fact that they were utopian humanists. In rejecting humanism, however, he did not reject morality or the ethical projection of utopian ideals. While his rejection of humanism required him to reject his humanist criticisms of bourgeois society, this did not lead him to adopt a relativistic, nor a quietistic position. Instead, he adopted a sophisticated anti-humanist, historicist meta-ethical position that held that, although morality can have no philosophical foundations, it can be grounded in the free-reasoned consensus of the community. Finally, he not only used this meta-ethical theory as a basis from which to criticize both the utopian socialists and bourgeois society, but he also used it to ground a utopian ideal. Therefore, on this view, Marx adopted a position that occupied a middle ground between materialism and humanism. He adopted the humanistic project of the ethical projection of utopian ideals and the materialistic rejection of humanistic utopianism, while, at the same time, rejecting materialism's moral nihilism. As a result, although he rejected utopian humanism, he remained a utopian. To understand this position, it is necessary to understand the historicist meta-ethical theory this interpretation ascribes to Marx. In The Ethical Dimensions of Marxist Thought, Cornel West has described and defended 156 such a meta-ethical theory. West argued that what is unique to the historicist approach to ethics is that it denies the very possibility of an ethics which rests on philosophic grounds, criteria, grounds, or foundations that carry the weight of rational necessity and / or universal obligation. 65. Of course, if historicism is true, then all forms of humanism, which seek to place ethics on a type of philosophic foundation, are necessarily false. Indeed, most of West's arguments for historicism are, in fact, arguments against its alternative. To make his case for historicism, however, West must also argue against the commonly held view that the falsity of objectivism entails the truth of relativism, which, West asserted, holds that since there is no Archimedean point from which to adjudicate conflicting ethical beliefs or judgments, all moral judgments are equally irrational. 66 The falsity of both positions is possible, on West's view, because there is an intermediate position between these two extremes, namely, historicism. As opposed to relativism, historicism holds that, despite the fact that morality has no philosophical foundations, people make ethical judgment in light of moral principles, employ criteria to understand such principles, and give reasons to justify their criteria, principles, and judgments. But it claims that these judgments, principles, and criteria are philosophically groundless, do not rest upon philosophic foundations. Historicist, the task of ethics is not philosophic, it is not to put forward irrefutable justifications of particular moral viewpoints. Rather, the task of ethics is, to discover ways in which to develop a larger consensus and community. If one disagrees with a particular consensus or community, the task is, to put forward a realizable alternative, a new possibility for consensus and community, and then to make it attractive to others. 67 Often, the attempt to establish a new, wider consensus requires historicists to challenge the old consensus, but in doing so historicists cannot argue that it conflicts with some philosophically unimpeachable conception of human nature. Instead, they must call that consensus into question by arguing, for example, that it is internally inconsistent or that it was originally adopted for illegitimate ideological reasons or imposed by force. Therefore, historicists will often turn to historical accounts of morality that offer plausible descriptions and explanations for the emergence, dominance, and decline of particular moral principles under specific social conditions in the historical process, notions such as role, function, description, and explanation. 68. West claimed that there is a close connection between the historicist view of morality and Hegel's theory of the dialectical development of 157 social institutions, according to which, it is possible to understand the historical development of social institutions in terms of the rational unfolding of their implicit purpose, where the course of this development proceeds through a process involving the overcoming of its initial internal contradictions. Marx, of course, made use of similar ideas. For example, in an early and very Hegelian work on the philosophy of law, he wrote that he was in search of a method that would allow him to understand law as something living and developing in a many-sided way, as something imbued with contradictions in itself finds its unity through itself. 69. Such an analysis, Marx later argued, would reveal that reason has always existed, but not always in rational form. The critic, therefore, can start with any form of theoretical and practical consciousness and develop the true actuality out of the form inherent in existing actuality as its goal. 70. Marx modified this essentially Hegelian approach in two ways. First, he rejected Hegel's idealism. Second, he increasingly turned his attention to those political, social, and economic elements in a society that prevent this rational development from occurring. Ultimately, this led him to develop a theory of society historical materialism to explain the development of these alienating and oppressive social institutions. However, This theory makes sense as a political theory connected to a political praxis only if it retains its links to a vision of non-oppressive society based on a well-formed moral consensus. As a historicist interested in establishing a new moral consensus, he had to provide a vision of what society would be like in the absence of the oppressive, morally questionable institutions of bourgeois society. In this sense, Marx was a utopian. In constructing his utopian vision, however, Marx had to operate under severe constraints. To a degree, even from within the historicist project, he could have simply justified a utopian vision on the grounds that it would solve a particularly pressing problem and alleviate a specific existing hardship, and his argument that the problem of alienation in bourgeois society could be solved through the adoption of his non-alienating developmentalist utopia can be read in that light. Given his historicism, however, he could not base this argument on humanist metaphysical grounds. Instead, he could argue only on critical historical grounds that it was a more desirable society. However, Marx did not rest his case or his vision of utopia entirely on this type of argument. Instead, he based it on the nature of historicist theory itself. According to that theory, moral ideals can only be justified by contingent, community-wide agreements that arise from free and open discussion. The fact that it is impossible to predict in advance the results of such a discussion seems to preclude a utopianism based on the ethical projection of moral ideals. It does not preclude, however, an incomplete description of an ideal society based on another approach to utopianism. 158 An approach that might be termed historicist utopianism. According to this approach, a utopia is not a society that conforms to some predetermined conception of the good. Rather, a utopia is a society that permits its members to develop social institutions in accordance with their ideas of the good arrived at through free and open dialogue. But what would this society be like? Of course, most of the particulars of this society could not be determined in advance, as the working class must work out their own emancipation. 71. However, because they must do this through an ongoing process involving free and open dialogue, the historicist utopia must be designed in such a way as to guarantee the permanent possibility of such an open-ended discussion. Therefore, it is necessary that such a utopia include a particular set of framework institutions that make such discussion possible. I would suggest that virtually the same institutions that were to guarantee individual self-development in Marx's dialectical humanistic utopia would also guarantee the appropriate type of free debate required by the historicist utopia. Thus, the two utopias would have a similar institutional structure. In both, the state would shrink and focus on the administration of things, free public education would be emphasized, private ownership of the means of production would be prohibited, individuals would be guaranteed the leisure to develop themselves, and the arts and humanities would be encouraged. Finally, efforts would be made to strengthen the public sphere in which free and open public discussions concerning the best design for social institutions and the nature of the good life can take place. Summary of the Marxist criticism of the utopian socialists taken together. These interpretations show that Marx and Engels's anti-utopian utopianism was not as paradoxical as it first might seem. Although, on the tactical and the materialist interpretation, they seem to be anti-utopians, and while on the strategic, humanist, and historicist interpretation, they seem to be utopians, it is clear that, in fact, they were utopians of a very special sort. They believed in a dynamic utopia, one which is constantly changing as a result of the development and dialogue of its inhabitants. As a result, they were very wary of any attempt to describe the ideal society in detail, and were especially wary of all static utopias. Moreover, they were wary of the ethical projection of utopia, as they realized that the inhabitants of the ideal society might adopt moral principles that differ from the ones that shape existing social institutions. This is the main reason why they objected to the utopias of the utopian socialists. Not only have these socialists paid too little attention to political questions and underestimated the stability of bourgeois society, but they have failed to see that their utopian ideals have been borrowed from 159 that society, while they have foreclosed the possibility that the citizens of their utopias might wish to modify the institutional structure under which they live. While the utopian socialists' opposition to poverty and inequality is to be commended, the static utopias they have proposed are, in fact, little better than the society upon which they are unconsciously modeled. Finally, Marx rejected the humanism of the utopian socialist. Most important, Marx and Engels' arguments against the utopian socialist should not be understood as indicating a principled opposition to all utopias. Instead, Marx and Engels were utopians who, although they were well aware of the problems of utopian theory and practice, developed a vision of a utopian society that resembled those of the utopian socialists in many ways. The central disagreement they had with their predecessors was in the way they justified their vision of utopia. Marx and Engels offered two such justifications. One was a humanist justification that emphasized the human need for conscious self-development. The other was a historicist justification that emphasized the need for the discursive development of moral categories. These justifications point, respectively, toward a developmentalist utopia and a procedural dialectic utopia, which in large part possess very similar institutional structures. Applying the Marxist critique to early modern town planning, unfortunately, Marx and Engels did not systematically apply their criticisms of the utopian socialists' utopian theories to their urban plans. If they had, then it would have been relatively simple to sketch out a Marxist theory of urban planning. Moreover, what Marx and Engels did write about urban plans and planners was almost wholly negative and, therefore, seems to support the view that Marxists must completely reject urban planning, at least prior to the revolution. For example, in his writings on the housing question, Engels discussed the problems of urban life during the last half of the 19th century in some detail and criticized Baron Haussmann's rebuilding of Paris. 72 He argued, in what was little more than an extended elaboration on Marx's call for the gradual abolition of the distinction between town and country, that this division was the source of most urban problems. 73 Given this, it is not surprising that Engels argued that the bourgeois solution to the housing question was essentially flawed. The bourgeois solution to the housing question has come to grief, and it has come to grief owing to the antithesis of town and country. And with this we have arrived at the kernel of the problem. The housing question can only be solved when society has been sufficiently 160 transformed for a start to be made toward abolishing the antithesis between town and country, which has been brought to an extreme point by present-day capitalist society. Far from being able to abolish this antithesis, capitalist society is compelled to intensify it. 74 As the utopian socialists recognized this antithesis as a central problem, Engels was favorably disposed toward their ideas, but, nevertheless, he argued that their attempts to build small communities set in natural surroundings were premature. It is not the solution of the housing question which solves the social question. Instead, only by the solution of the social question is the solution of the housing question made possible. To want to solve the housing question while at the same time desiring to maintain the modem big cities is an absurdity. The modem big cities will be abolished only by the abolition of the capitalist mode of production. 75 This, of course, is essentially a strategic criticism of these plans. A solution to the urban crisis must wait on the larger transformation of society. In addition, Marx criticized the utopian socialists' town plans on tactical grounds, arguing that, with their focus on envisioning ideal communities, the utopian socialists led the proletariat into endless competing doctrinaire experiments. Necessarily suffer shipwreck. 76. Finally, Engels criticized these plans on materialist grounds, arguing that socialists who develop town plans that seek to realize justice and equality through architectural or other means are guilty of adopting essentially bourgeois values that are incompatible with a truly ideal society. 77 It should be clear that these same criticisms could be leveled against Howard's Garden City. Although Howard was more successful in attracting the support of bourgeois bankers and politicians, and while an association he founded was able to build 2 garden cities, this success actually seems to support rather than contradict a strategic criticism of Howard's plans. In fact, it is tempting to apply a line from the housing question to Howard's work. The Garden City concept failed to achieve its revolutionary goals because it has been borrowed directly from the socialists Owen and Fourier, made entirely bourgeois by discarding everything socialist about them. 78. In practice, the Garden City concept was profoundly conservative, for, not only did it not lead to broader social changes, but it did not produce any great improvement in city life. Garden cities proved unable to attract the industry they need to be self-sufficient and, as a result, tended to be inhabited not by the working poor, but by the middle class. In addition, without their own factories, they became dependent on access to urban centers, and, as a result, 161 they rapidly became nothing more than garden suburbs. Consequently, while pleasant places to live, like most suburbs, they did little to solve the problems of the city and, in fact, often only exacerbated such problems as residential segregation and transportation gridlock. 79 Ultimately, bourgeois society was able to assimilate the Garden City movement. In part, this reflects the fact, one fully in accord with the materialist criticism, that Howard's Garden City was grounded in bourgeois values. Marx and Engels could have added that Howard made a tactical error in that, by proposing an ideal city as a way to transform society, he opened the door to unproductive utopian speculation and debate. These entirely negative remarks seem to support the received view that Marxism cannot, in principle, make a constructive contribution to urban planning, but there is more. From a humanist perspective, Marx and Engels could point out that both Howard and the utopian socialists based their town plans on a flawed form of humanism, and that, as a result, neither Howard nor the utopian socialists understood the importance of self-development. Consequently, neither Howard nor the utopian socialists developed plans that would contribute to the overcoming of alienation. Instead, their towns were designed to be inhabited, not by creative and self-developing individuals, but by essentially unchanging individuals with fixed needs. Consequently, it is likely that, in them, alienation would continue unabated. Finally, from a historicist perspective, Marx could criticize the humanist nature of both Howard's and the utopian socialists' approach to urban planning by arguing that their towns allow no room for social change, that, from the moment of creation, they are finished products, and that their plans evince no recognition of the importance of practical discourse in shaping social institutions and provide no forums for such discourse, nor opportunities for the types of experiments in living that are essential to such discourse. Given Howard's position in the history of urban planning, these criticisms should apply without change to more recent work in urban planning. Indeed, I believe that nearly all of the criticisms Marx and Engels deployed against the work of the utopian socialists can be applied with equal force to the urban plans of more contemporary, modern urban planners such as Le Corbusier and Lucio Costa. This was understood by Oscar Niemeyer, Costa's collaborator in the design of Brasilia, who said, "I see now that a social architecture without a socialist base leads to nothing, that you can't create a class-free oasis in a capitalist society, and that to try ends up being, as Engels said, a paternalistic pose that pretends to be revolutionary." 80. This is nothing more than a recapitulation and application of the strategic criticism to modern planning. In addition, it is clear that modern urban planners have been committed to the same limited, quasi-biological humanism accepted by Howard and the utopian socialists, and 162 are open to the same humanist and historicist criticisms Marx and Engels could have leveled at the utopian socialists' urban plans. Taken together, these criticisms do seem to lead to the strange quietism that Hall and other critics have warned would be the result of applying Marxism to urban planning. However, in addition to providing grounds for criticisms of these urban plans, the humanist and historicist interpretations might provide grounds for a description of a city that could make a more constructive contribution to urban planning. If this can be done, then Hall will have been refuted. Of course, neither Marx nor Engels developed such a theory, but it is now fairly easy to see what direction it could take. A Marxist urban theory would be utopian in nature in that it would attempt to use urban planning to help establish and maintain an ideal society, but it would be guided by principles requiring that the design of the city contribute as much as possible to the processes of self-development and dialogue that play a central role in their utopian visions. At first, it is tempting to say that urban design can make no positive contribution to these processes. However, even the briefest examination of life in many contemporary cities will provide evidence that urban design can negatively affect them. At the very least, therefore, a Marxist urban planning would attempt to avoid these mistakes. Contemporary city design negatively affects the process of self-development in a number of ways. It does this by isolating individuals, by making it difficult for them to maintain old social relationships and develop new ones, by homogenizing their experience, by encouraging personal consumption rather than creative, thoughtful expression, by engendering fear and producing frustration, and by depriving people of accessible venues for display and encounter. Cities designed by modern urban planners, in particular, seem as if they were designed precisely in order to bring about these results. For example, Brasilia, as de Beauvoir noted, seems to have been designed so as to impede just those processes which, on this view, a Marxist urban planner should seek to facilitate within the confines of a capitalist world economy. 81 But if modern cities hinder these processes, it should be possible to design other cities that can facilitate them. A good place to look for some ideas on what a Marxist ideal city would be like is the work of those urban planners who criticize modern urban planning. For example, Jane Jacobs offers a treasure trove of ideas on how cities can encourage development and dialogue. Almost every proposal she made, from saving the corridor street to creating numerous parks of different sizes to creating Mikadis zones to enhancing transportation to connect the various parts of the city, can be seen as helping to develop and maintain these processes. Of course, Jacobs is not a Marxist, and, as a result, her theories are, at best, an incomplete expression of a Marxist urbanism. To develop such a theory, 163 many more ideas would have to be added to hers and they would have to be systemized into a coherent position. However, if I am right, a Marxist urban planner could not help but agree with Jacobs's claim that urban planning must become the science and art of catalyzing and nourishing the close-grained working relationships, for this seems only to restate in different language the claim that urban planners should try to facilitate self-development and dialogue. 82 Conclusion I have argued that the theory that Marxist urban planning is self-contradictory is false. This view is based on the idea that urban planning is essentially a utopian practice and that Marx and Engels completely rejected utopianism. While I have accepted the utopian nature of urban planning, through an examination of Marx and Engels' critique of the utopian socialists, I have rejected the idea that they were opponents of utopianism. Although Marx and Engels were wary of utopian speculation for tactical and strategic reasons, and while they rejected naive utopianism, they developed a utopian vision which they based on both dialectical humanism and on historicism. This utopia emphasizes the importance of both human development and egalitarian dialogue. It follows that Marx and Engels would approve of urban forms that would facilitate these processes. Given this, the notion of Marxist urban planning is vindicated and awaits further development. Hints as to its form were provided immediately above. It might be objected, however, that what I have been calling Marxist urban planning should be rejected by Marxists as a waste of time, as the positive effect of even the best urban design cannot on its own produce the utopian society that Marx and Engels envisioned. This last point is, of course, true. Despite Le Corbusier's challenge, architecture cannot replace revolution. But it would be equally wrong-headed to think that urban planning cannot make any contribution to human progress. To accept such a claim would be to accept the least well-supported aspect of Marxist theory, namely, the theory of historical materialism. This theory, however, can no longer be thought to be the best available social science, as it has been repeatedly falsified. Moreover, to accept this position is to take the first step down the road that led to Brasilia and to the failure to understand its failure. Brasilia Pace Niemeyer did not fail because it lacked a socialist base, it failed because it was based, not on a Marxist urban planning, but on a type of pre-Marxist urban planning that was based on the same assumptions as the plans of the utopian socialists. If Costa and Niemeyer had read Marx and Engels as utopian planners, Brasilia might have been a vastly different city. It might have been to the 20th century what Haussmann's Paris was to the 19th. This may not have. 164 led to a revolution in Brazil, but it could only have improved the lives of those who live in that sad city. Acknowledgement. This chapter is based on two previously published articles, Roger Patton, Marxism, Utopianism, and Modem Urban Planning, Utopian Studies 14, number 1, 82-111, and Roger Patton, Marx's Critique of the Utopian Socialists, Utopian Studies 13, number 3, 67-91. Both are reproduced, in modified form, with the express permission of the journal Utopian Studies. Chapter 8 Marx, Feminism, and the Construction of the Commons. Silvia Federici. Communism is for us not a state of affairs which is to be established, an ideal to which reality will have to adjust itself. We call communism the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. The conditions of this movement result from the premises now in existence. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, The German Ideology 1. What tools, principles, and ideas can Marxism bring to feminist theory and politics in our time? Can we think today of a relation between Marxism and feminism other than the unhappy marriage that Heidi Hartmann depicted in a much-quoted essay of 1979? 2. What aspects of Marxism are most important for reimagining feminism and how does Marx's concept of communism compare with the principle of the commons, the political paradigm inspiring so much radical feminist thinking today? In asking these questions, I join a conversation on the construction of alternatives to capitalism that has begun in encampments and squares across the planet where, in ways replete with contradictions but creative of new possibilities, a society of commoners is coming into existence, striving to build social spaces and relations not governed by the logic of the capitalist market. Assessing the legacy of Marx's vision of communism for the 21st century is not an easy task, however. Added to the complexity of Marx's 172 thought is the fact that in the last period of his life, after the defeat of the Paris Commune, Marx apparently abandoned some of his political axioms, especially with regard to the material preconditions for the construction of a communist society. 3. It is also agreed that there are important differences between his two major works, Capital and the Grundrisse 4, and that Marx is not a writer whose thought can be grasped through any set of formulations, as his level of analysis continuously changing with his political design. 5. Two things, however, are certain. The political language that Marx has given us is still necessary to think of a world beyond capitalism. His analysis of surplus value, money, and the commodity form, and above all his method giving history and the class struggle a material foundation, and refusing to separate the economic from the political are still indispensable, though not sufficient, for understanding contemporary capitalism. Not surprisingly, with the deepening of the global economic crisis, there has been a revival of interest in Marx that many could not have anticipated in the 1990s when the dominant wisdom declared his theory defunct. Instead, amid the debris of realized socialism, broad debates have emerged on the questions of primitive accumulation, the modalities of the transition, and the historical and ethical meaning and possibility of communism. Mixed with feminist, anarchist, anti-racist, queer principles, Marx's theory continues to influence the disobedience of Europe, the Americas, and beyond. An anti-capitalist feminism, then, cannot ignore Marx. Indeed, as Stevie Jackson has argued, nature domination assumption. 4. An engagement with these views is important not least because they have become influential even among ecologically minded Marxists, many of whom have looked to non-Marxist paradigms, especially that of Karl Polanyi, for the ecological guidance supposedly lacking in Marxism. The underutilization of the human developmental and ecological elements of Marx's communist vision is also reflected in the decision by some Marxists to place their bets on a greening of capitalism as a practical alternative to the struggle for socialism. 5. Accordingly, I will interpret Marx's various outlines of post-capitalist economy and society as a vision of sustainable human development. Since there are no important disagreements between Marx and Engels in this area, I will also refer to the writings of Engels, and works co-authored by Marx and Engels, as appropriate. After sketching the human developmental dimensions of communal property and associated production in Marx's view, I draw out the sustainability aspect of these principles by responding to the most common ecological criticisms of Marx's projection. I conclude by briefly reconsidering the connections between Marx's vision of communism and his analysis of capitalism, focusing on that all-important form of human development, the class struggle. 197 Basic organizing principles of Marx's communism. There is a conventional wisdom that Marx and Engels, eschewing all speculation about socialist utopias, thought very little about the system to follow capitalism, and that their entire body of writing on this subject is represented by the critique of the Gotha program, a few pages long, and not much else. 6. In reality, post-capitalist economic and political relationships are a recurring thematic in all the major, and many of the minor, works of the founders of Marxism, and despite the scattered nature of these discussions, one can easily glean from them a coherent vision based on a clear set of organizing principles. The most basic feature of communism in Marx's projection is its overcoming of capitalism's social separation of the producers from necessary conditions of production. This new social union entails a complete decommodification of labor power plus a new set of communal property rights. Communist or associated production is planned and carried out by the producers and communities themselves, without the class-based intermediaries of wage labor, market, and state. Marx often motivates and illustrates these basic features in terms of the primary means and end of associated production, free human development. The new union and communal property. For Marx, capitalism involves the decomposition of the original union existing between the laboring man and his means of labor, while communism will restore the original union in a new historical form. Communism is the historical reversal of the separation of labor and the worker from the conditions of labor, which confront him as independent forces. Under capitalism's wage system, the means of production employ the workers. Under communism, the workers, as subjects, employ the means of production, in order to produce wealth for themselves. 7. This new union of the producers and the conditions of production will, as Engels phrases it, emancipate human labor power from its position as a commodity. Naturally, such an emancipation, in which the laborers undertake production as united workers, is only possible where the workers are the owners of their means of production. This worker ownership does not entail the individual rights to possession and alienability characterizing capitalist property, however. Rather, workers' communal property codifies and enforces the new union of the collective producers and their communities with the conditions of production. Accordingly, Marx describes communism as replacing capitalist production with cooperative production, and capitalist property with a higher form of the archaic type of property, i.e. communist property. 8. 198 One reason why communist property in the conditions of production cannot be individual private property is that the latter form excludes cooperation, division of labor within each separate process of production, the control over, and the productive application of the forces of nature by society, and the free development of the social productive powers. In other words, the individual worker could only be restored as an individual to property in the conditions of production by divorcing productive power from the development of labor on a large scale. As stated in the German ideology, the appropriation by the proletarians is such that a mass of instruments of production must be made subject to each individual, and property to all. Modum universal intercourse cannot be controlled by individuals, unless it is controlled by all. With the appropriation of the total productive forces by the united individuals, private property comes to an end. 9. Besides, given capitalism's prior socialization of production, private property in the means of production is already a kind of social property, even though its social character is class exploitative. From capital's character as not a personal, a social power, it follows that when capital is converted into common property, into the property of all members of society, personal property is not thereby transformed into social property. It is only the social character of the property that is changed. It loses its class character. 10. Marx's vision thus involves a reconversion of capital into the property of producers, although no longer as the private property of the individual producers, but rather as the property of associated producers, as outright social property. Communist property is collective precisely insofar as the material conditions of production are the cooperative property of the workers as a whole, not of particular individuals or subgroups of individuals. As Engels puts it, the working people remain the collective owners of the houses, factories, and instruments of labor, and will hardly permit their use, by individuals or associations without compensation for the cost. The collective planning and administration of social production requires that not only the means of production but also the distribution of the total product be subject to explicit social control. With associated production, it is possible to assure each person the full proceeds of his labor. Only if is extended to purport not that each individual worker becomes the possessor of the full proceeds of his labor, but that the whole of society, consisting entirely of workers, becomes the possessor of the total product of their labor, which product it partly distributes among its members for consumption, partly uses for replacing and increasing its means of production, and partly stores up as a reserve fund for production and consumption. The latter two deductions from the proceeds of labor are an economic necessity. They represent forms of surplus labor. 199 and surplus product, which are common to all social modes of production. Further deductions are required for general costs of administration, for the communal satisfaction of needs, such as schools, health services, etc., and for funds for those unable to work. Only then do we come to that part of the means of consumption which is divided among the individual producers of the cooperative society. 11. Communism's explicit socialization of the conditions and results of production should not be mistaken for a complete absence of individual property rights, however. Although communal property does not re-establish private property for the producer, it nonetheless gives him individual property based on the acquisitions of the capitalist era, i.e., on cooperation and the possession in common of the land and of the means of production. Marx posits that the alien property of the capitalist can only be abolished by converting his property into the property of the associated, social individual. He even suggests that communism will make individual property a truth by transforming the means of production, now chiefly the means of enslaving and exploiting labor, into mere instruments of free and associated labor. 12. Such statements are often interpreted as mere rhetorical flourishes, but they become more explicable when viewed in the context of communism's overriding imperative, the free development of individual human beings as social individuals. Marx and Engels describe the community of revolutionary proletarians as an association of individuals, which puts the conditions of the free development and movement of individuals under their control, conditions which were previously left to chance and had acquired an independent existence over against the separate individuals. Stated differently, the all-round realization of the individual will only cease to be conceived as an ideal when the impact of the world which stimulates the real development of the abilities of the individual is under the control of the individuals themselves, as the communists desire. In class exploitative societies, personal freedom has existed only for the individuals who developed under the conditions of the ruling class, but under the real community of communism, individuals obtain their freedom in and through their association. Instead of opportunities for individual development being obtained mainly at the expense of others, as in class societies, the future community will provide each individual the means of cultivating his gifts in all directions. Hence personal freedom becomes possible only within the community. 13. In short, communal property is individual insofar as it affirms each person's claim, as a member of society, for access to the conditions and results of production as a conduit to her or his development as an individual to whom the different social functions he performs are but so many modes of giving free scope to his own natural and acquired powers. Only in this way can communism replace the old bourgeois society, with its classes. 200 and class antagonisms, with an association, in which the free development of each is a condition for the free development of all 14. The most basic way in which Marx's communism promotes individual human development is by protecting the individual's right to a share in the total product for his or her private consumption. The manifesto is unambiguous on this point. Communism deprives no man of the power to appropriate the products of society, all that it does is to deprive him of the power to subjugate the labor of others by means of such appropriation. In this sense, Engels observes, social ownership extends to the land and the other means of production, and private ownership to the products, that is, the articles of production. An equivalent description of the community of free individuals is given in Volume 1 of Capital. The total product of our community is a social product. One portion serves as fresh means of production and remains social. But another portion is consumed by the members of society as means of subsistence. 15. All of this, of course, raises the question as to how the distribution of individual workers' consumption claims will be determined. In Capital, Marx envisions that the mode of this distribution will vary with the productive organization of the community, and the degree of historical development attained by the producers. He then suggests that one possibility would be for the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence to be determined by his labor time. In the critique of the Gotha program, the conception of labor time as the determinant of individual consumption rights is less ambiguous, at least for the first phase of communist society as it is when it has just emerged after prolonged birth pangs from capitalist society. Here, Marx forthrightly projects that the individual producer receives back from society after the deductions have been made exactly what he gives to it. What he has given to it is his individual amount of labor. The individual labor time of the individual producer is the part of the social labor day contributed by him, his share in it. He receives a certificate from society that he has furnished such and such an amount of labor, and with this certificate he draws from the social stock of means of consumption as much as the same amount of labor costs. The same amount of labor which he has given to society in one form, he receives back in another. The basic rationale behind labor-based consumption claims is that the distribution of the means of consumption at any time is only a consequence of the distribution of the conditions of production themselves. 16. Given that the conditions of production are the property of the producers. 201. It stands to reason that the distribution of consumption claims will be more closely tied to labor time than under capitalism, where it is money that rules. This labor time standard raises important social and technical issues that cannot be addressed here, especially whether and how differentials in labor intensity, work conditions, and skills would be measured and compensated. 17. However, what Marx emphasizes is that insofar as the individual labor time standard merely codifies the ethic of equal exchange regardless of the connotations for individual development, it is still infected by the narrow horizon of bourgeois right. Marx therefore goes on to suggest that in a higher phase of communist society, labor-based individual consumption claims can and should be fully left behind and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. It is in this higher phase that communism's mode of distribution allows all members of society to develop, maintain, and exert their capacities in all possible directions. Here, the individual consumption of the laborer becomes that which the full development of the individuality requires. 18. Even in communism's lower phase, the means of individual development assured by communal property are not limited to individuals' private consumption claims. Human development will also benefit from the expanded social services that are financed by deductions from the total product prior to its distribution among individuals. Hence, what the producer is deprived of in his capacity as a private individual benefits him directly or indirectly in his capacity as a member of society. Such social consumption will, in Marx's view, be considerably increased in comparison with present-day society, and it increases in proportion as the new society develops. 19. For example, Marx envisions an expansion of technical schools in combination with the elementary school. He projects that when the working class comes into power, as inevitably it must, Technical instruction, both theoretical and practical, will take its proper place in the working class schools. Marx even suggests that the younger members of communist society will experience an early combination of productive labor with education, presuming, of course, a strict regulation of the working time according to the different age groups and other safety measures for the protection of children. The basic idea here is that the fact of the collective working group being composed of individuals of both sexes and ages, must necessarily, under suitable conditions, become a source of humane development. Another, related function of theoretical and practical education in the Republic of Labor will be to convert science from an instrument of class rule into a popular force, and thereby convert the men of science themselves from pandarus to 202 class prejudice, place hunting state parasites, and allies of capital into free agents of thought. 20. Along with expanded social consumption, communism's shortening of the working day will facilitate human development by giving individuals more free time in which to enjoy the material and intellectual advantages of social development. Free time is time for the free development, intellectual and social, of the individual. As such, free time, disposable time, is wealth itself, partly for the enjoyment of the product, partly for free activity which, unlike labor, is not dominated by the pressure of an extraneous purpose which must be fulfilled, and the fulfillment of which is regarded as a natural necessity or a social duty. Accordingly, with communism the measure of wealth is not any longer, in any way, labor time, but rather disposable time. Nonetheless, since labor is always, together with nature, a fundamental substance of wealth, labor time is an important measure of the cost of production. Even if exchange value is eliminated. 21. Naturally, communist society will place certain responsibilities on individuals. Even though free time will expand, individuals will still have a responsibility to engage in productive labor insofar as they are physically and mentally able to do so. Under capitalism and other class societies, a particular class has the power to shift the natural burden of labor from its own shoulders to those of another layer of society. But under communism, with labor emancipated, every man becomes a working man, and productive labor ceases to be a class attribute. Individual self-development is also not only a right but a responsibility under communism. Hence, the workers assert in their communist propaganda that the vocation, designation, task of every person is to achieve all-round development of his abilities, including, for example, the ability to think. 22. It is important to recognize the two-way connection between human development and the productive forces in Marx's vision. This connection is unsurprising, seeing as how Marx always treated the human being himself as the main force of production. And he always saw forces of production and social relations as two different sides of the development of the social individual. Accordingly, communism can represent a real union of all the individual producers with the conditions of production only if it ensures each individual's right to participate to the fullest of his or her ability in the cooperative utilization and development of these conditions. The highly socialized character of production means that individuals must appropriate the existing totality of productive forces, not only to achieve self-activity, but, also, merely to safeguard their very existence. In order to be an effective vehicle of human development, this appropriation must not reduce individuals to minuscule, interchangeable cogs in a giant collective production machine operating outside their 203 control in an alienated pursuit of production for the sake of production. Instead, it must enhance the development of human productive forces capable of grasping and controlling social production at the human level in line with the development of the richness of human nature as an end in itself. Although communist appropriation a universal character corresponding to the productive forces, it also promotes the development of the individual capacities corresponding to the material instruments of production. Because these instruments have been developed to a totality and only exist within a universal intercourse, their effective appropriation requires the development of a totality of capacities in the individuals themselves. In short, the genuine and free development of individuals under communism is both enabled by and contributes to the universal character of the activity of individuals on the basis of the existing productive forces. 23. Planned, non-market production. In Marx's view, a system run by freely associated producers and their communities, socially unified with necessary conditions of production, by definition excludes commodity exchange and money as primary forms of social reproduction. Along with the decommodification of labor power comes an explicitly socialized production, in which society, not capitalists and wage laborers responding to market signals, distributes labor power and means of production to the different branches of production. As a result, the money capital is eliminated. During communism's lower phase, the producers may receive paper vouchers entitling them to withdraw from the social supplies of consumer goods a quantity corresponding to their labor time, but these vouchers are not money. They do not circulate. In other words, the future distribution of the necessaries of life cannot be treated as a kind of more exalted wages. 24. For Marx, the domination of social production by the market is specific to a situation in which production is carried out in independently organized production units on the basis of the producer's social separation from necessary conditions of production. Here, the labors expended in the mutually autonomous enterprises can only be validated as part of society's reproductive division of labor ex post, according to the prices their products fetch in the market. In short, commodities are the direct products of isolated independent individual kinds of labor, and they cannot be directly compared with one another as products of social labor. Hence, through their alienation in the course of individual exchange, they must prove that they are general social labor. 25. By contrast, communal labor time, or labor time of directly associated individuals, is immediately social labor time. And where labor 204 is communal, the relations of men in their social production do not manifest themselves as values of things. Within the cooperative society based on common ownership of the means of production, the producers do not exchange their products. Just as little does the labor employed on the products appear here as the value of these products, as a material quality possessed by them, since now, in contrast to capitalist society, individual labor no longer exists in an indirect fashion but directly as a component part of the total labor. 26. The Grundriss draws a more extended contrast between the indirect, ex post establishment of labor as social labor under capitalism and the direct, ex ante socialization of labor on the basis of common appropriation and control of the means of production. The communal character of production would make the product into a communal, general product from the outset. The exchange which originally takes place in production, which would not be an exchange of exchange values but of activities, determined by the communal needs and communal purposes, would from the outset include the participation of the individual in the communal world of products. On the basis of exchange values, labor is posited as general only through exchange. But on this foundation it would be posited as such before exchange, i.e. the exchange of products would in no way be the medium by which the participation of the individual in general production is mediated. Mediation must, of course, take place. In the first case, which proceeds from the independent production of individuals, mediations take place through the exchange of commodities, through exchange values and through money. In the second case, the presupposition is itself mediated, i.e. a communal production, communality, is presupposed as the basis of production. The labor of the individual is posited from the outset as social labor. The product does not first have to be transposed into a particular form in order to attain a general character for the individual. Instead of a division of labor, such as is necessarily created with the exchange of exchange values, there would take place an organization of labor whose consequence would be the participation of the individual in communal consumption. 27. The immediately social character of labor and products is thus a logical outgrowth of the new communal union between the producers and necessary conditions of production. This alienation of production negates 205 the necessity for the producers to engage in monetary exchanges as a means of establishing a reproductive allocation of their labor, the very necessity of first transforming individual products or activities into exchange value, into money, so that they obtain and demonstrate their social power in this objective form, proves two things: that individuals now produce only for society and in society, that production is not directly social, is not the offspring of association, which distributes labor internally. Individuals are subsumed under social production exists outside them as their fate, but social production is not subsumed under individuals, manageable by them as their commonwealth. 28 That the bypassing of market exchange and the overcoming of workers' alienation from production are two aspects of the same phenomenon explains why, in at least one instance, Marx defines communism simply as dissolution of the mode of production and form of society based on exchange value. Real positing of individual labor as social and vice versa. Communism's directly associated labor is entirely inconsistent with the production of commodities. 29. As noted earlier, academic debates over the economics of socialism have tended to focus on technical issues of allocative efficiency. Marx and Engels themselves often argued that the post-capitalist economy would enjoy superior planning and allocative capabilities compared to capitalism. In Capital, Marx describes freely associated production as consciously regulated, in accordance with a settled plan, with the means of production in common. The labor power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined labor power of the community, in accordance with a definite social plan maintains the proper proportion between the different kinds of work to be done and the various wants of the community. In the Civil War in France, Marx projects that united cooperative societies will regulate national production upon a common plan, thus taking it under their own control, and putting an end to the constant anarchy and periodic convulsions which are the fatality of capitalist production. 30. Nonetheless, Marx and Engels did not treat planned resource allocation as the most fundamental factor distinguishing communism from capitalism. For them, the more basic characteristic of communism is its alienation of the conditions of production vis-a-vis the producers, and the enabling effect this new union would have on free human development. Stated differently, they treated communism's planning and allocative capacities as symptoms and instruments of the human developmental impulses unleashed by the new communality of the producers and their conditions of existence. Communism's decommodification of production. 206 is, as discussed earlier, the flip side of the de-alienation of production conditions. The planning of production is just the allocative form of this reduced stunting of humans' capabilities by their material and social conditions of existence. As Marx says, commodity exchange is only the bond natural to individuals within specific limited relations of production, and the alien and independent character in which this bond exists vis-a-vis individuals proves only that the latter are still engaged in the creation of the conditions of their social life, and that they have not yet begun, on the basis of these conditions, to live it. Hence, the reason communism is a society organized for cooperative working on a planned basis is not in order to pursue productive efficiency for its own sake, but rather to ensure all members of society the means of existence and the full development of their capacities. This human developmental dimension also helps explain why communism's cooperative labor, developed to national dimensions, is not, in Marx's projection, governed by any centralized state power. Rather, the system starts with the self-government of the communities. In this sense, communism can be defined as the people acting for itself by itself, or the reabsorption of the state power by society as its own living forces instead of as forces controlling and subduing it. 31. Marx's communism, ecology, and sustainability. Many have questioned the economic practicality of communism as projected by Marx. Fewer have addressed the human development dimension of Marx's vision, one major exception being those critics who argue that it anchors free human development in human technological domination and abuse of nature, with natural resources viewed as effectively limitless. It is useful to address this environmental dimension on three levels: the responsibility of communism to manage its use of natural conditions, the ecological significance of expanded free time, the growth of wealth, and the use of labor time as a measure of the cost of production. Managing the commons communally. That communist society might have a strong commitment to protect and improve natural conditions appears surprising, given the conventional wisdom that Marx presumed natural resources to be inexhaustible, and thus saw no need for an environment-preserving, ecologically conscious, employment-sharing socialism. Marx evidently assumed that scarce resources would not be scarce under communism. The conventional wisdom further argues that Marx's faith in the ability of an improved mode of production to eradicate scarcity indefinitely means that his communist vision provides 207 no basis for recognizing any interest in the liberation of nature from anti-ecological human domination. Marx's technological optimism, his faith in the creative dialectic, is said to rule out any concern about the possibility that modern technology interacting with the Earth's physical environment might imbalance the whole basis of modern industrial civilization. 32. In reality, Marx was deeply concerned with capitalism's tendency toward sapping the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the laborer. And he repeatedly emphasized the imperative for post-capitalist society to manage its use of natural conditions responsibly. This helps explain his insistence on the extension of communal property to the land and other sources of life. Indeed, Marx strongly criticized the Gotha program for not making it sufficiently clear that land is included in the instruments of labor in this connection. In Marx's view, the association, applied to land, re-establishes, now on a rational basis, no longer mediated by serfdom, overlordship, and the silly mysticism of property, the intimate ties of man with the earth, since the earth ceases to be an object of huckstering. As with other means of production, this common property in land does not mean the restoration of the old original common ownership, but the institution of a far higher and more developed form of possession in common. 33. Marx does not see this communal property as conferring a right to overexploit land and other natural conditions in order to serve the production and consumption needs of the associated producers. Instead, he foresees an eclipse of capitalist notions of land ownership by a communal system of user rights and responsibilities. From the standpoint of a higher economic form of society, private ownership of the globe by single individuals will appear quite as absurd as private ownership of one man by another. Even a whole society, a nation, or even all simultaneously existing societies taken together, are not the owners of the globe. They are only its possessors, its usufructuaries, and, like boni paterfamilias, they must hand it down to succeeding generations in an improved condition. 34 Marx's projection of communal landed property clearly does not connote a right of owners to unrestricted use based on possession. Rather, like all communal property in the new union, it confers the right to responsibly utilize the land as a condition of free human development, and indeed as a basic source of the entire range of permanent necessities of life required by the chain of successive generations. As Marx says, the association treats the soil as eternal communal property, an inalienable condition for 208 the existence and reproduction of a chain of successive generations of the human race. 35. Why have the ecological critics missed this crucial element of Marx's vision? The answer may lie in the ongoing influence of so-called tragedy of the commons models, which identify common property with uncontrolled open access to natural resources by independent users. In reality, the dynamics posited by these models have more in common with the anarchy of capitalist competition than with Marx's vision of communal rights and responsibilities regarding the use of natural conditions. Indeed, the ability of traditional communal property systems to sustainably utilize common pool resources has been the subject of a growing body of research in recent years. This research arguably supports the potential for ecological management through a communalization of natural conditions in post-capitalist society. 36 Marx's emphasis on the future society's responsibility toward the land follows from his projection of the inherent unity of humanity and nature being realized both consciously and socially under communism. For Marx and Engels, people and nature are not two separate things, hence they speak of humanity having an historical nature and a natural history. They observe how extra-human nature has been greatly altered by human production and development, so that the nature that preceded human history today no longer exists, but they also recognize the ongoing importance of natural instruments of production in the use of which individuals are subservient to nature. Communism, far from rupturing or trying to overcome the necessary unity of people and nature, makes this unity more transparent and places it at the service of a sustainable development of people as natural and social beings. Engels thus envisions the future society as one in which people will not only feel but also know their oneness with nature. Marx goes so far as to define communism as the unity of being of man with nature. 37. Naturally, it will still be necessary for communist society to wrestle with nature to satisfy wants, to maintain and reproduce life. Marx thus refers to the associated producers rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control. Such a rational regulation or real conscious mastery of nature presumes that the producers have become masters of their own social organization. 38. But it does not presume that humanity has overcome all natural limits, nor does it presume that the producers have attained complete technological control over natural forces. For instance, Marx sees the associated producers setting aside a portion of the surplus product as a reserve or insurance fund to provide against misadventures, disturbances through natural events, etc. Especially in agriculture. Uncertainties connected with the natural conditions of production are to be dealt with through a continuous relative 209 overproduction, that is, production on a larger scale than is necessary for the simple replacement and reproduction of the existing wealth. More specifically, there must be on the one hand a certain quantity of fixed capital produced in excess of that which is directly required, on the other hand, and particularly, there must be a supply of raw materials, etc., in excess of the direct annual requirements. Marx also envisions a calculation of probabilities to help ensure that society is in possession of the means of production required to compensate for the extraordinary destruction caused by accidents and natural forces. 39. Obviously, this sort of overproduction is tantamount to control by society over the material means of its own reproduction only in the sense of a far-sighted regulation of the productive interchanges between society and uncontrollable natural conditions. It is in this prudential sense that Marx foresees the associated producers' direct production from the outset, so that the yearly grain supply depends only to a very minimum on the variations in the weather, the sphere of production, the supply and the use aspects thereof is rationally regulated. It is simply judicious for the producers themselves, to spend a part of their labor, or of the products of their labor in order to ensure their products, their wealth, or the elements of their wealth, against accidents, etc. Within capitalist society, by contrast, uncontrollable natural conditions impart a needless element of anarchy to social reproduction. 40. Contradicting their ecological critics, Marx and Engels simply do not identify free human development with a one-sided human domination or control of nature. According to Engels, freedom does not consist in the dream of independence of natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite ends. This holds good in relation both to the laws of external nature and to those which govern the bodily and mental existence of men themselves, two classes of laws which we can separate from each other at most only in thought but not in reality. Freedom therefore consists in the control over ourselves and over external nature which is founded on natural necessity. In short, Marx and Engels envision a real human freedom based on an existence in harmony with the established laws of nature. 41. Expanded free time and sustainable human development. Marx's ecological critics often argue that his vision of expanded free time under communism is anti-ecological because it embodies an ethic of 210 human self-realization through the overcoming of natural constraints. Routley, for example, suggests that Marx adopts the view of bread labor as necessarily alienated, and hence as something to be reduced to an absolute minimum through automation. The result must be highly energy-intensive and thus, given any foreseeable, realistic energy scenario, environmentally damaging. For Marx, evidently, it is the fact that bread labor ties man to nature which makes it impossible for it to be expressive of what is truly and fully human. Thus, it is only when man has overcome the necessity to spend time on bread labor that he or she can be thought of as mastering nature and becoming fully human. Less dramatically, Walker points to a tension between Marx's vision of expanding free time, which clearly implies that there must be resources over and above those needed for a bare minimum of survival, and Marx's purported failure to mention limitations on available natural resources. 42. The preceding discussion has already done much to dispel the notions that Marx and Engels were unconcerned about natural resource management under communism, and that they foresaw a progressive separation of human development from nature as such. However, it must also be pointed out that the ecological critics have mischaracterized the relation between free time and work time under communism. It is true that, for Marx, the development of human energy, which is an end in itself, lies beyond the actual sphere of material production, that is, beyond that labor which is determined by necessity and mundane considerations. But for Marx, this true realm of freedom can blossom forth only with realm of necessity as its basis, and the relationship between the two realms is by no means one of simple opposition as claimed by the ecological critics. As Marx says, the quite different free character of directly associated labor, where labor time is reduced to a normal length and, furthermore, labor is no longer performed for someone else, means that labor time itself cannot remain in the abstract antithesis to free time in which it appears from the perspective of bourgeois economy. Free time, which is both idle time and time for higher activity, has naturally transformed its possessor into a different subject, and he then enters into the direct production process as this different subject. This process is then both discipline, as regards the human being in the process of becoming, and, at the same time, practice, experimental science, materially creative and objectifying science, as regards the human being who has become, in whose head exists the accumulated knowledge of society. 43 In Marx's vision, the enhancement of free human development through reductions in work time resonates positively with the development of 211 human capabilities in the realm of production, which still appears as a metabolism of society and nature. Marx's emphases on theoretical and practical education, and on the delineation of science vis-a-vis the producers, are quite relevant in this connection. Marx sees communism's diffusion and development of scientific knowledge taking the form of new combinations of natural and social science, projecting that natural science will become the basis of human science, as it has already become the basis of actual human life, albeit in an estranged form. One basis for life and another basis for science is a priori a lie. Natural science will in time incorporate into itself the science of man, just as the science of man will incorporate into itself natural science. There will be one science. 44 This intrinsic unity of social and natural science is, of course, a logical corollary of the intrinsic unity of humanity and nature. Accordingly, Marx and Engels know only a single science, the science of history. One can look at history from two sides and divide it into the history of nature and the history of men. The two sides are, however, inseparable. The history of nature and the history of men are dependent on each other so long as men exist. 45. In short, the founders of Marxism did not envision communism's reduced work time in terms of a progressive separation of human development from nature. Nor did they see expanded free time being filled by orgies of consumption for consumption's sake. Rather, reduced work time is viewed as a necessary condition for the intellectual development of social individuals capable of mastering the scientifically developed forces of nature and social labor in environmentally and humanly rational fashion. The increase of free time appears here as time for the full development of the individual capable of the grasping of his own history as a process, and the recognition of nature as his real body. The intellectual development of the producers during free time and work time is clearly central to the process by which communist labor's social character is posited, in the production process not in a merely natural, spontaneous form, but as an activity regulating all the forces of nature. 46. Far from anti-ecological, this process is such that the producers and their communities become more theoretically and practically aware of natural wealth as an eternal condition of production, free time, and human life itself. The ecological critics also seem to have missed the potential for increased free time as a means of reducing the pressure of production on the natural environment. Specifically, rising productivity of social labor need not increase material and energy throughput insofar as the producers are compensated by reductions in work time instead of greater material. 212 Consumption. However, this aspect of free time as a measure of wealth is best located in the context of communism's transformation of human needs. Wealth, human needs, and labor costs. Some would argue that insofar as Marx envisions communism encouraging a shared sense of responsibility toward nature, this responsibility remains wedded to an anti-ecological conception of nature as primarily an instrument or material of human labor. Alfred Schmidt, for example, suggests that when Marx and Engels complain about the unholy plundering of nature, they are not concerned with nature itself but with considerations of economic utility. Routley asserts that for Marx, nature is apparently to be respected to the extent, and only to the extent, that it becomes man's handiwork, his or her artifact and self-expression, and is thus a reflection of man and part of man's identity. 47. It should be clear from our previous discussion that any dichotomy between economic utility and nature itself is completely alien to Marx's materialism. A related point is that Marx's conception of wealth or use value encompasses the manifold variety of human needs, whether these needs be physical, cultural, or aesthetic. In this broad human developmental sense, use value can quite generally be characterized as the means of life. David Pepper rightly concludes that Marx did see nature's role as instrumental to humans, but to him instrumental value included nature as a source of aesthetic, scientific, and moral value. 48. As for man's handiwork, Marx does not employ an oppositional conception of labor and nature in which the former merely subsumes the latter. He insists that the human capacity to work, or labor power, is itself a natural object, a thing, although a living conscious thing. Hence labor is a process in which the worker opposes himself to nature as one of her own forces and appropriates nature's productions in a form adapted to his own wants. Marx views labor as a process in which both man and nature participate. The necessary condition for effecting exchange of matter between man and nature in production. As a universal condition for the metabolic interaction between nature and man, labor is a natural condition of human life. Independent of, equally common to, all particular social forms of human life. Labor is, of course, only part of the universal metabolism of nature, and as a materialist Marx insists that the earth exists independently of man. In this ontological sense, the priority of external nature remains unassailed, even though Marx does insist on the importance of social relations in the structuring of the productive metabolism between humanity and nature. 49 But what of Marx and Engels' notorious references to continued growth in the production of wealth under communism? Are these not 213 imminently anti-ecological? Here it must be emphasized that these growth projections are always made in close connection with Marx's vision of free and well-rounded human development, not with growth of material production and consumption for their own sake. Accordingly, they always refer to growth of wealth in a general sense, encompassing the satisfaction of needs other than those requiring the industrial processing of natural resources. In discussing the higher phase of communist society, for example, Marx makes the to each according to his needs criterion conditional upon a situation where the enslaving subordination of individuals under division of labor, and therewith also the antithesis between mental and physical labor, has vanished, after labor, from a mere means of life, has itself become the prime necessity of life, after the productive forces have also increased with the all-round development of the individual. Similarly, Engels does refer to a practically limitless growth of production, but then fills out his conception of practical in terms of the priority of securing for every member of society, an existence which is not only fully sufficient from a material standpoint, but also guarantees to them the completely unrestricted development of their physical and mental faculties. 50. Such human development need not involve a limitless growth of material consumption. For Marx, communism's progressive expansion of the process of reproduction encompasses the entire living process of the society of producers and, as discussed earlier, he specifies the material and intellectual advantages of this social development in holistic human developmental terms. When Marx and Engels envision communism as an organization of production and intercourse which will make possible the normal satisfaction of needs, limited only by the needs themselves, they do not mean a complete satiation of limitlessly expanding needs of all kinds. Communist organization has a twofold effect on the desires produced in the individual by present-day relations. Some of these desires, namely desires which exist under all relations, and only change their form and direction under different social relations, are merely altered by the communist social system, for they are given the opportunity to develop normally, but others, namely those originating solely in a particular society, under particular conditions of production and intercourse, are totally deprived of their conditions of existence, which will be merely changed, and which eliminated in a communist society can only be determined in a practical way. 51 As Ernest Mondale points out, this social and human developmental approach to need satisfaction is quite different from the absurd notion of unqualified abundance often ascribed to Marx, that is, a regime of unlimited access to a boundless supply of all goods and services. Although 214 communist need satisfaction is consistent with the definition of abundance saturation of demand, this has to be located in the context of a hierarchy of basic needs, secondary needs that become indispensable with the growth of civilization, and luxury, inessential or even harmful needs. Marx's human developmental vision basically foresees a satiation of basic needs and a gradual extension of the satiation to secondary needs as they develop socially through expanded free time and cooperative worker community control over production, not a full satiation of all conceivable needs. 52 Here, one begins to see the full ecological significance of free time as a measure of communist wealth. Specifically, if the secondary needs developed and satisfied during free time are less material and energy intensive, their increasing weight in total needs should reduce the pressure of production on limited natural conditions. This is crucial insofar as Marx's vision has the producers using their newfound material security and expanded free time to engage in a variety of intellectual and aesthetic forms of self-development. 53 Such a development of secondary needs is to be enhanced by the greater opportunities that real worker community control provides for people to become informed participants in economic, political, and cultural life. Of course, labor remains a fundamental source of wealth under communism. This, together with the priority of expanded free time, means that the amounts of social labor expended in the production of different goods and services will still be an important measure of their cost. As Marx explains in the Grundrisse, on the basis of communal production, the determination of time remains, of course, essential. The less time the society requires to produce wheat, cattle, etc., the more time it wins for other production, material or mental. Just as in the case of an individual, the multiplicity of its development, its enjoyment, and its activity depends on economization of time. Economy of time, to this all economy ultimately reduces itself. Society likewise has to distribute its time in a purposeful way, in order to achieve a production adequate to its overall needs, just as the individual has to distribute his time correctly in order to achieve knowledge in proper proportions or in order to satisfy the various demands on his activity. Thus, economy of time, along with the planned distribution of labor time among the various branches of production, remains the first economic law on the basis of communal production. It becomes law, there, to an even higher degree. 54 Marx immediately adds, however, that communism's economy of time is essentially different from a measurement of exchange values by labor time. For one thing, communism's use of labor time as a measure of cost is accomplished by the direct and conscious control of society over its working time, which is possible only with common ownership, unlike the situation under capitalism, where the regulation of social labor time is only accomplished indirectly, by the movement of commodity prices. More importantly, communism's economy of labor time serves use value, especially the expansion of free time, whereas capitalism's economy of time is geared toward increasing the surplus labor time expended by the producers. 55 Marx and Engels do not, moreover, project labor time as the sole guide to resource allocation decisions under communism, they only indicate that it is to be one important measure of the social costs of different kinds of production. That production, under the actual, predetermining control of society, establishes a relation between the volume of social labor time applied in producing definite articles, and the volume of the social want to be satisfied by these articles in no way implies that environmental costs are left out of account. Equivalently, it does not preclude the maintenance and improvement of natural conditions from being included under the social wants to be satisfied by production and consumption. 56 For strong evidence that Marx and Engels did not see communism prioritizing minimum labor cost over ecological goals, one need only point to their insistence on the abolition of the antithesis between town and country as a direct necessity of production and, moreover, of public health. Observing capitalism's ecologically disruptive urban concentrations of industry and population, industrialized agriculture, and failure to recycle human and livestock wastes, Marx and Engels early on pointed to the abolition of the contradiction between town and country as one of the first conditions of communal life. As Engels later put it, the present poisoning of the air, water, and land can only be put an end to by the fusion of town and country under one single vast plan. Despite its potential cost to society in terms of increased labor time, he viewed this fusion as no more and no less utopian than the abolition of the antithesis between capitalist and wage workers. It was even a practical demand of both industrial and agricultural production. In his magnum opus, Marx foresaw communism forging a higher synthesis of the old bond of union which held together agriculture and manufacture in their infancy. This new union would work toward a restoration of the naturally grown conditions for the maintenance of circulation of matter, under a form appropriate to the full development of the human race. Accordingly, Engels ridiculed Du Hring's projection that the union between agriculture and industry will nevertheless be carried through even against economic considerations, as if this would be some economic sacrifice. 57. It is obvious that Marx and Engels would gladly accept increases in social labor time in return for an ecologically more sound production. 216 Still, one need not accept the notion, repeated ad nauseum by Marx's ecological critics, of an inherent opposition between labor cost reductions and environmental friendliness. Marx's communism would dispense with the waste of natural resources and labor associated with capitalism's anarchical system of competition and vast number of employments, in themselves superfluous. Many anti-ecological use values could be eliminated or greatly reduced under a planned system of labor allocation and land use, among them advertising, the excessive processing and packaging of food and other goods, planned obsolescence of products, and the automobile. All these destructive use values are indispensable for capitalism, but from the standpoint of environmental sustainability they represent the most outrageous squandering of labor power and of the social means of production. 58. Capitalism, communism, and the struggle over human development. Marx argues that if we did not find concealed in society as it is the material conditions of production and the corresponding relations of exchange prerequisite for a classless society, then all attempts to explode it would be quixotic. He refers to development of the productive forces of social labor as capitalism's historical task and justification. The way in which it unconsciously creates the material requirements of a higher mode of production. In short, the original unity between the worker and the conditions of production can be re-established only on the material foundation which capital creates. 59. Time and again, Marx's ecological critics have found in such pronouncements evidence that he uncritically endorsed capitalism's anti-ecological subjugation of nature to human purposes, and that he saw this subjugation continuing and even deepening under communism. Ted Benton, for example, asserts that in seeing capitalism as preparing the conditions for future human emancipation, Marx shared the blindness to natural limits already present in the spontaneous ideology of 19th-century industrialism. This critique may be viewed as an ecological variation on Nove's theme that Marx thought the problem of production had been solved by capitalism, so that communism would not be required to take seriously the problem of the allocation of scarce resources. 60. In addition to bypassing Marx and Engels' deep concern with natural resource management and, more fundamentally, with the alienation of nature and the producers, under communism, these ecological critics have also misinterpreted Marx's conceptions of capitalist development and the transition from capitalism to communism. What, exactly, is the historical potential capitalism creates in Marx's view? Does it lie in the development of mass production and consumption? 217, to the point where all scarcity disappears? Not really. It is, first, that by developing the productive forces, capitalism creates the possibility of a system in which coercion and monopolization of social development by one portion of society at the expense of another are eliminated, partly through a greater reduction of time devoted to material labor in general. In short, insofar as it develops human productive capabilities, capitalism negates, not scarcity as such, but rather the scarcity rationale for class inequalities in human developmental opportunities. As Marx indicates, although at first the development of the capacities of the human species takes place at the cost of the majority of human individuals and even classes, in the end it breaks through this contradiction and coincides with the development of the individual. 61. Secondly, capitalism potentiates less restricted forms of human development insofar as it makes production an increasingly broad social process, a system of general social metabolism, of universal relations, of all-round needs and universal capacities. Only with this socialized production can one foresee free individuality, based on the universal development of individuals and on their subordination of their communal, social productivity as their social wealth. For Marx, capitalism's development of the universality of intercourse, hence the world market, connotes the possibility of the universal development of the individual. As always, it is with all-round human development in mind that Marx praises the universality of individual needs, capacities, pleasures, productive forces etc., created through universal exchange under capitalism. The same goes for people-nature relations. The potential Marx sees in capitalism does not involve a one-sided human subordination of, or separation from, nature, but rather the possibility of less restricted relations between humanity and nature. It is only by comparison with these richer, more universal human nature relations that all earlier ones appear as mere local developments of humanity and as nature idolatry. In earlier modes of production, the restricted attitude of men to nature determines their restricted relation to one another, and their restricted attitude to one another determines men's restricted relation to nature. 62. Marx's analysis would only be anti-ecological if it had uncritically endorsed capitalism's appropriation of natural conditions. In fact, Marx emphasizes the alienated form of the objective conditions of labor, including nature, in capitalist society. He insists that capitalism's alienation of the general social powers of labor encompasses natural forces and scientific knowledge. As a result, in his view, the forces of nature and science confront the laborers as powers of capital. Under capitalism, science, natural forces, and products of labor on a large 218 scale are utilized mainly as means for the exploitation of labor, as means of appropriating surplus labor. Nor is Marx's critique of capital's use of natural resources limited to the exploitation directly suffered by workers in production and the limits it places on workers' consumption. As shown by John Bellamy Foster, Marx had a profound grasp of the broader metabolic rift between humanity and nature produced by capitalism, one symptom of which is the anti-ecological division of labor between town and country with its irreparable break in the coherence of social interchange prescribed by the natural laws of life. Marx used this framework to explain how capitalism both violates the conditions necessary to lasting fertility of the soil and destroys the health of the town laborer. According to Engels, the system's alienation of nature is manifested in the narrow viewpoint on nature's utility necessarily adopted by individual capitalists, who are able to concern themselves only with the most immediate useful effect of their actions in terms of the profit to be made, ignoring the natural effects of the same actions. 63. For Marx, the alienated, independent, social power attained by nature and other conditions of production under capitalism poses a challenge to workers and their communities, to convert these conditions into general, communal, social, conditions serving the requirements of socially developed human beings. The living process of the society of producers. Such a conversion requires a prolonged struggle to qualitatively transform the system of production, both materially and socially. Communist production is not simply inherited from capitalism, needing only to be signed into law by a newly elected socialist government. It requires long struggles, through a series of historic processes, transforming circumstances and men. Among these transformed circumstances will be not only a change of distribution, but a new organization of production, or rather the delivery of the social forms of production, of their present class character, and their harmonious national and international coordination. This long struggle scenario for post-revolutionary society is a far cry from the interpretation put forth by the ecological critics, which has Marx endorsing capitalist industry as a qualitatively appropriate basis for communist development. Indeed, Marx's vision corresponds more accurately to Roy Morrison's view that the struggle for the creation of an ecological commons is the struggle for the building of an ecological democracy community by community, neighborhood by neighborhood, region by region. The struggle and work of fundamental social transformation from below 64. In Marx's view, the struggle for the conditions of free and associated labor will be again and again relented and impeded by the resistance of vested interests and class egotisms. This is precisely why communism's human developmental conditions will be generated in large part by the revolutionary struggle itself, both in the taking of political power, 219 by the working class, and in the subsequent struggle to transform material and social conditions. As Marx and Engels put it, communist appropriation can only be effected through a union, which by the character of the proletariat itself can again only be a universal one, and through a revolution, in which, on the one hand, the power of the earlier mode of production and intercourse and social organization is overthrown, and, on the other hand, there develops the universal character and the energy of the proletariat, which are required to accomplish the appropriation, and the proletariat moreover rids itself of everything that still clings to it from its previous position in society 65. By now it should be clear why Marx argued that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. The struggle for human development ultimately requires the abolition of all class rule, and the working class is the only group capable of undertaking such a project. The self-emancipatory nature of communism also explains why Marx's vision does not take the form of a detailed blueprint à la the utopian socialists. As Alan Shandro observes, any such blueprint would only foreclose political debates, conflicts, and strategies developed by the working class itself, understood as a unity in diversity, as a political community. Marx and Engels' attempts to envision communism's basic principles should be seen not as a master plan but as means of organizing the workers' movement and structuring and guiding debate in and around it. Although their projections need to be constantly updated in light of developments in capitalist and post-revolutionary societies, their basic approach is still relevant today. 66 The demand for more equitable and sustainable forms of human development is central to the growing worldwide rebellion against elite economic institutions, transnational corporations, the IMF, World Bank, NAFTA, WTO, and so on. But this movement needs a vision that conceives the various institutions and policies under protest as elements of one class exploitative system, capitalism. And it needs a framework for the debate, reconciliation, and realization of alternative pathways and strategies for negating the power of capital over the conditions of human development. That framework is communism. The classical Marxist vision of communism as de-alienation of production in service of human development still has much to contribute to this needed framework. Chapter 10 Marx and Engels as Romantic Communists. Michael Lowy. Usually one mentions French socialism, German philosophy, and British political economy as the main sources of Marx's communism. I would like to add another one, which is as important as those three, and which contributed to shape his critique of capitalism and his vision of an emancipated society, Romanticism. In the following pages I will examine these romantic sources and determine the extent to which Marx and Engels' writings have a significant romantic dimension. My argument is not that Marx and Engels were romantic thinkers, but rather that there are substantial affinities between Marxism and Romanticism, which have been too often neglected. What is Romanticism? This discussion firstly requires an adequate understanding of the meaning of Romanticism. Most scholarship on Romanticism is based on the apparently obvious assumption that one is dealing with a literary movement of the early 19th century. In my view, a view developed in collaboration with Robert Sayer, this assumption is doubly wrong. Romanticism is much more than a literary phenomenon, although, of course, it had an important literary moment and it did not come to an end in 1830 or in 1848. In fact, Romanticism, as a cultural protest against modern industrial/capitalist civilization, is one of the main forms of modern culture, and it extends from Rousseau, a founding father writing in the mid-18th century, until the present day. One could define the 230 specificity of the Romantic worldview as a rebellion against key aspects of the civilization: the disenchantment of the world, the universal quantification and mechanization of life, the destruction of community, and so forth, in the name of pre-capitalist, or pre-modern values. Of course, Romanticism is not a politically homogeneous field. It includes a wide range of choices, most of which gravitate toward one of two poles: reactionary or conservative Romanticism, which dreams of a return to the past, or utopian or revolutionary Romanticism, which operates a detour through the past toward an emancipated future. Most studies of political Romanticism refer only to the first pole, which includes figures as Novalis, Adam Muller, Chateaubriand, John Ruskin, and Ernst Jünger. However, the emancipatory current is at least as important and includes figures such as Jean-Jacques Rousseau, William Blake, Friedrich Hölderlin, William Morris, and E.R. Thompson. There are many examples of revolutionaries who became conservatives, such as Friedrich Schlegel or Samuel Taylor Coleridge, but there are also cases of an inverse movement. Victor Hugo and William Morris are prime examples. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels have a greater affinity with the utopian/revolutionary pole of Romanticism, but, as we will see, they were also interested in the anti-capitalist criticism of conservative Romantic authors like Thomas Carlyle and Balzac. One of the best definitions of Romanticism is the one suggested by Karl Marx himself. In the unfinished manuscript The Grundrisse, he writes, "In previous periods of the human evolution, individuals enjoyed a greater plenitude precisely because the plenitude of their material conditions, confronting them as independent social relations and powers, had not yet taken place. It is as ridiculous to yearn for this past plenitude as to accept the present total void." The bourgeois conception never was able to go beyond an opposition to the Romantic viewpoint, and therefore, this viewpoint will follow it as its legitimate counterposition until the happy disappearance of the bourgeoisie. Point 2. This passage has three important and interesting arguments. In the first instance, Marx fully accepts the Romantic viewpoint on the plenitude of the pre-capitalist past. Secondly, he simultaneously rejects the Romantic illusion of a return to the past and the bourgeois apology of the present. Finally, he considers the Romantic critique of the bourgeois world as legitimate, a negative counterpoint that will follow it, like a shadow, until the end of bourgeois society. Point 3. In my view, this passage is not only an 231 excellent explanation of what Romanticism is and why it will survive as long as capitalism exists, but it also gives us an insight into Marx's own attitude toward Romanticism. Affinities between Marxism and Romanticism. As the preceding quote from the Grundrisse shows, it would be wrong to characterize Marx as a Romantic thinker. However, as I will argue, Romanticism is an important dimension of his critique of the capitalist system and of his conception of communism. The affinity between the Marxist and Romantic modes of opposition to the rationalized culture of the bourgeoisie has been observed and discussed by several sociologists and philosophers. One of the first was Karl Mannheim, in Das konservative Denken 4. He shows that a number of oppositions, concrete versus abstract, dynamic or dialectic versus static, totality versus fragmentation, a totalizing grasp of history versus an individualist approach, are features shared by both the right and the left in their critiques of bürgerliche Nachricht like Denken. However, most of the examples of the Marxist position that Mannheim puts forward are drawn from Lukács' History and Class Consciousness, a book that is already a combination of Marxism with German sociology as inspired by Romanticism. In addition, Mannheim is more interested in the methodological similarities between the revolutionary Marxist and the conservative Romantic styles of thinking than in the possible convergence of their concrete critiques of bourgeois industrial society. 5 Following Mannheim, a number of sociologists or historians of literature referred to the connection between Romanticism and Marxism. Alvin Goldner insisted on the presence of important components of Romanticism in Marx's thought. 6 Ernst Fischer asserted that Marx had incorporated into his socialist vision the romantic revolt against a world which turned everything into a commodity and degraded man to the status of an object. 7 Unquestionably, the Marxist concept of alienation is strongly tinged with Romanticism. As Istvan Meszaros has shown, one of the major sources of Marx's thought is the Rousseauist critique of the alienation of the self as selling one's freedom. 8 Both Fischer and Goldner see the dream of integral man, beyond fragmentation, division, and alienation, as the chief link between Marx and the Romantic legacy. More recently, Jürgen Habermas criticized the thinking of young Marx for being a form of Romantic socialism, to the extent that the idea of a free association of producers has always been loaded with nostalgic images of the types of community, the family, the neighborhood, and the guild to be found in the world of peasants and craftsmen that, with the violent onset of a competitive society, was just beginning to break down, and whose disappearance was experienced as a loss. 9 According 232 to Habermas, the very idea of a society in which individuals cease to be alienated in relation to the product of their work, other human beings, and themselves, is a utopia rooted in Romanticism. 10 Thanks to these affinities and analogies there appeared, and expanded throughout the 20th century, a significant current of Romantic Marxists. Many examples come to mind. William Morris, whose utopian novel, Neves from Neuveer 11 combined revolutionary socialism with Gothic nostalgia, was to leave a powerful imprint on English radicalism. Ernst Bloch, the philosopher of hope, who referred to his first essays, The Spirit of Utopia 1-2, and Thomas Mainzer, theologian of Revolution 13, as Romantic revolutionary writings. André Breton, the founder of Surrealism, who in 1935 merged in one single appeal the French poet Rimbaud's call for changing life and Marx's one for transforming the world. José Carlos Mariátegui, the great Peruvian Marxist, who called for an Indo-American socialism rooted in the indigenous collectivist traditions. The Frankfurt School, which owes much of its critique of capitalist civilization to the Romantic tradition. Henri Lefebvre, the dissident communist philosopher, who called in 1958 for a new Romanticism. Guy Debord, the founder of Situationism, whose railings against the society of the spectacle 14 are suffused with melancholic Romantic feelings. The British historian E.P. Thompson, author of a brilliant biography of William Morris, From Romantic to Revolutionary, 15, and many others. These authors are obviously very different from each other and does not belong to a common philosophical or political school, yet they share the desire to bring together, in an explosive fusion, the powerful ingredients of Marxist communism and revolutionary Romanticism. In their sharp criticism of capitalist civilization and in their dreams of a new society, pre-capitalist values, cultural creations, and social forms are a crucial reference. Carlyle, Balzac, Sismondi, and the Communist Manifesto. Let us now try to assess Marx and Engels' relationship to Romanticism. We know that during his years of study at the University of Bonn, Marx chose to attend courses on Homer offered by an old Romantic, Schlegel. Marx's early writings, poems, dramas, and plays exhibit the visible mark of Romantic literature, and they bear witness to a typically Romantic revolt. In addition, somewhat surprisingly, Marx's first attempt to produce a critique of Hegel was strongly influenced by Schelling's Naturphilosophy. 16 An interesting analysis of the influence of Romanticism on the poems of the young Marx is offered by Leonard P. Wessel, Jr., in his book, Karl Marx, Romantic Irony and the Proletariat. Unfortunately, the bulk of Wessel's 233 book consists in a wholly arbitrary attempt to reduce all of Marx's political thought to mythopoetry. 17. After his conversion to Hegelian dialectics, materialism, and the philosophy of praxis, Marx left his youthful romanticism behind. His new philosophy of history seems to have had no room for nostalgia. In the Manifesto of the Communist Party, 18 he rejects as reactionary any dream of returning to craftsmanship or other pre-capitalist modes of production. He celebrates the historically progressive role of industrial capitalism, which not only developed productive forces on a vast and unprecedented scale but also unified the world economy, an essential preliminary condition for future socialist humanity. He also praised capitalism for having torn away the veils that had concealed exploitation in pre-capitalist societies, but this type of praise has ironic overtones. By introducing more brutal, more open, and more cynical forms of exploitation, the capitalist mode of production favors the development of consciousness and class struggle on the part of the oppressed. Marx's anti-capitalism does not seek to produce an abstract negation of modern industrial civilization, but rather its Anfhabung, it is to be abolished, while its greatest conquests are maintained, and it is to be surpassed by a superior mode of production. Still, Marx was not unaware of the other side of the civilizing coin. In the Communist Manifesto one can find some powerful examples of a critical perspective denouncing, for instance, the mean, odious, and exasperating tyranny of the factory owners, and the barbarism of the capitalist crisis. Moreover, he follows a typical romantic argument by emphasizing that in bourgeois society personal dignity became a simple exchange value, while all human relations were replaced by callous cash payment. Carlyle's cash nexus and drowned in the icy waters of calculating egoism. 19 Additionally, in Chapter 25 of Capital, the general law of capitalist accumulation, 20 Marx uses a dialectical approach to describe capitalism as a system that transforms every instance of economic progress into a public calamity. It is through the analysis of the social disasters provoked by capitalist civilization as well as through his interest in pre-capitalist communities that he rejoined the Romantic tradition. Marx and Engels's work was significantly influenced not only by economists such as Sismondi and the Russian populist Nikolai Danielson, with whom they corresponded over a 20-year period, but also by writers such as Charles Dickens and Honoré de Balzac, by social philosophers such as Thomas Carlyle, and by historians of ancient communities such as George Maurer, Bertolt George Niebuhr, and Louis Morgan. Additionally, however, both Marx and Engels greatly respected certain Romantic socialists, toward whom they recognized their own intellectual indebtedness, such as Charles Fourier, Pierre Leroux, and Moses Hess. In reality, Romanticism is one of Marx and Engels's neglected sources, a 234 source perhaps as important for their work as German neo-Hegelianism or French materialism. Among the Romantic critics of capitalist society, Thomas Carlyle was arguably one of those whom Marx and Engels most appreciated, despite obvious disagreements. They were particularly interested in his ferocious critique of modern bourgeois society as a civilization where all cultural or spiritual values are sacrificed to the religion of cash. In 1844, Engels published an enthusiastic review of Past and Present 21 in which he cites approvingly Carlyle's tirades against Mammonism, the cult of Mammon, the ancient divinity of money or gold that reigned in England. Even as he criticized the author's conservative choices, Engels recognized a decisive connection between these choices and the social interest of the work. Thomas Carlyle was originally a Tory. This much is certain: a Whig would never have been able to write a book that was half so humane as Past and Present. His philosophy was inspired by vestiges of Tory Romanticism, but Carlyle was nonetheless the only Englishman from the respectable class who had kept his eyes open at least toward the facts and had correctly apprehended the immediate present. 22. As for Marx, he closely read Carlyle's little book on Chartism 23, which denounced the alienation of the working class and criticized liberal laissez-faire political economy. When reading the pamphlet in 1845, Marx copied many excerpts into his notebook. One of the passages Marx noted contains a marvelous romantic image for industrial capitalism. If men had lost belief in a God, their only resource against a blind no God, of necessity and mechanism, that held them like a hideous world steam engine, like a hideous Phalaris bull, imprisoned in its own iron belly, would be, with or without hope, revolt. 24. Engels returned to Carlyle in an 1850 article. Although he categorically rejected the latter's most recent writings, he sketched an analysis of Carlyle's work from the 1840s that is quite illuminating. To Thomas Carlyle belongs the credit of having taken the literary field against the bourgeoisie at a time when its views, tastes, and ideas held the whole of official English literature totally in thrall, and in a manner which is at times even revolutionary. For example, in his History of the French Revolution, in his Apology for Cromwell, in the pamphlet on Chartism, and in Past and Present. But in all these writings, the critique of the present is closely bound up with a strangely unhistorical apotheosis of the Middle Ages, which is a frequent characteristic of other English revolutionaries too, for instance Cobbett and a section of the Chartists. 25. This remark contains two propositions that strike us as fundamental in the Marxist approach to Romanticism: the romantic critique of the 235 capitalist present is closely bound up with nostalgia for the past, and in certain cases this critique may take on an authentically revolutionary dimension. An equally important influence on Marx and Engels was exercised by someone who may be considered one of the most biting romantic critics of bourgeois civilization, Honoré de Balzac, from whose work Engels acknowledged having learned more than from all the professed historians, economists, and statisticians of the period. 26. This formula reiterates almost word for word, moreover, the judgment Marx had pronounced several decades earlier on English writers such as Charles Dickens, Charlotte Brontë, and Mrs. Gaskell, the present splendid brotherhood of fiction writers in England, whose graphic and eloquent pages have issued to the world more political and social truths than have been uttered by all the professional politicians, publicists, and moralists put together. 27. It is clear that their reading of Carlyle and Balzac is highly selective. Both Engels and Marx categorically reject the backward-looking illusions of the two writers. But they appropriate unhesitatingly for themselves the latter's critique of bourgeois industrial modernity, even though that critique is deeply invested with pre-capitalist ethical and socio-cultural values. They were both fascinated by the way Balzac described the corruptive power of money, the tortuous manipulations of the financial oligarchy, and the unscrupulous, relentless, and obsessive pursuit of profit and accumulation by bankers, industrialists, and property owners in general. This appropriation is evident in as seemingly modernist a text as the Manifesto of the Communist Party. Although they categorized the romantic currents as reactionary, Marx and Engels recognized very explicitly the value of the social critique these currents contributed, by denouncing the bourgeois destruction of all human qualities, transformed into commodities, and the ruthless exploitation of the workers. Like them, they were convinced that the bourgeoisie had, as they wrote in the manifesto, reduced human dignity to a simple exchange value. Even feudal socialism, a sui generis blend of the echo of the past with the menace of the future, despite its total incapacity to comprehend the march of modern history, has the undeniable merit at times, by its bitter, witty, and incisive criticism, striking the bourgeoisie to the very heart's core. 28. It is interesting to note that this phrase is an almost literal quote from a comment Balzac made concerning the aristocratic critique of the liberal bourgeoisie in his novel, Le Cabinet d'Antiques. 29. Despite its limitations, the petit bourgeois socialism of Sismondi and his followers dissected with great acuteness the contradictions inherent in the conditions of modern production and laid bare the hypocritical apologies. 236 of economists. It proved, incontrovertibly, the disastrous effects of machinery and division of labor, the concentration of capital and land in a few hands, overproduction and crises. It pointed out the inevitable ruin of the petty bourgeois and peasant, the misery of the proletariat, the anarchy in production, the crying inequalities in the distribution of wealth. 30 Here is a rather impressive acknowledgement of an intellectual debt. While they unambiguously reject the positive solutions offered by the likes of Sismondi, Marx, and Engels, nevertheless integrate the entire analysis of the social calamities of capitalism inherent in this petit bourgeois romantic current into their vision of bourgeois society. Unlike the Romantics, they are unsparing in their admiration for the eminently revolutionary role of the conquering bourgeoisie and its economic achievements, which are superior to the pyramids of Egypt and the Roman aqueducts, achievements that pave the way, in their eyes, for the material conditions of the proletarian revolution. 31 Thus Paul Braine's remark on the manifesto appears eminently pertinent. In the manifesto and Marx's previous writings, the capitalist industrial revolution and the entire world of objectified relations it creates are grasped as simultaneously liberating and oppressive. Enlightenment and its utilitarian progeny had stressed the former side of the picture, the romantic current, the latter. Marx stood alone in transforming both into a single critical vision. 32 Marx and Engels on pre-capitalist formations. However, we cannot also follow Braine's when he asserts that in the writings of Marx and Engels in the second half of the 19th century, the utilitarian root alone flourishes, while the romantic aspect withers. This is far from obvious to the extent that, from the 1860s on, Marx and Engels manifested increasing interest in and sympathy for certain pre-capitalist social formations, a characteristic theme of the romantic vision of history. Their fascination with primitive rural communities from the Greek gens to the Old Germanic Mark and the Russian Obskchina 33 stemmed from their conviction that these ancient forms incorporated social qualities that modern civilizations had lost, qualities that prefigured certain aspects of a future communist society. Their discovery of the works of George Maurer, the historian of ancient Germanic communities, and later of Louis Morgan, led Marx and Engels to give new value to the past. Thanks to these authors, they could refer to an exemplary pre-capitalist formation that was distinct from the feudal system exalted by the traditional Romantics, the primitive community. 237 Marx expresses clearly this political choice of an alternative past in a letter to Engels dated March 25, 1868, in which he discusses Maurer's book. The first reaction to the French Revolution and the Enlightenment bound up with it was naturally to regard everything as medieval, romantic, and even people like Grimm are not free from this. The second reaction to it is to look beyond the Middle Ages into the primitive age of every people, and this corresponds to the socialist tendency, though these learned men have no idea that they are connected with it. And they are then surprised to find what is newest in what is oldest, and even egalitarians to a degree which would have made Proudhon shudder. 34 Engels, too, was struck by Maurer's research, which inspired among other things a brief essay on the Old Germanic Mark, an essay in which Engels proposes reviving the mark, though not in its old, outdated form, but in a rejuvenated form as a socialist program for rural areas. 35 He even goes beyond Maurer, who seems to him still too marked by the evolutionism of the Antklam. In a letter to Marx dated December 15, 1882, he complains about the persistence in Maurer of the enlightened presupposition that, since the Dark Middle Ages, things must have changed steadily for the better. This prevents him from perceiving, not only the antagonistic nature of true progress, but likewise individual setbacks. 36. This passage strikes me as a remarkably accurate synthesis of the basic position held by both Engels and Marx on this problematic rejection of a naive and linear, if not apologetic, progressism, which views bourgeois society as universally superior to earlier social forms, insistence on the contradictory nature of the progress undeniably brought about by capitalism, and a critical judgment of industrial capitalist civilization as representing, in certain respects, a step backward, from the human point of view, in relation to communities of the past. This last proposition is moreover one of the principal themes of The Origin of the Family. 37 Starting from Morgan's studies on the gens, Engels emphasizes the regression that civilization constitutes, to a certain extent, with respect to the primitive community, and a wonderful constitution it is, this Gentile constitution, in all its childlike simplicity. No soldiers, no gendarmes, or police, no nobles, kings, regents, prefects, or judges, no prisons, or lawsuits, and everything takes its orderly course. All are equal and free, the women included. And when we compare their position to that of the overwhelming majority of civilized men today, an enormous gulf separates the present-day proletarian and small peasant from the free member of the old Gentile society. 38. 238 here, the criteria that allow Engels to speak of stepping backward are above all social, but they are also ethical. The dissolution of the gens by private property was inevitable, but it amounted nevertheless to degradation, a fall from the simple moral greatness of the old Gentile society. 39. In the late 19th century struggle against Russian populism, a radically anti-romantic Marxism began to emerge, a modernizing, evolutionist strain that viewed capitalist industrial progress with unconditional admiration. It is true that this tendency was based on some texts by Marx and Engels, but nothing more clearly reveals the difference between this deromanticized Marxism and the thinking of Marx himself than Marx's own work on the Russian rural commune. Without sharing all of the Narodniki's presuppositions, Marx believed as they did in the future socialist role of the traditional Russian commune. In his view, as he stated explicitly in a letter of March 8, 1881, to Varazay Sulich, this commune is the fulcrum of social regeneration in Russia, but in order that it may function as such, it would first be necessary to eliminate the deleterious influences which are assailing it from all sides, and then ensure for it the normal conditions of spontaneous development. 40. A draft of the letter to Varazay Sulich also contains remarks on pre-capitalist rural communities in India, comments that point up the evolution of Marx's views from the 1850s onward. In 1853, Marx was depicting English colonization in India as both monstrously destructive and, in spite of everything, progressive. Progress took the form of that hideous, pagan idol, who would not drink the nectar but from the skulls of the slain. At that stage Marx still believed in the economically progressive role of colonialism, regardless of the heavy price paid in social and human terms. 41 In a draft for the 1881 letter, however, he wrote, as for the East Indies, for example, everyone except Sir Henry Maine and others of his ilk realizes that the suppression of communal land ownership out there was nothing but an act of English vandalism, pushing the native peoples not forwards but backwards. 42. This judgment is not in contradiction with the one he formulated in 1853, but here he stressed the regressive aspect of capitalist modernization in human terms. Critique of capitalist monetary quantification. Besides nostalgia for a lost communist paradise, the other major dimension of Marxist thinking that is undeniably romantic in inspiration is the critique of certain fundamental aspects of industrialist capitalist modernity. Contrary to what is commonly supposed, this critique is not limited to the question of the private ownership of means of production, it is much broader, deeper, and more radical. The entire existing mode 239 of industrial production and the whole of modern bourgeois society are called into question using arguments and attitudes often similar to those of the Romantics. As I see it, however, these parallels are particularly striking in relation to the crucial question of quantification, that is, the dissolution of qualitative moral or cultural values such as dignity, honor, and friendship by the destructive power of pure quantitative capitalist values, money, price, amount of capital or possessions, and so forth. The critique of the quantification of life in industrial society occupies a central place in Marx's early writings, especially in economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, which represents a particularly powerful synthesis of Romanticism and materialism. According to this text, the power of money is such, in capitalism, that it permits that system to destroy and dissolve all human and natural qualities by subjecting them to its own purely quantitative measure. The quantity of money becomes more and more its sole important property. Just as it reduces everything to its own form of abstraction, so it reduces itself in the course of its own movement to something quantitative. The exchange among concrete human qualities, love for love, confidence for confidence, is replaced by the abstract exchange of money for merchandise. The worker is reduced to the condition of human merchandise, becoming a damned creature, physically and spiritually dehumanized. Man reverts once more to living in a cave, but the cave is now polluted by the mephitic and pestilential breath of civilization. Just as a tradesman who sells precious stones sees only their market value and not the beauty or the particular nature of the stones, individuals in capitalist society lose their material and spiritual sensitivity, and replace it by the exclusive sense of possession. In a word, being, the free expression of the richness of life through social and cultural activities, is increasingly sacrificed to having, the accumulation of money, merchandise, and capital. 43 One can find, in Marx's polemical essay against Proudhon, Misery of Philosophy, a striking passage where the critique of capitalist monetary quantification is formulated with strong romantic overtones. Then came a time when all that human beings considered as inalienable became object of exchange, traffic, and could be alienated. A time when the things that till then had been given but never sold, acquired, but never bought, virtue, love, opinion, science, consciousness, etc. When finally everything became object of commerce. It is the time of general corruption, of universal venality, or, to speak in terms of political economy, the time when everything, moral or physical, having become of venal value, was brought to the market to be assessed according to its correct value. 44. 240 What singles out these comments as romantic is the comparison, explicit or implicit, with previous times, those of a pre-capitalist past when this corruption of social relations had not yet taken place. As we saw earlier, this was an argument developed not only by Carlyle but also by Balzac, Charles Dickens particularly in Hard Times, and many other romantic authors. Clearly, communism would be for Marx a society where such human values, virtue, love, opinion, science, consciousness would be restored to their moral and social dignity. These themes in Marx's early writings are less explicit in Capital, but they are present nonetheless, especially in the well-known passage in which he compares the ethos of modern capitalist civilization exclusively focused on production of more and more goods and in the accumulation of capital, with the spirit of classical antiquity which holds exclusively by quality and use value. 45. Although Marx does not quote Carlyle, there are echoes of his sharp polemic against Mamonism in the chapter on commodity fetishism. Carlyle's influence is particularly evident when Marx ironically describes its supreme form, monetary fetishism, as the transformation of money into an idol, a fetish with magical powers. The principal issue addressed in Capital is the exploitation of labor, the extraction of added value by the capitalist owners of the means of production. But it also contains a radical critique of the very nature of modern industrial labor. In its charge against the dehumanizing character of capitalist industrial labor, Capital is still more explicit than economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, and there is very probably a connection between the critique it formulates and those of the Romantics. There are obvious parallels, for instance, with Charles Dickens's description of the inhumanity of industrial labor in his novel Hard Times. Dickens saw the capitalist factory as a hellish place and the workers as damned souls, not because they were exploited but because they were obliged to follow mechanical movements, the uniform rhythm of the steam engine's piston, which worked monotonously up and down like the head of an elephant in a state of melancholy madness. 46. Marx clearly did not dream, as romantics such as John Ruskin or Sismond de Sismondi did, of re-establishing the medieval craft system. He nevertheless criticized industrial labor, in Capital, as a socially and culturally degraded form in relation to the human qualities of pre-capitalist labor, the knowledge, the judgment, and the will are practiced by the independent peasant or handcraftsman are lost by the piecework laborers of modern industry. Analyzing this degradation, Marx draws attention first of all to the division of labor which converts the laborer into a crippled monstrosity, by forcing his detailed dexterity at the expense of a world of productive capabilities and instincts. In this context he cites the conservative romantic David Urquhart. 241 To subdivide a man is to execute him, if he deserves the sentence, to assassinate him if he does not. The subdivision of labor is the assassination of a people. As for the machine, while in itself an element of progress, it becomes in the contemporary mode of production a curse for the worker. It strips work of all interest and confiscates every atom of freedom, both in bodily and intellectual activity. With the capitalist machine system, work becomes a sort of torture because the worker is reduced to the miserable routine of endless drudgery and toil in which the same mechanical process is gone through over and over again, is like the labor of Sisyphus. The burden of labor, like the rock, keeps ever falling back on the worn-out laborer. In the modem industrial system, the whole organization of the process of work crushes the worker's vitality, freedom, and independence. To this already dark picture, Marx adds the description of the material conditions under which work is carried out: insufficient space, light, and air, deafening noise, a dust-filled atmosphere, the risk of being mutilated or killed by a machine, and countless illnesses stemming from the dangerous and unwholesome accompaniments of the productive process. 47. In short, the natural and cultural qualities of workers as human beings are sacrificed by capital to the purely quantitative aim of producing more goods and obtaining more profits. Marx's and Engels's conception of communism is intimately connected with this radical critique of modern bourgeois civilization. It implies a qualitative change, a new social culture, a new way of life, a different type of civilization that would re-establish the role of the human and natural qualities of life, and the role of use value in the process of production. By this key reference to pre-capitalist forms of production and of life, there is an obvious link to the Romantic tradition. For Marx and Engels, socialism required the emancipation of labor, not only by the expropriation of the expropriators according to the well-known formula from capital and the control of the production process by the associated producers, but also by a complete transformation of the nature of work itself. How is this aim to be achieved? This is a problem Marx addresses above all in Grundriss, in the socialist community. In his view, technological progress and mechanism will drastically reduce the time needed for necessary labor. Most of the hours in a day will thus be left free for what Marx, after Fourier, calls attractive labor, that is, truly free labor, work that is the self-realization of the individual. Such work and production, which can be material as well as spiritual, is not simply play, and here Marx separates himself from Fourier, but can require maximum effort and maximum seriousness. Marx mentions musical composition as an example 48, but the same could be said of art. 242 Poetry, philosophy, or science. Marx's idea of communism also includes an emancipation from the narrow limits imposed by the capitalist division of labor. His famous passage in the German Ideology, about individuals in a communist society being able to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, has clear romantic undertones. Conclusion: it would be quite mistaken to deduce from the foregoing remarks that Marx was a romantic. He owes more to the philosophy of the Enlightenment and to classical political economics than to the romantic critiques of industrial civilization. Nevertheless, the latter helped him to perceive the limits and the contradictions of the former, as well as to shape his vision of a communist society. In a revealing passage of the economic and political manuscripts of 1844, he refers to the contradiction between the old landowners and the new capitalists, expressed in a polemic between romantic authors and political economists. This contradiction is extremely bitter, and each side tells the truth about the other. 49. Similarly, a recurrent theme of his late economic writings is that Sismondi is capable of seeing Ricardo's limitations, and vice versa. While Ricardo perceived the enormous productive power of capitalism, and its economic superiority over pre-capitalist forms, Sismondi was able to see, from his petty bourgeois perspective, the contradictions of the system, the murderous consequences of the division of labor, the crisis of overproduction, and so forth. Marx and Engels cannot be, in spite of their interest for the romantic arguments, defined as being romantics. Their ideas were neither romantic nor modernizing, but constituted an attempt at a dialectical Aufhebung between the two, in a new critical and revolutionary worldview. Neither apologetic for bourgeois civilization nor blind to its achievements, they sought a higher form of social organization, one that would incorporate the technological advances of modern society along with some of the human qualities of pre-capitalist communities. They did not dream of a return to the past, the typical reactionary romantic attitude, but a detour by the past toward the communist future, a future that would open up a boundless field for the development and enrichment of human life.